The hillside villas of Deepwater Bay, the Bao family residence. Bao Yu finished work and clocked off as usual. When he stepped out of the car and saw his father Bao Yugong already waiting for him, the tacit understanding between father and son needed no words. They went upstairs together to Bao Yugong's study. Bob, you've just acquired Hong Kong Electric, and now there are rumors outside that you intend to acquire China Gas as well. This was precisely what left Bao Yugong so astonished. Although Bao Yu had already secured unlimited loan support from Huifeng Bank and Shinemo, those loans were not interest-free, but high-interest commercial borrowing. Bao Yugong could not help worrying that Bao Yu and Global Investment Company were expanding too rapidly, which might affect the firm's cash flow. Dad, when I had people acquire Hong Kong Electric, I indeed already had my eyes on China Gas at the same time, mainly because in the future China Gas will be in no way inferior to Hong Kong Electric. China Gas would be in no way inferior to Hong Kong Electric. Before Bao Yu acquired Hong Kong Electric, its market value was around 2.8 billion Hong Kong dollars, while China Gas was worth just over 300 million. The gap between them approached eightfold, an enormous disparity in market capitalization. Bao Yu understood very clearly that in the future, more and more citizens in Hong Kong would use piped gas. In other words, piped gas was the inexorable trend. Beyond that, there would also be overseas markets and more. Swallowing China Gas would bring in an immense flow of capital. More importantly than anything else, Bao Yu knew that for Li Xiaoji, China Gas was just like Hong Kong Electric was for Li Jiaqing. In his previous life, it was precisely by devouring China Gas that Li Xiaoji obtained an endless stream of funds and cash flow to support his vast Henderson empire and the Li family. In other words, by seizing China Gas ahead of Li Xiaoji this time, Bao Yu would essentially be digging up the very roots of the Li family, which in his previous life ranked second among Hong Kong's for great clans. Bob, what about the funding? Dad, rest assured, both my funds and the company's cash flow are very ample. Even without Huifeng Bank's unlimited credit line, I would have nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Bao Yugong let out a long breath of relief. He already felt that he could no longer quite keep up with his. In many people's eyes, since Bao Yu had just swallowed Hong Kong Electric, he ought by rights to take time to slowly digest it before considering other companies. But Bao Yu did nothing of the sort. He knew that by swallowing Hong Kong Electric, he had already aroused the vigilance of the three major shareholders of China Gas. If he did not seize this opportunity to devour it now, once Li Xiaoji succeeded Li Mingze as chairman of China Gas, it would become exceedingly difficult for any other capital to intervene. Bob, do you need your father's help in any other respect? Dad, not for the time being. If I need you, then I'll come to you. Since that was the case, Bao Yugong simply patted Bao Yu on the shoulder and said no more. May 10th, Wednesday, Global Investment Center building, 21st floor. Bao Yu had already arrived by car and come up. As soon as he stepped into the office, besides seeing his female secretary Zhao Xiuzhen, he also noticed Chao Zhiming and Lin Gaoyan already waiting for him. Boss, major news. Once Bao Yu had just sat down, Chao Zhiming spoke. Zhiming, go ahead. According to reliable information I've obtained, the Li family, Li Fushu and his son, and Li Xiaoji have already begun raising funds through various channels. In other words, the three major shareholders of China Gas had begun gathering more capital in order to respond to the upcoming acquisition battle launched by Bao Yu and Global Investment Company against China Gas. Jiming, how many China Gas shares did we buy yesterday? Boss, about 500,000 shares now, just under. Chairman Li, the proposals we at Global Investment Company have put forth for China Gas are beneficial for its development. For instance, regarding the issue of increasing salaries for the executives and related staff of China Gas, why do you oppose them? Many brokerage houses in Hong Kong were now frantically recommending China Gas or helping clients acquire its stock. In other words, by current reckoning, the shares of China Gas held by Bao Yu and Global Investment still had not reached 21%. Although they were still the largest single shareholder compared with the roughly 30% held collectively by the three families, they were still somewhat behind. Jiming Gaoyan, what are your thoughts? Boss, from Gaoyan's visit yesterday to China Gas headquarters to sound out Li Mingze, it's clear he's extremely wary of Global Investment. Even though he promised that after acquiring China Gas, he could remain as chairman, Li Mingze still refused. Now trying to make a breakthrough through the Li family seemed virtually impossible. As for Li Xiaoji, just as you've said, he has long been quietly buying into China Gas, but he's wary of the Li family and Li Fushu, so he's kept a low profile. This man, just as you described, is no simple character, so it's impossible for him to cooperate with us. That leaves only Li Fushu and his son. Li Fushu had cooperated with the Li family for many years. Under normal circumstances, he and his son would not easily fall out with them. However, as Bao Yu had said, although the three appeared united with a greater combined shareholding, their weakness was also obvious. As long as one side wavered, once any one of them dropped out, their remaining shares would no longer match what Bao Yu held. First, as before, if we have no choice, we can only buy or increase our holdings of China Gas in the market at high price. Second, we can make a move through Li Fushu and his son. I believe that at the right price, we can purchase those China Gas shares from them. Third, we can prepare along both lines right now. Under no circumstances can we afford to miss this chance to acquire China Gas. Both Chao Zhiming and Lin Gaoyan felt that their boss Bao Yu was right. Since those three families were already mobilizing funds, it was obvious that they intended to battle Baoyu for control of China Gas. On the surface, this seemed somewhat similar to when the Bao family had acquired Wharf, yet there were also differences. Clearly, China Gas's market capitalization was much smaller. Moreover, the combined strength of those three families was still inferior to that of Jardine and Hong Kong Land. After discussing matters with the two men, Baoyu watched as Chao Zhiming and Lin Gaoyan left his office to attend to their respective tasks. At 9:30 in the morning, Hong Kong's four major stock exchanges officially opened. Among them, Hong Kong Electric's trading, which had been suspended, resumed, yet its share price showed little movement. Young Master Bao, of course we know him. He is a well-known broker in Hong Kong and holds many lists of major clients or wealthy individuals. When we were jointly attacked by Hong Kong Electric and Jardine Math, the price was still climbing. From an original market value of just over 300 million, with the price around 40 Hong Kong dollars per share, soaring now to 85, the market value of China Gas had already risen to more than 600 million. Judging from this upward trend, it was clear the stock would continue to surge, and that within the day the price of China Gas would inevitably break through 100 Hong Kong dollars per share. At this moment, Hong Kong's investment market seemed to have gone mad, as though the stock exchange itself were suffused with the very scent of money. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The four major exchanges in Xiangjiang closed for the day. By the end of the last trading session, the share price of Zhonghua Gas had soared to 105 Hong Kong dollars per share. Calculated at that price, the total market value of Zhonghua Gas had surged to more than 800 million Hong Kong dollars. Compared with Monday, when its market value was only just over 300 million Hong Kong dollars, this meant an increase of nearly 500 million. It was already an exceedingly frenzied bout of speculation and investment. 4:30 in the afternoon. Global Investment Center building. Conference room on the 21st floor. A press conference was once again being convened there. Attending this press conference were Mei Lisi, Deputy General Manager of Global Investment Company, Nanshi Manager of the Investment and Finance Department, Lin Gaoyan, a Deputy Manager of the Investment Department, and several senior executives as representatives. The press conference began. Mei Lisi announced the Bao family and Global Investment Company now hold close to 21% of the shares of Zhonghua Gas and have already become its largest shareholder. Global Investment Company hereby proposes that the board of Zhonghua Gas agree to appoint Mr. Baoyu as chairman of Zhonghua Gas. In addition, in accordance with our shareholding ratio, the company should add 2 shareholder representatives from our side to its board of directors. These words from Mei Lisi left the reporters present visibly astonished. To them, this appeared strikingly similar to the tactic the Bao family had used when they acquired Wharf, though with some obvious differences. What none of them had expected was that, having just swallowed up Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, when everyone assumed he would first digest that acquisition, Baoyu had already moved on. They had not imagined that he had already bought such a large volume of Zhonghua Gas shares. According to their understanding, Baoyu and Global Investment Company were indeed now the largest single shareholder in Zhonghua Gas. However, taken together, the combined holdings of the 3 existing allied families still slightly exceeded their stake. Now that Mei Lisi, on behalf of Baoyu and Global Investment Company, had held a press conference to address the chairman and senior management of Zhonghua Gas from afar, the message was clear: Global Investment Company was ready to make its move. North Point Java Road in Xiangjiang, headquarters of Zhonghua Gas. Li Mingze was thrown into utter disarray by the sudden acquisition of Zhonghua Gas shares by Baoyu and Global Investment Company. It was glaringly obvious that, compared with the joint bid in 1975 by Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and Jardine Matheson to acquire Zhonghua Gas, this time Baoyu and Global Investment Company were advancing with far greater ferocity. Even though the 3 families had secretly met the previous day and resolved, according to their respective circumstances, to raise more capital to counter Global Investment's aggressive takeover. Raising capital was not such an easy task. Chairman. As Li Mingze sat there, a senior executive pushed open the door and entered. What has happened? Just now, Mr. Mei Lisi, on behalf of young Master Bao and Global Investment Company, held a press conference and formally announced that the Bao family's holdings in Zhonghua Gas have reached nearly 20%, claiming they are already the company's largest shareholder. He demands that you immediately relinquish your position as chairman of Zhonghua Gas. Furthermore, in line with their shareholding ratio, he insists on adding 2 Global Investment Board seats. What? 21% of the shares. In other words, compared with the 20% they held 2 days earlier, they had increased their stake by another 1% in just these past 2 days. It could only mean that Baoyu had never stopped having people quietly buying up Zhonghua Gas shares. At the same time, as Li Mingze felt a dull pain once more spreading through his heart, and on the verge of an attack, he hurriedly signaled his female secretary to pour him a cup of warm water. He hurriedly took out a bottle of Western medicine for his heart condition, swallowed a tablet, and then drank half a glass of water. You contact Li Fushu and his son at once, and ask Li Zhaoji to come over, as well, he ordered the secretary. The female secretary went out to call Li Fushu and his son, as well as Li Zhaoji. Sitting in his executive chair after swallowing the tablet, and feeling the stabbing pain in his heart subside, slightly a trace of color finally returned to Li Mingze's face. It meant that this time Bao Yu had moved even faster than he had imagined. He had barely refused the day before, and today Bao was already demanding that he step down as chairman. How could this be? An hour later at 5:45 in the afternoon, Li Fushu, Li Guobao, and Li Zhaoji arrived one after another. Mr. Li. The three men exchanged greetings as they entered. The conference room door closed behind them. You have heard about the press conference that Meilisi held on behalf of young Master Bao, I assume. Mr. Li, we just received the news, they replied. As Meilisi had stated, Bao Yu and Global Investment Company now held 21% of Zhonghua Gas shares and were indeed its largest single shareholder. The combined holdings of their three families, however, came close to 30%, meaning they still possessed far more Zhonghua Gas shares than Bao Yu. Under such circumstances, as long as the three families stood together, the chairmanship would remain with Li Mingze. Mr. Li, you have our full support, said Li Fushu. Chairman, I support you, as well, added Li Zhaoji. At this moment, Li Zhaoji realized that the unseen Bao Yu was far more formidable than he had imagined, leaving them virtually no time to marshal additional capital. Since he began buying Zhonghua Gas shares after 1975, Li Zhaoji had exercised patience for 3 years, intending to gradually accumulate stock and wait for the opportune moment to swallow Zhonghua Gas outright. Now, however, Bao Yu had stolen a march on him, clearly determined not to grant him any such opportunity. At present, the Bao family holds 21% of the shares. Even if our three families unite, he is indeed the second largest shareholder. In that case, while we oppose his serving as chairman, in terms of shareholding ratio, the Bao family is indeed entitled to 2 board seats. On this point, they could not mount effective opposition. In other words, they were powerless to prevent the Bao family from taking seats on the board of Zhonghua Gas. They had no choice but to support the Bao family's acquisition of 2 board seats. Moreover, with their own 3 seats, whatever proposals or ideas the Bao family might raise within Zhonghua Gas could still be vetoed directly. Furthermore, the Bao family has already swallowed Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and now seeks to acquire Zhonghua Gas as well. In my view, this already constitutes monopolistic behavior and ought to be opposed by the Xiangjiang Governor's Office and the Legislative Council. They should not permit the Bao family to control such publicly listed utilities at the same time. From a legal perspective, compelling the Bao family to withdraw from acquiring Zhonghua Gas would be the best outcome, said Li Mingze. The Li family and the other allied Li clan were both early comprador families in Xiangjiang, and their network of relationships in the British authorities was extensive. Yet the Bao family, with Bao the Ship King and its ties to Britain and Hui Feng Bank, possessed connections no less formidable. Moreover, Xiangjiang had no established doctrine or precedents regarding monopolies. This meant that Li Mingze's argument was unlikely to win the explicit support of either the governor's office or the Legislative Council. At most, they could only hope to delay matters. In the final analysis, everything would depend on which side was willing to commit more capital to acquire a greater share of Zhonghua Gas. Of course, these other tactics can at best buy us some time. Our only real option is to raise as much capital as possible and purchase more shares. Only then can we resist the Bao family's attempt to swallow Zhonghua Gas. At 6:30 in the evening, in the headquarters conference room of Zhonghua Gas, Chairman Li Mingze, Director Li Fushu, Director Li Zhaoji, and other senior executives of Zhonghua Gas convened a press conference of their own. The press conference began. Li Mingze directly pointed out that Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and Zhonghua Gas had originally been competitors with many overlapping lines of business. Now that the Bao family had just acquired Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and was seeking to acquire Zhonghua Gas, as well, their actions contained an inherently monopolistic element. Both Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and Zhonghua Gas were listed utility companies, and Xiangjiang, he argued, should not allow a single capital group to monopolize them. Otherwise, the interests of the two company shareholders, senior executives, and employees would not be adequately protected. He even warned that the interests of Xiangjiang citizens might ultimately suffer. At the press conference, Li Mingze publicly called upon the Xiangjiang Governor's Office and the Legislative Council to oppose any further acquisition of Zhonghua Gas by the Bao family. Subsequently, Li Mingze announced that the combined shareholding of the three families, his own Li clan Li Fushu and his son and Li Zhaoji, exceeded 30%, far more than the Bao family's current 21% stake. Therefore, they did not acknowledge nor did they consider reasonable the claim by Meilisi that Global Investment Company was the largest shareholder of Zhonghua Gas. In other words, they opposed and would never agree to the proposal put forward by Meilisi that Li Mingze relinquish the chairmanship and that Bao Yu assumed the post of chairman of Zhonghua Gas. As for the proposal to grant the Bao family and Global Investment Company 2 board seats proportionate to their shareholding, Li Mingze stated that following a meeting of the Zhonghua Gas board, they had agreed to allow Global Investment Company to obtain 2 seats on the board of Zhonghua Gas. In other words, they consented to appointing Bao Yu and Mr. Meilisi as new members of the board of directors of Zhonghua Gas. May 11, 1978. Thursday, early morning. Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. Bao Yu has already gotten up and is swimming in the pool. At this moment, Bao Yu just sat on the sofa in the living room reading the newspaper, discovering that the overwhelming news was all related to yesterday's press conference held by Global Investment Company and Li Mingze, the chairman of China Gas. From these news reports, it can be seen that the two companies are at odds with each other. Especially the Li family. Li Fushui and Li Xiaoji are not welcoming Bao Ye's takeover of China Gas. Bao Yu couldn't help but smile disdainfully at Li Ming's public appeal to the governor's office of Hong Kong, the Legislative Council of Hong Kong, and even the citizens of Hong Kong to oppose his acquisition of China Gas. Bao Yu knew that this was all about personal interests and there were no lofty reasons behind it. He got out of the swimming pool, went upstairs to wash up, and changed into a suit. Bob, it seems you are in trouble, Bao Yu said with a smile. Bao Yu handed the newspaper to Bao Yu, who discovered it was about the three major shareholders of China Gas holding a press conference. Bao Yu glanced at it and said, Dad, when we acquired Wharf Holdings, we faced strong opposition from Jardine Matheson and Hong Kong Land, and the Joseph family was still a legitimate white family. We weren't afraid then, so why should we be afraid of the Li family now? How did the Li family get rich? Some people in Hong Kong still know. Even if they have cleaned up their image now in Bao Yu's eyes, they are nothing to worry about. Bao Yu would not use these to attack the Li family. His goal was to swallow China Gas, preventing it from falling into the hands of Li Xiaoji. Bob, do you really not need me to intervene? Bao Yu asked. He had many connections in Hong Kong and country Y, and besides that he also had relationships with Wei Feng. Dad, if that's the case, you can handle those matters for me, Bao Yu said, feeling somewhat satisfied that his son was still willing to let him take care of those things. After finishing breakfast, Bao Yu took a car back to the Global Investment Center. Global Investment Center, 21st floor. As soon as Bao Yu arrived at the office, he saw Zhao Xiuzhen. Boss, the news is all about your acquisition of China Gas. Go and call Meilisi, Chao Zhiming, and Lin Gaoyan to come here. Zhao Xiuzhen went to call the three of them. After the three arrived at the office, Meilisi, you and Gaoyan will represent me at the board meeting of China Gas. Yes, boss. Ziming continue to have people buy shares of China Gas. According to my estimates, starting today, China Gas should be suspended from trading, and we can only purchase through other channels, such as Guodu Li and Jiaxing Securities Company or other brokers. If we still cannot buy, then we must either buy shares held by Li Fushui and his son or proceed to buy at a high price for China Gas stock. Bao Yu knew that buying more shares at a high price was only a last resort. Who wouldn't want to buy more shares at a cheaper price? Often there's no choice, and one can only resort to such methods. Now we can only buy some scattered shares of China Gas from the market, and there shouldn't be many left. Or we can only persuade Li Fushui and his son. As Meilisi and Lin Gaoyan were preparing to leave for the headquarters of China Gas for the board meeting, Bao Yu said, Gaoyan, Li Xiaoji will definitely attend this board meeting. Since you are relatives, to avoid awkwardness, it might be better to let Nancy attend instead. Chao Zhiming does not like to appear in public, so he has never been seen at press conferences or board meetings. As for Lin Gaoyan, he is currently just a temporary deputy of Chao Zhiming and will also be responsible for other companies or departments. Lin Gaoyan's attendance at the relevant board meetings is nothing remarkable. However, Bao Yu knew that Lin Gaoyan would meet Li Xiaoji. Boss, actually my father has already informed Mr. Li that I have joined Global Investment Company. In Hong Kong with my identity, it is only a matter of time before I meet him. It's better to meet earlier than later. Lin Gaoyan's words imply that he has already joined Bao Yu's company, and as for his relationship with that fourth uncle, what does that matter? Gaoyan, thinking like that is fine, Meilisi took Lin Gaoyan with him. 9 a.m. The Hong Kong Securities Regulatory Commission has suspended trading of China Gas to protect the interests of investors due to the acquisition issue between the Bao family and Global Investment Company. In other words, China Gas is now suspended from trading. As for when it will resume, it will likely be when the ownership of China Gas becomes completely clear. Now that China Gas can no longer be traded on the exchange, investors holding China Gas shares can actually sell through brokers, and they can sell to other investors in need. In other words, brokers can now also acquire some shares of China Gas. North Point, Hong Kong, at the headquarters conference room of China Gas. The chairman Li Mingza could not refuse the sudden request of major shareholder Bao family to convene a board meeting and had to comply with their wishes. When Li Mingza shook hands with Meilisi, he knew that Meilisi is now Bao Yu's most important executive. In fact, Li Mingza felt a bit intimidated by the tall white man. As for Lin Gaoyan beside Meilisi, he was truly surprised, never expecting to see the other party again after nearly provoking a heart attack last time. In other words, Lin Gaoyan's position in Global Investment Company is now quite significant. Mr. Li, hello, it's our second meeting. Lin Gaoyan said, and Li Mingza just responded lightly. The sons of Li Fushui have not arrived yet, and neither has Li Xiaoji. Only Meilisi, Lin Gaoyan, and Li Mingza are present in the conference room. While waiting for the two major shareholders and directors to arrive, Meilisi said, Chairman Li, to avoid more problems, I can represent Boss Bao Yu's intention. As long as you agree to let the Bao family take over China Gas, our boss can allow you to continue serving as chairman until you retire. This was in fact the second time the Bao family expressed this intention to Li Mingza. The first time Lin Gaoyan had also said the same, and at that time Li Mingza thought Lin Gaoyan was too arrogant. Now Meilisi's status is different, and what he said naturally represents the Bao families and Global Investment Company. However, Li Mingza was genuinely afraid of Bao Yu and Global Investment Company. He worried that once Bao Yu successfully took over China Gas, he would surely be ousted. North Point, Hong Kong, Jiahua Road. Headquarters of China Gas. Conference room. Today an impromptu board meeting is being held. Present at the meeting are not only the two board representatives from the Pak family and global investment company Ma Li Si and Lin Gaoyan, but also Chairman Li Mingzhe, Director Li Fushu, and Director Li Zhaoji. Li Zhaoji has just entered and has already spotted Lin Gaoyan sitting next to Ma Li Si. Although he had been informed beforehand, seeing Lin Gaoyan appear beside Ma Li Si and representing global investment company at this China Gas board meeting still shocked him. During the board meeting, Ma Li Si proposed several reform plans for China Gas on behalf of PACU and global investment company. However, each reform proposal was quickly opposed by Li Mingzhe. In fact, this was within Ma Li Si's expectations. Although the Pak family is currently the largest shareholder of China Gas, the three other companies combined still hold 10 more shares than the Pak family. Chairman Li, the proposals we at Global Investment Company have put forth for China Gas are beneficial for its development. For instance, regarding the issue of increasing salaries for the executives and related staff of China Gas, why do you oppose them? Increasing salaries for the executives and related staff of China Gas. Li Mingzhe naturally opposed. Currently, the salaries of China Gas executives and regular employees are already quite high. If they were to be increased again, how much profit and dividends would China Gas have left? He was very suspicious of Ma Li Si and Global Investment Company's ulterior motives. It was clear that the Pak family and Global Investment Company were deliberately proposing these unrealistic reform plans to gain the support of China Gas executives and regular employees. Mr. Ma Li Si, our current salary levels at China Gas are already quite high. It is impossible to raise them further, as it would affect the company's financial operations and profitability. Furthermore, I seriously doubt that you intentionally proposed these unrealistic reform plans, which are fundamentally not beneficial for the development of China Gas. Despite knowing that Li Mingzhe would not agree, Ma Li Si still presented those reform proposals. Chairman Li, since you disagree with our reform plans for China Gas, it seems we cannot proceed with discussions. Ma Li Si prepared to leave. Lin Gaoyan also planned to follow, but Li Zhaoji suddenly called out, "Gaoyan." Ma Li Si glanced at Lin Gaoyan and left the conference room first. Li Zhaoji looked towards Li Mingzhe and Li Fushu beside him and said, "Gaoyan is a top graduate from Hong Kong University. He was previously an executive at Huitong Bank and is also a relative of our Li family. I am quite familiar with his father." Li Mingzhe had no idea that this arrogant young man was actually a relative of Li Zhaoji. Fourth uncle. Hello. Li Zhaoji is referred to as fourth uncle by the people of Hong Kong, due to his position as the fourth in his family. "Gaoyan, haven't I always wanted you to join my company? Why did you suddenly switch to Global Investment Company?" Li Zhaoji asked him privately. "Fourth uncle, you know I signed a contract with Huitong Bank, and if I breach it I would have to pay a substantial compensation. The reason I joined Global Investment Company is that my boss Pak Xiao personally recruited me from Huitong Bank." "Was it Pak Yu who personally recruited Lin Gaoyan?" "Gaoyan, what is that compensation from Huitong compared to joining my company? I can cover that compensation for you." Li Zhaoji truly admired Lin Gaoyan, but unfortunately the latter chose to go to Global Investment Company. Lin Gaoyan could only say, "Fourth uncle, let me put it this way. First, your company cannot compare with Pak Xiao's company. I have a brighter future at Global Investment Company. Second, since the Pak family wants me to work for Huitong Bank, even Huitong Bank has no choice but to comply. In this situation, can fourth uncle afford to provoke Huitong Bank? In fact, who in Hong Kong is not afraid of Huitong Bank?" Lin Gaoyan's statement left Li Zhaoji speechless. Currently, Hung Ji Zhaoyi is naturally far behind Pak, yes, Global Investment Company. Even if he became Li Zhaoji's deputy at Hung Ji Zhaoyi, what could he provide? Moreover, the relationship between the Pak family and Huitong Bank is not something Li Zhaoji can afford to provoke. Lin Gaoyan said nothing more. "Fourth uncle, I can only thank you for your kindness." Lin Gaoyan went out to find Ma Li Si. Li Zhaoji stood there with a slightly grim expression. Li Mingzhe's face was also not pleasant. They knew that the Pak family gaining the support of Huitong Bank was in this situation, they would have to face not only the Pak family, but also Huitong Bank behind them. Are they truly opponents of the Pak family and Huitong Bank? Mr. Li, it seems that the Pak family is indeed determined to swallow China Gas before they relent, Li Mingzhe could only say helplessly. Li Guobao arrived at the conference room, where Li Mingzhe, Li Fushu, and Li Zhaoji were discussing. Faced with the aggressive Pak family, they knew the only way was to mutually bid high prices for China Gas shares. However, none of the three families currently have ample funds, and raising more funds will likely take time. Li Fushu is the chairman and a major shareholder of East Asia Bank. They would definitely not dare to borrow money from East Asia Bank to purchase shares of China Gas. On the contrary, if the Pak family were to borrow from Huitong Bank to acquire China Gas, it would indeed not pose any issues. This actually involves Hong Kong banking laws and relevant regulations. It is now Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday. According to the predictions of the three, the Pak family may launch the final acquisition battle against China Gas next week. Li Mingzhe returned to his chairman's office, somewhat disheartened. He wondered if PACU truly acquired China Gas, could he still serve as chairman even as a major shareholder? If he supported Pak Yes' acquisition of China Gas, he could continue to serve as chairman. Li Xiaoji felt uncomfortable after hearing Lin Gaoyan's words. He also knew that despite the rapid development of the Li family in recent years, they still cannot compare with the Pak family. Most importantly, the question posed by the other party, whether he feared Huitong Bank, made Li Xiaoji realize that he still did. That evening regarding China Gas, a shareholders' meeting was held where a series of reform proposals put forth by Ma Lixi, a director from Global Investment Company, were opposed by Chairman Li Mingzhe. These reform proposals have already been disseminated through media outlets, radio and television, particularly concerning the issue of gas supply for citizens in Hong Kong, which includes tiered pricing and price cap regulations to protect the interests of ordinary citizens. Additionally, the proposals regarding salary increases for China Gas executives and regular employees also pertain to their interests. These reform proposals were opposed by Li Mingzhe during the board meeting. Conversely, these proposals received recognition from those executives and employees. This means that at this moment Pak Yu and Global Investment Company have not yet truly taken control of China Gas, and the executives and regular employees may think differently. They may gradually find themselves at odds with Li Mingzhe. The hillside villa in Deepwater Bay, Bao's residence. Bao Yu stepped out of the car and saw Bao Yu Gang lounging in the living room reading a newspaper. This evening, major evening newspapers detailed the sudden announcement of an emergency shareholders meeting convened by the main shareholder of China Gas Global Investment Company. Bao Yu did not personally attend the emergency shareholders meeting at China Gas, and the details of the meeting are now well known to the public. Dad, Bob. The two are no longer working in the same building, but Bao Yu Gang generally returns to the villa about 10 minutes earlier. Bao Yu directly faced his father Bao Yu Gang. Bob, what about China Gas? Dad, let's talk in the study. Bao Yu and his father Bao Yu Gang entered the study. Today, my Lixi represented me and the company for the second time to propose a partnership with the Li family, yet we were rejected again. It seems the Li family is absolutely unwilling to join shares with the Bao family or sell their shares to us. The Bao family and the Li family have no mutual interests or collaborations. It is quite normal for Li Mingzhe to reject the Bao family's cooperation twice. As for Li Fushu and his son, I have not yet sent anyone to negotiate with them. Dad, I believe this is a good opportunity. If Li Fushu and his son are willing to cooperate with the Bao family, whether by merging shares or selling their shares to us, then the collaboration among the three families would be completely dismantled. This way, the combined shares of the Bao family and Li Fushu's family would exceed 30, far surpassing the joint shares of Li Mingzhe and Li Xiaoji. Bob, what about that Li Xiaoji? Aren't you going to talk to him? Dad, Li Xiaoji and Li Jiacheng are cut from the same cloth. He would never sell shares of China Gas to us. As for merging shares with him, I am not willing either. Li Xiaoji appears harmless, yet he is indeed an old fox. Bao Yu knows that Li Xiaoji and Li Jiacheng are similar types. Since 1975, Li Xiaoji has been involved with China Gas with plans to gradually swallow it whole. In Bao Yu's view, China Gas is the root of Li Xiaoji and Hengji Zhaoyes' rise. What Bao Yu is doing now is to uproot the foundation of Li Xiaoji's ascent. Furthermore, after Bao Yu poached Li Xiaoji's most valued talent Lin Gao, there is essentially no basis for cooperation left between the two parties. Li Jiacheng type. Bao Yu Gang had already understood. Bob, what are your plans next? Dad, I've talked with my Lixi Chao Ji-ming. Now there are only two plans. First, we cooperate with Li Fushu and his son, persuading them to sell their shares of China Gas to the Bao family or merge shares with us. Then take control of China Gas, pushing Li Mingzhe out of the position of chairman of China Gas, and then clean up the management team. As for Li Mingzhe and Li Xiaoji still being major shareholders, by that time their shares will be gradually diluted, making it impossible for them to interfere with China Gas. Second, if the first plan cannot be implemented, we can only financially overpower the three major shareholders. The Bao family will make a high-priced additional purchase of China Gas, but this requires more funds from Global Investment Company. Bao Yu Gang realized that indeed these two plans were the most suitable. Bob, is there anything you need your dad to help with? Dad, hey, race the plan. Tomorrow is Friday. Please send someone to deliver an invitation to Li Fushu, inviting them to meet us at the Hong Kong Mandarin Oriental Hotel. My father and I would like to meet with the Li family. If they have the same attitude as the Li family, then on Sunday we will announce the additional purchase plan for China Gas to the public, aiming for the Bao family to directly acquire China Gas by Monday. Meeting on Saturday. Bao Yu Gang thought for a moment and felt it was acceptable. As the Bao ship king, even if Li Fushu is unwilling to sell shares to the Bao family, he would likely still want to meet him in person. The father and son were discussing. A knock was heard at the door. Bao Yu opened the door to find his mother Huang Xiaoying. Have you two finished your discussion? Mom, I just finished talking with Dad. Then let's go have dinner first. May 12, 1978. Friday, 6 o'clock in the evening. Victoria Peak, White Gap Road. The Li family. This is a luxury residence of Li Fushu in Hong Kong. However, aside from him and his wife, his eldest son Li Guobao and other sons live in other luxurious homes in Hong Kong. As usual, Li Fushu returned home from the East Asia Bank headquarters. Just as he got out of the car, his wife and maid came out to greet him. Sir, this afternoon the Bao family from Deepwater Bay sent over an invitation. Deepwater Bay Bao family. Could it be that Bao Xiao? Li Fushu thought that now Bao Xiao and Global Investment Company were planning to swallow China Gas, and the Bao family suddenly sent an invitation likely related to this. Li Fushu directly said, "Throw it in the trash." Throw it in the trash. Both Li Fushu's wife and the nearby maid were astonished. Li Fushu's wife, holding the invitation from the Bao family, did not directly hand it to the maid to throw away, but said, "Sir, the Bao family's father and son are not simple figures. Even if you do not wish to meet them, you should not do this." Among the three Li brothers, Li Fushu's wife, Hu Zixia, is the daughter of the famous business figure Hu Shitang, while Li Fuzhao's wife, Lao Xiaohua, is the daughter of the British-American Tobacco Company's agent Lao Miannong, and Li Fushan's wife, Yang Yanyin, is the daughter of Yang Bizhao. Hu Zixia came from a wealthy family and is also a well-educated person. She understands that due to the shareholding issue of China Gas, Li Fushu and the Bao family may not be on good terms. In Hu Zixia's view, the Li family absolutely cannot directly throw the Bao family's invitation into the trash. If this gets out, it could damage the Li family's reputation accumulated over the years in Hong Kong. Li Fushu could only take the exquisite invitation over. When he opened it, he found that it was not Bao Xiao inviting him, but Bao Chuanwang himself. Bao Chuanwang hoped to meet with him and his son at 4 p.m. tomorrow in a luxurious suite at the Hong Kong Mandarin Oriental Hotel. Li Fushu guessed that it was likely Bao Yu who had asked his father Bao Yu Gang to invite the Li family. Li Fushu took the invitation back, but said nothing. After having dinner with his wife, he went back to the study alone. He needed to consider whether he really wanted to meet Bao Chuanwang at the Hong Kong Mandarin Hotel. If he did not want to meet, he could simply write a reply stating he had other commitments tomorrow. Li Fushu looked out the window and at the invitation from Bao Chuanwang. He had originally planned to write a reply to inform Bao Chuanwang that he would not be available tomorrow afternoon, but ultimately did not write it. May 13, 1978. Saturday, 3:30 p.m. 5. Connaught Road, Central in Western District, Hong Kong. In front of the Hong Kong Mandarin Oriental Hotel. A Rolls-Royce pulls up, followed by several luxury cars behind it. Getting out of the Rolls-Royce are Bao Yu and his father Bao Yu Gang. Yesterday afternoon, Bao Yu Gang wrote the invitation letter in his own name in the office of the chairman of the Global Shipping Group at Prince's Building, and then had a bodyguard personally deliver it. Bao Yu Gang knew that with his presence, Li Fushu and his son would have a hard time refusing. Now Bao Yu Gang and Bao Yu have arrived at the hotel as scheduled. The hotel manager personally escorted Bao Yu Gang and his son to the luxurious suite. Previously, when the Bao family acquired Chung Kong, they had met with Neo by Jian directly here. The reason they weren't invited to the Bao family is mainly that the two sides were not very familiar, fearing it would be awkward for Li Fushu and his son. Bao Yu and Bao Yu Gang waited there drinking coffee. More than 10 minutes later, a Bentley stopped in front of the hotel. Getting out of the car were Li Fushu, the chairman of East Asia Bank, and his eldest son Li Guobao. Last night, Li Fushu considered for a long time, unsure whether to meet with the Bao shipping king. Finally, after calling his son, Li Guobao felt that if the conditions proposed by the Bao family were unreasonable, they could simply refuse to meet, as it would be against the Li family's etiquette to reject directly. Thus the father and son decided to come on time. Mr. Li, young master Li, Mr. Bao and young master Bao are waiting for you upstairs. The young master Bao has indeed arrived. The father and son followed up to the door of the luxurious suite, knocked, and entered to find Bao Chuanwang and Bao Xiao drinking coffee and waiting for them. Bao Chuanwang, Bao Xiao, we are not late, are we? Li Fushu asked with a smile. No, you arrived more than 10 minutes early. The hotel waitress brought in 2 cups of coffee, closed the door, and left. Bao Yu Gang said, Mr. Li, young master Li, this time I am here on behalf of Bob to meet with you. Mr. Li, young master Li, I have long admired your names. This was Bao Yu's first time meeting the Li father and son, as he had previously only met with my Li Si and Lin Gao. In the eyes of Li Fushu and Li Guobao, Bao Chuanwang's legitimate son, who seemed much younger than they had imagined, was far more capable than they had anticipated. Indeed, a tiger father does not produce a dog son. Mr. Li, young master Li, I know your time is quite precious, so let me get straight to the point. Bao Yu did not beat around the bush. First, I can tell you clearly that our Bao family and Global Investment Company will spare no effort to acquire China Gas Company. In other words, we are determined to acquire China Gas Company. Second, I did send someone to discuss with Mr. Li twice, hoping to cooperate with the Li family in acquiring China Gas, allowing Mr. Li to continue serving as chairman of China Gas until his retirement. I even proposed to sell the TVB shares held by Hutchison Whampoa at a low price to the Li family, enabling them to take control of TVB, but at that time Mr. Li rejected it. Li Fushu and his son knew that Li Mingze rejected the cooperation with the Bao family, and they did not expect that this also involved TVB shares. Third, I can tell you clearly. In fact, you, the Li father and son, have been deceived by Li Zhaoji. It was clear that what Bao Yu said surprised both Li Fushu and his son. Even Li Guobao found it hard to believe, as he thought Li Zhaoji was very low-key and gentle, not like someone who would take advantage of others. It was clear that what Bao Yu said surprised both Li Fushu and his son. Even Li Guobao found it hard to believe, as he thought Li Zhaoji was very low-key and gentle, not like someone who would take advantage of others' misfortunes. "Young Master Bao, how is this possible?" Li Guobao asked in disbelief. "He Ting Shi. You know him, right?" "Young Master Bao, of course we know him. He is a well-known broker in Hong Kong and holds many lists of major clients or wealthy individuals. When we were jointly attacked by Hong Kong Electric and Jardine Matheson against China Gas, that was when He Ting Shi recommended Li Zhaoji. He Ting Shi is a fellow townsman of Li Zhaoji, and the two were already quite familiar. Li Zhaoji had long been interested in China Gas, but at that time, facing Li Mingzhe and youthfully father and son, he had no way to act. Just then He Ting Shi found him to intervene with China Gas. Of course, Li Zhaoji himself did not have much capital to acquire China Gas, and on the other hand, he was afraid of strong opposition from Li Mingzhe and youthfully family, so he quietly lurked in China Gas, not daring to buy more shares, at once waiting for the right moment to gradually replace Li Mingzhe and Yu. What Bao Yu said was exactly what happened in his previous life in 1983, when Li Mingzhe suddenly died of a heart attack, leaving the chairmanship of China Gas vacant. At that time, Li Zhaoji immediately became the chairman of China Gas and began to accelerate his acquisition of control over the company. Now there might still be a few years before Bao Yu's previous life. At this moment, Li Fushu was shocked, and Li Guobao was even more astonished. In their eyes, this fourth uncle was a very worthy partner, but they did not expect that there was another side to him. However, Li Fushu and his son also felt that it might be Bao Yu's deliberate attempt to sow discord. The father and son were silent. Bao Yu said, "Don't think that by uniting the three parties you can drive our Bao family away, and that you can jointly control the shares of China Gas. In fact, that is simply impossible. So I can tell you that if you are unwilling to cooperate with the Bao family, you are merely being deceived by Li Zhaoji. Even if you really drive our Bao family away, Li Zhaoji will take over in your place. Moreover, as I just said, our Bao family is determined to acquire China Gas, and I will use more funds and spare no effort to swallow China Gas Company. In the end, what our Bao family needs to pay will just be a considerable sum of money." Li Fushu and his son guessed that the relationship between the Bao family and Hui Feng Bank was indeed not simple, and the Bao family could quickly obtain a large sum of funds. On the contrary, now it was difficult for the Li family, Li Fushu and his son, and Li Zhaoji to obtain such a large amount of funds from other places. Li Fushu and his son silently drank their coffee. If it were really as Bao Yu said, it would indicate that they had indeed underestimated Li Zhaoji. "Young Master Bao, what do you propose?" Li Guobao asked. "First, you can certainly continue your three-party alliance, but our Bao family will directly propose a high-priced buyout, leaving you with no time or opportunity. Second, your Li family can sell the shares you hold to the Bao family. Our Bao family is willing to buy them at a high price, and then we will become the largest shareholder. The Li family and Li Zhaoji together will find it hard to turn the tables, and we will not need to buy shares of China Gas Company at a high price from the market anymore. When China Gas Company has no speculative value, the stock price will inevitably plummet, and at that time your Li family can cheaply buy back some shares from the market. Third, if your Li family is unwilling to sell those shares to the Bao family, you can also join forces with the Bao family to control China Gas, where the Bao family will serve as the chairman of China Gas Company, and you, the Li father and son, can serve as vice chairman. Jointly controlling China Gas will not incur any losses for your Li family." Bao Yu directly looked at the father and son as he spoke. At this moment, Li Fushu was truly astonished. He did not expect that any proposal would have already been carefully considered by the Bao family. In other words, the Bao family would not give the three major shareholders more opportunities and time. Li Fushu knew that he had cooperated with the Li family for many years, and now suddenly turning to cooperate with the Bao family would be equivalent to betraying the Li family and Li Zhaoji. No. 1. Hing Fat Street, Causeway Bay, Hong Kong. Outside the entrance of Victoria Park, a young girl with long flowing hair dressed in a black sleeveless dress has been waiting here for half an hour. Since her appearance, she has drawn the attention of passers-by and tourists. Guan Jiahui had arranged to meet Bao Yu here since yesterday afternoon. Although it was not yet the appointed time, Guan Jiahui arrived early, taking a car from home. About half an hour later, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz stopped, followed by several other luxury cars. Stepping out of that luxurious Mercedes-Benz was Bao Yu. After finishing talks with Li Fushu and his son at the Hong Kong Mandarin Hotel, they stated that they needed to consider carefully before giving Bao's family a clear response. However, Bao Yu felt that if Li Fushu and his son had already begun to doubt Li Zhaoji, it would be difficult for the original three shareholders to unite again. In other words, for Li Fushu and his son, selling their shares in China Gas to Bao's family at a high price would be the most reasonable option. Upon learning that Bao Yu was going to meet a friend, Bao Yu himself took a Rolls-Royce back, while Bao Yu left the Hong Kong Mandarin Hotel to meet Guan Jiahui as planned. In May, the weather in Hong Kong is already very hot in the morning. Guan Jiahui, dressed in a summer black sleeveless dress, indeed attracted Bao Yu's attention. Bao Xiao. Seeing Bao Yu get out of the car, Guan Jiahui immediately came over and linked her arm with his. During this time, Bao Yu hadn't seen her much. Guan Jiahui had always followed Bao Ye's news while at the secondary school, learning that he had just acquired the Hong Kong Electric Light Group and was eyeing China Gas Company. Guan Jiahui also knew that Bao Yu was usually very busy, but her mind was filled with thoughts of him. Bao Yu knew that at her age, she loved driving luxury cars. However, for his own safety, Bao Yu did not drive himself and took Guan Jiahui directly into the luxurious Mercedes-Benz. To Victoria Peak. Chen Zhihao then drove away from the spot. In the car, Guan Jiahui kept close to Bao Yu, who held her hand, and asked, "Have you finished your exams?" "Bao Xiao, I've already completed my intermediate exam and the results should be out next month. I plan to continue studying at the secondary school for Form 6 and Form 7. The intermediate exam is similar to the transition from junior to senior high, but it is quite different. The intermediate exam is not difficult. Basically, anyone can proceed to Form 6, especially those at private elite schools. My mom thinks that since I like to be a designer, she hopes I will study abroad in Europe, but my dad disagrees." Guan Jiahui's mother Zhang Bing, she was not aware that her daughter had met Bao Xiao. Guan Bo Wei knew, meaning that even if his wife supported their daughter studying in Europe, she would need Bao Ye's consent. "Why doesn't your dad agree? He says I'm still young, and going to Europe alone is unfamiliar, and he doesn't know what might happen. In fact, my dad knows I know you, and he's a bit afraid of you," Guan Jiahui whispered to Bao Yu. Bao Yu couldn't help but laugh. Now as Guan Jiahui grows more beautiful, he doesn't want her to go to Europe unsure of what would happen. "Oh, it's better to stay in Hong Kong, where they can meet anytime." Guan Jiahui mentioned that now her parents' relationship has improved, and they have arranged for her younger brother to study at a private elite boys' school. Also, Guan Bing, she no longer wants to spend Guan Bo Wei's money, as she has returned to acting in movies and even television dramas. Zhang Bing, she was once famous at the Great Wall Film Company and Shaw Brothers Studio, having made many films. Now the film and television market in Hong Kong is also quite good, and Zhang Bing, she can still earn a considerable amount in pay. Since Guan Bo Wei became afraid of Bao Yu, he no longer dared to flirt as he did before, instead focusing his energy on making films and television dramas. An hour later, at the top of Victoria Peak, Hong Kong, Chen Zhihao parked the car. Bao Yu and Guan Jiahui got out of the car, and Bao Yu knew that this was indeed the peak of Victoria Peak, the highest point on Hong Kong Island. It was now around 6 in the evening, and the sun was about to set, creating the most beautiful scenery. Bao Yu and Guan Jiahui got out of the car and walked to a spot with fewer tourists standing there to gaze into the distance. From here one can see not only the luxurious residences of Victoria Peak or mid-levels, but also the skyscrapers of central Hong Kong, as well as Victoria Harbour in the distance, and even the buildings of the Kowloon Peninsula. Standing here offers a view of the most prosperous area of Hong Kong. This is Bao Ye's first time here in this life. With a panoramic view of the mountains, Bao Yu felt quite pleased, especially with the beautiful Guan Jiahui by his side. "Bao Xiao, that place over there is so beautiful." Guan Jiahui pointed towards Victoria Harbour in the distance. Although one can also see the scenery of Victoria Harbour from Causeway Bay Park and the nearby beach, it is completely different from the view from Victoria Peak. At 6 in the evening, the skyscrapers in central Hong Kong gradually lit up. Under the illumination of the lights, the night scene of central Hong Kong and Victoria Harbour looked even more beautiful. Bao Xiao is the entire Hong Kong island using the electricity from the Hong Kong Electric Light Group you acquired. Pretty much Kowloon Peninsula and the new territories are served by China Light and Power Company. In other words, now all the most prosperous skyscrapers on Hong Kong Island require substantial electricity consumption whenever they turn on their lights, whether for office buildings or public spaces. At this moment, Guan Jiahui looked at Bao Yu with admiration. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Bao Yu and Guan Jiahui got back into the car and left Victoria Peak for a high-end Western restaurant they had booked in advance. After Bao Yu and Guan Jiahui finished dinner at the upscale Western restaurant, it was already past 9 in the evening. They got back into the car, asking Chen Ji how to take Guan Jiahui home first. "Next time I see you, you don't need to wait for me at the entrance of Victoria Park anymore." "Bao Xiao, do I wait for you? Didn't you just say that? You like the scenery at Victoria Peak." At 10:30 in the evening, in front of a residential area on the Kowloon Peninsula, Guan Jiahui got out of the car and headed back to where her parents lived. She stood there watching the luxury car. Bao Yu was in leave before she entered her parents' house, Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. Chen Zhihao parked the car, and it was nearly midnight. Bao Yu did not expect that his grandfather and parents, along with the maid Daisy, were all waiting for him to return. After seeing Bao Yu return, Bao Xiaolong went back to rest. Bao Yu went upstairs where Daisy had prepared a hot. Bao Yu lay comfortably in the bathtub, pondering the matter discussed with Li Fushu and his son that afternoon. Bao Yu was uncertain. However, he knew that the Li family, Li Fushu and his son, could no longer cooperate as they once. Taiping Shan by Jia Dao. The Li family. After meeting with the Bao family at the Xiangjiang Wenhua Hotel, Li Guobao deliberately returned here to visit his mother first, then had a lengthy private conversation with his father Li Fushu in the study. From what Bao Yu said, it was clear that Li Zhaoji had indeed deceived them at first, but Li Zhaoji did not show any signs of being the one who first deceived the Li family and Li Fushu. After all, it was through He Tingshi that these two families found him. Now what Li Fushu found most amusing was that he initially thought Li Zhaoji had a good business reputation and was worthy of their trust and cooperation. It seemed that being a real estate developer like Li Zhaoji was not simple at all. Father, should we reject the Bao family's goodwill or agree to cooperate with them? If we refuse the Bao family's goodwill, we must immediately contact Mr. Li to inform him that the Bao family intends to deploy a large sum of money next week to conduct a high-priced buyout of China Gas Company. If our offers as shareholders do not exceed those of the Bao family, and we do not have as much capital, this buyout will inevitably succeed for the Bao family. In Li Gobeo's view, aside from Li Zhaoji deceiving them, if the Li family does not wish to cooperate with the Bao family, they indeed need to consult Li Mingze now. Guobao Baoxiao has made it very clear that we cannot retain control of China Gas. The Bao family is willing to go to great lengths to acquire it. Father, do you mean to sell our shares to the Bao family? Though it was still unclear how much Baoxiao was willing to pay for the shares held by the Li family, Li Fushu knew that once Bao Yu secured 30 of China Gas shares, he would inevitably oust Li Mingze from the chairman's position, leaving no opportunity for the Li family and Li Zhaoji. Without speculative value, the stock price would naturally decline. This meant that it was indeed their opportunity to sell China Gas at a high price. If they forced the Bao family to buy shares at a high price, they would still have the chance to sell, but it would be different from now, as it would mean provoking the Bao family and creating another enemy for the Li family. Now Li Fushu appeared very conflicted. He knew that Li Mingze did not want Bao Yu to take control of China Gas, so cooperating with the Bao family would be tantamount to betraying the Li family with whom they had collaborated for many years. The Bao family now represented the rising Chinese capital, while the Li family represented the past, and even the declining comprador class. In this grand scheme, it became clear to Li Fushu whether to cooperate with the Bao family or the Li family. Guobao, we will still meet with Baoxiao tomorrow. Li Fushu thought it over and ultimately decided to meet Bao Yu. Father, what about the Li family? We can only finalize our talks with the Bao family tomorrow, and then I will meet with Mr. Li. May 14, 1978. Sunday. Early in the morning. Bao Yu was swimming by the villa's pool after having breakfast with Bao Xiaolong, and before long a ring sounded at the villa door. Daisy returned and discovered it was a visit card sent by Li Fushu via his dedicated driver. Mr. Bao, this is a visit card from Mr. Li. Bao Yugan took it, opened it directly, and found that Li Fushu and his son were coming to visit them at 9 a.m. Bao Yugan guessed it must be related to China Gas Company. After swimming, Bao Yu went to rinse off and changed into casual clothes before descending to meet his father. Bob, this is the visit card from the Li family. Dad, it seems this matter is about to come to fruition. Bao Yu had breakfast with his parents and grandfather. He then went upstairs to the study. Shortly after 8 a.m., the doorbell rang. Stepping out of the Bentley were Li Fushu and Li Guobao dressed in suits. Daisy confirmed their identities before opening the door to let them in. Li Fushu first met Bao Yugan. Mr. Li, young Master Li, Bob is upstairs. Please wait a moment. Bao Yu looked at the time. After coming down from upstairs, they greeted each other. Bao Yu and the Li father and son went directly to the study on the upper floor. Mr. Li, young Master Li, have you considered carefully? Bao Xiao, if we sell our shares in China Gas Company to the Bao family, what price are you prepared to offer? Currently, the Li family holds 10 of the shares in China Gas, which would be valued at approximately 31.6 million Hong Kong dollars if priced at 40 Hong Kong dollars per share. If priced at the current soaring stock price of 105 Hong Kong dollars per share, it would be worth about 82.95 million Hong Kong dollars. Based on the judgments of Bao Yu, Chao Jiming, Mai Lizi, and Lin Gaoyan, the Li family, Li Zhaoji, and Li Fushu could not raise much capital. At most, they could increase the buyout at 200 Hong Kong dollars per share, which would allow them to successfully acquire 49 of the shares. 200 Hong Kong dollars per share. This means a 5-fold market value before the increase in China Gas stock price. Li Fushu and his son exchanged surprised glances. Based on the market value before the stock price increase, which was over 300 million Hong Kong dollars, with a 5-fold market value considered, that would amount to over 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. This means the price offered by the Bao family was indeed significant. Unlike Bao Yu's previous buyout of the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, where he offered about 159 of the original price, he was now directly offering 500 of the original price. Bao Xiao, we are willing to sell our shares in China Gas Company to the Bao family. This means selling the 10 shares in China Gas for 158 million Hong Kong dollars. What about the Li family? Bao Xiao, I will go and meet with Mr. Li. Since that was the case, both parties reached an agreement. Li Fushu and his son had already confirmed selling all those shares to the Bao family. However, Li Fushu indeed needed to meet with Li Mingze. Bao Yu and Li Fushu's father and son came down from the study. They greeted Bao Chuan Wang and Bao Xiaolong before leaving directly. Bao Yu and Bao Yugan went back upstairs to the study. Bob, have the discussions gone well? Dad, the Li family is willing to sell all their shares in China Gas to us at 200 Hong Kong dollars per share. This means that the Bao family will hold over 31 of China Gas Company shares, making them the largest shareholder. On the contrary, even if the Li family joins forces with Li Zhaoji, they will only hold 20 of the shares. Bob, is this secure? As long as the Li family relinquishes the chairman position, once we take over China Gas, we will gradually dilute Li Mingze and Li Zhaoji's shares in China Gas, making it impossible for Li Zhaoji to covet it again. Near Causeway Bay, the Li family. The Li family also has several luxurious residences in Shanxi. Li Mingze and his brother Li Xiaohan do not live in the same mansion. Now Li Fushu and his son left Baoyes Villa and immediately drove here to meet Li Mingze. They were quite familiar with Li Mingze and knew both brothers had heart conditions. In this situation, informing Li Mingze about this matter might greatly stimulate him, possibly provoking a heart attack. Having decided to choose to cooperate with the Bao family, they also meant giving up continued cooperation with Li Mingze. Li Fushu and his son arrived in front of the gate in their Bentley. It was still morning. Li Mingze and his wife Huang Yaobi were resting at home. Although Li Mingze was also worried that the Bao family would launch an attack on China Gas next week, he had already tasked people with raising funds, but the amount raised was minimal. Especially if the Bao family were to buy China Gas at a high price, the funds they managed to gather would only be a drop in the bucket. Mr. Li, young Master Li, what brings you here? Li Mingze was somewhat surprised. Mr. Li, I have something very important to discuss with you. Li's grand mansion. Study. Li Mingze, Li Fushu, and Li Guobao had just entered the study when Li Mingze immediately said, Mr. Li, I have learned that the Bao family will definitely launch a fierce offensive next Monday, employing a significant amount of capital to swallow up China Gas. How much capital have you two gathered in the past few days, Mr. Li and young Master Li? Li Mingze had been gathering funds these days amounting to over 100 million Hong Kong dollars in total. According to his plan, if each of the three parties raised over 100 million Hong Kong dollars, they would collectively have nearly 400 million Hong Kong dollars. Based on the current stock price of China Gas, even if it surged to 200 Hong Kong dollars per share, this amount would allow them to purchase 2 million shares, which roughly equates to 25.3 of the shares. Additionally, with the 30 stake they currently hold jointly, it would total over 50 of the shares. Therefore, even if the Bao family attempted to swallow China Gas outright, it would be quite difficult. Previously, Li Mingze and Li Fushu had successfully defeated or repelled the acquisition of the Hong Kong Electric Group by introducing Li Zhaoji through a similar strategy. If the stock price is calculated at 300 Hong Kong dollars, they could purchase approximately 16.8 of the shares, and combined with the original 30 stake, it would amount to 46.8 of the shares. If the stock price is calculated at 400 Hong Kong dollars, they could purchase about 12.6, and when added to the original 30 stake, they would hold 42.6 of the shares. From Li Mingze's perspective, this advantage was significant. However, Li Fushu and his son knew they were up against Bao Yu. Moreover, they had already lost trust in Li Zhaoji. Mr. Li, we haven't raised much capital at all, Li Fushu stated directly. Haven't raised much capital? Mr. Li, haven't you two been gathering funds these past few days? Li Mingze asked incredulously. Initially we did, but later we gave up. At this moment, Li Mingze began to sense something was amiss. Could it be? He certainly couldn't believe it. Mr. Li, let me first tell you two things. You need to be mentally prepared. As Li Mingze was older and had a heart condition, Li Fushu genuinely feared the man might suffer a fatal heart attack. Mr. Li, what exactly is going on? First, before coming to see you, we actually met privately with the Bao family. What? Li Fushu and his son met privately with the Bao family. What does this imply? Li Mingze could. Yesterday afternoon, we met the Bao family at the Hong Kong Wenhua Hotel, where Bao Xiao asked me to sell all the shares of China Gas I held at a high price. At that time, I did not agree, but after considering various aspects, I realized that selling was indeed the only option. You. Li Mingze's expression changed immediately, and he pointed at Li Fushu, almost speechless. Mr. Li, please listen to me. There were several major reasons for my actions. First, the Bao family will stop at nothing to swallow up China Gas. Even if the three parties join forces to counterattack, our gathered funds are simply not a match for the Bao family. Second, I learned another piece of news. Li Zhaoji has long been planning to acquire China Gas, but he has hidden it very well, fearing that you and I would discover it. In this case, even if we manage to retain control of China Gas, it will ultimately fall into Li Zhaoji's hands. Since it would benefit him, it would be better to benefit the Bao family instead. After all, from the very beginning, Li Zhaoji had a plan and purpose in approaching us. How could this be? Li Mingze had never considered that the three shareholders alliance was actually part of Li Zhaoji's scheme to swallow up China Gas from the start. Initially, introducing a third-party shareholder was a joint decision made by Li Fushu and Li Mingze, leading them to find broker He Tingxi, who recommended Li Zhaoji, and subsequently, they helped him gradually acquire a significant amount of shares in China Gas. As it stands now, Li Mingze holds 11 of the shares, Li Fushu and his son hold 10, while Li Zhaoji holds only 9. They still hold significantly more than Li Zhaoji. Li Fushu, I don't know if Li Zhaoji is indeed as you say, but clearly you were the first to betray us. You actually betrayed our decades-long partnership and trust. The Li family and the Li family were both among the 4 major comprador families in Hong Kong's early days, and their relationship had always been good, holding shares in several listed companies together. Li Mingze did not expect that Li Fushu would be the first to betray them. Li Ming's face turned very pale as he realized that according to what Li Fushu was saying, if the other party sold all of their shares to the Bao family at a high price, then the Bao family's holdings would have already exceeded 30. In contrast, their original joint holdings of approximately 30 would have been reduced to just 20 after losing Li Fushu and his son's shares. In other words, it almost reversed the advantage of joint control between Bao Yu and their three parties. Li Mingze kept pointing at Li Fushu. Mr. Li, based solely on our shares, it is indeed impossible to maintain control of China Gas. Most importantly, we initially invited the wolf into the house, but we never expected Li Zhaoji had been lurking by our side for so many years. If it weren't for Li Zhaoji, but another shareholder instead, I might still insist on continuing this. However, I truly do not want to see the benefits end up being taken by Li Zhaoji. This is akin to being sold out by someone while aiding them in counting the money. Such a thing is absolutely something Li Fushu would never do. You get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Li Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. Li Fushu was also afraid that something might happen to him, and hurriedly left with Li Guobao. Mrs. Li, please go check on Mr. Li. I'm afraid he might be affected. Li Fushu looked at Huang Yaobi outside the study and said. Huang Yaobi rushed into the study, seeing her husband Li Mingze standing there already clutching his chest in pain. Sir, how are you? I feel a sharp pain in my heart. Quickly get my heart medication. Li Mingze uttered his last words, clutching his chest in agony. Huang Yaobi hurriedly found heart medication from the drawer and poured a glass of water for him to take it. Perhaps half an hour passed, or maybe an hour. Only then did Li Mingze finally start to recover. He had just felt that his heart was about to leap out of his body, and he thought he was on the brink of death. Sir, you scared me to death just now. I almost called the hospital to send an ambulance for you. Madam, I am fine now. Sir, what exactly happened just now? Huang Yaobi asked. The Li family betrayed me. They met privately with the Bao family and sold their shares of China Gas to them at a high price. Originally, I wanted to unite with them against the Bao family's acquisition of China Gas, but now they have conceded first and betrayed our decades of cooperation and friendship. Regarding whether Li Zhaoji truly is as Li Fushu described, from my years of business experience, there is a significant possibility that it is true. Li Mingze regretted having rejected the cooperation with the Bao family twice in a row. According to the Bao family, they could support him in continuing as the chairman of China Gas until his retirement, and even sell their shares in TVB to the Li family at a favorable price. Yet now he had refused. Sir, what should we do now? What to do? Without the shares in China Gas held by Li Fushu and his son, he only had an 11th stake. Even if he allied with Li Zhaoji, they would only have 20, which was already less than the over 30 held by the Bao family. Barring any surprises, the Bao family would initiate a second, more forceful takeover, compelling him to relinquish control and management of China Gas. Li Mingze had initially taken it lightly as the three parties held the most shares, but now it was different. The Bao family held the majority. According to the regulations of publicly listed companies, he could only relinquish the position of chairman. Without the chairman position at China Gas, he would lose management control, rendering his shares somewhat useless, tasteless to eat, regrettable to discard. Once the Bao family controlled China Gas and possibly took over management, there would be no speculative value left, leading to a drop in stock price. He knew there was another way to stop the Bao family from taking over China Gas. He could ally with Li Zhaoji and buy up shares at a high price to swallow China Gas. However, to buy up shares of China Gas to 49, that required a significant amount of money. Currently, he and Li Zhaoji only held 20 of the shares. To increase to 49, they would need to purchase at least 29, which meant acquiring 3 million shares costing 6 billion Hong Kong dollars at 200 Hong Kong dollars per share. The problem was that neither he nor Li Zhaoji could raise that much money. In this situation, they were bound to lose against the Bao family. Looking at his wife before him, Li Mingze indeed felt a headache. He did not want the Bao family to take over China Gas, yet he could not stop it. On the other hand, he wanted to retain control of China Gas with Li Zhaoji, but they lacked sufficient funds. Moreover, given Li Mingze's character, he would never actually buy shares at several times the market value, as he saw no necessity in it. First, I can only voluntarily step down from the chairman position while relinquishing the management rights of China Gas. Second, I can only sell those shares to Li Zhaoji or the Bao family, but I wonder what price they would offer. Third, I could continue to let the Li family hold those shares, merely serving as an ordinary director, as any future developments in China Gas would no longer concern the Li family. Global Investment Center Building, 21st floor, Bao's office. In the morning, after meeting with Li Fushu and his son Bao Yu arrived at the building. Upon entering the office, he saw Zhao Xiuzhen, Chao Jiming, Mai Lizi, and Lin Gaoyan waiting there. Boss, congratulations on swallowing China Gas. Seeing Bao Yu, Chao Jiming, and the others all spoke. To them, whether it was Li Fushu and his son or Li Mingze, as long as they were willing to cooperate with Bao Yu, he had essentially swallowed China Gas. We acquired 10 of China Gas from Li Fushu and his son, bringing our total to 31. We need to continue buying more. However, this time we can only force Li Mingze to step down voluntarily. Previously, Bao Yu and Global Investment had attempted to pressure Li Mingze, but were unsuccessful. This time was different. In terms of both shares and board seats, Bao Yu and Global Investment had the advantage. We need to discuss the new general manager of China Gas. Bao Yu would undoubtedly replace Li Mingze as the new chairman of China Gas, but the real management power still lay with the general manager. In other words, Bao Yu needed to confirm the new general manager of China Gas. Bao Yu looked at the three individuals. He knew that in his past life, although Li Xiaoji successfully swallowed China Gas, it was still Lin Gaoyan who managed it. This meant that Lin Gaoyan was quite capable. Bao Yu's original plan was to have him serve as the general manager of Global Gaming Company. Now that Bao Yu had swallowed Julong Warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa, there were many talented individuals under him, predominantly Westerners. Boss, how about we let Gaoyan serve as the general manager of China Gas? Recommending Lin Gaoyan to take the position. This was precisely what My Lizzie suggested. Through this period of understanding, he realized that Lin Gaoyan was indeed very capable, even surpassing Chao Jiming. Gaoyan, what do you think? Bao Yu asked him. Lin Gaoyan did not expect that just after joining Bao Yu's Global Investment from HSBC, he would be appointed general manager of China Gas, a role he thought he would take as a deputy beside Chao Jiming for a while. In reality, this was equivalent to being the new head of China Gas. This position was certainly not low. If the boss trusts me, I should be able to take on this position. Then let's appoint Gaoyan as the new general manager of China Gas, and also add him to the board as a new director. In addition, your main role at China Gas will be to ensure and strengthen our controlling stake, compelling Li Xiaoji to withdraw from China Gas, followed by significant reforms to increase the revenue and profits of China Gas. Bao Yu's decision to appoint Lin Gaoyan as the general manager of China Gas was also a deliberate way to annoy Li Xiaoji. Thank you, boss and Mr. My Lizzie, for your trust. I will definitely do as the boss says. North Point, Chaiwan Road. Headquarters of China Gas. Conference room. China Gas suddenly announced an emergency shareholders meeting. Among them, the chairman and director of China Gas Li Mingze was unable to attend due to health issues and sent a representative from the Li family. Additionally, there were directors Li Fushu, Li Xiaoji, as well as directors Bao Yu and My Lizzie. Bao Yu had not been present last time. Now Bao Yu personally came. Before the emergency shareholders meeting of China Gas began, he stood by the window looking into the distance. There were quite a few well-known companies in North Point, such as Chung Kong Industries Group Ming Pao headquarters and the headquarters of Hong Kong Economic Times, as well as the current headquarters of China Gas. As Bao Yu looked out from here, he realized that the development here could not be compared to the Central District of Hong Kong. At 2:30 p.m. in the conference room of China Gas headquarters, Bao Yu, My Lizzie, Lin Gaoyan, Nancy Zhao Xiuzhen, and others were all present at the meeting. Li Mingze did not come in person, but sent a representative from the Li family to attend this emergency shareholders meeting. Moreover, although Li Fushu had sold his shares to the Bao family, he still attended this emergency shareholders meeting. The same went for Li Xiaoji. Li Xiaoji, who had been resting at home, received a call from China Gas and guessed that something was amiss. Upon seeing Lin Gaoyan beside Bao Xiao, Li Xiaoji merely nodded and sat in his seat. Dear shareholders and board representatives, since the Bao family and Global Investment Company already hold over 21 of the shares in China Gas, and with Mr. Li Fushu and his son having sold all their shares to the Bao family, it means that the Bao family and Global Investment Company are now the largest shareholders of China Gas, holding over 31 of the shares. Among those present, apart from Li Xiaoji's shock, everyone else found it quite normal. Li Xiaoji looked at Li Fushu and his son in disbelief. In light of the significant change in the shareholding structure of China Gas, I as a director propose that aside from the addition of Mr. Lin Gaoyan as a new director, I request Mr. Li Mingze to step down as chairman. Bao Sir, the Li family has no objections. In other words, Bao Yu's request for Li Mingze to step down was met with no objections from the Li family, and even if there were objections, they would be futile. Since the Li family has agreed, I will take over as the new chairman of China Gas, and in addition, Mr. Lin Gaoyan will serve as the general manager of China Gas. The others present seemed to find it quite normal except for Li Xiaoji, who was surprised. He did not expect that Bao Yu would thus control China Gas. Although he had not completely swallowed it, he was merely holding only 9 of the shares. Li Xiaoji had no chance against the major shareholder, the Bao family. Now the Bao family had 3 board seats in China Gas, and with the Li family offering no objections, only his single board seat remained, rendering any opposition ineffective. May 14, 1978. Sunday, 9:30 a.m. Kowloon Station, Hong Kong. A train arriving from Guangdong Province's Yanqing has just stopped at Kowloon Station, with passengers disembarking, including Hong Kong citizens and tourists returning home. Among the crowd of passengers, a man in a hat dressed in a black suit and polished leather shoes, appears to be in his 60s, has just stepped off the train. His first sight was of the tall buildings of Kowloon near Hung Hom and the distant structures of Victoria Harbor. Hong Kong is bustling and vibrant. This was the man's first impression upon arriving in Hong Kong. As he stood there looking at his Shenzhen watch, a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up not far from him. A similarly dressed man, appearing to be of comparable age to the man who just disembarked from the train, got out of the car. Mr. Lu, thank you for your hard work. Seeing the man standing there, Zhang Guanglu and Zhang Zheng approached, warmly shaking hands with the gentleman referred to as Mr. Lu. Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. Mr. Liu also responded, warmly shaking hands with them in return. However, the bustling environment of Kowloon Station made it inconvenient to converse. As Zhang Guangli's dedicated driver opened the car door, Mr. Liu and the two men got into the luxurious black Mercedes-Benz. The door closed. Zhang Guanglu instructed the driver to leave the area. Mr. Liu, you must not have been to Hong Kong in a long time. It has indeed been a long time. I visited decades ago, but I didn't expect Hong Kong to be so prosperous now. Just from stepping off the train, he felt that the vibrancy and liveliness here were incomparable to Yinjing. The population of Yinjing might not be less than that of Hong Kong, but based on the skyline and traffic, he observed Yinjing truly could not compare to the current Hong Kong. In recent years, Hong Kong has changed significantly. Mr. Liu, since you haven't been here for decades, why not let the driver show you around Hong Kong? That sounds good. Under Zhang Guangli's gesture, the dedicated driver left the train station and first took Mr. Liu for a tour around the most prosperous areas of Kowloon Peninsula. Mr. Liu, over there is Harbor City, one of the most prosperous commercial districts in Hong Kong, previously owned by the Swire Group's Kowloon Warehouse. However, after the Pao family acquired Kowloon Warehouse, it is now also under their ownership. The dedicated driver did not stop, but as they passed through the Kowloon Province Road, Zhang Guanglu specifically introduced it. Upon hearing it belongs to the Pao family, Mr. Liu was both surprised and seemed to find it reasonable. Before this year's Spring Festival, the Pao family had already swallowed Kowloon Warehouse, a report that Mr. Liu and Yinjing naturally noticed. Zhang Guanglu and Zhang Zheng occasionally introduced Mr. Liu to the developments. These two had worked in Hong Kong for many years with far more knowledge about it than Mr. Liu, who had just arrived from Yinjing. After witnessing the prosperity of Kowloon Peninsula, they passed through the Hung Hom Tunnel. Starting from Causeway Bay, they followed Gloucester Road, introducing Mr. Liu to the current prosperity of Hong Kong's Central District. Along the way, they saw more high-rise buildings and more luxury cars. Currently, Hong Kong's Central District is the most prosperous. Many skyscrapers belong to Hong Kong land, but since Pao Xiao, the son of the shipping king, acquired Hutchison Whampoa, he has become the largest landlord in Hong Kong, owning vast lands in both Hong Kong Island and Kowloon. After the Spring Festival, the news of the Pao family swallowing Hutchison Whampoa created quite a stir in various sectors of Hong Kong, with many media reports covering it. What Zhang Guanglu and Zhang Zheng did not expect was that while they thought the shipping king was already quite powerful, his son Pao Xiao was even more formidable. Zhang Guanglu and Zhang Zheng continued their introduction. Mr. Liu listened attentively, gaining a clearer impression of the wealth now held by the Pao family. Hong Kong Baohua Building, located in Shao K1, Hong Kong. Mr. Liu, accompanied by Zhang Guanglu and Zhang Zheng, specifically took a tour around the most prosperous Central District of Hong Kong and arrived at the entrance of this building. The car door opened. Zhang Guanglu, Zhang Zheng, and Mr. Liu stepped out of the car. The building in front of them was not tall, but it was the headquarters of China Resources and Woofing Company in Hong Kong. Among them, Zhang Guanglu is the general manager of China Resources and Zhang Zheng is the deputy general manager. In recent years, various items, including white sugar, cotton, gold, and more, have been repurchased through China Resources and Woofing Company from overseas and eventually sent back through places like Hong Kong. Mr. Liu, let's go up first. Mr. Liu removed his hat and entered with Zhang Guanglu and Zhang Zheng. They entered the first floor of the building and took the elevator to the 9th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, two other men of similar age came out to greet them. One was Chiao Winley, the general manager of Dashin Company in Hong Kong, and the other was Chao Wantong, the general manager of Woofing Company. They had suddenly learned of the news from Yinjing that Mr. Liu was secretly heading to Hong Kong for an important matter and needed their cooperation. Now Mr. Liu's identity is not simple, and this time he came down with a mission. However, these few believed that it was likely that Yinjing needed Mr. Liu to personally arrange the purchase of some special items from overseas. They felt that was unlikely. When Mr. Liu followed them into the office of the general manager of China Resources, Zhang Guanglu opened the door and entered. He closed the door. Mr. Liu, the higher-ups have instructed us to fully cooperate with you. I wonder what important items you need to purchase from overseas during this trip to Hong Kong. If you mean special items, in recent years, both China Resources and Woofing Company have been collaborating with overseas wealthy Chinese merchants. For example, in 1973, during the white sugar crisis, they alleviated the situation by having Malaysian tycoon Guo Henyang purchase a large amount of international white sugar. Subsequently, items such as grain, cotton, rubber, and fertilizers were either purchased directly by China Resources or via other third-party agents when they were inconvenient to acquire. Certain special military weapons were actually purchased through Mr. Guo from Hong Kong. It's not about buying things, though I am specifically here to meet someone in Hong Kong. Meet someone? Zhang Guanglu naturally did not know whom Mr. Liu wanted to meet. The higher-ups had not mentioned it, meaning only Mr. Liu himself knew who he intended to meet. Now Mr. Liu looked out the window. Shao K1 here was not as prosperous as Central District of Hong Kong. I wonder who Mr. Liu is going to meet. Zhang Guanglu asked. Mr. Zhang, who do you think is the wealthiest Chinese tycoon in Hong Kong right now? Mr. Lu that would certainly be the POW shipping king and his son. By the early 1970s, the shipping king was already the third richest Chinese in Hong Kong since its opening. Furthermore, since last year, the shipping king's son Pao Yu has successively acquired Qingzhou Ingni Kowloon warehouse, Hutchison Whampoa, and leased television station, culminating in the recent acquisition of Hong Kong Electric Company. In the eyes of Zhang Guanglu and others, Pao Yu is now the richest Chinese in Hong Kong. It is unclear whether the funds for Pao Yu's acquisitions came from his father Pao Yu just or through other channels. In Hong Kong, the Pao family indeed stands as the wealthiest Chinese. Now, with the carrying capacity of 18 million tons from the global shipping group and the Asian shipping group, the shipping magnate has undoubtedly become the world's leading ship king. Even though the Bao family has been selling those super tankers, no matter how many they sell, the shipping group under the Bao Ship King maintains the highest carrying capacity in the world. As for the global shipping group, which involves nearly 200 subsidiaries, it can be said that Bao Yugong is truly the undisputed king of ships in the world. As for the Bao Ship King's son Bao Yu, in the eyes of Zhang Guangli and the others, this young master Bao seems to have suddenly risen, becoming the most dazzling Chinese tycoon in Hong Kong. First, he and his father, the Bao Ship King, acquired the Kowloon warehouse, and then the global investment company he established went on to acquire companies like Chung Kong Lease Television and the Hong Kong Electric Group. Even without counting the Kowloon warehouse, Bao Yu, with nearly 10 listed companies under Chung Kong, is not only the largest landlord in Hong Kong, but also holds the highest value and number of companies in the city. As for the Hong Kong Electric Group that he recently swallowed, it monopolizes the power company on Hong Kong Island. In Zhang Guangli's view, whether it is the Kowloon warehouse Chung Kong or the Hong Kong Electric Group, any listed company is quite formidable. The Bao Ship King's legitimate son Bao Xiao is indeed more impressive than his father, said Zhang Jing beside him. Although Mr. Lu had already learned quite a bit about the situation in Hong Kong before coming, he was even more astonished to hear about the Bao family's father and son. I am indeed here to meet the Bao father and son, not only because they are the wealthiest Chinese in Hong Kong, but also because in fact I have a familial relationship with them. A familial relationship. The four of them appeared somewhat shocked. Actually, I am the cousin of the Bao Ship King, and my wife and the Bao Ship King's wife are cousins. I have been up there, and after the Bao Ship King immigrated to Hong Kong, I have not seen him since. Mr. Lu is the cousin of the Bao Ship King, which naturally makes him Bao Ye's cousin as well. One generation of relatives, two generations of kin. This indicates that Mr. Lu has a very close relationship with the Bao family. It's just that one has been up there while the other immigrated to Hong Kong. It is precisely because of the relationship between these two families that this time the higher-ups sent Mr. Lu south to Hong Kong to meet the Bao Ship King and his son. After Zhang Guangli and the others learned about Mr. Lu's familial relationship with the Bao father and son, they were somewhat envious, feeling that the Bao family is indeed not simple. Both in politics and business, they are doing exceptionally well. Mr. Lu, when will you meet the Bao father and son? Zhang Guangli asked. Let's see, I am going to meet my cousin and that cousin of mine, this time as a relative. Mr. Lu smiled. Zhang Guangli knew this was not as simple as a family visit. Do you need any arrangements? Zhang Guangli asked again. I will think it over first and then go over in the afternoon. However, I can write a letter to Mr. Bao first. Mr. Lu had not contacted the Bao Ship King's family for some time, even though they still had a close relationship. Going there abruptly now, of course, would not be appropriate. Zhang Guangli prepared paper for Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu took out the steel pen he carried with him, wrote several lines on the paper, folded it, placed it in an envelope, and then had Zhang Guangli send it to the Bao family at Deepwater Bay Villa. Deepwater Bay Villa. The Bao family. Bao Yugong had just finished meeting with Li Fushu and his son when Bao Yu returned to the Global Investment Building. Bao Yugong knew that the Bao family had just taken over the Hong Kong Electric Group a few days ago, and next Bao Yu would soon acquire the China Gas Company. He knew Bao Yu was going back to the company to handle this matter, but he and his wife Huang Xiuying and father Bao Xiaolong were resting at home. It was almost lunchtime. Outside the gate of the villa, the doorbell rang, and Daisy went over to see a stranger outside. Hello, may I ask what brings you here? Hello, I am here to deliver a visit card to Mr. Bao. A visit card? Daisy took it and didn't ask much. She took it back and handed it directly to Bao Yugong. Mr. Bao, this is the visit card that was just delivered to you. A visit card? Bao Yugong took it, opened it, and saw the familiar words and titles on it. He was truly astonished. Xiuying, come here quickly. Huang Xiuying was waiting for him and Bao Xiaolong to go have lunch. When Huang Xiuying saw the letter, she appeared very surprised. Because this Mr. Lu is none other than a relative who is connected by cousinship with her and Mr. Lu. Huang Xiuying and Mr. Lu's wife are cousins, and Bao Yugong has an aunt-cousin relationship with Lu Shizhong. Bao Yugong once worked as a clerk at the foreign trade company established by Mr. Lu. What Bao Yugong and his wife did not expect is that Mr. Lu has already arrived in Hong Kong and said he would come to visit them in the afternoon. Naturally, Bao Yugong and his wife were very surprised, as it had been a long time since they had seen Mr. Lu. They only knew that the other was becoming more and more prominent up there. They never expected that the other would quietly come to Hong Kong to visit them. How could they not be surprised? "Sir, why do you think he suddenly came to Hong Kong?" Huang Xiaoying asked. "Why did Lu Shizhong suddenly come to Hong Kong?" Bao Yugong guessed that this matter might not be that simple. "Xiaoying, we will know when we meet him." During lunch, Bao Xiaolong also learned that this relative was coming to visit them. Still at Baohua Building, Mr. Lu learned more and more about the Bao father and son through Zhang Guangli and others. Especially recently, Bao Yu had just taken over the Hong Kong Electric Group, and now he was going to acquire the China Gas Company. This means that the Bao father and son are indeed very wealthy in Hong Kong. Back in the day before Bao Yugong left Shenzhen to develop in Hong Kong, he was just an ordinary employee in that foreign trade company, and now the Bao father and son are indeed formidable, one more impressive than the other. Mr. Lu and Zhang Guangli and the others had a simple lunch. In the afternoon, Mr. Lu learned from Zhang Guangli that Bao Yu has officially announced his appointment as the chairman of the China Gas Company, which means the Bao family has taken control of China Gas and has taken over its management from the Li family. Although they have not completely swallowed the company, yet they are only one step away from doing so. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Deepwater Bay Villa. The Bao family. A black Mercedes-Benz car stopped at the villa's entrance. The door opened. The person getting out of the car was indeed Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu stood there surveying the surrounding environment and found that the villa located on the hillside was indeed quite nice. At this moment, the large iron gate at the entrance slowly opened. Coming out of the villa were Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and Huang Xiaoying. "You, is that really Shizhong?" "I almost didn't." Huang Xiaoying was genuinely surprised. "Xiaoying, it is indeed me, Mr. Lu smiled. "Yugong, long time no see." "Shizhong, it has indeed been a long time." Bao Yugong and Mr. Lu embraced each other and greeted one another. After Mr. Lu respectfully greeted the elder Bao Xiaolong, he entered the villa. However, as Lu Shizhong entered, his gaze turned to the surroundings. "Yugong, Xiaoying, where is your son?" "You mean Bob? He hasn't returned yet because of the acquisition of the China Gas Company." On Taiping Mountain at the home of Nan Shi, Bao Yu had just attended the temporary shareholders meeting of China Gas, where it was announced that he would serve as the chairman of the company with Lin Gao Yin appointed as the new general manager. Bao Yu handed over the responsibility of China Gas to Lin Gao Yin and left the headquarters with Li Si, Chao Zhiming, Nan Shi, and Zhao Xiuzhan. Arriving at Nanzai's villa by car, it was still not dinner time. Bao Yu had not visited her villa for a long time, and today, he made a special trip to keep her company. Nancy returned to her dressing room and changed into a loose summer dress. "Sir, cheers," she said, bringing over a bottle of red wine, pouring half a glass for herself and Bao Yu. It was glaringly obvious that compared with the joint bid in 1975 by Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and Jardine Matheson to acquire Zhonghua Gas this time, "Sir, congratulations on acquiring China Gas," then she said, looking at Bao Yu with admiration. Bao Yu first acquired the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and then took over China Gas, which meant that among the three major public utility companies in Xiangjiang apart from China Power owned by the Jia Daoli family, both the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and China Gas were now in Bao Yu's hands. What pleased Bao Yu the most was recalling the look on the face of his fourth uncle Li Zhaoji after the temporary board meeting. It was as if he had just swallowed a fly. One of Li Zhaoji's most valued talents, Lin Gao Yin, who was also a relative, had joined Bao Yu's global investment company. The China Gas that Li Zhaoji had schemed for years to acquire ultimately fell into Bao Yu's pocket. For Li Zhaoji, he not only lost a rare talent like Lin Gao Yin, but also the company he valued most. Bao Yu knew that without Lin Gao Yin and China Gas, Li Zhaoji was like Li Jiacheng without Li Si and the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group. Acquiring China Gas for Bao Yu was akin to severing the roots of Li Zhaoji's family's rise. Without the steady flow of funds from China Gas as he had in his past life, and without finding a talent like Lin Gao Yin to help him secure loans from other banks, Li Zhaoji and Hengji Zhao, he would truly face significant challenges in their future development. Now as Bao Yu looked at Nan Shi and then at the distant scenery, he felt quite pleased. Now both Li Jiacheng and Li Zhaoji, the top two families among the four prominent families of Xiangjiang in Bao Yu's past life, were firmly beneath his feet. "Sir, we haven't seen each other for a long time," Nan Shi said, looking over with anticipation. During this time, Bao Yu had either been meeting Zhong Chuhong or Guanjia Hui, leaving him with less time to visit Nan Shi. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a knock sounded at the door of the master bedroom. Bao Yu and Nan Shi opened their eyes and saw that it was already dark outside. Nan Shi went to open the door and saw it was the maid Fan and I. "Miss Nan Shi, dinner is ready. You and young Master Bao can come down to eat now." "Okay, we'll be down shortly," Nan Shi replied as she returned to the master bedroom. "Sir, Fan and I says dinner is ready." Under Nanzai's service, Bao Yu got up, dressed, and came downstairs. The maid Fan and I had prepared a Western-style dinner including steak. Having indulged in lavish delicacies, Bao Yu no longer placed much importance on food as he sat there with Nan Shi. As the time reached past 8 o'clock in the evening, it would take over an hour to return to the mid-levels villa in Deepwater Bay. "Nan Shi, I should head back now." Bao Yu adjusted his clothes under Nanzai's care, and at that moment the door to the luxurious Benz car outside. Bao Yu got into the car, where Chen Jihao was driving alongside other bodyguards and luxury cars leaving for the Deepwater Bay villa. On the way, Bao Yu asked, "Jihao, are you guys hungry?" Young Master Baofan and I just prepared some food for us, came the reply. Being a bodyguard means following the employer wherever they go, and whether they eat depends on the situation. After more than an hour, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening at the Deepwater Bay Villa the Bao family. Hearing the familiar honking, Daisy knew the young master had returned. She went to the door and saw it was indeed the car driven by Chun Jihao and his bodyguards. The large iron gate of the villa slowly opened as Chun Jihao drove in. When the car door opened, Bao Yu stepped in. Bao Yu saw his father Bao Yugang, his mother Huang Xiaoying, and his grandfather Bao Zhaolong, along with a man in a suit who appeared to be around the same age as his father. At first glance, Bao Yu noticed that the man's gaze was somewhat sharp, exuding an aura characteristic of someone who has long held a high position. However, the other party was very well concealed. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, and back, Bao Yu said. Bob, have you eaten? Mom, I had dinner with friends, Bao Yu replied. Yugang, showing this is Bao Yu, he truly is a chip off the old block, the man said as he stood up and looked at Bao Yu. Bao Yu did not know who this man was, but hearing him directly call his parents by name made him guess they must be. Bob, this is your cousin, Bao Yugang said. In the afternoon, Lu Suzhong had come over to catch up with Bao Yugang and his wife for an entire afternoon, expecting that Bao Yu would return for dinner. Unexpectedly, he only returned now. Cousin. Bao Yu was somewhat surprised. Bob, you were born and raised in Xianjiang, so you might not have met your cousin before. However, your cousin has been developing in Yanjing, and we haven't seen him for a long time either, Huang Xiaoying added. At that time, Bao Yugang and his wife were both over 40 when they had Bao Yu, making him very important for the large Bao family. However, the circumstances at that time were already somewhat complex, and Bao Yugang and his wife had informed their relatives above that they had a son. But that was about it. Bao Yu still found it unclear what their family relationship was. Lu Suzhong said, Bao Yu, actually my wife is your mother's cousin. My name is Lu Suzhong, and I currently work in Yanjing. The man in front of him was his mother's cousin. His name was Lu Suzhong. Bao Yu was suddenly a bit surprised, because he quickly recalled from his mental database that this man was indeed the one who in November 1978, under the arrangement of his cousin Lu Suzhong, Bao Yugang first secretly arrived in Yanjing to meet the old master at that time. When Bao Yu realized the identity of this cousin, or rather this cousin-in-law, he was surprised that he had come down to meet them so modestly this time. It must be said that Bao Yu understood that families like the Bao family, in addition to being quite good themselves, actually had such a web of relationships above. So how should I address you? Bao Yu asked. He always felt that family relationships among Chinese people were quite complex, leaving him unsure of how to address him. Especially since the other party had been an orphan in his previous life and had little knowledge of those complicated family ties. Bao Yu, you can call me cousin or cousin-in-law, whichever you prefer. Lu Suzhong smiled. For Bao Yugang, Lu Suzhong was his cousin. Huang Xiaoying and Lu Suzhong's wife were also cousins, so they shared a relatively close familial relationship. Cousin, hello, Bao Yu greeted. Bao Yu, hello, Lu Suzhong replied. After reintroducing themselves, they both sat down on the sofa. Regarding the afternoon's events where Li Mingzhe was forced to relinquish his position as chairman of China Gas, with Bao Yu stepping in as the new chairman, as well as Bao Yu and Global Investment Company gaining controlling and management rights over China Gas, this news had already made headlines in major evening newspapers. Lu Suzhong learned from Bao Yugang that the acquisition of Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and China Gas was orchestrated solely by Bao Yu and his executives, which made Lu Suzhong even more impressed with this heir of the Bao family. Bao Yu, Bao Zhaolong, Bao Yugang, Huang Xiaoying, and Lu Shizhong sat there chatting. Looking at Bao Yu, who resembled a younger Bao Yugang, Lu Shizhong said, back in the day, I started a company with a few friends, and your father Yugang was once an ordinary employee there. I never expected that I would take a different path while your father became the king of ships, and you became a young tycoon in Xianjiang. Of course, Lu Shizhong was referring to the young Bao Yugang. In fact, from the very beginning, Lu Shizhong had embarked on a political career, while Bao Yugang, interested in business, took a different route. Shizhong, you are doing well now too. In truth, at Lu Shizhong's current position, wealth was not of great significance. Yugang, my rapid promotion this time is truly thanks to the blessings of you and your father. Blessings from them. Bao Yugang was puzzled, but Bao Yu understood as soon as he heard it. Lu Shizhong was indeed very capable and had achieved his success through his own efforts. His current promotion was indeed somewhat related to the Bao family. Bao Yugang was confused, and Lu Shizhong smiled, not explaining further, only asking, Uncle Zhaolong, Yugang, how long has it been since you returned to your hometown? How long had it been since they returned? Bao Zhaolong immigrated to Xianjiang in 1948, and then in early 1949, Bao Yugang and his wife followed him to Xianjiang. Calculating, it had been 30 years since they left, meaning they hadn't returned home for nearly 30 years. About 30 years was certainly a long time. Especially at Bao Zhaolong's age, he indeed felt the urge to return home and take a look. However, the situation back then had always been different. Given their status, Bao Zhaolong and Bao Yugang would not dare to return easily. Even if they wanted to go back, it wouldn't be that simple. 30 years is a long time. Do you want to go back and take a look? Lu Shizhong asked. Did they want to go back? Bao Zhaolong certainly did. After all, as one ages, who wouldn't want to revisit their hometown? Especially at Bao Zhaolong's age. Bao Yu Gang and Bao Yu exchanged glances. Xizhang, it's not true that I don't want to go back. Bob was born and raised in Xianjiang. His hometown has always been in Yongqing, Zhenhai, so of course he wants to go back and take a look. Bao Yu remained silent because he truly had no idea about the situation of the Bao family's hometown. He had grown up in an orphanage in his past life and had no concept of a hometown. After leaving the orphanage to work, he spent the entire year either delivering food or living in a rented room. Bao Yu understood that normal people would have their own hometown or ancestral place. Bao Yu, what about you? Cousin, I don't know. I've never been back to my hometown, so I might not have any concept of it. That's right, the more you feel that way, the more you should go back and take a look. Uncle Zhao Long Yu Gang, this child Bao Yu was born and raised in Xianjiang. Given his current situation, he must go back to acknowledge his roots. Lu Shizhang said this. Clearly the Chinese people still place great importance on acknowledging their ancestry. The Bao family's ancestral home and ancestral tomb are in Yongqing, Zhenhai. Bao Yu has never been back since his birth, and the people back home don't recognize him. It was evident that Bao Zhao Long and Bao Yu Gang were both very excited. On one hand, Bao Zhao Long, being older, truly wanted to return home to take a look. Who knows, he might not be able to see it one day, and then he wouldn't have the chance to return. On the other hand, Bao Yu, having been born and raised in Xianjiang and achieving such success, should return to inform the ancestors of the Bao family, and even go back to acknowledge his roots, personally offering incense to his ancestors. However, Bao Yu Gang asked, Xizhang, given the current situation, is it suitable for us to go back? Of course I came down south this time to see you. One reason is that I truly came to see you as a private relative. It's been a long time since I saw you. Now seeing you both achieve such success in Xianjiang, I am very pleased. Another reason is that this is a task assigned from above. I need to meet you in person. Bao Yu guessed it was like that. Xizhang then. Lu Xizhang took out 3 invitation letters from the inner pocket of his suit. The first one was for Bao Zhao Long, inviting him and his other sons like Bao Yes Uncle Bao Yu Shu, third Uncle Bao Yu Xing, along with their wives and children to return home for a visit. The second one was specifically for Bao Yu Gang and his wife, inviting them to return home with their daughter. The third one was solely for Bao Yu, also inviting him to return to his hometown. 3 invitation letters. When Bao Yu and Bao Yu Gang saw the signatures on them, both were very surprised, because this was an invitation from the old gentleman in his name for them to return home. The identity of that old gentleman was certainly not simple. Upon receiving that invitation letter, Bao Yu might not have felt much, but Bao Zhao Long and Bao Yu Gang were both very excited. In fact, in his past life, after Bao Yu Gang moved from Shun City to Xianjiang, he returned to Shun City several times, with the first official contact with the authorities being in 1978. During that time, Bao Yu Gang met several prominent figures, and this cousin was one of them. It was through this person's introduction that he met the old gentleman. Now it was different. Bao Yu Gang and Bao Zhao Long truly hadn't returned for a long time, and it had been 30 years since they last visited their hometown in Zhenhai. From Bao Yu Gang's perspective, it was impossible for the upper authorities to remain closed for a long time. They would certainly reopen their doors to the outside world. Thus, for Bao Yu Gang and the global shipping group, this was clearly such an opportunity. Now that the old gentleman had noticed the situation in Xianjiang, it was beyond doubt that Bao Yu Gang had already become the king of ships, holding substantial influence in Xianjiang, Asia, the world, and even within the Chinese community. As for Bao Yu, the son of the king of ships, in the eyes of the old gentleman, aside from being the legitimate heir of Bao Yu Gang, he had also achieved significant influence in Xianjiang, having successively acquired Kowloon Warehouse, Hutchison Whampoa, and Hong Kong Electric Group, becoming a major tycoon. Such a young Chinese tycoon wielded influence that rivaled that of his father Bao Yu Gang. Uncle Zhao Long Yu Gang Bao Yu, this matter stands thus. I will be in Xianjiang for the next few days, waiting for you to consider whether you want to go back home to take a look, and then give me your response. Lu Shizhang picked up his hat beside him, preparing to leave. Shizhang, aren't you staying here tonight? I would like to stay here, but my identity makes it inconvenient. I will head to the hotel instead. Lu Shizhang was a relative of the Bao family, and he wanted to stay here. Given his current identity, staying here was indeed inconvenient, as it would avoid any unnecessary troubles. That's fine, then we will see you off. Bao Zhao Long Bao Yu Gang and Bao Yu personally escorted him to the door. The luxurious black Mercedes-Benz at the door opened its door. Bao Yu went upstairs first, asking Daisy to prepare hot water for his bath. He stood by the window gazing outside. Under Daisy's service, Bao Yu comfortably lay in the bathtub. With his eyes closed, he pondered about his cousin Lu Shizhang, who was his father Bao Yu Gang's maternal cousin. This time Lu Shizhang had come south to meet the Bao family, and Bao Yu speculated that the long-closed international doors were finally beginning to open. Although the doors were not fully opened yet, a crack had indeed appeared. Bao Yu suddenly recalled that in his previous life in 1978, he was among the first to return, invited to attend the National Day ceremony alongside the Hong Kong Chinese tycoon Li Jiaqing. Besides Li Jiaqing, there were also Hu Yingxiang, Feng Jingxi, and Mr. Hu, among others. Especially considering Mr. Hu's connections, Bao Yu speculated that it was Mr. Hu who personally led other Hong Kong Chinese tycoons back to attend the National Day ceremony, allowing them to visit their hometown. Given the circumstances at that time with poverty and weakness, development needed to rely on foreign investment, and the best choices were the numerous Chinese merchants from Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. However, many Chinese merchants were in a wait-and-see state. Even though they were invited by Yinjing, none dared to take the first step. At that time, Li Jiaqing was already quite well known among Hong Kong's Chinese tycoons, but before swallowing Hutchison Whampoa, his fame and financial power were far inferior to those British firms in Hong Kong, let alone the shipping king of the global shipping group. What puzzled Bao Yu was why Bao Yugong was not the first to be invited. It was only after seeing other Chinese merchants visiting that Bao Yugong had repeatedly applied to return, eventually sneaking back to Yinjing in November 1978, where he met the old gentleman with the recommendation of his cousin Lu Shizhong. Now things were different. Bao Yugong was already the world's #1 shipping king, wielding immense influence. Bao Yu's influence, if solely based on being the direct descendant of the shipping king, was still not significant. However, starting from the end of last year with a series of acquisitions, including Kowloon Warehouse, Qingzhou Ingni Hutchison Whampoa, and Hong Kong Electric Group, it represented not only Bao Yu and global investment companies' financial strength, but also his current status and influence in Hong Kong and the Chinese community. Bao Yu guessed that perhaps it was precisely because of this that the old gentleman, through Lu Zizhang's family ties, made a special request for the Bao family to return to their hometown of Yongqing Townhai, which they had not visited for 30 years. Should he, his grandfather, father, and even other members of the Bao family return to take a look? Bao Yu knew it was indeed. He realized that returning to his hometown was important, especially since his grandfather was quite old. Based on Bao Yu's previous life, his grandfather had only about 4 years left, and he might soon leave this world. To avoid regrets, he should indeed take his grandfather back to see his old home. Moreover, the area above was a very large market. Bao Yu was well aware that the sooner they made contact, the higher the investment returns would be. In Bao Yu's previous life, Hu Yingxiang and even the Kawa family had engaged with Yinjing early on, gaining mutual trust and investing in Yinjing, reaping considerable returns. As for Li Jiaqing, although he was invited back to Yinjing in 1978 for investment inspection, he had not invested much even into the 1980s. Li Jiaqing truly began to invest aggressively only in the 1990s, and not just investing heavily in ports, but also hoarding large amounts of land. As Bao Yu contemplated these matters, he also reviewed the information in his mind. Daisy was giving him a head massage. Once Bao Yu finished his bath and put on his pajamas, his father Bao Yugong was already waiting in his study. "Dad, Bob, what are your thoughts on your cousin's visit to represent the higher-ups and invite us to return to our hometown?" Bao Yugong understood that his son was now very different from before. Bao Yu's opinions held particular importance for him and the Bao family. "Dad, I think that not only are we being invited as the Bao family, but also the wealthy Chinese merchants from Hong Kong, and even those from Southeast Asia, have received invitations to return to take a look. Everyone is essentially in a wait-and-see position, afraid to take the first step. This is also an important step for our Bao family." "Are you saying we should go back?" "Dad, what cousin said is indeed accurate. First, I grew up in Hong Kong and have no idea what our hometown is like. As your son, I should indeed go back to take a look. Second, my grandfather is aging and has always wanted to return, yet has never had the opportunity. Now is the best chance to visit our hometown. Third, considering the influence and status of your global shipping group and my global investment company in Hong Kong and the Chinese community, I believe Yinjing hopes we can take the lead in returning to take a look. If we can seize this opportunity and gain mutual trust with Yinjing, the support we will receive for our future investments above, whether in terms of policy or other aspects, will be unimaginable." Why was there such emphasis on Li Jiaqing by the higher-ups in my previous life? Ultimately, it was because during that time Li Jiaqing leveraged Shun Bai and Hui Feng Bank to swallow Hutchison Whampoa and Hong Kong Electric Group, gaining immense influence in Hong Kong and even among the global Chinese community. Clearly, the old gentleman and the Yinjing authorities hoped that Li Jiaqing could take the lead in investing. However, in reality, Li Jiaqing was quite cautious. He did not invest lightly and kept an eye on how other wealthy businessmen from Hong Kong and Southeast Asia were profiting from their investments until the early 1990s, when he saw that the situation above had stabilized before he began investing massively and hoarding land. This indicates that Li Jiaqing was different from other wealthy Chinese. In Bao Yu's view, not only was Li Jiaqing cautious in his investments, but every step he took was likely calculated very clearly. However, Bao Yu knew that he did not need to be as cautious as Li Jiaqing, as he was well aware of the future investment trends and directions. He believed that with the current situation of the Bao family in Hong Kong and the connections through his cousin Lu Shizhong, he could achieve even more above. "Bob, are you saying we should go back and take a look?" Indeed, those who dare to take the first step are not simple people. In my previous life, it was actually Mr. Hua who took the first step. But Mr. Hua had already started collaborating with the higher-ups. To the wealthy Chinese merchants in Hong Kong, if Mr. Hua himself did not dare to return to take a look, they naturally would not. It was precisely because of this that during the National Day in 1978, Mr. Hua brought Li Jiaqing, Hu Yingxiang, and other wealthy Hong Kong Chinese merchants back to attend the National Day ceremony. Now, due to the relationship between Liu Shizhong and the Bao family coupled with the current influence of the Bao father and son in Hong Kong, they directly approached the Bao family. If Bao Yugong and Bao Yu were unwilling or afraid to take the lead, it was likely that the higher-ups would arrange for Mr. Hua to lead the wealthy Chinese merchants of Hong Kong to take that step. Dad, I think the higher-ups only hope for our Bao family to return to our hometown this time. Then, as a second step during this year's National Day, they will formally invite us to return to Yanjing to attend the National Day ceremony, at which point they may allow us to inspect the market situation above. Bao Yu speculated that the initial invitation for the Bao family to return to their hometown would evoke their nostalgic feelings for their origins, and it could also serve as the first step for overseas Chinese businessmen from Xinjiang to break the ice. Subsequently, based on this emotional connection to their hometown, they would invite them to participate in the National Day ceremony in October 1978. Igniting their feelings of patriotism and fostering further trust between both parties. Thirdly, on the basis of trust, they would extend an invitation for an inspection of the aforementioned city followed by discussions on investment. Bao Yugan was naturally unaware of these plans, but in Bao Ye's eyes this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. After all, the first person to take the lead and step forward would bring about a different outcome. Bob, why don't you stay in Xinjiang for now? I, along with your grandfather, uncle, and third uncle, will go back to take a look first. If everything checks out, you can come back later, Bao Yugan said cautiously. As the world-renowned ship king, he was naturally... However, he only had Bao Yu as a son. Dad, I'm not afraid. Why are you worried? If our Bao family really returns to take a look, the authorities will likely enhance security measures. If you all go back, and I stay in Xinjiang, it would imply that our Bao family doesn't trust what is happening up there. Bob, do you really think so? Bao Yugan asked in surprise. Of course. This was the inevitable trend of history. Then I'll think about it again tonight. Bao Yu concluded the conversation with his father. Leaving his study, he returned to his room. Bao Yu stood by the window of his study, gazing into the distance. Although Li Jiaqing, still regarded as a wealthy businessman in Xinjiang, he had already begun to seem unimportant. Under such circumstances, if he chose to evade, he would miss out on numerous investment opportunities. After resting for a night, the next morning arrived. It was May 15, 1978, a Monday. Clearly last night Bao Yugan had a long discussion with Bao Xiaolong and Huang Xiuying. At Bao Xiaolong's age, he indeed wished to return to his hometown. However, he understood that Bao Yugan was the head of the family. If his sons said they could return, then they would, but if he said they couldn't, they wouldn't. Bob, I talked with your grandfather for a long time last night. Since you have agreed to visit our hometown, we also discussed and agreed to wait for your second uncle Shizhong to come over. At that point, we will tell him that our Bao family unanimously agrees to visit our hometown. Grandpa, Dad, if that's the case, I believe the authorities will make the arrangements properly. Given this situation, the earliest should be by the end of May or early June, when Yanjing will have everything set for us to return home. Bob, your eldest sister Pei Qing and your second sister Pei Rong are both due in early June. If I return home with you, they will be giving birth in Xinjiang without me by their side. According to the due dates provided by the obstetrician, both Bao Pei Qing and Bao Pei Rong were expected to give birth around late May or early June. If they all had to return home at that time, there might be a scheduling conflict. Su-Hyphen and Bao Pei Qing married in 1969, and now in 1978, they were about to have their first child, which Huang Xiuying regarded with great importance as the child's grandmother. As for Wu Guangjing and Bao Pei Rong, they married in 1973, and now in 1978, they were also expecting their first child, which was particularly significant. Xiuying, the childbirth matters can be handled by their own families. How can it be more important than Bao Yu returning home now? Bao Yugan stated directly. Given the current situation of the Bao family, both daughters would be arranged to give birth at the best private hospitals in Xinjiang, where the best private doctors and medical environment could be found. Bao Yugan was not at all worried about his daughters giving birth. Huang Xiuying chose not to say anything further. Bao Yu also understood that due to his presence, the Bao family's regard for those four daughters was indeed not as it had been in his previous life. There was no way around it. Now that there was Bao Yu, the legitimate son, the sons born to the daughters of the Bao family would be regarded as outsiders. In other words, this matter was indeed secondary compared to the Bao family's return home. At 7:30 in the morning, Bao Yu finished breakfast with his father, mother, and grandfather. He got into the car and left for the Global Investment Center building. Global Investment Center building, 21st floor. As soon as Bao Yu arrived at the elevator, he saw Zhao Xiuzhen with, "Boss, good morning." "Good morning. In a moment, have you notify Mike Jiming and Nancy to wait for me in the small conference." Bao Yu stood by the office window looking outside, then sat down and drank the cup of coffee that Zhao Xiuzhen had just brewed. After finishing the cup of coffee, Bao Yu went to the small conference room. Mike, Chao Jiming, and Nancy were already waiting. The door to the small conference room. Chao Jiming spoke first. "Boss, Mr. Mike, I just received some very reliable news related to Li Jiaqing yesterday." "News related to Li Jiaqing?" "Jiming, what news?" "As I learned, Li Jiaqing no longer wishes to stay in the North Point area. He wants to relocate the headquarters of the Chongfang Industrial Group from North Point to the central district of Xinjiang." I heard that Li Jiaqing had Zhou Qinhe consult several feng shui masters about the properties they held in the central district of Xiangjiang, preparing to demolish the Hilton Hotel and rebuild the new Changfang Center, which would become the new headquarters for Li Jiaqing's company. In other words, after losing the newly built Huarixing building, Li Jiaqing decided to avoid being marginalized by moving the headquarters from North Point to the central district of Xiangjiang. In previous years, Li Jiaqing raised funds through the Changfang Industrial Group in the stock market to acquire some. Among them, for Li Jiaqing, the most successful acquisition of foreign capital was the American company Yonggao in April 1977, which held the property rights to the Xiangjiang Hilton Hotel. Although Li Jiaqing still held properties in the central district of Xiangjiang, after consulting those feng shui masters, they all believed that the Xiangjiang Hilton Hotel had the best feng shui. The Xiangjiang Hilton began construction in the late 1950s and officially opened in 1961. The Xiangjiang Hilton is 26 stories high and has 750 rooms, making it one of the few high-end hotels in Xiangjiang at that time. Due to continuous losses and the Xiangjiang property market not yet recovering, the American Yonggao company happened to be selling, and Li Jiaqing swiftly acquired it. The location of the Xiangjiang Hilton is also very advantageous, situated at the intersection of Connaught Road and Ivo Road in central Xiangjiang, right between the Bank of China building and the Huifeng building. Hearing this, Bao Yu guessed that Li Jiaqing still intended to have the current Xiangjiang Hilton demolished to build the new Changfang Group Center, escaping from North Point to relocate to the central district of Xiangjiang. Jiming Li Jiaqing still has properties in the central district of Xiangjiang. His move to the central district is unavoidable. Boss, it's a pity you didn't acquire the American Yonggao company in advance. Bao Yu knew that it was not a pity. At that time, he was delivering takeout in another world. Let's not dwell on that. There are very important matters to discuss with you. Bao Yu elaborated on the invitation that had been quietly issued to the Bao family to return to their hometown. Mike, Chao, Jiming, Nancy, and even Zhao Xiuzhen were not well informed about the situation and only learned more through the news media and newspapers in Xiangjiang. However, most of the news was negative. In this context, Mike cautiously said, "Boss, if it's just an invitation for you to visit your hometown, I think there's no problem. However, if it involves investing up there, we must be cautious. For a country that has been closed for so many years and has had no international contact, we must be extremely careful about investment to avoid it turning into a wasted effort." Xiao Jiming then said, "Boss, although there are many negative news reports about up there, I believe this is indeed an opportunity to understand the situation. Whether it's simply visiting our hometown or investing, I think we should go take a look." Xiao Jiming is clearly different from Mike. Mike is a white person, a typical white countryman who has no emotional connection to the situation up there and approaches everything with purely rational business considerations. Xiao Jiming, however, is different. He is Chinese and was born in Shenzhen. Having left Shenzhen for Xiangjiang to develop since 1950, it has been nearly 28 years since he last returned to his hometown. Thus, Xiao Jiming feels that this is a great opportunity for investigation. Xiao Jiming is an investment analyst, but he also possesses a crazy side of his own. He believes that the recent invitation for the Bao family to return home is indeed a good investment. If they miss this opportunity, although the Bao family's influence and status in Xiangjiang are significant, the initiative from above will not be as favorable if they do not respond. Mike and Nancy, both Caucasians, are confused by the situation above. Most of their understanding comes from negative news reported in newspapers, unaware that with the gates now opened, they would not close again. Moreover, compared to Xiangjiang, the situation above represents a country with a massive population and an enormous market. The opening to the world is a historical trend. Since that is the case, I will accompany my grandfather and my parents back home. I will leave all company matters to Mike while I am away from Xiangjiang. After discussing with them, Bao Yu returned to his office. Xiangjiang Shaoji. Last night, Lu Shizhong left the Bao family's mansion in Deepwater Bay and drove back to his own villa. In fact, there are quite a few industries above in Xiangjiang. Given that Lu Shizhong could not stay at the Bao family's place, he had many options for where to reside. However, he entered Xiangjiang very discreetly, without informing the governor's office or the Wai country to avoid unnecessary troubles. Lu Shizhong chose to stay at the Baohua building. He had just finished showering. In May, the weather in Xiangjiang is already very warm, with temperatures still above 20 degrees Celsius even at night. Dressed in light summer casual, where Lu Shizhong stood by the window, gazing into the distance, holding a fresh... During his trip south to Xiangjiang, he knew that his main task was to represent the authorities and invite the Bao family. The Bao family had not returned for a long time, and given the changes over the years, it was understandable that they needed to consider their response carefully. Lu Shizhong took a deep breath of smoke. Initially, he planned to write a letter to the old gentleman upon his return, but he decided to wait for the Bao family's response before doing so. Looking out from the window, the streets of Shaoji and the nearby tall buildings lit up in the night appeared quite beautiful. However, he had heard that it was far inferior to the bustling areas of central Xiangjiang and Kowloon Peninsula. He thought of the electric company recently acquired by his cousin, which monopolized the power supply across the entire island, which was quite impressive. After resting for a night, the next morning Lu Shizhong habitually rose early. As he was washing up and getting dressed, there was a knock at the door, and when he opened it, he found it was Zhang Guanglu. Mr. Lu, did you sleep well last night? Not bad. I opened the window to sleep, and it was quite comfortable without needing the air conditioning. Now the electricity in Xinjiang is indeed abundant, whereas in Yinjing even streetlights are not turned on. Ultimately, it is still due to the lack of sufficient power resources. Consequently, in Yinjing, which has twice the population of Xinjiang, once night falls most lights are turned off, lacking the vibrancy of Zhangjiang's nightlife. Even in Shaoji many places remain lit at night, even when there are no people. Mr. Lu, during the global oil crisis in 1973, Xinjiang was also very energy efficient. Since then, Xinjiang has not encountered such issues again. I will accompany you for breakfast, and after that would you like me to arrange for you to explore Xinjiang? No need. I came here primarily to visit family and to complete this task. I entered Xinjiang very discreetly, and I do not wish to draw attention from the governor's office or the Y country. On the other hand, the Bao family's wealth and status in Xinjiang are not simple. It is speculated that the governor's office and even the Y side do not want Zhangjiang's wealthy Chinese and influential representatives to contact the authorities. As for why, of course it is based on their respective positions and interests. Historically, it is also because of this that the Chinese capitalists in Xinjiang have been hesitant to take the first step. They need to consider their own safety as well as the perspectives of the governor's office and the Y country. Historically, Mr. Hu dared to take the first step mainly because he had been cooperating with the authorities. Furthermore, the pressure from the Y country and the governor's office against the Hu family has been ongoing since the 1960s, making it difficult for the Hu family to invest in Zhangjiang's real estate and other sectors since the 1970s. Since the Hu family has already faced suppression from the Y country and the governor's office, why would Mr. Hu fear going to the authorities? However, the other Chinese capitalists in Xinjiang must consider this step. So do you have any plans for today? No, I'm waiting for a response from the Bao family. In other words, Lu Shizhong does not need to go anywhere. He will stay at the Baohua building waiting for the Bao family to consider their response before meeting them again. Lu Shizhong initially thought that the Bao family would take some time to consider. Unexpectedly that afternoon, the Bao family sent someone to the Baohua building inviting Lu Shizhong to the Deepwater Bay Mansion. Deepwater Bay Mansion. Bao family. Lu Shizhong took a car again to come here. Now that he arrived, in addition to seeing Bao Xiaolong, there was also Huang Xiuying. As for Bao Yugong, Bao Yu had not yet returned. Shizhong Yugong said he returned early with Bob. Besides that, Yushu and Yuxing will also come to meet you. Now the Bao family in Xinjiang is a very large family. In addition to the brothers Bao Yugong, there are also sisters and younger sisters. Furthermore, Bao Ye's brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law are all now part of the Bao family. Additionally, among the Bao family's 4 daughters and sons-in-law, except for the 3rd daughter and her husband who have returned to the east for development, the other 3 daughters and sons-in-law are in Xinjiang. That's great. Lu Shizhong could tell that with the Bao family being this receptive, it meant they had considered their decision carefully. At 4:30 in the afternoon, first Bao Yugong returned, followed by Bao Yu. Then came Uncle Bao Yushu and his wife, 3rd Uncle Bao Yuxing and his wife, along with his aunts and uncles. Additionally, Bao Ye's elder brother-in-law Su Haifan, 2nd brother-in-law Wu Guangjing, and 4th brother-in-law Zhang Weijin all arrived. As for Bao Ye's older sister and 2nd sister, who are both quite pregnant, it was inconvenient for them to come here, with only the 4th sister Bao Peihui arriving before dinner. Bao Yugong and Lu Shizhong were discussing in the study. Yugong, Bao Yu, have you considered it carefully? Shizhong, we have considered it carefully. We all very much hope to return home, and since the authorities are warmly inviting us back, how can we refuse? That's good. Since you have agreed, my task is complete, and I am happy. However, how many of you plan to return, and when will you leave? Now the old gentleman has given Lu Shizhong 3 invitation cards. Among them is the invitation letter for Bao Xiaolong and the other sons. There is also the invitation letter for Bao Yugong and his wife, as well as Bao Ye's invitation letter. Naturally, the authorities need to know in advance how many people from the Bao family will be returning. Shizhong, we will confirm the personnel and numbers first, and then let you know. That evening, after dinner, Lu Shizhong, having had some wine, appeared quite cheerful as he departed in his black Mercedes. Bao Yu, Bao Yugong, Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yushu, and Bao Yuxing discussed the upcoming trip back to their hometown in the study. This time the main invitees from above were Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugang's couple, along with Bao Yu. Among them, Bao Xiaolong is Bao Yugang's father and Bao Ye's grandfather. Naturally, if the Bao family father and son are invited, Bao Xiaolong must also be invited. Additionally, Bao Xiaolong is older and hasn't returned to his hometown for nearly 30 years. It is quite reasonable to invite him to visit his hometown this time. In other words, Bao Xiaolong must go back. As for Bao Yugong and his wife, Bao Yugong certainly needs to return, and his wife Huang Xiuying, as Bao Yugong's spouse and Bao Ye's mother, should also go back. Huang Xiuying initially thought about staying in Xinjiang to watch over her eldest and 2nd daughters during their deliveries. However, realizing that her son's matters were more important, she decided she must return. In other words, Bao Yugong and his wife also need to return. As for Bao Yu, it's needless to say, he is the focal point designated by the elder. If he doesn't return, it would certainly be imperfect for inviting Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugang's couple. Bob, are you sure you really want to go back to your hometown? Dad, only if I return will this matter be perfect. This represents the first step towards building mutual trust with the above. In other words, Bao Yu is going back. As for Bao Yushu and Bao Yuxing, they are significant figures as well, being Bao Xiaolong's sons and Bao Yes uncles. Even if their wives and children do not return, they should still go back. What about you? Yugong, I will follow your arrangements, Bao Yushu said. So will I. Then all of you should return, or it will be much more lively this way. The remaining family members, such as Bao Xiaolong's daughters, Bao Yugang's sister brother-in-law, and sister-in-law, could go back or choose not to. The current sons-in-law of the Bao family also have the option to return or not. However, since the two daughters of the Bao family are about to give birth, it is inconvenient for them to return. Su Haifan and Wu Guangjing naturally do not need to accompany them, but should stay in Xiangjiang to look after their wives. The remaining Bao Peihui and Zheng Weijian have no pressing matters and can accompany as representatives of the Bao family. Overall, it seems there will indeed be a considerable number of people returning to their hometown. Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugang's couple Bao Yushu and his wife, along with their son and 4 daughters, as well as Bao Yuxing and his wife with 2 sons and a daughter, can all accompany them back. The only ones left are Zheng Weijian and Bao Peihui. As for the younger sisters and their husbands, since they are married, they have the option to go back or not. Counting it all up, there are already more than 10 people. Besides, even though the authorities are very concerned about security, Bao Yu still plans to bring some bodyguards along, so the total number might approach 30. This already constitutes a rather large team. Then let's arrange the personnel for returning to our hometown. We will discuss it with the authorities, and then we can leave Xiangjiang to visit our hometown, Bao Yugong said. Besides Bao Yu and a few others, the rest will return first. Currently, Su Haifan and Wu Guangjing are still here. Bao Yu called the 2 brothers-in-law aside and said, elder brother-in-law, second brother-in-law, the Bao family has received an invitation from above, and we might all return to our hometown soon. Originally, he wanted to stay in Xiangjiang to watch over his elder and second sisters after they give birth, but now it seems it might be just the right time to return. From Wu Guangzing's perspective, the invitation for the Bao family to return is undoubtedly a significant matter. He also understands that the main invites from above are his father-in-law and brother-in-law, while the others are likely just additional considerations. After Su Haifan and Wu Guangjing returned first, Bao Yu stood here gazing at the distant villa of the Li family in Deepwater Bay, and then looked at the nearby half-mountain villa of the Jardine family. After this trip back, he should replace these 2 families in the cooperation and opportunities with the authorities. The next morning, after a good night's sleep, Bao Yu woke up to find his cousin Lu Shizhong already arrived. After confirming the list of attendees and the number of people returning, Lu Shizhong said, Uncle Xiaolong Yugong, showing Bao Yu, I also need to prepare to go back to Yanjing. Once everything is arranged there, you all can return to your hometown. However, do you know whether you plan to return low-key or high-profile? In fact, there is a significant difference here. A low-key return means he quietly travels from Yanjing to Xiangjiang without informing others, including the Xiangjiang governor's office and the Y country authorities. This approach can avoid many issues. If the Bao family is willing to return low-key, then the arrangements from above will also be discreet, just quietly arranging for them to go back to their hometown. Even if the Xiangjiang governor's office and the Y country authorities become aware, they likely won't raise any objections. In Bao Ye's previous life, when Li Jiaqing and others first returned, they indeed did so very discreetly, and Bao Yugong also returned to Yanjing in a very low-profile manner. This time, if the Bao family returns low-key, the influence of this trip back to their hometown will be minimized. Many in Xiangjiang may not even know they have returned, and thus the Xiangjiang governor's office and the Y country authorities might not have any objections. On the contrary, if the Bao family decides to return high profile, it would be entirely different. The media and newspapers from above will surely report this news globally. At that time, not only will the authorities know, but Xiangjiang and overseas will also be aware. Consequently, the Xiangjiang governor's office and the Y country authorities may also become aware, leading to some discontent. After all, what does it mean to return to their ancestral home so ostentatiously? In other words, Bao Yu indeed advocated for a high-profile return. It is evident that this is precisely what the authorities need. They hope that a wealthy Chinese businessman from Xiangjiang or Nanyang can take the lead. In other words, Bao Yu indeed advocated for a high-profile return. It is evident that this is precisely what the authorities need. They hope that a wealthy Chinese businessman from Xiangjiang or Nanyang can take the lead. Since others among the wealthy in Xiangjiang or Nanyang are hesitant to take this step, why should the Bao family shy away from it? In fact, this presents numerous benefits for the Bao family. Bao Yugong wanted to say something more. Dad, we are indeed returning openly. We have feelings for our country and hometown. Why should we hide? Bao Yugong and Bao Xiaolong were astonished. Lu Shizhong looked at this cousin and felt he was quite different. No wonder he could rapidly acquire so many large foreign firms in such a short time. You kids seem bolder than your dad. Lu Shizhong patted Bao Ye's shoulder and said. In fact, Lu Shizhong understood very well that Bao Ye's actions would indeed leave a different impression on the authorities and the elder. Yugong, do you think there's an issue with what Bao Yu said? Shizhong, let's go with Bob's suggestion then. Alright, I will leave Xiangjiang today and head back to Yanjing. The next time I see you it might be in Yinjing. Having completed his task, Lu Shizhong did not linger. Before leaving he specifically embraced and shook hands with Bao Xiaolong, and Bao Yugong then looked at Bao Yu. He knew that with Bao Yu as the heir the Bao family will undoubtedly have a remarkable future. The primary means of transportation from Xianjiang is now mainly the Guangzhou-Kowloon Railway. First take the train from Kowloon Station to Yanqing, and then from Yanqing to various major cities. Currently flights from Xianjiang have not yet been opened, making it impossible to fly directly from Xianjiang. Considering the safety of current flights, Bao Yu decides against flying, especially since all the key figures in the Bao family are returning to their hometown. In Bao Ye's past life, Bao Yu Gang had been invited back, and at that time there were no flights from Xianjiang to Shenzhen. Bao Yu Gang managed to travel first from Xianjiang to Dongyang, then from Dongyang to Shenzhen. This seemed rather troublesome. In reality, it was because Bao Yu Gang was quite low-key at the time, and besides his cousin Lu Shizhong and Mr. Liao, who was responsible for the reception, not many people were aware of this matter. Apart from these methods, there was also the option of traveling by sea. Taking a boat from Xianjiang to Shenzhen is quite far and takes a long time, while going from Xianjiang to Yanqing by boat is possible though more complicated. In this context, representatives from the Bao family and the Yinjing side communicated suggesting that they could directly take the train, first from Kowloon Railway Station to Yanqing, then from Yanqing to Xinqiang, and finally from Xinqiang to Yongcheng. While it may seem that traveling by train takes a long time, it is the safest mode of transportation. Moreover, the Bao family has an ancestral home in Xinqiang, which they can visit before heading to Yongcheng. Regarding this method, the representatives confirmed that there were no issues after their discussions. Besides transportation, they also discussed other matters. Additionally, there was the itinerary for the Bao family's visit to their hometown. They would travel from Kowloon Railway Station to Yancheng without stops, then proceed to Xinqiang, where they would stay for a day to visit the Bao family's ancestral home. After that, they would take the train from Xinqiang to Yongcheng, returning to Yongcheng. Now, even though the ancestral home of the Bao family in Yongcheng still exists, it is no longer suitable for habitation. It is likely that the Bao family members cannot stay there, so they will arrange for them to be accommodated at the best hotel for receiving foreign guests, the Yongcheng Overseas Chinese Hotel. As for any needs the Bao family may have during their stay, arrangements will be made to satisfy those as much as possible. This visit also includes Bao Xiaolong's long-standing desire to return to his hometown and for Bao Yu to recognize his roots. After all, Bao Yu was born and raised in Xianjiang, and the relatives from the Bao family in his hometown truly do not know him, so the Bao family will need to pay respects at their ancestral graves. This will take some time. Furthermore, there will be invitations for the Bao family's relatives in the village to dine together, and the meat and vegetables required cannot be transported from Xianjiang. Thus, these aspects also need to be prepared. Bao Yu is well aware that material resources are still very limited. Buying food requires grain coupons, rice tickets, buying meat requires meat tickets, buying cloth requires cloth tickets, and buying sugar requires sugar tickets, among others. Essentially, all kinds of daily necessities require those coupons. In this situation, the support from the Bao family and the Yongcheng side will be necessary for this trip back home. The Bao family has wealth and can purchase items, but even for ordinary people with money, it is difficult to buy things now. The Bao family and the representatives are continuously communicating to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, what particularly concerns the Yongcheng side is that the Bao family's ancestral home suffered damage in the past. Although repairs were carried out in advance, some valuable items were stolen, sold, or destroyed. Clearly, the representatives sent to communicate with the Bao family felt quite awkward discussing this matter. Bao Yu naturally understood the situation. Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yu Gang were also aware of the relevant news from back then. However, that was all in the past. What could they do now? Perhaps thinking of the condition of the Bao family's ancestral home, Bao Xiaolong wanted to return home as soon as possible. During this time, the representative communicated with Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yu Gang. Bao Yu then returned to work at the company as usual. 2 weeks later, the time was May 29, 1978. At Deepwater Bay's hillside villa, the Bao family was gathered. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and Bao Yu had just... Upon entering, he saw his father Bao Yu Gang, grandfather Bao Xiaolong, and mother Huang Xiuying chatting with an elderly gentleman in a suit, who looked to be of the same class as his cousin Lu Shizhong. Bao Yu came back just in time. This is Mr. Liao, who has been in charge of reception for the overseas Chinese affairs. Bao Yu Gang introduced him. Young Master Bao, I have long heard of your name. Truly you are worthy of being the son of the Bao shipping king, a remarkable talent, Mr. Liao praised. Hello, Mr. Liao. Since Bao Yu learned that the other party was not a relative of the Bao family and was responsible for overseas Chinese affairs, his status must be significant, just like his cousin. Mr. Bao, Mr. Bao, Mrs. Bao, young Master Bao, it is like this. After more than half a month of communication and work, all aspects are now ready, and you are completely welcome to return to your hometown for a visit. In other words, since the last time cousin Lu Shizhong came to now, it has been nearly half a month, and everything has been... Mr. Liao, are you saying we can set off back home at any time? Bao Yu Gang inquired. Indeed, you are welcome to return at any time. Then let's plan for tomorrow morning, Bao Yu Gang said. No problem. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock at Kowloon Railway Station, we will arrange 3 separate train carriages to pick you up and see you off. After both sides agreed on the details, Mr. Liao did not stay for dinner with the Bao family, as it was clear he had many other matters to attend to. After Mr. Liao left, Bao Yu Gang explained to Bao Yu the identity of Mr. Liao. Indeed, as Bao Yu had suspected, the other party's status was not simple, and he was personally responsible for accompanying the Bao family back to their hometown. That evening, after dinner with his grandfather, father, and mother, Bao Yu went upstairs and said to Daisy, "Daisy, we are going back to our hometown tomorrow to take a look. Young master, how long will you be gone? Do you need me to accompany you and serve you?" Over the past few years, Daisy had hardly left the Bao family and had always been taking care of Bao Yu. Now that she learned he would be returning to his hometown for a while, she felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Probably 10 days to half a month. During this time, while we are not in Xianjiang, you can go back to your own home for a visit. Consider it a vacation for you. Young master, I will wait for your return here at the villa. It was after 9 o'clock in the evening. After Bao Yu finished his bath, he called Mai Lizi, Chao Jiming, Lin Gaoyan, and Nancy, while Zhao Xiuzhen naturally stayed at the global investment company and did not accompany Bao Yu back to his hometown. May 30th, 1978. Tuesday. Early morning. Bao Yu habitually got up. At first he thought he would take the car to the global investment center for work as usual. While Daisy was assisting him with his grooming and dressing, Bao Yu suddenly remembered that today he would officially take the train with his grandfather, father, mother, uncle, and third uncle back to their hometown. After finishing his grooming and coming down from upstairs, Bao Yu did not go swimming again. At this moment, Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong were sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. The newspaper was featuring news about the Bao family returning to their hometown. Initially, this news was published by several major media outlets and local publications in Hong Kong, such as the Ta Kung Pao and Wenwei Per respectively reprinted the news. Originally, these two major publications had far less influence in Hong Kong, compared to the Oriental Daily Sing, Tao Daily, South China Morning Post, Ming Pao, and Sheng Pao. However, news concerning the Bao family quickly spread from these two major outlets. As a result, the Sing Tao Daily and Oriental Daily, upon receiving the news, did not modify the content of their morning editions, but instead added a new version to report on it. Among them, it was introduced that Bao Yugong was the chairman of the Global Shipping Group, the Asian Shipping Group, and Longfeng International, as well as the world shipping magnate Sir Bao Yugong. The owner of Global Investment Company, chairman of the Kowloon Warehouse Group, chairman of Hutchison Whampoa, chairman of Qingzhou Ingmi, chairman of Global Television, chairman of Hong Kong Electric Group, chairman of China Gas, and the legitimate son of world shipping magnate Sir Bao Yugong, Bao Yu. The father of Bao, the shipping magnate, Bao Xiaolong. The president of the Singapore branch of the Global Shipping Group, Bao Yugang's elder brother Bao Yushu. The chairman of the Xinjia Puliansheng Shipping Company, Bao Yugang's younger brother Bao Yuxing. These publications extensively introduced the identities of the Bao family members. Subsequently, it was mentioned that the Bao family and their relatives, totaling more than 10 people, were warmly invited by the authorities. The Bao family would take the train back to their hometown Yongqing at 9 a.m. today at the Kowloon railway station in Hong Kong. Undoubtedly, this news was like throwing a bomb into the sea, instantly causing a sensation in Hong Kong. The specifics of the situation were unclear to many in Hong Kong. However, many knew that prior to this the authorities had seemingly been locked away, not engaging with the international community. Now they suddenly invited the Bao shipping magnate and his son to return to their hometown for a visit. Now that the Bao father and son were indeed going back, how could this not create a stir in Hong Kong? Besides, Bao Yes' identity was quite remarkable. Before this, apart from Mr. Hua, who had returned to the authorities, other wealthy Chinese in Hong Kong had basically never. Ironically, the Bao father and son were the first to be officially invited back. Bob, look, this is all our news about. Initially, when Bao Yu mentioned returning in a high-profile manner, it meant that their visit to their hometown would definitely be announced to the world. Now that these newspapers in Hong Kong were reporting this news, it was clear that they had reprinted the news from the authorities, and then those media outlets in Hong Kong re-reported the news from the reprinted sources. This was mainly because whether it was Bao the shipping magnate or Bao Yu, their influence in Hong Kong was too significant. Regardless of Bao the shipping magnate's status in the shipping industry in Hong Kong, and even globally, or the impact brought by Bao Yes' acquisitions of Kowloon Warehouse, Hutchison Whampoa, Hong Kong Electric Group, and China Gas. In such a scenario, it would be impossible for the media in Hong Kong to avoid attention. Most importantly, prior to this, the Hong Kong governor's office and the Y country did not actually want the wealthy Chinese in Hong Kong to have too much contact or interaction with the authorities. One major example was Mr. Hua. In the 1950s and even the 1960s, he was a real estate tycoon in Hong Kong, and at that time his development was even more impressive than that of Li Ka-shing and others. By the late 1960s and early 1970s, he was no longer seen in the Hong Kong real estate scene. This was actually due to the suppression by the Hong Kong governor's office and the Y country, which had already prohibited him from participating in land auctions in Hong Kong. Under such circumstances, Mr. Hua could not participate in land auctions, making it difficult for him to develop his real estate business. In reality, this was the suppression of Mr. Hua by the Hong Kong governor's office and the Y country, serving as a warning to others in Hong Kong to avoid excessive contact with the authorities lest their business interests in Hong Kong be harmed. However, Bao Yu knew that now at the end of the 1970s, it was no longer the same era. With the rise of Chinese capital in Hong Kong and the decline of British capital, Bao Yu began to realize the significant relationship between this and the international environment. Even if the Hong Kong governor's office and the Y country might still not want the Chinese capital in Hong Kong to have too much contact with the authorities, he knew this could not be stopped. After all, this was the trend of the times. Historically, Mr. Hua had taken those wealthy Chinese from Hong Kong to Beijing to attend ceremonies, and although some of them went quietly, many still attended. In their view, if the authorities really opened up, there would be many opportunities. The reason why this invitation for the Bao father and son to visit their hometown was so sensational was indeed closely related to this matter. Dad, are you afraid of the Hong Kong governor's office or the Y country? Bao Yu asked. Bob, if you're not afraid, how could— Bao Yugong was truly not worried at all. He knew that his son Bao Yu was far more perceptive than he imagined. At 7:30 m, Bao Yu finished breakfast with his grandfather, father, and mother. Getting into the car under the watchful eye of the maid Daisy, Bao Yu entered his car, while his grandfather and mother were also in his father's Rolls-Royce. The convoy of Bao Yu and his father, including those of the bodyguards, now totaled nearly 8 or 9 luxury cars, leaving the Deepwater Bay Villa and heading along Deepwater Bay Road towards the Hung Hom Tunnel near Causeway Bay. In fact, Chen Zhihao drove at a speed similar to usual. When they reached the Huangnichong Gorge Road, there happened to be a traffic light ahead. The convoy of Bao Yugong and his son came to a stop. It was at this moment that suddenly some people appeared ahead. When those people stopped not far from the convoy of Bao Yugong and his son, they got out of their cars, identified themselves, and hoped to talk with Bao Yugong and his son. Bao Yugong did not expect that Bao Yu had actually guessed correctly. This time, as they were returning to their hometown, someone wanted to stop or dissuade them from going to the Kowloon railway station. I don't care who instructed you to do this, but we must arrive at Kowloon railway station before 9 a.m. If anyone deliberately obstructs us, I will make that person pay the price at all costs. Bao Yu said directly. The person turned pale. Bao Yugong then said, if you don't want to get into trouble, it's best to clear the way. Hung Hom, Kowloon, Hong Kong. The Kowloon railway station in Hong Kong. At dawn, many passengers are coming and going at the train station. Basically, those taking the train back to Guangzhou's Yangqing from here, or traveling from Yangqing to Kowloon, are citizens of Hong Kong, holding a return home certificate. These are citizens who immigrated to Hong Kong years ago and have obtained their Hong Kong ID cards. What makes today different from usual is the sudden influx of journalists. This includes reporters from the One-Way Pua and Ta Kung Pao, represented by the Zhua faction, as well as journalists from Hong Kong Times, an industrial and commercial daily representing the U faction. There are also mainstream media outlets in Hong Kong, such as Ming Pao Sing Tao Daily, Oriental Daily, South China Morning, Post Hong Kong Commercial Daily, and Hong Kong Economic Journal, which tend to be more localized or lean towards Western media. In addition, reporters from Hong Kong's 2 major commercial radio stations, Hong Kong Radio and Hong Kong Commercial Radio, as well as journalists from 3 major TV stations, including TVB, HKTV, and ATV, have arrived early at Kowloon railway station to wait. Many of these journalists are waiting with their cameras. Some speculate whether the Bao family, Bao Yugong and Bao Yu, will really take the train back to their hometown. Given the current situation in Hong Kong, many people still dare not show their faces or contact higher-ups. Considering the tremendous influence of the Bao family in Hong Kong among the Chinese community and even overseas, the journalists feel that if the higher-ups media are the first to report that the Bao family is returning to their hometown, it must be true. Just now, some people attempted to block the vehicle carrying Bao Yugong and Bao Yu to Kowloon railway station. With a single reprimand from Bao Yugong, those people voluntarily stepped aside. The convoy left here, slowly heading towards the Hung Hom Tunnel near Causeway Bay. After passing through the Hung Hom Tunnel and emerging from the other side, a few minutes later, the Rolls-Royce carrying Bao Yugong arrived outside Kowloon railway station. Many of the waiting journalists realized that the Bao King had indeed arrived in that Rolls-Royce. The Bao King has arrived. Young Master Bao has come too. The journalists rushed forward. Bao Yu also got out of the car, and under the protection of his bodyguards and nearby police officers, he approached his father Bao Yugong, his mother Huang Xiuying, and his grandfather Bao Xiaolong. Hello, Bao King. I'm a reporter from Ta Kung Pao. Are you returning to your hometown this time? How long has it been since you last visited? Asked a female reporter. Hello, this time our family is indeed warmly invited by the higher-ups to return home for a visit. Since my father Bao Xiaolong left Shanghai to develop in Hong Kong in 1948, it has been nearly 30 years since our family last returned to our hometown. Bao Yugong said in front of the journalists' microphones. Young Master Bao, I'm a reporter from Sing Tao Daily. What does it feel like to return to your hometown this time? Hello, actually I was born and raised in Hong Kong, so I don't have much concept of my hometown at first. My understanding of it comes more from my grandfather and parents. However, no matter what, I have a deep feeling for Hong Kong, and of course my hometown will always be my roots. More and more journalists are interviewing Bao Yugong and Bao Yu. Bao Yugong and Bao Yu spoke little, but the joy on their faces was indeed evident. Facing the journalists, Bao Xiaolong appeared somewhat choked up and unable to speak. I am old and I thought I would never be able to return to my hometown in this lifetime. Now such a wonderful opportunity has come, and of course I hope to have no regrets and be able to go back for a visit. Bao Xiaolong said sincerely to the journalists. Soon Mr. Liao, dressed in a suit and accompanied by others, also appeared before the reporters. Bao Yugong, Bao Xiaolong, and others shook hands with Mr. Liao, and this historical moment was captured by the journalists. This moment is hailed as a groundbreaking journey for Hong Kong's wealthy Chinese to return to their hometown, carrying significant meaning. Even so, many journalists still hope to interview the Bao family. Now other members of the Bao family, including Bao Yushu and his wife and children, Bao Yuxing and his wife and children, and several aunts of Bao Yu, as well. Now other members of the Bao family, including Bao Yushu and his wife and children, Bao Yuxing and his wife and children, and several aunts of Bao Yu, as well as Bao Ye's fourth brother-in-law Zheng Weijian and fourth sister Bao Peiwei. At this moment, Bao Yugong and his wife Bao Yu and Bao Xiaolong, under the unending pursuit of the reporters taking photos, finally boarded the train. There were still journalists accompanying them to take pictures, one from Ta Kung Pao and one from Wenwei Pa. In addition, upon returning to Yangqing, other journalists will follow to take photos. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning. The journalists at the train station observed that this train, aside from other compartments housing ordinary passengers from Hong Kong, had 3 compartments filled with the Bao family and their bodyguards. Additionally, accompanying them are Mr. Liao and 2 accompanying personnel. At this moment, Mr. Liao is the most excited. As the person responsible for overseas Chinese affairs, this mission is extremely significant. He initially thought it would be quite good if the Bao family agreed to Lu Zizhang's invitation to visit their hometown. Unexpectedly, the Bao family openly returned to their hometown. Bao Yugong and Bao Xiaolong are seated on the train, while Huang Xiuying and others are resting in another compartment. The train slowly departs from Kowloon railway station. Mr. Bao King, young master Bao, your return in this manner must make the old gentleman very happy, Mr. Liao said on the side. He and the old gentleman initially believed that the Bao King and his son would certainly return to the countryside in a very low-key manner. Moreover, he has already learned that the Bao King and his son faced obstruction while traveling to the train station just now. This means that someone in Hong Kong does not wish for the Bao family to return to the higher-ups. But who exactly is deliberately obstructing them? Although it is still unclear, Mr. Liao suspects it could only be a few types of people. Besides the most likely individuals being from country Y and the Hong Kong governor's office, there may also be some organizations opposed to the higher-ups. The Bao King and his son did not care about this and still traveled normally. For Mr. Liao, this is certainly not simple. While discussing with the old gentleman Lu Shizhong and others about inviting wealthy Chinese from Hong Kong to return, they deliberated for a long time, and he had secretly met with Mr. Hua from Hong Kong. From Mr. Hua, he learned that due to years of suppression by country Y and the Hong Kong governor's office, Mr. Hua believes that not many wealthy Chinese from Hong Kong would dare to take the first step and actively contact the higher-ups. This means that even Mr. Hua must also wait for the right opportunity. Mr. Hua's intention is to wait until this year's National Day, and if still no other wealthy Chinese from Hong Kong dare to actively visit the higher-ups, he will persuade other wealthy Chinese to quietly attend the National Day ceremony in Yanjing. What Mr. Hua did not expect is that the Bao King and his son are much bolder than he imagined. Moreover, Lu Shizhong, who is a cousin of the Bao King, secretly met with the Bao King and his son, and they immediately agreed to return to their hometown for a visit. The rhythmic sound of the train echoed as it departed from Kowloon, Hung-Hom, heading towards the new territories. The train's speed was neither fast nor slow. Aboard Bao, you could distinctly sense that aside from its smoothness, this train was quite different from the ordinary trains and high-speed rail of decades into the future. Bao Ye's gaze remained fixed outside the window while Mr. Liao engaged in conversation with Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong beside him. As the train left the new territories and crossed over, they arrived in what is now Bao'an County. Bao Yu had been staring out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Bao Yugong, however, had no idea what his son was pondering. Bao Xiao, once the train crosses this river, we will be in the territory of Bao'an County up above. Bao Yu looked out and was genuinely astonished. Bao'an. Wasn't that one of the future first-tier cities, Pengcheng? It was also a major city where Bao Yu had lived for a long time in his previous life. Based on the current route of the train, Bao Yu knew that this area would eventually be Luo, Hu district of Pengcheng, which should also be one of the most prosperous places in Pengcheng. Now as he looked out, aside from the filthy excrement on both sides of the railway and the many flies buzzing around, all he could see in the distance were low-rise buildings and some barren areas with many mountains further away. In his past life, Bao Yu had mingled for many years in Nanshan, Futian, and Luo, Hu of Pengcheng, mainly delivering food. Back then, all one could see were towering skyscrapers, bustling streets, and the flow of cars. But now, Bao Yu was genuinely surprised at how much this place had changed over a few decades. What was Bao Yu thinking now? Mr. Liao and Bao Yugong had no way of knowing. Bao Xiaolong believed that his grandson was feeling somewhat different on his first trip away from Xiangjiang and his first arrival up above. Bob, is this your first time back up here? Does it feel different? Grandpa, it truly is. I didn't expect Bao'an, which is just a river away from us in Xiangjiang, to be like this. The development gap between the two places was indeed significant. Last year, farmers in neighboring Baoan County earned an average of 0.7 yuan a day, while an ordinary person in Xiangjiang earned about 70 yuan a day, a difference of over 100 times. In fact, it might be even more than that. As for the train, it had been entering Baoan County for quite some time, and aside from the low earthen houses, it was truly hard to see any tall buildings. Mr. Liao remarked, Bao Xiao, this is indeed the case. There used to be quite a few rural areas here, but it's so poor that most of them have illegally crossed over to Xiangjiang. Deepwater Bay's hillside villa. The Li family. During this time, Li Jiaqing's task was simply to have Zhou Qian and Sheng Songsheng select suitable properties from their holdings in Xiangjiang to demolish and rebuild as the headquarters of the Changjiang Industrial Group. To that end, the feng shui believing Li Jiaqing took this matter seriously, hiring several feng shui masters to assess the properties. Ultimately, Uncle Chen strongly recommended rebuilding the Changjiang Group's central building at the current site of the Xiangjiang Hilton Hotel. However, the Xiangjiang Hilton Hotel still looked quite new, having been built in the 1960s, and now in the late 1970s, it was about to be demolished. Li Jiaqing and the executives of Xiangjiang Hilton were indeed reluctant. Li Jiaqing knew he could not wait any longer. If he continued to keep the headquarters in the northern corner of Xiangjiang, both he and Changjiang Industrial Group would eventually be marginalized. In this case, since those feng shui masters unanimously agreed that the best feng shui was at the Xiangjiang Hilton, this meant that Li Jiaqing decided to prepare for the demolition of the Xiangjiang Hilton and to rebuild the Changjiang Group's central building on the site of the Xiangjiang Hilton. This matter was very significant for both the Li family and Changjiang Industrial Group. The demolition of the Xiangjiang Hilton Hotel did not mean that there were no Hilton hotels in Xiangjiang, as there was still a contract with the Hilton Hotel Group. This meant that Li Jiaqing and the executives believed they could relocate the Xiangjiang Hilton Hotel to Kowloon Peninsula or other places to rebuild. Naturally, someone was responsible for these matters. During this time, Li Jiaqing had been keeping an eye on the affairs of the Bao family, father and son. Among them, aside from Bao Yu easily swallowing the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, it was originally thought that acquiring and controlling China Gas would lead to a fierce battle with the three major shareholders of China Gas, similar to the competition with Jardine Matheson for the Kowloon warehouse last year. Unexpectedly, Li Fushu and his son easily sold their stake in China Gas to the Bao family, allowing the Bao family to directly oust Li Mingze from the chairman position of China Gas and begin to hold and manage it. Thinking that the cash flow-rich Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and China Gas had just fallen into the hands of the Bao family, it was impossible for Li Jiaqing not to feel upset. Sir, there's something important. His wife Zhuang Yueming said to him. Madam, what's the important matter so early in the morning? It's still related to the Bao family, father and son. Sir, there's something important. His wife Zhuang Yueming said to him. Madam, what's the important matter so early in the morning? It's still related to the Bao family, father and son. Earlier, the maid had brought over the newspapers for Zhuang Yueming to sort out, and she found that those publications were almost all reprinting reports from the Hong Kong Daily and Wenwei Put about the Bao family, father and son taking the train back to their hometown from Kowloon Station at 9 a.m. Today, the Bao family, father and son are returning up there. Zhuang Yueming handed a copy of the Oriental Daily to Li Jiaqing. Li Jiaqing took it and became increasingly surprised as he read. Li Jiaqing realized that the Bao family, father and son were indeed taking the train back up there today. This meant that the Bao family, father and son might have already made contact with the authorities up there earlier, and prior to this there had been no news about this matter between the upper authorities and Xiangjiang. Now it was deliberately revealed. What did this indicate? It indicated that the authorities up there might have indeed contacted the Bao family, father and son much earlier. From the news in these publications, Li Jiaqing couldn't help but admire the Bao family, father and son. Madam, the Bao family, father and son are truly remarkable. They always seem to be a step ahead of others in everything. When the Bao family acquired Kowloon Warehouse, they were a step ahead of most people in Xiangjiang. Subsequently swallowing up Qingzhou English Mud Hyson Development, and most recently the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, China Gas, etc. They seem to always be a step ahead of others. In this situation, how could other wealthy Chinese in Xiangjiang compete with the Bao family, father and son? Sir, do you mean that this is a good thing? Isn't the Y country and the Xiangjiang governor's office always opposed to the contacts between Zhangjiang's Chinese capital and the upper authorities? Madam, times have changed. The situation up there, even the international environment, has changed significantly. Most importantly, the market scale up there is much larger than that of Xiangjiang. Now the Bao family, father and son returning to their hometown is merely a very ordinary reason. In fact, Li Jiaqing had also been paying attention to the situation up there and even overseas. Regarding the situation up there, Li Jiaqing knew that much of the reporting in Xiangjiang was negative news, yet he could still clearly feel that things up there were indeed somewhat different from before. It was very likely that the upper authorities were about to reopen that big door and re-engage with the international community. This would mean that things up there would become different from before. May 30th, 1978. Tuesday, 11:35 a.m. Beijing time. The Guangzhou Kowloon train has arrived at the Yangqing train station in Guangdong province. Yangqing train station. Now it is one of the largest train stations in Guangdong province, and even the southern region. As soon as the train came to a stop, many military and police personnel arrived outside. However, the ordinary tourists from Hong Kong and the returning citizens got off the train normally. These ordinary passengers from Hong Kong noticed that aside from the increased military and police presence, everything else was quite similar to the past. Bao Yu sat quietly on the train, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. As for Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong spoke less and less, mainly accompanied by Mr. Liao and his two subordinates, along with reporters from the Ta Kung Pao and Wen Wei Pa who were filming. Bao Yugong knew that talking too much could lead to mistakes, so it was better to say less. Now Bao Yu opened the curtain blocking the sunlight outside, and at first glance he saw the attire of ordinary people in this era. Braided hair, blue trousers, and cloth shoes. Most of the female passengers seen outside were dressed this way, while the men had short hair, wore blue tops and trousers, and sported liberation shoes. There were also girls in blue outfits with red patterns wearing white or light-colored round-neck shirts with neatly combed hair. At a glance, there were no overweight individuals or bald heads among the passengers or the citizens of Yangqing. They might not be materially wealthy, but their mental state seemed quite good. When Bao Yu withdrew his gaze and pulled the curtain back, Mr. Liao asked Bao Xiao, "How do you feel?" "Mr. Liao, Yangqing is much better than I imagined. Those passengers look very spirited." Spirited. This was indeed true. Many people in Hong Kong, especially those working, were often sleep-deprived, leading to daytime drowsiness and insomnia at night, which was a common issue in big cities. Such situations had yet to appear here, indicating normal rest. With sufficient sleep, one naturally feels spirited, and it was evident that the people of the nation were quite satisfied in this regard. About 15 minutes later, someone came to see Mr. Liao. The sudden appearance of so many military and police personnel was actually to prepare for the train change. Now Bao Yugong and his wife Bao Xiaolong and other members of the Bao family were about to disembark from the Guangzhou Kowloon Railway and transfer to the Beijing-Guangzhou Railway. The arrangements outside had been made. Mr. Bao Xiao, everything is ready outside. We can disembark and transfer to the Beijing-Guangzhou train, Mr. Liao said. With that, Bao Yu along with his grandfather and parents got off the train. Besides the bodyguards from the Bao family, there were also military police arranged for security, ensuring top-notch safety. However, the men in Bao Yes group were dressed in suits and trousers, wearing leather shoes, while the women wore dresses and high heels adorned with hats. They looked like a very fashionable group. As Bao Yu and the Bao family disembarked, numerous military and police personnel maintained order around them. Many could tell that numerous prominent figures had arrived at Yangqing train station. The ordinary citizens initially did not know what was happening, but those who traveled from Hong Kong's Kowloon knew that the Bao family was returning home by train. Seeing so many military and police maintaining order indicated how much importance the authorities placed on the Bao family. At this moment, some important media reporters had already arrived waiting here. In addition to the three major newspapers, reporters from the Yangqing Daily and Yangqing Evening News, which are among the largest media outlets in the southern region, were also present. It's Bao Chuanwang and his heir Bao Xiao. The reporters allowed to photograph Bao Chuanwang and his family were excited to interview. "Mr. Bao, hello, I am from the Yangqing Daily. How do you feel arriving in Yangqing?" At this moment, Bao Yugong, sporting a side parting, emanated a different aura. Facing these local reporters, Bao Yugong replied, "I am very excited. It has been a long time since I last returned to Yangqing." Bao Xiao, hello, I am from Yangqing Evening News. How does it feel to be in Yangqing for the first time? Hello, like my father, I am also very excited. The Yangqing train station is much busier than I imagined. Now Bao Yu and Bao Yugong's family did not stop, but walked while speaking as the reporters captured this historic moment of the Bao family. The Bao family passed through Yangqing train station and then transferred to the Beijing-Guangzhou Railway. They boarded a train that was already waiting, which also had 3 separate carriages arranged. Mr. Liao, Yangqing is the provincial capital for us Hong Kong people and the largest city in Guangdong province. If given the chance, I will definitely come back to visit. Bao Xiao, we will always welcome your return. Bao Yu had indeed visited Yangqing in his past life, but he had spent more time in Pengcheng. He knew that Yangqing in 1978 was far more prosperous than Pengcheng, which would only begin to emerge the following year, taking 30 to 40 years to gradually catch up with Yangqing. Now on the train of the Beijing-Guangzhou Railway, Huang Xiuying and the other women from the Bao family were mostly resting on the train. Bao Yu simply kept gazing out the window. He understood that this was the year of reform from decades ago in his past life. It was a year that marked a significant turning point. As the train began to slowly leave Yangqing train station, the citizens and passengers of Yangqing finally realized that indeed a prominent figure had just arrived. It was the wealthiest man from Hong Kong, the world shipping king Bao Yugong, along with his heir Bao Yu. Many might feel regret for not being able to meet this richest father-son duo from Hong Kong. Chug chug. The train had already slowly departed, heading towards the Beijing-Guangzhou Juzhou station. It was also almost lunchtime. Mr. Bao Bao Xiao, it's almost lunchtime. We specially prepared lunch for you on the train, Mr. Liao, thank you for your trouble. Soon after, Bao Yu and the others indeed had lunch on the train. Bao Yu knew that most ordinary people ate very casually, and simply on trains. However, the authorities provided a rich lunch for the Bao family. Each person had a standard meal of 4 dishes. After Bao Yu and the others finished their lunch, the train continued towards Juzhou Station. This journey would take nearly 10 hours or so. This meant that by the time they reached Juzhou Station, it would likely be around 11 or 12 at night. At 1:48 p.m. that night, the Jingguang train had safely arrived at Juzhou Station after departing from Yanqing Railway Station. After a long day, Bao Yu and his family were feeling somewhat fatigued from the train ride. Bao Yu and the others said nothing. Upon arriving at Juzhou Station, they would need to transfer to the Zhegan Line train. Mr. Liao approached and said, "Mr. Bao, we are transferring trains again. After this transfer, we can head directly to Xincheng Railway Station." He still felt some concern as the members of the Bao family came from different backgrounds, especially Bao Yu and the other young members of the Bao family, who were second-generation rich. He worried that they might not be accustomed to such a long train journey and could be very tired. Indeed, traveling for an extended period can be exhausting and even somewhat tedious. Women like Huang Xiuying and the other ladies of the Bao family mostly rested on the train. Although the possibility of motion sickness was absent, the lengthy confinement in the train did leave them feeling weary. Under the protection of military police at Juzhou Station, Bao Yu and the bodyguards transferred to the Zhegan Line. From the perspective of these ordinary trains, Bao Yu knew that they were much slower than the regular green trains from his past life. Ultimately, the current trains were quite slow, and there were many stops along the way. If it were the high-speed trains of several decades later, it would be a different story, as not only would they be much faster than cars, but also far more comfortable. Bao Yu changed trains. At 6 o'clock, Bao Yu and his family had already had dinner, which consisted of the standard 4 dishes and a soup. In some ways, the hospitality they received was already exquisite, perhaps the best way to entertain them. Night had Bao Yu, his father Bao Yugong, and his grandfather Bao Xiaolong, along with Mr. Liao, who accompanied them, had all gone to rest. Only the accompanying bodyguards remained seated. Bao Yu felt tired after a long day. When he lay down and closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, Bao Yu felt that outside the train, in addition to the familiar rhythmic sound of the train, it was already light outside. "Bob, are you awake?" As Bao Yu just opened his eyes, he saw his mother Huang Xiuying and his fourth sister Bao Peihui softly chatting. The two women had rested all day yesterday and had a good night's sleep, so when dawn broke they got up, without waking Bao Yu, who was sleeping soundly. "Mommy, fourth sister, where are we now?" "We don't know either. We need to ask Mr. Liao to find out." "Mommy, what time?" "It's a little past 10 in the morning." Bao Yu had actually slept for more than 10 hours. He got up, stretched, and then went to fourth sister and Mr. Liao returned. After greeting Mrs. Bao, Mr. Liao said, "Young Master Bao, we are still in Jiangxi Province, and we will soon reach Zhejiang Province. According to the current schedule, we should arrive at Xincheng Railway Station around 9 o'clock tonight." Knowing that Bao Yu had just woken up and had not eaten breakfast, Mr. Liao arranged for someone to prepare breakfast for him. Bao Yu had a simple meal. Afterward, they continued to sit on the train. As the train passed through Jiangxi Province and entered Zhejiang Province, night fell. It also passed Hangzhou, which was actually quite close to the Bao family's old home in Yongqing Town High. However, according to the plan, the Bao family would first arrive at Xincheng. The train continued to travel. At 9:47 p.m., the train successfully arrived at Xincheng Railway Station. Mr. Liao came over and said, "Mr. Bao, Mr. Bao, Mrs. Bao, young Master Bao, we have arrived at Xincheng Railway Station. Thank you for your hard work. You've been on the train for 2 days and nights. Let's exit Xincheng Railway Station and head to the Shijiao Hotel in the west suburb of Xincheng to rest." Xincheng is the largest and most prosperous city in the region. Before 1978, there were several important hotels and guest houses that specifically catered to foreign guests or important visitors. This time, to show respect to the Bao family, they were accommodated at the Shijiao Hotel in Xincheng. The Shijiao Hotel was built in 1960, covering an area of 1.0 acres, primarily featuring Western-style architecture, and is the closest to a 5-star hotel found in Europe and America. Bao Yu and the others disembarked from the train. There weren't many passengers here, and they didn't linger long before getting into the Hongqi sedan and Xincheng-branded car that had been waiting. On the way, under the escort of military police in Xincheng, they left the train station for the Shijiao Hotel. Bao Yu kept his gaze fixed outside. It must be said that Xincheng was indeed much more prosperous than Yangqing. Looking out now, there weren't many streetlights. This time, to welcome the Bao father and son to Xincheng, several more streetlights had been turned on. Usually at night, it would be pitch black. Bao Yu, sitting in the car, said nothing. After about half an hour, the Hongqi sedan came to a stop. The car door opened. Bao Yu had already caught sight of the famous Shijiao Hotel in Xincheng. "Young Master Bao, we have arrived." Bao Yu got out of the car and quickly saw his grandfather Bao Xiaolong, his father Bao Yugong, his mother Huang Xiuying, his uncle Bao Yushu, his third uncle Bao Yuxing, and others. Other members of the Bao family and their bodyguards had also arrived. "Mr. Bao, Mr. Bao, Mrs. Bao, young Master Bao, you have truly endured a lot, taking 2 days and nights to get here. Now you should rest well at the hotel for the night, and tomorrow we will arrange for you to visit your ancestral home in Shenzhen." Upon entering the Shijiao Hotel, it was evident that it was indeed luxurious and resplendent. However, Bao Yu did not linger long. He first took a shower, changed into a set of pajamas he had brought, and laid down on the soft bed, finally free from the discomfort of the train. The Shijiao Hotel was quiet. Bao Yu had already settled in for rest. Bao Yugong and Mr. Liao were still sitting there chatting with a few journalists nearby. Mr. Bao, tomorrow morning we will arrange for your family to visit your ancestral home in Xincheng and see the local situation. In the afternoon you will take a train to your old home in Yongqing Town High, and you should arrive there tomorrow night. May 31st, 1978. Wednesday. First reports about the arrival of the Bao father and son and the Bao family in Yongqing appeared in 3 major newspapers and the local Yongqing Daily and Yongqing Evening News. Following appearances on several important television stations and newspapers, reports were also published by the Xiangjiang Grand Public Newspaper and Wenhui Daily, and then reprinted by many mainstream media outlets in Xiangjiang. In addition, the global television station that Bao Yu had acquired also reported the news that day. From the newspapers, it was learned that reporters took special photos of Bao Yugong and Bao Yu, including some remarks by the father and son. Clearly, these reports created quite a stir once circulated in the newspapers in Xiangjiang. It turned out that some wealthy Chinese businessmen in Xiangjiang were also hoping to return to their roots or visit their hometown. Now, with the Bao father and son being the first to break the ice, it made those wealthy Chinese businessmen in Xiangjiang feel that they too should go back and take a look. June 1st, 1978. Thursday. Early in the morning, Bao Yu woke up. At first he thought he was in the hillside villa at Deepwater Bay in Xiangjiang. As he surveyed the luxurious room of the Shijiao Hotel, he remembered that he, along with his parents and grandfather, had returned to Xincheng. Bao Yu got up, changed out of his pajamas, and put on his usual formal attire. Stepping outside, Bao Yu saw his grandfather, parents, and other members of the Bao family had arrived. Not only was Mr. Liao accompanying them, but also Mr. Su, who had come to Xincheng. Mr. Su and the Xincheng side took this visit to the Bao family's ancestral home very seriously. Bao Yugong was originally from Yongqing, and during his time there he had spent a long time in Xincheng, which could be considered his young master. Bao, this is Mr. Su. Mr. Su, a military man, was now the top official in Xincheng. He placed great importance on the return of the Bao father and son to their hometown, especially their visit to the ancestral home in Xincheng. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, young master Bao. Mr. Su took the initiative to shake hands with Bao Yu, having already heard of this third-generation member of the Bao family, who was even more formidable than Bao Chuanwan. However, this time, the Bao family mainly returned to their hometown for a visit without any other intentions. Mr. Su knew that Xiangjiang was now much more developed than Xincheng. A few people strolled while walking at the Shijiao Hotel. At breakfast time, for the first time they did not have to eat on the train. They were now in the restaurant of the Shijiao Hotel, enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. During the meal, seeing such a rich breakfast made Bao Yu feel that the people of Xincheng were indeed living quite well. In reality, it couldn't be counted that way. In terms of size and prosperity, Xincheng was the largest city with the highest income. Even if many state-owned enterprise employees in Xincheng earned only dozens of yuan per month, it was still considered quite good. Among them, one important factor was that many citizens of Xincheng owned their own homes. Even for those who rented, the rent was very low and they had stable jobs and incomes. In contrast, Xiangjiang's development was marked by a significant wealth gap from the beginning. Now the richest were Bao Chuanwang and his son, both of whom were among the wealthiest in Xiangjiang. However, the poorest residents in Xiangjiang could be found living in cage homes with little to no income. After, accompanied by Mr. Liao and Mr. Su, Bao Yu got back into a Hongqi sedan. The person beside him was Mr. Su. Mr. Su, a military man, was now also in charge of the economy. As the driver drove away, Bao Yu felt no fear, keeping his gaze fixed outside the window. On the road, Bao Yu quickly noticed that the most important means of transportation in Xincheng was the bicycle. That is to say, many citizens of Xiangjiang were passing by on bicycles. Others were taking the bus, while only a small portion would travel in cars. As Bao Yu and his family sat in the car, many Xincheng residents dressed in a way that appeared more fashionable than those seen at Yongqing railway station stopped to watch. In fact, some citizens of Xincheng who read newspapers or listened to the radio guessed that it was likely the world-renowned ship King Bao Yugong and his family returning to their hometown specifically to visit Xincheng. So many bicycles. Young Master Bao, our Xincheng-made Phoenix bicycles are indeed quite good. Do you rarely see people riding bicycles in Xiangjiang? Indeed, I hardly ever see them. Bao Yu not only rarely saw bicycles in Xiangjiang, but even in his past life decades later, he only occasionally saw bicycles in Pingcheng, with most people riding electric bikes. Seeing this scene now truly astonished Bao Yu. In fact, it was no wonder that it was known as the Kingdom of Bicycles. Even so, not every household could afford a bicycle. Mr. Su, as far as I know, the living standards and per capita income of Xincheng citizens should be the highest and the closest to that of Xiangjiang citizens. Young Master Bao, that is quite possible. Xincheng, like Guangdong province, has a lot of immigrants who have developed well, and it is precisely because of this that those who have obtained Xiangjiang identity cards and were originally from Xincheng still often keep in touch with their relatives in Xincheng, including inquiries about each other's income. From the correspondence of some people, it can be concluded that based on the monthly salary of a state-owned enterprise employee being 70 renminbi, it would take about 6 months to buy a 12-inch black and white television. If calculated based on the monthly salary of ordinary people in Xinjiang being 1,500 to 1,800 HKD, they could buy 3 to 4 such televisions. In total, the purchasing power in Xinjiang is 18 times that of Shenzhen. If converted into purchasing vegetables, the monthly salary in Shenzhen could buy 1,500 jin of vegetables, while Xinjiang could only buy 600 jin. In this respect, the wages or purchasing power in Shenzhen are much higher than in Xinjiang. On another note, a state-owned enterprise employee in Shenzhen earning 70 renminbi a month could support a family of 4. In Xinjiang, a salary of over 1,000 HKD is quite strained to support 4 people. Additionally, the prices in Shenzhen are clearly marked stable and relatively uniform. In Xinjiang, the price differences are vast. For instance, in the most prosperous areas of Hong Kong Island, prices are highest, while in the suburbs, such as New Territories, prices vary greatly. This way, the monthly expenses for a family of 4 in Shenzhen at 70 renminbi are roughly equivalent to the income of an ordinary family in Xinjiang of over 2,000 HKD. Of course, this involves significant issues, as a city in the north, Shenzhen has an abundance of goods and resources, and even when purchasing various items, it requires various tickets, which is indeed much better than in other places. In Xinjiang, as long as one has money, there are no restrictions on direct purchases. Therefore, those who have immigrated to Xinjiang often earn money there, sending some money, and even other items including sugar, lard, clothing, watches, etc., back to their relatives in Shenzhen during festive seasons. It's not that Shenzhen lacks these items, but ordinary people in Shenzhen cannot compare to their relatives who have already immigrated to Xinjiang. Along the way, Mr. Su excitedly introduced the situation in Shenzhen to Bao Yu. Bao Yu knew that before 1949, Shenzhen was truly considered the Pearl of the Orient. Later, many large foreign banks like the Huifeng Bank and Jardine Matheson shifted their focus to Xinjiang, which led to the current Oriental Pearl Xinjiang. In fact, Shenzhen had an excellent development foundation, whether in terms of transportation, geographical location, or the various remaining foundations. Given time, Shenzhen could indeed develop rapidly. Bao Yu has 2 former residences in Shenzhen. The first is located at No. 1 Lane 1818 Huaihai Middle Road, where Mr. Liao and Mr. Su have taken Bao's family members. Upon reaching outside the road, it is already very quiet. The personnel passing through here must have been called away, and Bao Yu, the couple Bao Yugong, Bao Xiaolong, and other members of the Bao family got out of the car. When Bao Xiaolong and the couple Bao Yugong saw this place, they found it very familiar. This is a French-style garden residence built in 1934. Now in 1978, it has been 44 years, and the house here indeed has a long history. Of course, this place has not only housed the Bao family, but also other prominent figures. Bao Yugong had sold it back in the day. Although they can now go inside to take a look, the couple Bao Yugong and Bao Xiaolong are still observing from outside. Unexpectedly, after more than 30 years without returning, seeing it again brings a wave of emotions. Bao Yu and the Bao family are taking photos here. After staying for about half an hour, they left and headed to another former residence of the Bao family in Xinqing No. 2 Tongshan Village. This is not a mansion either. It was also built around the 1930s and has become quite dilapidated after more than Now Bao Yu and the others have arrived here, standing on the road. Bao Yu sees 2 Spanish-style garden residences with beige cement walls, red tiles, and old dormer windows on the roof. As the couple Bao Yugong and Bao Xiaolong have just returned here, an indescribable feeling arises. They feel too familiar with this place. It feels as if so many years have passed, yet nothing has changed. In fact, Bao Yugong knows very well that this set of residences was sold in 1948 to the then manager of Yonglu Weaving Factory, Tang Yuanjia. Later, Bao Xiaolong immigrated to Xinjiang, followed by the couple Bao Yugong. Bao Yugong understands that if he had not sold the residence back, then he might still be in Shenzhen. Of course, he might not have become the maritime king he is now. Mr. Su and Mr. Liao accompanied them. This residence has long changed hands many times. Even though they can go up to take a look now, the couple Bao Yugong and Bao Xiaolong are just observing from outside, leaving behind photographs as mementos. They stayed here for half an hour. To avoid affecting the travel and life of other citizens in Xinqing, the Bao family did not linger for long. They got back in the car and left. As the second hometown of the Bao family, it cannot compare to the true first hometown. This visit is not only to see the 2 major residences of the Bao family in Shenzhen, but also for Bao Yu and Bao Yugong to observe the development of the now most prosperous city, Xinqing. After leaving here, they got into the Hongqi car, accompanied by Mr. Su and Mr. Liao. The dedicated driver drove Bao Yugong and others around. Actually, the places they are looking at are the old districts of Puxi. They appear very distinctive and nostalgic, yet they are just like that. As for the future, Puxi will not lose out to Pudong, which is even more developed. Bao Yu knows that aside from the riverbank and farmland, there is actually nothing else. Moreover, it is currently very difficult to travel from Puxi to Pudong. Like in the past with Xinjiang, one must take a ferry to cross. In other words, the most developed area of Xinqing now is still these old districts in Puxi, where many state-owned enterprises are concentrated. On the road, aside from occasionally asking Mr. Su about the development of Xinxing Bao Yu did not say much. In the afternoon, the Bao family finished lunch at the West Suburb Hotel. After resting for 2 hours, they left the West Suburb Hotel to head to Xinxing Railway Station. Before leaving, Bao Yugong specifically left a check for the West Suburb Hotel to cover the expenses for hosting the Bao family yesterday and today. The check displayed is for 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. The manager of the West Suburb Hotel was also surprised when he saw it. The hosting of the Bao family this time was arranged by the upper management in Xinxing with all expenses covered by the state in Xinxing. Unexpectedly, the Bao family left a check for 1,000 Hong Kong dollars after leaving the West Suburb Hotel. As of now, 1,000 Hong Kong dollars is indeed quite a sum. The manager approached Mr. Su, and upon seeing the check, Mr. Su could only inquire about its meaning. This time the Bao family returned from Xiangjiang, which holds significant meaning. The Bao family is a valuable guest. Since they were invited back, how could they be made to spend money? At this moment, the Bao family returned to Xinxing Railway Station to travel to Yongqing Railway Station. In fact, the two places are only over 200 kilometers apart, very close. If the Bao family did not want to take the train, but rather a boat, it is also quite near from Xinxing to Yongqing. For safety reasons, the Bao family still chose to take the train. On the train, they are still accompanied by Mr. Liao and others. Although Bao Yu and Bao Yugong have other thoughts considering Mr. Liao and others, the father and son did not say much. At around 9 in the evening, after 5 to 6 hours, they finally arrived at Yongqing. This is the hometown of the Bao family. Now they have arrived in Yongqing. After getting off the train, more people came to welcome the Bao family, mainly the key officials from Yongqing. It can be said that the return of the Bao family father and son is the most important event for Yongqing. The officials in Yongqing are showing great importance to this matter. More than half a month ago, Yongqing suddenly received a notification from Yinjing understanding that the world maritime king Bao Yugong and the current great capitalist Bao Yugang's son Bao Yu were returning to their hometown for the first time. Mr. Bao Mrs. Bao Young Master Bao, welcome home. Mr. Shin, the key official from Yongqing, immediately came over to shake hands with Bao Xiaolong and others. After shaking hands with Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and others, he said, Mr. Bao, you have really worked hard. It is now already nighttime. Although dinner has already been eaten on the train to the Bao family's old home is not suitable for guests to stay at. Therefore, the Yongqing Overseas Chinese Hotel, which had been prepared in advance for hosting foreign guests, is ready. The group got into the car and drove to the Overseas Chinese Hotel, which is the best and only hotel in Yongqing for hosting foreign guests. As Bao Yu and the others just got off the car, they saw the hotel manager and staff come out to welcome them. Bao Xiaolong, the couple Bao Yugong, Bao Yu, and other members of the Bao family entered the hotel. The elderly Bao Xiaolong, upon returning to his hometown, appears excited, yet also fatigued. Huang Xiuying, Bao Peihui, and the other ladies who came along also looked tired. They each went to the luxurious suites that had been arranged for them. Bao Yu arrived at the room next to where his grandfather and parents are staying alone inside. He has never been to Yongqing in his past life. Now in this world, it is also Bao Ye's first visit. However, he knows that decades later Yongqing will be a very developed city in Zhejiang province and along the coast. Bao Yuzhou was exhausted from the journey. After taking a shower and resting, he got up again, and it was already past 9 in the morning the next day. The rest of the Bao family was already awake. Now it was Bao Yu. He got up to wash up, and Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and their spouses were waiting for him to have breakfast before heading back to the old Bao family home. Bao Yu greeted the relatives present. After finishing breakfast, Mr. Liao and Mr. Chen were already waiting. They got into the car, and the group headed towards Hengyiyan in the Camel district of Zhenhai County. The car drove slowly along the way, and Bao Yu sat in the vehicle, occasionally looking outside and noticing the low-rise buildings, which seemed very characteristic of the era. However, the most prosperous part of Yongqing was not in this area, so what he saw outside could not be compared with what he had seen in Xinxing yesterday. It took about half an hour. The car stopped. Not long after, the sound of firecrackers began to crackle outside. Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and others got out of the car. Some Bao family clansmen who remained in the old home had already prepared upon learning that Bao Xiaolong's family. As Bao Xiaolong got out of the car, several elderly Bao clansmen approached, recognizing him at a glance. Now in business, Bao Xiaolong was not as successful as Bao Yugong and Bao Yu, but the foundation of the Bao family had developed on his basis, and he had appeared in many newspapers. Now seeing these elderly Bao clansmen, Bao Xiaolong was clearly very moved. Xiaolong, I never expected you to really come. Several elderly men greeted Bao Xiaolong excitedly. As he became choked up, he introduced Bao Yugong and Bao Yu, who were beside him. They certainly recognized Bao Yugong. However, that was 30 years ago, and now seeing him again after 30 years, he naturally seemed a bit different. Back then, Bao Yugong and his wife got married here in the old home. This is my precious grandson, Bao Yu. Bao Xiaolong introduced him to the clansmen. Bao Xiaolong had more than one grandson, but the other grandchildren could not compare with Bao Yu. The clansmen had known about Bao Xiaolong having such a grandson long ago, but it was their first time meeting Bao Yu in person. Bao Yu humbly greeted them according to his generation. The group headed towards the old Bao family home. As the Bao family arrived here, Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and his wife Bao Yushu, and his wife Bao Yuxing, and his wife as well as the aunts of Bao Yu all appeared very excited. After all, many of them had lived here for a long time back then. Bao Yu looked at the old Bao family home, truly amazed as the house was quite large. The old family home belonged to the typical Jiangnan residential style, a brickwood structure facing south consisting of 5 rooms, with 2 wings and 2 stories with high walls and a deep courtyard. The east side's main gate opened to endless fields with crisscrossing paths and rivers. The old home covered an area of 800 square meters with a building area of 940 square meters. Viewed from the outside, it was a large Jiangnan-style old home. Bao Yu followed inside to tour, growing more and more impressed. This was not only the place where Bao Xiaolong and his wife were born and raised, but also where Bao Ye's father Bao Yugong, his uncle Bao Yushu, his third uncle Bao Yuxing, and those aunts were born and even studied. This typical Jiangnan rural old home in Bao Ye's view belonged to the wealthy regardless of the era. The Bao family had settled here since the late Qing dynasty, expanding generation after generation. Over the years, although we intended to protect it, a part has suffered damage, said an elderly Bao clansman beside him. The clansmen were unaware if Bao Yugang's family had returned from Shanjiang. However, given the situation over the years, both Bao Yugong and Bao Yu were already aware of this. Mr. Liao had explained to them in advance, and even now seeing it, Bao Yugong had already come to terms with it. Originally, this property had been nationalized, but now that Bao Yugang's family had returned, it naturally still belonged to the Bao family as a property. However, Bao Yu knew that in his previous life his father Bao Yugong had 4 daughters and did not have a son like him. Basically, the daughters and sons-in-law stayed in Xiangjiang and overseas, and uncles and aunts would not return either. Thus, this place had become the ancestral home of the Bao family, and the residents of Bao Yugong serving as a local sightseeing spot. In reality, it was the Bao family that had donated the old home to the authorities. Bao Yu knew that things were different now with him as a son. If the authorities understood, they would surely return this place. As for the damage suffered over the years, many items, including valuable furniture that had been stolen, sold, or lost to other places, should be retrieved and restored to hand back to the Bao family. In fact, Bao Yu did not have much feeling for this place. Perhaps because neither he nor his predecessor was born and raised here, he naturally had no emotional attachment. However, the blood of the Bao family flowed within him. His roots came from here. Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and his wife Bao Yushu, and his wife Bao Yuxing, and his wife, and others were obviously very excited as they explored everywhere. Bao Yu followed behind, watching his excited grandfather. He knew that this trip back was indeed worthwhile. Especially considering his grandfather's age, even if he had the thought of returning to his roots, it was impossible to truly return to this old home. At most, he would just come back to see the place where he once lived, so that when the day came to leave this world, he would not do so with regrets. Bob, this room is where your mother and I lived when we got married. Reflecting on their marriage years ago, Bao Yugong and his wife felt emotional, not expecting time to pass so quickly. Most importantly, what made Bao Yugong feel emotional was that he had not only had 4 daughters, but also Bao Yu as a son. The Bao family spent nearly half a day exploring inside and outside. Now outside the old Bao family home, besides the sounds of firecrackers and the lively sounds of gongs and drums, the Bao family had prepared lunch for Bao Yugang's family. When Bao Yu came out, he saw many unfamiliar young Bao clansmen, as well as adults and elderly people whom he actually did not know. At this time, Bao Yugong and his wife prepared red envelopes in advance. Each envelope contained a 1,000 Hong Kong dollar bill, which had just been issued last year in Shanjiang. Now, taking out these red envelopes, regardless of age or gender, whether Bao clansmen or people from other surnames next door, they all came over to receive them. At this time, 1,000 Hong Kong dollars was still quite valuable. It could be said that the Bao family had distributed 200,000 to 300,000 Hong Kong dollars this time. Those Bao clansmen who received the red envelopes from the Bao family appeared even more delighted. Bao Yu, Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and his wife Bao Yushu, and his wife Bao Yuxing, and his wife, as well as several elderly villagers, sat at a long table. Now the table was filled with dishes from Yongcheng. Yongcheng cuisine is not famous, nor is it an independent cuisine. It is close to the sea and has been prosperous since ancient times, mainly featuring seafood. Although Bao Ye's ancestral home is in Yongcheng, he had not eaten Yongcheng cuisine, while in Shanjiang, having only eaten Cantonese and Western food. Now the dishes laid out before him were indeed the top 10 famous dishes of Yongcheng. These included candied turtle, grilled river eel, yellow fish wrapped in bean curd, skin baked seaweed squares, golden chicken crab with red paste, yellow fish soup with preserved vegetables, goose liver wrapped in net oil, yellow fish belly, and the 3 stinky dishes: stinky winter melon, stinky amaranth stems, stinky vegetable heart. These were dishes that ordinary people in Yongcheng would only see during festivals or banquets. Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and his wife and others had not seen them in a long time while in Shanjiang. Bao Yu, try some of our authentic hometown dishes. Before the meal, Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and several elderly members of the Bao clan talked about their return to their hometown, this time the first reason being to pay homage to their ancestors. Bao Xiaolong and the Bao family members had been away from their hometown for 30 years, which means there hadn't been any ancestral offerings for 30 years, although during this time some members of the Bao clan had substituted for the ancestral rites. After all, it is different from personally paying respects. Furthermore, Bao Ye's sister Bao Yu and their uncles and cousins basically grew up in Xinjiang. This time returning home, the more important intention is to recognize their roots and inform their ancestors that Bao Yu and the other descendants of the Bao family have returned. Bao Yu is now the most outstanding third generation of the Bao family and wants to proclaim to the ancestors of the Bao family praying for their blessings. These matters had already been arranged by the Bao family and relevant authorities before returning home. The relevant authorities also had discussions in advance with the members of the Bao clan. Xiaolong regarding the ancestral offerings, and Bao Yu and the other third-generation members recognizing their roots. We have prepared everything in advance, including various incense, paper money, firecrackers, candles, etc. We have also confirmed the date for the ancestral rites. According to the schedule, going tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock would be just right. Since that's the case, we will arrange the timing and process accordingly. That afternoon, the Bao family ancestral home is very lively. In addition to butchering pigs and continuing to entertain the members of the Bao clan, preparations for Bao Yu and the others to recognize their roots and the ancestral rites are also underway. These were all prepared by the relevant authorities and sent from Yongqing, including 8 large fat pigs, many cattle and sheep, as well as poultry, vegetables, seafood, and more. That evening after dinner, Bao Yu's parents and grandfather had their meal. Since the ancestral home was not suitable for living after dinner, they had to take a car back to the overseas Chinese hotel. Outside the Bao family ancestral home, it is still very lively, with a cinema invited by Yongqing screening movies for the Bao family members. At this time, Bao Yu and the others had already taken a car back to the overseas Chinese hotel, while the Bao family ancestral home was bustling like during the New Year, even more lively than the New Year. In addition to everyone receiving a large red envelope from the Bao family in the morning, they also indulged in feasting and drinking. Under such circumstances, how could they not be happy? Returning to the overseas Chinese hotel, Bao Yu is a bit tired, but he feels different, perhaps because of the blood flowing through him and its connection to this place. Bao Yu sees his father waiting for him. Now that Mr. Liao isn't around, father and son can finally have a private conversation. Bob, how does it feel to be back? Bao Yugong asked. Dad, how do you feel? I am very happy. After all, it has been a long time since I returned. For men, the hometown indeed feels different, because no matter where they go, their true roots are in their hometown. Now, after being away for 30 years, Bao Yugang's return is indeed very different. The father and son walked and chatted outside the overseas Chinese hotel. Bob, I have to tell you 2 things. Dad, go ahead. First, I am the 29th direct descendant of the famous Song Dynasty official Baozhang, which means you are the 30th direct descendant of Baozhang. According to relevant historical records, Baozhang's hometown is in Hefei on Hubei province. Baozhang had 2 sons, the elder son Bao Yi and the younger son Bao Shou. During the late northern Song Dynasty, the Song Gaozong fled south to Linen under the protection of Baozhang's 6th-generation grandson Bao Yuanji. After the southern Song Dynasty was destroyed, the descendants of the Bao family migrated from Linen to settle here. During the Guangxu period of the Qing Dynasty, Bao Kuji, Bao Yugang's great-grandfather, made a fortune in the lumber business in his early years, and after making money, he returned home to build this new house with 5 rooms and 2 corridors. On October 13, 1918, during the lunar calendar, as Yongchang had entered winter, Bao Xiaolong hurried back to Zhongbao village from Hangkou, where he was doing business with his father. 2 days prior, his wife Qin Saiqin sent a message that she was about to give birth. On November 10, 1918, Bao Xiaolong, who already had a son and a daughter, welcomed another chubby son. Bao Xiaolong named his second son Chiron, meaning never stopping, thriving, and prosperous. At that time, he also gave him the courtesy name Yugong, hoping that when he grew up he would maintain his integrity and be principled. The Bao family has now reached the 3rd generation, with Bao Yu at the forefront of the grandchildren. Bao Yu did not expect that he was indeed a descendant of a famous person. In his past life, who didn't know Bao Qingtian? He was the renowned magistrate of Qingtian. Of course, those were exaggerations in movies or television shows. In reality, Bao Zhang was indeed a well-known politician and official, well-liked by many at the time. The descendants of the Bao family have mostly gone into business which is related to Yongcheng. That I didn't expect that we are indeed descendants of the famous Bao family. Of course, in the future, we must not bring shame to the ancestors of the Bao family. Second, we actually belong to the so-called Yongqing gang is not an organized society, but refers broadly to the merchants and entrepreneurs from the old Ningbo prefectures in County Cixi Zhenhai, Fenghua Xiangshan, and Dinghai who are living abroad. One can say that the Yongqing gang is the largest business group since modern times and one of the 10 major business groups. Not to mention other eras. Just mentioning after 1949, there are influential individuals in Xiangjiang, such as the shipping king Bao Chuan, as well as Bao Yunao. Additionally, the film tycoon Xiao Yifu from Xiangjiang is actually a fellow townsman of the Bao family. Dad, you mean Mr. Xiao is our fellow townsman. Indeed, his family isn't too far from ours. This surprised Bao Yu. He didn't expect that the film tycoon Mr. Xiao was actually from his hometown. However, he does not particularly like Mr. Xiao. Moreover, Bao Zongxing can also be considered a textile king in Xiangjiang and Africa, which relates to our Bao family in some way. Also, there are notable entrepreneurs in Xiangjiang like Wang Quanqing, Chen Tinghua, and others such as Chao Guangbiao the Wool Textile King, Wu Li Huili the Watch King, and Xiu Dijing the Entertainment King. Regarding the people mentioned by Bao Yugong, they are all famous wealthy individuals in Xinjiang. Among them, Bao Yu is relatively familiar with the Wool Textile King Chao Guangbiao, because in Bao Ye's past life, Bao Yugong aimed to break the monopoly of Cathay Pacific Airways on air and shipping in Xinjiang, and collaborated with Chao Guangbiao and others to establish the Dragon Shipping Group. This was a very unsuccessful investment for Bao Yugong, as Dragon Shipping could not compete with Cathay Pacific. Ultimately, it was due to the fact that the licenses for aviation issued by the Hong Kong Governor's Office had already been monopolized by Cathay Pacific. With all overseas routes and major routes being monopolized by Cathay Pacific, Dragon Shipping could not compete with Cathay Pacific, which led to Bao Yugong suffering a heavy loss, ultimately having to sell all shares to the Chao family. As for Xiu Dijing, Bao Yu naturally knew that historically leased television station was acquired by Xiu Dijing, the boss of the Far East Group, but he did not expect that Xiu Dijing was also from the same hometown as the Bao family. Moreover, Xiu Dijing and Xiao Yifu are also fellow townsmen. This means that in the Xinjiang film industry, it can be seen as competition among fellow townsmen. In addition, the Yongqing gang has many wealthy individuals overseas and in Taiwan. No wonder Yongqing can be so prosperous, though just these wealthy individuals are all remarkable. Bao Yu inquired about how some wealthy individuals in Xinjiang made their fortunes. He brought up Mr. Xiao. Bob, people's hearts are hard to fathom, and such matters are indeed hard to say. However, I can tell you that every Chinese wealthy individual who stands out in Xinjiang has complex means behind them. This is what Bao Yugong wanted to remind Bao Yu. In a place like Xinjiang, there are too many underhanded dealings, including those like Li's family who managed to clean up their image. There are also the Ma family from the Oriental Daily, etc. Many who appear to be very wealthy, who knows what they have done in the background. For a very mature businessman, it might just be about interests and cooperation. Right and wrong may not necessarily be clearly defined. That night, Bao Yu found it unforgettable, not only because he learned that he was a descendant of Bao Qingtian, but also because he did not expect to find so many fellow townsmen from Yongqing and Xinjiang. Bao Yu gang also mentioned that while they are fellow townsmen, when it comes to interest, competition is inevitable. Of course, outside of competition, cooperation is also possible if appropriate. That night, Bao Yu fell asleep late, reflecting on what his father Bao Yu gang had told him. The tycoons in Xinjiang were all formidable. In other words, sometimes for the sake of interest, others might even take your life. As the legitimate son of the king of ships, very few dared to provoke him in Xinjiang. Additionally, this trip back home was also a significant collaboration with the upper echelons. For Bao Yu, having wealth and fame was still not enough. Bao Yu fell asleep, and just as dawn broke the next day, he was awakened. He suddenly remembered that today was the day for ancestor worship and recognizing his roots. Bao Yu got up to wash up and changed into formal attire. When he came out, he saw his grandfather Bao Zhaolong, his parents, and other members of the Bao family already waiting. They first took a car leaving the overseas Chinese hotel, heading toward the old Bao family residence. The old Bao residence was particularly lively now, as many villagers already knew that the king of ships and his son were back, and even distributed red envelopes to everyone present last night. Many people came to watch the excitement, and naturally someone was there to entertain these villagers. Today, Bao Yu, along with his parents and grandfather, finished breakfast here and took a car to the ancestral grave of the Bao family. Yangqing's Xinzhong Mountain. It was about 7 or 8 kilometers away, not far at all. Bao Yu and his family arrived here and saw that the scenery was beautiful. No wonder the Bao family produced so many. It was not yet time. The area had already been cleared of weeds in advance by the Bao clan members and people from Yongqing, making it very clean for their arrival. At 7:45 a.m., members of the Bao family, including Bao Zhaolong, Bao Yu gang, and his wife Bao Yu Shu, and his wife Bao Yu Xing, and his wife, Bao Ye's eldest uncle and third uncle's children, and Bao Ye's fourth sister and her husband, as well as Bao Ye's aunt. Additionally, there were representatives of the Bao clan, including some elderly people, adults, and children. At 8 a.m., Bao Zhaolong led the family members in a line to the grave, presenting fruits and fine wine, lighting incense and candles, and performing ancestral worship according to old customs. Among them, the most important aspect was the sacrificial text written by an elderly scholar in the clan. The text was standard written in Chinese and read in the local dialect of Yongqing. In fact, Bao Yu didn't quite understand it. As he knelt before the altar, the presiding elder first recounted Bao Zhaolong's situation, followed by Bao Yu gang and his wife's situation. Currently, Bao Yu gang is recognized as the king of ships in the world, chairman of Global Shipping Group, Asia Shipping Group, and Longfeng International, as well as chairman of over 200 companies. His achievements in business were enough to honor the ancestors. The elder read for a long time, primarily informing the ancestors in this manner. Afterward, he spoke about Bao Ye's situation. This included which generation of the Bao family Bao Yu was, who his father was, and what accomplishments he had achieved. Compared to his father Bao Yu gang, it was clear that Bao Yu did not fall short. This included the acquisition of Wharf Holdings, acquisition of Qingzhou Ingni Group, acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa, acquisition of Li TV, acquisition of the Xiangjiang Electric Group, acquisition of China Gas, involving over 10 large publicly traded companies and hundreds to thousands of various companies, impacting hundreds of thousands of employees. It was evident that the Bao family members present, including Mr. Liao, who accompanied them, were quite astonished. In other words, Bao Yu was now even more formidable than the king of ships, and this return was also to recognize his roots. The elder read for a long time, and after finishing he set the text aside to burn it before reading others, including the achievements of Bao Yes uncle Bao Yu Shu, Bao Yes third uncle Bao Yu Xing, and other Bao family descendants. These were rather ordinary by comparison. Even so, this process still took a long time. Ultimately, it concluded with Baoing officially announcing the first return home of Bao Yu and others in the Bao family to recognize their roots. Though it seemed quite complicated, Bao Zhaolong, Bao Yu Gang, and others appeared very excited. In their view, this was what truly meant for Bao Yu to recognize his roots. Although they had entrusted the Bao clan to inform them back, then returning here felt different. It took nearly the entire morning to complete the ancestral worship and root recognition process. Before leaving, the villagers helped burn a large amount of incense, paper money, and set off many firecrackers and fireworks. Once all this was finished, Bao Yu and the others finally left by car. Bao Yu knew that since he inherited this body, he was truly Bao Yu. Leaving Xinzhong Mountain, they returned to the Bao family old residence. Today, more members of the Bao clan and villagers from neighboring villages were invited to dine together. There were nearly 50 tables. After lunch, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. This trip back home nearly completed their task. At this moment, Bao Yu and Bao Yu Gang specifically went to the seaside a few kilometers away. Here lay the vast. Bob, your father grew up watching the sea here. I often saw many ships coming and going when I was young. Later, I immigrated to Xiangjiang with your grandfather, and I thought of developing the shipping industry. In fact, at first your grandfather and grandmother strongly opposed my path, believing that running ships was risky and engaging in maritime transport meant betting all assets. With a slight misstep, one could go bankrupt. Moreover, at that time, the shipping industry in Xiangjiang was already very developed and competition was fierce. However, perhaps it was because I was influenced by the boats coming and going in my hometown since childhood that ultimately led me down this path of shipping. Bao Yu Gang truly felt emotional. Now, another king of ships in Xiangjiang, Dong Haoyun, can also be considered a fellow townsman of Bao Yu Gang belonging to Zhoushan. Zhoushan has always been managed by Yongsheng until it later broke away to establish its own prefecture-level city. As of now, Dong Haoyun and Bao Yu Gang are indeed fellow townsmen, both having risen through the shipping industry. Although both are competitors, Dong's shipping development has never been on the same level as the Bao families. However, now, when Bao Yu looked out, he thought differently from his father. Dad, what do you think of our hometown? Of course, our hometown is great. Bao Yu knew that the port jointly managed by Yongsheng and Zhoushan had always been at the top, even the largest port in his previous life. If you also consider the Yanshan port in Xin City, this should be the largest port in the world. In other words, the area around Yongsheng and Zhoushan is very suitable as a deep-water port, and it can even be said that most goods in the entire Yangtze River Delta are imported and exported from here. Currently, the Bao family's global shipping group, Asia Shipping Group, Wharf Holdings, and Hutchison Whampoa are all involved in port investments. If he were to invest in his hometown, Bao Yu felt that this vast area of deep-water port was perfect for the Bao family to invest in. Dad, I mean this vast ocean. The ocean. When Bao Yu Gang realized this, he appeared quite surprised. However, this time the Bao family was only returning to worship ancestors, and Bao Yu and the other younger generations were recognizing their roots, and they were merely observing the situation in their hometown without involving any investment matters. Around 4 in the afternoon, Bao Yu Gang and Bao Yu stood by the seaside of their hometown, gazing into the distance. One thought of his childhood standing here watching the boats coming and going, and the other thought of the future port of Yongqing, which was destined to become the world's largest. For Bao Yu, his hometown Yongsheng was not just a place to return to, it was also the most important investment location for him and global investment company in the future. In Xiangjiang, on Mountain Village Road No. 2, there is Yanghe Hospital. This is a private hospital in Xiangjiang specifically serving the wealthy and middle class. In the obstetrics and gynecology department of Yanghe Hospital at the end of May, 2 clients with special identities were admitted. One was Bao Peiqing, the eldest daughter of the shipping tycoon. According to the obstetrician's assessment, Bao Peiqing's delivery was expected at the end of May or early June with a maximum difference of 1 week. Accompanied by Su Haifan, she was admitted to a separate obstetrics room. At this time, in addition to Bao Peiqing, there was also her husband Su Haifun and a private nurse from Yanghe Hospital. Another client was Bao Pei Rong, the second daughter of the shipping tycoon, who also moved in at the end of May. Both women had become pregnant last year, and the time difference was not significant. According to the obstetrician's diagnosis, their due dates were quite similar. However, the difference was that Su Haifun and his wife married in 1969 and had been together for nearly 10 years. Now, with Bao Peiqing in her 30s considered a high-risk pregnancy, they were extremely cautious. On the other hand, Wu Guangzheng and his wife married in 1973 and had been married for 5 to 6 years, and they too showed considerable caution. In a private room, the heavily pregnant Bao Peiqing sat on the edge of the bed, with Su Haifeng by her side. Ever since that public confrontation with her father Bao Yugang in the meeting room, Su Haifeng had begun to feel distant from him. On another front, after the consolidation of Global Shipping Group, Kowloon Warehouse Shipping, and Heji Shipping, Su Haifeng no longer held his original positions as the first vice chairman and director of Global Shipping Group. Ultimately, this was closely related to the changes concerning Bao Yu, as well as Su Haifeng merely being Bao Yugang's son-in-law. As the eldest daughter, Bao Peiqing naturally understood. On one hand, she felt relieved that her brother had undergone such significant changes. Her parents no longer had to worry about the future heir of Global Shipping Group. On the other hand, having married Su Haifeng, she naturally had to consider her husband and their unborn child. "Sir, our parents and brother have returned to our hometown for a few days," Bao Peiqing said, holding a newspaper. She had just seen the headline of the Oriental Daily featuring news about Bao Yugang and his sons alongside Huang Xiaoying and other family members. For the Bao family, this was their first return to their hometown, and Bao Peiqing certainly wished to join them, but unfortunately she was in her due period. She knew that her mother Huang Xiaoying had promised to accompany her during her labor, and now her mother, father, brother, and grandfather had all gone back. In other words, compared to her giving birth, the Bao family's trip back home seemed far more important. "Peiqing, rest assured I will always be here by your side," Su Haifeng said. At this moment, Su Haifeng knew that ever since his brother-in-law Bao Ye's sudden rise, the four Bao family sons-in-law, including himself, no longer held much significance. First, the third son-in-law and daughter of the Bao family had been arranged by Bao Yu to go to the east. Although Su Haifeng did not know the reason for Bao Ye's arrangement, he speculated it was related to them. As for the remaining three Bao family sons-in-law, Su Haifeng and Wu Guangzheng were still at Global Shipping Group, while Zheng Weijian had just become a new director last year, but was not even counted as a director this year. In this situation, Su Haifeng guessed that he would eventually be arranged to leave Global Shipping Group. He did not know. When he first learned that Bao Peiqing was the eldest daughter of the shipping tycoon, he had already anticipated this. The couple chatted when a knock on the door interrupted them. Initially, Su Haifeng and his wife thought it was a nurse from the hospital. Su Haifeng opened the door to find Wu Guangzheng supporting the heavily pregnant Bao Peirong. "Elder sister, brother-in-law," Bao Peirong said as she entered. "Peirong, you are about to give birth. Don't move around too much," Bao Peiqing advised. "Sister," the obstetrician said, "that if it's not a cesarean section, moving around helps with natural delivery," Bao Peirong said, taking a seat next to Wu Guangzheng. Now the four of them were somewhat envious of their sister Bao Peihui and Zheng Weijian being able to return to their home. Zheng Weijian was a genuine second-generation rich man from the Zheng family in Singapore. His father Zheng Yixiong, a businessman from Chaoshan, established Yongtai Group in Xiangjiang in 1955, growing from denim into a leader in the textile and garment industry, and later diversified into real estate, retail, and investments in Singapore. However, the Zheng family's assets were incomparable to the Bao family. Moreover, Zheng Yixiong had three sons, and Zheng Weijian was ranked second, which determined that he could not inherit the main assets of the Zheng family. In the eyes of the two Zheng brothers, after Zheng Weijian married the Bao family's fourth young lady, the Zheng family's assets had little to do with him. In this situation, Zheng Weijian resembled a nominal second-generation rich man. This time, Zheng Weijian and Bao Peihui were able to accompany the Bao family back to their hometown simply because they had nothing else to do, and Bao Peihui was not pregnant, making it convenient for them to go. Now, as Bao Peiqing talked to Bao Peirong about her situation, she naturally felt envious of her sister. "Bao Peirong, do you think that this time, after our sister and brother-in-law return, will he rejoin Global Shipping Group?" Bao Peiqing asked. "Elder sister, I don't know either," she replied. The affairs of Global Shipping Group were not something they could interfere with. Moreover, after their brother's rise, it was even less likely they could interfere. They were reminded of the sudden arrangements made by their brother Bob for the third sister Bao Pei Li and her husband Du Shin Yi Lang to go to the east. And in the eyes of the two sisters, it was likely that the fourth sister and her husband would also be arranged to return to Singapore. Currently, Zheng family's Yongtai real estate is primarily in Xiangjiang, and Zheng Weijian's older brother is responsible for Yongtai real estate in Xiangjiang year-round. However, in reality, the Zheng family's nationality has already changed to Singapore, and Zheng Weijian himself has long been a Singaporean. Thus, the sisters suspected whether the fourth sister and her husband would be arranged by Bob to go to Singapore. Bao Yu faced the vast sea, gazing into the distance. At this moment, he was filled with ambition, and in his eyes these were all investment opportunities. Conversely, Bao Yu was genuinely astonished upon hearing that Young City could be transformed along with Zhoushan into the world's largest port. Even though he could see that his son was already quite different now, he was surprised to find that his son had such thoughts. "Daddy, of course it's still too early for investment. This time we are just returning to see the situation back home and are not involved in any investments. However, this visit serves as a foundation to enhance mutual trust with the higher-ups, laying an important groundwork for future investments." Bao Yu understood that creating the Young City Zhoushan, world's largest port, would not only promote the development of Young City and the Yangtze River Delta, but also expand the shipping scale of the Global Shipping Group. Currently, the global shipping group had no choice but to abandon ship, which ultimately stemmed from the international environment. On the contrary, if they could collaborate and invest with the higher-ups, the global shipping group would become something different. Bao speculated that in his previous life his brother-in-law Su Haiwen inherited their father's massive global shipping group, which could only rely on past achievements. On one hand, it was due to his distrust of the higher-ups. Su Haiwen had prematurely moved the industry to Europe. However, the European shipping sector had already been monopolized by other shipping groups. On the other hand, Su Haiwen's abilities were indeed lacking. Not only could he not develop the global shipping group, but the network and industry connections that their father Bao Yugan had accumulated over decades were basically squandered by others. Later Asian shipping groups were primarily consumed by shipping companies from other Asian countries. Now with Bao Ye's presence, he certainly did not wish for that to happen. Bob, I am very pleased that you can think this way. Bao Yugan was indeed very happy, because he did not expect that his son had already considered things he had not. This was like two people playing chess. One was still thinking about the next move while the other had already considered several moves ahead, even how to navigate the entire board. Clearly in Bao Yugan's view, his son was already capable of reaching this level. The father and son paused. Bao Yu picked up a small stone and threw it towards the distant seashore. Daddy, I want to talk to you about my fourth brother-in-law. Fourth brother-in-law, Zheng Weijian. Now Bao Ye's third sister and her husband had already been arranged to return to the east. Originally Sanjia Fu Du Shen Yilang enjoyed being in the east, and if it weren't for his relationship with Sanjia Bao Peihui, he really did not want to return to Hong Kong. Bob, are you talking about Weijian? Daddy, right now my fourth brother-in-law has nothing to do in Hong Kong wasting his talent. Zheng Weijian's talents. Bao Yu was certainly referring to Zheng Weijian's current situation. He was already 34 years old and still had achieved nothing. Although as the second son of the Zheng family, because he married the fourth young lady of the Bao family, he could no longer return to the Zheng family. The assets of the Zheng family had nothing to do with the second son of the Zheng family. Bao Yu felt that if he supported him, this fourth brother-in-law could not only return to the Zheng family, but even take over the Zheng family's assets. However, this would affect the reputation of the Bao family in Hong Kong and even overseas. Bao Yu also did not care for the Zheng family's meager assets, naturally not wanting to do such a thing. On the other hand, this fourth brother-in-law went to study in the United States at the age of 20, obtaining a PhD in medicine from the University of Wisconsin. He then became a teaching assistant at Cornell University and later a professor. It was only because of his marriage to the fourth young lady that he was called back to Hong Kong by Bao Yugan and his wife. In Bao Ye's view, this was unnecessary. Zheng Weijian studied medicine, so why not let him continue practicing or researching in the medical field? Returning to Hong Kong apart from joining the global shipping group, he could do nothing else. Moreover, now that Bao Yu had risen, Zheng Weijian could no longer manage the Bao family's family fund as he did in his previous life. Bob, what talents do you think Weijian has? Of course, his medical talent. He studied medicine and was a PhD from a prestigious medical school in the United States. Bringing him back, even if he entered the global shipping group to work in shipping, would be a pure waste of his talents. Bao Yugan indeed felt the same. Actually, in terms of the Zheng family, they truly could not compare to the Bao family. However, among the four sons-in-law, Zheng Weijian was a medical graduate and a PhD, which was quite impressive. Bob, what are your thoughts? Daddy, the global shipping group is not suitable for him. My idea is to have him return to university and become a medical professor or practice medicine in a major hospital or serve as the head of a medical research laboratory. The Zheng family's meager funds, or the Zheng family, would not support the fourth brother-in-law, but I can. I can provide funding to support him in establishing a medical research institute, allowing him to lead relevant researchers in studying advanced Western medicine. This way he can utilize his talents and perhaps even develop it into a massive pharmaceutical group. Moreover, who knows, he might even win a major award, perhaps even the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Bao Ye's words genuinely surprised Bao Yugan. Initially, he and his wife Huang Xiuying merely saw Zheng Weijian and Bao Peihui married and let them return from the United States without considering anything further. Now with his son Bao Ye's rise, and with no way to allow the other to return to the global shipping group, Bao Yugan felt that his son's arrangement for his fourth brother-in-law to develop in this direction was indeed good. Daddy, every profession has its specialization. My fourth brother-in-law studied medicine and can indeed be arranged to develop in this area. In other words, Bao Ye's arrangement basically determined Zheng Weijian's future fate. In fact, it was similar to Sanjia Fu Du Shen Yilang. Du Shen Yilang was from the east and was naturally arranged to return to the east to cooperate with the global investment company in its development there. Bob, then you arrange it. You can talk to Weijian first. If he is unwilling, I will talk to him later. As for your fourth sister, her thoughts are not as complicated as your two older sisters, so she should agree. Bao Yugan's remark about Bao Peihui lacking the complexity of the eldest and second sisters indicated that he had seen through it long ago. The father and son returned from the seaside. Now the Bao family members were still outside the old Bao residence. Their mission of returning home had been accomplished, and they would stay at the Overseas Chinese Hotel in Young City tonight. This was Zheng Weijian's first serious conversation with his brother-in-law. Initially, when his third brother-in-law Du Shini and his third sister Bao Pei were arranged to return to the East, Zheng Wei had already mentally prepared himself. Now upon hearing his brother-in-law speak in such a way, Zheng Weijian knew that what was meant to come was indeed on its way. Bao Yu looked into the distance and said, "Fourth brother-in-law, you were originally the second son of the Zheng family. Ever since you married my fourth sister, the affairs of the Zheng family have likely little to do with you." In other words, to those people, Zheng Weijian's integration into the Bao family was not much different from being a son-in-law. In fact, it was indeed the case. The companies of the Zheng family were primarily inherited and managed by Zheng Weijian's elder brother and younger brother. In the eyes of the Zheng family, Zheng Weijian's reliance on Bao Chuanwang's support rendered their assets quite insignificant. Zheng Weijian remained silent. "If you want to return to the Zheng family now, I can certainly find a way to help you inherit your family's wealth and businesses, and even help you multiply the Zheng family's assets several times. However, you know that such news would be detrimental to our Bao family's reputation." In other words, Bao Yu was unwilling to do so for the sake of the Bao family's credibility, unless Zheng Weijian truly harbored such intentions. At first hearing Bao Yu's words, Zheng Weijian showed a glimmer of longing in his eyes, but quickly remembered that he was indeed not cut out for business, and in the face of his elder brother and younger brother, he had no need to rely on the Bao family to compete for Zheng family's assets. As for the three brothers of the Zheng family, their father had already arranged their careers. The eldest was in business, the second studied medicine, and the third studied law. He simply did not expect to meet the fourth young lady of the Bao family in the M country. Moreover, he now realized that Bao Yu was right. If he relied on the Bao family to fight for the Zheng family's assets, it would likely tarnish both his and the Bao family's reputation. "Bob, I truly am not adept at business. All those matters were arranged by my father, and I do not wish to compete with my elder brother and younger brother." "Then you need to think clearly. If you choose to give up, now do not have such thoughts in the future." "Bob, I have indeed thought it." "That's good. As I mentioned earlier, you are a graduate with a doctorate in medicine from a prestigious university in the M country. You have also spent a long time studying medicine. If it weren't for marrying my fourth sister, you would likely have remained in the M country as a teacher practicing medicine, teaching, or even engaging in medical research. You have been back in Xinjiang with my fourth sister for several years now, but you have yet to find any meaningful work. Continuing like this is certainly not a viable option. It takes a great deal of time and effort for one to transition from studying medicine to obtaining a doctorate, and Zheng Weijian was no exception." "Bob, what do you mean? I just asked if you wish to remain in Xinjiang, go to Xinjiapa, or return to the M country for development. I don't see what the difference is." "Of course there is. If you and my fourth sister stay in Xinjiang, my father and I will certainly be able to see you both free. Furthermore, if you stay in Xinjiang, I will arrange for you to teach at Xinjiang University. In addition, I will establish a larger pharmaceutical company based on the current medical foundation, and I will support your research in medicine. If you can achieve good results with your team, you might even win several medical awards in the future. This would not only contribute to human medicine, but should you obtain the Nobel Prize in Medicine, it would also bring honor to both the Zheng and Bao families." The Nobel Prize in Medicine. Zheng Weijian had never thought about it. From a certain perspective, he indeed recognized that biology and medicine were critically important industries for the future. Just as Bao Yu had suggested, supporting him in pursuing medicine and investing substantial funds for him and his team could potentially yield remarkable results. With such achievements, he could become wealthy without needing to remain with the Universal Shipping Group. Clearly, this was the truly different path for him. Had he thought before about relying entirely on the Bao family to outsiders, he would simply be seen as someone living off others. If he could produce results through medical research, it would be entirely different. If you wish to go to Xinjiape, that is fine as well. After all, you hold citizenship there. Although Xinjiapa's development still lags behind Xinjiang, there are still many opportunities there. As for the M country, there's no need to mention it. You have worked at a university there for many years. If my father and mother hadn't suddenly called you back, you would likely be doing even better over there now. Bob, this matter I need to discuss with my fourth sister first, whether to stay in Xinjiang, go to Xinjiapa, or return. All right, after this visit home and returning to Xinjiang, you can let me know." Zheng Weijian left first. The words Bao Yu had just told him still left him astonished. In other words, the fourth son-in-law of the Bao family would undoubtedly be arranged ahead of time. First, the third son-in-law was arranged to go to the east. Then it would be his turn. Bao Yu had given him two different paths to choose from. Bao Yu remained there looking into the distance. As for the fourth brother-in-law, Bao Yu neither liked nor disliked him. Bao Yu knew that in his previous life, the fourth brother-in-law played a significant role during the time when his father Bao Yugong was diagnosed with cancer in the 1980s. Zheng Weijian was always busy helping, even hiring renowned cancer specialists from the M country for treatment, but ultimately after a few years Bao Yugong still passed away. Afterward, Zheng Weijian gave up his medical career, returned to Xinjiang to inherit the position of general manager of Universal Investment Company, and began to shift from medicine to business, managing the group's bond stocks and cash in the M country. This also caused displeasure for Bao Pei. Moreover, at that time Zheng Weijian was also enthusiastic about politics, much like Wu Guangjing. Perhaps it was partly for this reason that Zheng Weijian and his wife divorced directly in the late 1990s. In Bao Ye's view, there were several key reasons for this. First, at that time after Bao Yugong passed away, no one could manage the two of them, so if they wanted a divorce, they could just get one. Now it was different. Bao Yu knew that even if his father was no longer there in his case, if he did not allow the two of them to divorce, they would not dare to. Second, Bao Yu always felt that his fourth sister and fourth brother-in-law had a significant age gap. With an age difference of over 10 years, there would inevitably be a generation gap, which despite both being from wealthy families, could not be easily bridged. At that time, with the fourth sister far away in the M country and the fourth brother-in-law in Xiangjiang, their long-distance separation had dulled their feelings, leading to the collapse of their marriage. Third, Bao Yu always believed that men and women are different. Men do not like to be looked down upon or suppressed. With Zheng Weijian being with the fourth young lady of the Bao family, to outsiders it naturally appeared similar to being a son-in-law. In such circumstances, it shaped Zheng Weijian's decision to switch from medicine to business and his enthusiasm for politics in Xiangjiang, where he enjoyed appearing in various public settings. Bao Yu felt that this was a form of self-rebellion for Zheng Weijian. He did not like being looked down upon, which was why he made a point of showing off. In Bao Ye's view, his fourth sister believed that the inheritance left by their father was substantial enough for their descendants to never run out of resources, so why should they appear in those situations? Ultimately, in Bao Ye's perspective, it was still because their father Bao Yugong passed away too early. In that world, without Bao Yu to pressure them, the situation naturally led to divorce. The overseas Chinese hotel in Yongqing. 9 o'clock in the evening. Bao Yugong had not yet rested when Mr. Liao sent someone to bring him an urgent telegram from Xiangjiang. After reading the urgent telegram, Bao Yugong learned that Bao Peiqing, who had been in the Xiangjiang Yanghe hospital for several days, had given birth to a healthy mixed-race son more than half an hour ago. Bao Peiqing and her baby were safe, and they sent an urgent telegram to Bao Yugong and his wife, who were far away in their hometown. This meant that Su Haifan and her husband had officially upgraded to parents. Bao Yugong and his wife also became grandparents. Bao Yu began his journey to becoming an uncle. For the Bao family, this was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. Bao Peiqing and Su Haifan had married in 1969, but in reality they had been together even earlier, only now having their first son. This indicated that it had not been easy for the couple to have their first son. Mr. Liao, it's a happy occasion, and my eldest daughter has just given birth to a son, Bao Yugong said. Congratulations, King Bao, Mr. Liao replied. Soon the Bao family learned that Bao Peiqing had given birth to a son. Bao Yugong knew that his second daughter Bao Peirong was also close to giving birth. What surprised Bao Yugong the most was that last year his son Bao Yu had mentioned that his elder sister and second sister would definitely have sons for their first births, and now Bao Peiqing indeed had a son. After resting for a night, the next morning the Bao family rose early to have breakfast at the overseas Chinese hotel. After breakfast, they returned to Xiangjiang. This was their first trip back home to visit relatives and pay respects to their ancestors, which not only alleviated Bao Xiaolong's homesickness, but also marked a significant journey back to their roots. This represented the first step for the overseas Chinese from Xiangjiang and even beyond to return to their ancestors. In other words, this was a momentous occasion. The Bao family led the way, and more wealthy overseas Chinese from Xiangjiang would likely return to seek their roots and consider investments for the significant changes expected in 1978. Before leaving, Bao Yugong and his son left a check for 1,000 Hong Kong dollars for the overseas Chinese hotel to cover their expenses during their stay. The group departed from the overseas Chinese hotel, heading towards the Yongqing train station. Mr. Liao had arranged for them to pass by the Bao family's old residence before heading to the station. At the Yongqing train station, under the protection of numerous Yongqing military police, the Bao family boarded the train. Mr. Bao, Mrs. Bao, young master, I must return to Yinjing first. We will meet again next time. This meant that during the return trip to Xiangjiang, Mr. Liao would not accompany them further, but rather have others. Mr. Liao was to return to Yinjing to report to the elders about this trip back to the homeland. Mr. Liao, thank you for your assistance during this time, Bao Yugong said. Mr. Bao, it should be you who has worked hard. Both Bao Xiaolong and Mr. Liao were not young anymore, but they both worked hard for the same cause. Now Mr. Liao shook hands with the Bao family. He boarded a different train heading to Xinqing, and then from Xinqing, he would travel to Yinjing. Meanwhile, Bao Yu, his grandfather, parents, and others took the train from Yongcheng to Hangqing train station. Then from there, they took the Ganzhuzhang line back to Juzhou station. After arriving at Juzhou station, they transferred to the Jingguang line and took the train back to Yangqing station. Finally, they transferred to the Guangzhou line to return to the Kowloon train station in Xiangjiang. In total, they would spend about 2 to 3 days on the train. During this time, Bao Yugong received another telegram from Xiangjiang informing him that his second daughter Bao Peirong had also given birth to a healthy son. The accompanying personnel received the telegram and brought the message to Bao Yugong and his wife. At the overseas Chinese hotel in Yongqing, learning that his eldest daughter had given birth to a son and now his second daughter also had a son, this was naturally significant for Bao Yugong. At this point, or in this era of preferring sons over daughters, If the first child had been a son unlike him, and Huang Xiuying who had given birth for many years believing they would never have a son, and eventually both had sons. It also meant that his daughters would not have to endure the same pressure as Huang Xiuying. After the first child was a son, whether the second child is a son or a daughter, the pressure would be alleviated. For women, every childbirth is akin to passing through the gates of hell. Especially giving birth at an advanced age is even more dangerous. Even though the Bao family is wealthy and has excellent medical conditions, many things are still difficult to predict. At this time, Bao Yugong and his wife Bao Xiaolong and others were already on the train from the Guangzhou line, heading back to Kowloon train station in Shanjiang. On the way, Bao Yugong said, "Bob, you really guessed it right. Your elder sister and second sister both had sons for their dad. This is great news. The pressure and worries of having children for my elder sister and second sister will basically disappear. As for whether to have a second or even a third child, there's no need to force it anymore." You're right, Bao. You considered the safety of his two sisters. You make a good point. Kowloon Peninsula hung at Kowloon train station in Shanjiang. Many police officers and security personnel were present outside. In addition, reporters from mainstream media outlets in Shanjiang, such as the Oriental Daily Sing Tao Daily Chung Bao Ming Bao, and others were present, along with reporters from Wenhui Bao and Dagong Bao, who had been reporting on the return of the Bao family to their homeland. Originally, these two publications were not considered mainstream in Shanjiang, and there were not many subscribers among the citizens. During this time, the return of the Bao family drew the attention of many citizens in Shanjiang, including many wealthy individuals, leading to an increase in subscriptions and interest in these publications. This raised the visibility of the two publications in Shanjiang. Conversely, the U-faction publications in Shanjiang initially criticized the Bao family's return in secret, but later dared not to speak out or make wild comments. However, once Bao Yugong and his son returned to Shanjiang, they naturally understood what was going on. Additionally, reporters from the three major television stations in Shanjiang, TVB, Global Television, and Jiayi Television, as well as reporters from Shanjiang Radio and Shanjiang Commercial Radio, learned that the Bao family would return to Kowloon train station this morning. At this moment, there were just over 10 minutes until the train arrived at Kowloon train station, and more reporters were waiting outside to interview the Bao father and son. June 6, 1978. Tuesday. At 8:15 a.m. the train from Yanqing train station to Kowloon train station in Shanjiang safely arrived and came to a stop. Among those disembarking were many returning citizens and tourists from Shanjiang, and in 3 of the train cars were the Bao family and their companions. First, Bao Yu and Bao Yugang's bodyguards got off the train. When they noticed many reporters trying to rush over, the police and security at the station quickly moved to separate the reporters. After the bodyguards confirmed it was safe outside, Bao Yugong and his wife Bao Xiaolong and others the reporters immediately aimed their cameras at them, snapping photos as if the film in their cameras was free, continuously photographing Bao Yugong and Bao Yu. Moreover, the reporters shoved microphones in front of Bao Yugong and his son. King Bao, I am a reporter from Sing Tao Daily. What are your feelings about returning to your homeland this time? This return feels very good. Our Bao family has not been back for 30 years, and this time is very meaningful. Here I would like to thank the warm invitations and arrangements from the authorities above. Young Master Bao, I am a reporter from Oriental Daily. What was your feeling upon returning to your hometown for the first time? Another reporter from Oriental Daily asked. Hello, I grew up in Shanjiang, and this is also my first time returning to my hometown. For me, the greatest significance is learning that our Bao family is also a notable family. This return is not just about recognizing our ancestors, but also about understanding that our roots are in Yongsheng. If there is a suitable opportunity, I would like to return and visit again. Many reporters continued to crowd around for interviews, during which there were also many rather sharp topics. Bao Yugong and Bao Yu both smiled and did not respond. Now Bao Yugong and his wife along with Bao Xiaolong got into his Rolls Royce, while Bao Yu got into his own luxury Mercedes-Benz. As the reporters continued to take pictures, the Bao family left the area. The mansion at Deepwater Bay, Bao Yu realized that sitting on those slow trains was indeed tiring. Now back at the villa under the service of the maid Daisy, Bao Yu took a comfortable hot bath, and then returned to his master bedroom to fall into a deep sleep. Bao Yu woke up from his slumber. Young master, you are awake. Daisy entered and said, Daisy, what time is it? Young master, it is a little past 4 in the afternoon. Under Daisy's service, Bao Yu got up and went outside, but he did not see his parents or grandfather. Young master, Mr. Bao and Mrs. Bao, as well as old Mr. Bao, have gone to the hospital to visit your two sisters. No wonder. Bao Yu thought they would also take a good rest after returning, but unexpectedly they had already gone to the hospital to visit his two sisters and the children so soon. Bao Yu first went to the swimming pool and swam a few laps comfortably. Once his mind cleared, he went upstairs, rinsed off, and changed into a set of casual summer clothes. Daisy, I will go see my sister and the children. I won't be back for dinner tonight, so please inform my grandfather and my— Yes, young master. No. 2 Mountain Village, Happy Harbor, Hong Kong. Hong Kong Yonga Hospital. This is a private hospital in Hong Kong that caters primarily to the wealthy and the middle class. Generally speaking, this hospital is renowned for its medical expertise and privacy. Wealthy individuals in Hong Kong, when unwell, do not go to public hospitals or other private hospitals. Instead, they come directly here for specialized care. Apart from its good medical reputation, the most important factor is the high level of confidentiality. These affluent individuals do not wish to be disturbed by the outside world when they are ill, nor do they want to be reported on by journalists, so they choose to seek treatment or hospitalization here. For instance, Bao Yu's two sisters have been receiving checkups at this hospital since their pregnancies and are now waiting for childbirth here, ultimately giving birth in the obstetrics department. Now Bao Yu arrived here in a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Chen Jihao got out of the car. "Young master, we have arrived." Bao Yu exited the car and, escorted by bodyguards, entered the hospital. The staff at Yonghe Hospital recognized Bao Yu's identity and knew he was there to visit his sister. "Young Master Bao, I am the head of the obstetrics department at Yonghe Hospital. Would you like to visit Miss Bao, the eldest daughter of the Bao family, or the second daughter first?" "Of course I will see my elder sister first." The director appeared somewhat awkward. Bao Yu followed him to a private room in the obstetrics department. Inside, Bao Yu saw his mother Huang Xiuying and his sister Bao Peiqing, who was seated in maternity wear. However, he did not see his father Bao Yugong or grandfather Bao Xiaolong. "Mom, elder sister, I'm here." Bob. Upon seeing Bao Yu, Bao Peiqing was indeed very happy. "Elder sister, how does it feel to be a mother now?" "Not much," Bao Peiqing replied. She truly did not know what it felt like, as this was her first time being a parent. Bao Yu turned around and saw a small baby in the adjacent crib. This was the first son of Su Hyphen and his wife, historically known as Su Bao Wenjun. If you asked Bao Yu how he felt upon seeing the baby, biologically speaking, he was the child's uncle, and the baby was, of course, mixed-race children are often very good-looking in their early years, but that may not hold true as they grow up. Bao Yu carefully picked up the baby, examined him closely, and then gently placed him back down. "Mom, where are Dad and Grandpa?" "Your dad hurriedly came to see your elder sister and second sister, and then returned to the company, saying there were many matters he needed to handle." As the chairman of Global Shipping Group, Bao Yugong had many decisions to make. This time he had been away from Hong Kong for almost a week, and indeed there were many things that required his attention. Bao Yu was different. Despite Global Investment Company and its subsidiaries being larger, Bao Yu had Macleys Wei Li and Richard Xin as his three main aides, so he did not have to worry about company matters. "Mom, it seems Dad is still very busy. Aren't you going back to the company?" "I'm not in a hurry. Also, your grandfather has gone to visit your aunt." Though most of Bao Xiaolong's 3 sons and multiple daughters lived with Bao Yugong at the mansion in Deepwater Bay, he still occasionally visited his other children in Hong Kong. This time one daughter did not accompany him back to their hometown, and was now visiting Bao Yu's aunt for a few days before. "Isn't my brother-in-law back at the company?" "No, he has been staying at the hospital these past few days, saying the hospital smells unpleasant, and has returned to the villa." Indeed, Su Hyphen had been staying here with Bao Peiqing for the past few days. However, no matter how well the hospital is cleaned, there is still a smell of disinfectant that can become quite bothersome over time. Seeing that the Bao family had returned, Su Hyphen greeted Bao Yugong and his wife before leaving. "Why didn't you come?" Bao Peiqing didn't know what to say. Bao Yu sat down looking at his elder sister and took out a stack of checks from his pocket, writing a long string of zeros on one of them. "Elder sister, this is a personal gift for you and the baby from me." This was a check worth 2 million Hong Kong dollars. That is, with this check one could exchange it at any branch of Hui Fong Bank. In 1978, 2 million Hong Kong dollars was certainly not a small amount. Bao Peiqing wanted to say something, but Bao Yu had already placed it in her hand. "Elder sister, Mom, I will go see my second sister first." Bao Yu headed outside. Chen Jihao and the bodyguards followed him out. The director from Yonghe Hospital led Bao Yu to another private room. In the current room, besides his second sister Bao Peirong and her child, there was also his brother-in-law Wu Guangjing, as well as Wu Guangzhang's parents present. Now that Bao Peirong had given birth to a grandson for Wu Guangzhang's parents, the Wu family was naturally very happy. "Bob, brother-in-law's second sister." Then Bao Yu also greeted Wu Guangzhang's parents. After they stepped out, Bao Yu turned his gaze to the child. Clearly this was the son of Wu Guangjing and his wife Wu Zhongquan, who was also hailed as the greatest landlord in Hong Kong. Unfortunately, he had encountered Bao Yu now. Of course, he was the child's uncle, and the child was his nephew. Wu Guangjing and his wife naturally had no idea what Bao Yu was thinking as he held the child. This time Bao Yu and his father returned to their hometown, which made Bao Yu's influence in Hong Kong even greater. "Bob, if it weren't for Peirong being pregnant and giving birth, I would have wanted to go back to our hometown with you this time. Wu, brother-in-law, there will be opportunities," Bao Yu replied, sitting there chatting with his second sister and brother-in-law. Bao Yu also took out the stack of checks, writing another long string of zeros. "Second sister, this is a gift for you and the child. Use it however you wish." This was also a check worth 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Bao Yu handed it to Bao Peirong. Upon realizing it was worth 2 million Hong Kong dollars, this amount was certainly not insignificant. Even if converted into purchasing ordinary houses, it could buy several. "Bob, then I thank you for this, uncle, on behalf of the child," Bao Peirong said. "Second sister, brother-in-law, I will be on Taiping Mountain at the Baijia Road." At Nanzai's home, Bao Yu finished visiting his eldest and second sisters, left Yonghe Hospital, and arrived at the Nanshi Villa a little over an hour ago. Nancy had already come back from work. She knew that Bao Yu and his family had returned to their hometown to pay respects to their ancestors and had arrived in Xianjiang in the morning. From related Xianjiang publications, it was learned that this return of the Bao family had a significant impact. Nancy thought she would see Bao Yu at the company tomorrow, but unexpectedly, he had already arrived. Miss Nancy, young Master Bao has arrived, the maid Fanny said. At this moment, Nancy returned to the villa and had changed out of her work dress into a more comfortable home dress. Upon learning that Bao Yu had arrived, Nancy barefoot got out of the car without wearing shoes. Seeing Bao Yu standing at the villa and looking into the distance, she immediately hugged him from behind. Sir, Nancy, let's talk upstairs. At 7 in the evening, Fanny had prepared dinner and was calling Bao Yu and Nancy to come downstairs to eat. Bao Yu and Nancy came down from upstairs enjoying Fanny's dinner in the dining room, while admiring the beautiful night view in the distance. For Bao Yu, he realized that returning to Xianjiang was indeed more comfortable. After dinner, it was already past 8 in the evening. However, it was now June. The weather in Xianjiang was still very hot. Even in the evening, being situated halfway up the mountain, Bao Yu found that aside from the strong wind, it still carried a hint of heat. By 9 in the evening, under the watchful eyes of Nancy and Fanny, Bao Yu got into the car, and Qin Jihao along with other bodyguards drove away, heading back to the Deepwater Bay Villa. At 10:30 in the evening, Deepwater Bay Villa, the Bao family. Qin Jihao had just driven in. Bao Yu saw that his parents were already waiting for him. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Have you eaten? I had dinner with friends outside. Your fourth brother-in-law is waiting for you, Bao Yu just said. Bao Yu guessed that his fourth brother-in-law must have thought things through. He went upstairs to enjoy a relaxing hot bath, changed into casual clothes, and saw Zheng Weijian waiting for him. Fourth brother-in-law, sorry to keep you waiting. Bao Yu and his fourth brother-in-law went to the side of the villa yard. Bob, regarding what you and I discussed the other day at the Bao family old residence, I've given it some thought. These days he had been contemplating this, and he had also talked with Bao Peiwei. It made Zheng Weijian consider whether to truly rely on Bao Yu's help to take over the current Yongtai group of the Zheng family. However, he knew that doing so would definitely disappoint his parents, and could even turn him into enemies with his elder brother and third brother. From a certain perspective, Zheng Weijian understood that if he received help from his brother-in-law Bao Yu, his father, and those two brothers would certainly not be his match. Zheng Weijian knew that even if he took over the Zheng family's Yongtai group, and even with Bao Yu's support, the expansion of Yongtai group would not be good for his and the Bao family's reputation. It might even lead outsiders to think that the Bao family had their eyes on the Zheng family's Yongtai group. Zheng Weijian knew that Bao Yu would definitely look down on that. Ultimately, he realized that he had to completely abandon that idea. In other words, he could only follow Bao Yu's arrangements and choose a path suitable for himself. As Bao Yu said, he was already 35 years old and still had nothing to show for it. If he continued like this, he would only be relying on the fourth young lady of the Bao family for a living, giving others the impression that he was merely a supported son-in-law. Even if he was the second young master of the Zheng family, what difference did it make? He had been contemplating these days about the three places Bao Yu mentioned, whether to stay in Xianjiang, go to Xinjiapa, or return to the M country. In fact, compared to Xianjiang and Xinjiapa, he was more familiar with the M country. He had studied abroad there for a long time and had many friends and connections. He ultimately felt that he should stay in Xianjiang. So where do you want to go? Bob, I want to stay in Xianjiang mainly because Peihui wants to see Dad and Mom often. Fourth brother-in-law, I understand. Since you want to stay in Xianjiang, as I mentioned before, I'll arrange for you to go to Xianjiang University's medical school as a professor or teacher. After that, I will expand the current company's investment and scale in the medical field, giving you and your team a substantial research budget every year, so you and your research team can focus on medical results. Once those results are ready for the market, you and your team will also receive corresponding benefits. Zheng Weijian naturally understood these matters. Currently overseas, especially in the M country's medical research institutes, medical laboratories, and even those pharmaceutical research institutes, they all require substantial financial support. Most of the funding for these medical research institutes comes from related pharmaceutical or drug companies. Like Zheng Weijian, even if he was a medical doctoral student from a prestigious school, he knew that if he did not receive support from his brother-in-law Bao Yu, it would be impossible for him to obtain more funding for research from those pharmaceutical companies. In addition, Bao Yu knew that Xianjiang University was the top university in Xianjiang. Historically, Li Jiaqing had a significant involvement with Xianjiang University. In addition to donating a considerable sum, Xianjiang University even named its medical school after him. Ultimately, it was still because Li Jiaqing had significant influence on Xianjiang University and had donated a lot of money. Given the current situation, Bao Yu certainly would not allow Li Jiaqing to repeat that. With Zheng Weijian's doctorate from a prestigious medical school in the M country, and having been an assistant and professor at overseas prestigious schools for many years, he was also an expert in cancer research. Bob, I will follow your arrangements. Then this matter is settled. If you can achieve notable results and even gain international recognition, it will be a way to bring fame to yourself and the Bao family. After finishing the discussion with Zheng Weijian, he bid farewell to his in-laws and left. Bao Yu gone, then called Bao Yu to the study. Bob, have you arranged the matters for your fourth brother-in-law? It's all set. Just a moment ago the fourth brother-in-law also agreed. I will arrange for him to go to Xiangjiang University's medical school as a professor and then expand the current pharmaceutical company scale, providing a research budget for the fourth brother-in-law and his team every year. In fact, there are pharmaceutical companies under Hutchison Whampoa, but their scale is not large. In Bao Ye's previous life, after Li Jiaqing swallowed Hutchison Whampoa, he initially did not pay attention to it. Later he began to focus on the pharmaceutical industry, but the collaboration with the above pharmaceutical companies to develop traditional Chinese medicine was not a success and could even be considered a failure. From Bao Ye's perspective, now the future of biomedicine is indeed very promising. Most importantly, he has relevant research directions in his game data package. In other words, bringing his fourth brother-in-law back to the pharmaceutical industry not only indicates Bao Ye's entry into this field, but also that the fourth brother-in-law is just one of the heads of his pharmaceutical research team. Bao Yugan looked at Bao Yu with admiration. Now there are 4 brothers-in-law in the Bao family. Except for the third brother-in-law who has been arranged to return to the east, the fourth brother-in-law is returning to the pharmaceutical field. The future of the 2 sons-in-law of the Bao family is now decided by Bao Yu. Only the eldest and second sons-in-law remain. Clearly in Bao Yugan's view, his son's methods and strategies are indeed remarkable. The 2 sons-in-law have been arranged by Bao Yu. As for wanting to get involved in the Bao family's enterprises, especially the global shipping group, that is basically impossible. As for the arrangements for the eldest and second sons-in-law appearing somewhat tricky, Bao Yugan believes his son will surely handle those 2 sons-in-law well. Bao Yu returned to his study, gazing into the distance. He still had many matters to ponder. After resting for a night, the next morning arrived. Bao Yu habitually rose early, first swimming in the pool, then showering, and with the assistance of Daisy changed into a fitted suit. His grandfather Bao Xiaolong was still at his other aunt's place, while Bao Yu was having breakfast with his parents. Chen Jihao drove here. The car door opened, and Bao Yu stepped out, entering with the bodyguards. Bao Yu emerged from the elevator and arrived at his office, where he found Zhao Xiuzhen waiting for him. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Secretary Zhao. During this period, Bao Yu had been at his hometown, or on the way back, leaving Zhao Xiuzhen to work alone in the office, which she found somewhat unsettling. Now seeing the boss return, she instantly felt the difference. Zhao Xiuzhen went to brew a cup of coffee for her boss. Bao Yu picked up the coffee and began to drink. Secretary Zhao, please notify my Lizzie and Chao Jiming to come meet me. Zhao Xiuzhen went to inform the 2, and after a while they arrived and greeted Bao Yu. Good morning, boss. Please take a seat. During this time, news reports in Xiangjiang had continuously covered Bao Yu and the Bao family's return to their hometown to pay respects to their ancestors, which Chao Jiming had been following. It was evident that this return had a significant impact. In some respects, this had already brought a different kind of harvest for the Bao family. My Lizzie Jiming, the reason I called you here is to discuss the arrangements for my fourth brother-in-law Zheng Weijian. Bao Ye's arrangement for his fourth brother-in-law. My Lizzie and Chao Jiming exchanged glances. They were of course aware of Bao Yu's 4 brothers-in-law. Previously, Bao Yu had already arranged for his third brother-in-law to return to the east. Now it seemed it was time for the Bao family's 4th brother-in-law. My 4th brother-in-law holds a doctorate in medicine from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in the United States and later became an assistant professor at Cornell University, eventually becoming a full professor. However, after marrying my 4th sister and returning to Xiangjiang, he has been idle. Last year I arranged for him and my 3rd brother-in-law to join the global shipping group, which was my initial test for the 4 brothers-in-law. Now it is clear that although my 4th brother-in-law is interested in the global shipping group, it is not his area of expertise. This was originally a family matter for the Bao family. My Lizzie and Chao Jiming understood that this involved the global shipping group and the heir of the Bao family, namely Bao Yu. Such matters must of course be handled properly. In their view, Bao Yu, as the legitimate heir of the Bao family, rendered the 4 brothers-in-law almost devoid of any competitive edge. Currently, Bao Yu would not hand over important matters of the global shipping group to them. After all, they were Bao Ye's sister and brother-in-law. As soon as interests were involved, conflicts would eventually arise. Such struggles for major company shares are actually quite common overseas. I have already spoken with my 4th brother-in-law. He is not suitable for the global shipping group. It would be better for him to return to the pharmaceutical industry. My idea is to have him teach at the medical school of the University of Hong Kong, providing him with funding to bring his own team to research-related medicine. My Lizzie and Chao Jiming exchanged looks, both appearing quite surprised. They believed the boss's approach was indeed quite good, as it both severed the other's aspirations for the global shipping group and allowed him to return to a familiar field. The future of biopharmaceuticals is a vast market globally. Even without my 4th brother-in-law, I would still venture into this industry. Now arranging for my 4th brother-in-law to enter this field is merely a bonus. My current thought is whether to expand the scale of Hutchison Whampoa Pharmaceuticals or to independently establish global pharmaceuticals. Hutchison Whampoa Pharmaceuticals has long been established. Within Hutchison Whampoa, it is not a publicly listed company, but rather a small subsidiary under the publicly listed Hutchison Whampoa. In his past life, Li Jiaqing should have expanded Hutchison Whampoa Pharmaceuticals based on this foundation. Bao Yu knew that he was merely the largest shareholder of Hutchison Whampoa. If he wanted to expand the scale based on Hutchison Whampoa, it would involve issues related to publicly listed companies. As for pharmaceutical research, it certainly requires significant funding. Given the current situation, Bao Yu possessed substantial funds himself, and even had unlimited loans at Hui Feng Bank, rendering it unnecessary to utilize the funds of the publicly listed company shareholders. After listening, My Lizi and Xiao Jiming immediately grasped where the issue lay. My Lizi said, "Boss, as I understand, modern medical research requires a lot of funding for RD and consumes a significant amount of time. If you do not wish to utilize your own funds, you can develop based on Hutchison Whampoa Pharmaceuticals. This way you can also leverage the funds of Hutchison Whampoa shareholders or obtain more funds through public listings or issuing new shares without affecting our cash flow or capital chain." My Lizi was indeed correct. Any pharmaceutical giant developing new drugs requires substantial funding and resources, and it could take years to break even. Bao Yu was different. He had significant advantages since his game data package included relevant pharmaceutical research directions and even some crucial papers. Bao Yu took them out, which would prove to be highly effective for his pharmaceutical research lab. My Lizi, you are right. However, I possess different advantages from others. He did not elaborate on the materials in the game data package. My Lizi and Xiao Jiming felt that since the boss did not need to consider funding issues, it was indeed more suitable to establish his own global pharmaceuticals. The only question remained who would be in charge of global pharmaceuticals. Boss, the key question now is who will take charge of global pharmaceuticals? Xiao Jiming asked. Currently, My Lizi already held multiple positions. Bao Yu had originally recruited Lin Gaoyan, intending for him to serve as the general manager of Global Gaming Company. Lin Gaoyan currently served as the general manager of China Gas Company and could not manage anything else. Boss, we can have an executive from Hutchison Whampoa appointed. Bao Yu had long claimed that the greatest gain from acquiring Hutchison Whampoa was not merely becoming the largest landlord in Xiangjiang, but rather gaining over 100 important executives. Bao Yu nodded. Zhao Xiuzhen, please notify Wei Li to meet me. Zhao Xiuzhen personally went to the Hutchison building to call the executive office. After dialing, Wei Li, who was working, learned that his boss Bao Yu wanted to see him. Boss, Mr. Wei Li said he is coming to see you right now. About 20 minutes later, Wei Li had arrived at the base of the Global Center building, looking up at the imposing structure. Entering inside, he took the elevator to the 21st floor. Dressed in a suit, Wei Li had just stepped out of the elevator and saw Zhao Xiuzhen waiting for him. Mr. Wei Li, the boss is waiting for you in the office. After Bao Yu acquired Hutchison Whampoa, Wei Li and Xia Boyan, along with Wei Peter, continued to implement sweeping reforms at Hutchison Whampoa. It is precisely because of this that Hutchison Whampoa has now regained its position as the second largest among the 4 major trading houses in Hong Kong, closing the gap with Jardine Matheson. However, Wei Li is quite aware of the boss matters. Whether it's acquiring the Hong Kong Electric Company or the China Gas Company, or just returning from paying respects to his ancestors back home. Boss, I'm here, Wei Li said as he knocked and entered the room. Wei Li, there is something very important to discuss with you. Wei Li sat there learning that Bao Yu was preparing to establish a global pharmaceutical company and wanted Wei Li to recommend a suitable executive to serve as the general manager. Now that Hutchison Whampoa has merged, they hold the most land and properties in Hong Kong, along with the highest number of senior talent. Boss, I need to go back and think about this. No problem. Half an hour later, the two concluded their discussion. Wei Li left the Hutchison Investment Center and returned to the office of the chief executive at Hutchison Tower. Bao Yu had just talked with Wei Li. Although he learned that Hutchison Whampoa now has a pharmaceutical subsidiary, Bao Yu is currently not interested. Wei Li instructed his female secretary to notify Xia Boyan to come over. Xia Boyan arrived at Wei Li's office. President, you called for me. I just met with the boss. Wei Li mentioned the boss plan to establish the global pharmaceutical company. Xia Boyan appeared somewhat surprised. The boss is asking me to recommend a suitable candidate for the general manager of the global pharmaceutical company. Now Hutchison Whampoa is involved with nearly 10 listed companies and has Xia Boyan, Wei Peter, and 145 senior executives. In fact, they are all senior professional managers. President, why not let me go instead? The major reforms at Hutchison Whampoa are still ongoing. Next, there won't be much left for Hutchison Whampoa to change. Should I let Xia Boyan take the lead? Wei Li looked at Xia Boyan, not immediately agreeing. This time the boss Bao Yu suddenly established the global pharmaceutical company. Bao Yu mentioned it has some relation to his fourth brother-in-law, but not much. The key point is that Bao Yu can see the enormous market for pharmaceuticals in the future. Wei Li is well aware that Bao Yu and the acquisition pace of Hutchison Investment Company will not slow down, as evidenced by the recent acquisitions of the Hong Kong Electric Company and the China Gas Company. Additionally, new wholly owned companies will also be established. Xia Boyan, you should stay at Hutchison Whampoa for now. I plan to recommend Joseph from Watson's to serve as the general manager of the global pharmaceutical company. Joseph from Watson's is one of the 145 senior executives at Hutchison Whampoa. Prior to this, he had worked at Watson's for many years and has a good understanding of pharmaceuticals. Wei Li naturally knew Xia Boyan's thoughts. Currently, the boss and Ma Lisi have not sent Xia Boyan to the headquarters to work, indicating there are no plans to move the current senior executives of Hutchison Whampoa. Wei Li instructed his female secretary to bring Joseph's personnel file. The female secretary went to fetch it. 15 minutes later, a thick stack of personnel documents about Joseph joining Hutchison International was laid before Wei Li. After reviewing, Wei Li discovered that Joseph's qualifications are quite impressive. If Joseph does not become the general manager of the global pharmaceutical company, he would have had the opportunity to become the general manager of Watson's. Please notify Watson's deputy general manager Joseph to come see me. Wei Li told Richard to return to work first as he awaited Joseph's arrival. Half an hour later, a tall white man in a suit with light brown hair, somewhat thinning and possibly bald, entered. He looked to be around 50 years old. This was none other than the current deputy general manager of Watson's, Joseph. President, do you want to see me? Joseph knocked and entered. Wei Li handed him the personnel file. Joseph took it and looked. Boss, Mr. Bao wants to establish a wholly owned global pharmaceutical company and asked me to recommend a suitable general manager. I have selected you from the 145 senior executives. In other words, Joseph will leave Hutchison Whampoa and Watson's to join Hutchison Investment Company. Joseph was unsure whether to thank Wei Li for the recommendation or say something else. President, if you remain at Watson's, the most you can achieve is to become the general manager of Watson's. However, if you take the position of general manager at the global pharmaceutical company, not only will you frequently see Boss Mr. Bao, but your future prospects will be no less than if you stayed at Watson's. Thank you for the promotion, President. I understand. Joseph quickly replied. Before finishing work this afternoon, take this personnel file to Deepwater Bay Villa to meet Boss Mr. Bao. Yes, President. Deepwater Bay Villa, Bao's residence. It was Joseph's first time arriving here by car. He arrived here just after 5 in the afternoon, meaning Boss Bao, you had not returned yet. As he entered holding his personnel documents, the maid Daisy led him to the living room to have tea while waiting for Bao. Yes. At 6 in the evening, Joseph saw Bao Chuan Wang returning from work. Joseph greeted Bao Chuan Wang. At 6:15, Bao Yu finally returned from work, primarily delayed by traffic for over 10 minutes. Bao Yu got out of the car. Young master, Mr. Joseph from Watson's has been waiting for you for over an hour, Daisy remarked. Bao Yu walked over and saw the tall Joseph sitting there waiting for him. Joseph. Boss, I am Joseph, a deputy general manager from Watson's sent by President Wei Li to meet you. Joseph stood up. Bao Yu smiled and led him up to his study. Joseph handed over his personnel file to Bao Yu. From the documents, Bao Yu learned that Joseph had joined Hutchison International for over 20 years, though most of that time was spent working at Watson's. Watson's originally developed from a Western medicine pharmacy and is now a subsidiary listed under Hutchison Whampoa. It is a multinational chain company with a very large scale. In his past life, Bao Yu often saw Watson's presence in major shopping malls in Pengcheng. Now Watson's can also be seen in many places in Hong Kong. Since Wei Li recommended you to be the general manager of the global pharmaceutical company, you will be appointed as the first general manager of the global pharmaceutical company. Bao Yu and Joseph discussed in the study for half an hour. Joseph was increasingly surprised. Half an hour later, Bao Yu and his wife Bao Yu Gang along with Joseph had dinner together. After dinner, Joseph took his personnel documents and left, planning to visit the Hutchison Investment Center the next morning. That night, Bao Yu and his father Bao Yu Gang discussed for another half hour in the study. June 9, 1978. Friday. Several evening newspapers in Hong Kong reported news about the Bao family. Among them, it was reported that 4 days after Bao Yu returned to Hong Kong, major news broke. First, Bao Yu's Hutchison Investment Company established a wholly owned subsidiary, the Global Pharmaceutical Company, with an investment of 100 million Hong Kong dollars, headquartered at the Hutchison Investment Center, with Joseph, deputy general manager of the listed company Watson's, appointed as the first general manager of the Global Pharmaceutical Company. Second, Bao Yu and Hutchison Investment Company donated 10 million Hong Kong dollars to the Medical School of Hong Kong University to support research and development in the field of medicine. Third, Bao Chuan Wang's fourth son-in-law, Mr. Zheng Weijian, former director of Global Shipping Group, will join the Medical School of Hong Kong University as a professor in the oncology department with a Ph.D. from the University of Wisconsin, and will also be responsible for the Bao Cancer Research Institute jointly established by Hong Kong University and the Bao family. This news, once reported, caused quite a stir in Hong Kong. This indicates that Bao Yu, who just returned from his hometown, has established a wholly owned subsidiary, the Global Pharmaceutical Company, with an investment of 100 million Hong Kong dollars, which is indeed a considerable amount. From this perspective, it shows that the Bao family is starting to enter the pharmaceutical industry. Moreover, the donation of 10 million Hong Kong dollars to the Medical School of Hong Kong University is also a significant amount. What intrigued and surprised the citizens of Hong Kong the most was that Bao Chuan Wang's fourth son-in-law returned to campus and took on the role of a professor at the Medical School of Hong Kong University. For the citizens of Hong Kong, this was an unusual signal. This matter not only caught the attention of curious citizens, but also surprised Bao Peiqing and Bao Peirong, who had just returned home from Yang'e Hospital, as they were both at their family villas in confinement. Additionally, Su Haifan and Wu Guangjing were also informed of the news. Not long ago, they were still worried about how their father and brother would arrange the other 3 son-in-laws of the Bao family. To their surprise, as soon as Bao Yu returned from his hometown, the fourth son-in-law of the Bao family was arranged to return to his profession. On the hillside of Victoria Peak in Hong Kong, there stood a mansion with white walls complete with a basement and 3 floors above ground. Situated on the hillside, the 3-story mansion appeared even taller. On the 2nd floor, a young girl dressed in a white nightgown sat on the balcony, gazing into the distance. She could see the distant Kowloon Peninsula, Victoria Harbour, central Hong Kong, and the beautiful scenery around Victoria Peak clearly. A week ago, Guan Jiawei officially became the new owner of this mansion. As for who gifted her this mansion, Guan Jiawei certainly knew. Currently, she was reading reports in various newspapers, most of which were related to Bao Yu, the heir of the shipping king. At that moment, a maid dressed as a Filipino servant named Mary approached and said, "Miss Guan, young Master Bao just called to say he would come to see you after work." Young Master Bao called. Bao Yu was coming to see her. It had been nearly half a month since they last met when he visited her during the acquisition of China Gas. Upon hearing this, Guan Jiawei immediately went to prepare herself. 6 o'clock in the evening, Chun Jihao arrived by car. "Young Master, we've arrived," the driver announced as he opened the car door. Bao Yu stepped out of the car. This luxurious mansion on Victoria Peak was specially chosen for Guan Jiawei. Previously, when Bao Yu wanted to meet her, he could only go to Victoria Park near Causeway Bay. Bao Yu knew it was inappropriate and did not want the public to focus on this matter, so he quietly had this mansion purchased and gifted to Guan Jiawei. As Bao Yu surveyed the mansion before him and looked at the distant scenery, he found the environment to be quite pleasant. Chun Jihao rang the doorbell. After a moment, a young maid dressed as a Filipino servant came to open the door. "Young Master Bao, Miss Guan is coming down now." As Bao Yu entered, he immediately saw Guan Jiawei running down the stairs, her face beaming with excitement as she embraced him. "Jiawei, do you like it here?" "I love it," Guan Jiawei replied as they proceeded upstairs. Not long ago, Guan Jiawei had completed her intermediate exams in Hong Kong, and based on her results would likely continue her studies in Form 6 and Form 7 at the original Diya Girls' School. However, school would not start until September. During this time, she would either stay at home or meet some of her female classmates. Her parents were unaware that she was staying here. Bao Yu and Guan Jiawei sat down on the balcony. "Young Master Bao, my parents are currently busy filming movies and television dramas. TVB, Universal Television, and KE Television, along with other film companies, have all invited them to work on projects. Zhang Bingxi and Guan Bowen are both major actors in Hong Kong. If they focused their energy on filmmaking, they would certainly achieve good results. Currently, Guan Bowen's family lives in a regular house in Kowloon. If they want to change to a better mansion, they need to make more films or television dramas. What about your brother?" "My brother Guan Jiabwa is 11 years younger than me and is still in kindergarten. Because of this, after filming, my parents have already sent him to a private elite kindergarten to help him adapt to life in Hong Kong. They mainly do not have the time to take care of him. Once they finish filming, they will take Guan Jiabwa back from kindergarten and leave him in the care of a maid." Now Guan Bowen is aware of his daughter's relationship with young Master Bao and has become more attentive to her, yet he does not dare to let this matter become too public, so even Zhang Bingxi may not necessarily know. "My brother is with my mother in M country learning English from the locals. He hardly speaks Cantonese or Mandarin, and since returning to Hong Kong, my parents have let him adapt to life and language in kindergarten here. At his young age, Guan Jiabwa can still adapt quite easily." That evening, Bao Yu and Guan Jiawei finished dinner prepared by the maid Mary. Bao Yu found the taste to be mediocre, while Guan Jiawei thought it was quite good. At around 8 in the evening, looking out from here, the night view of Victoria Harbour and the tall buildings of central Hong Kong looked stunning. Last time when Bao Yu and Guan Jiawei watched the sunrise at the peak, she expressed her fondness for the scenery here. To his surprise, Bao Yu indeed gifted her such a luxurious mansion. "Jiawei, I need to head back now. He'll come to see you again next time." Guan Jiawei reluctantly sent Bao Yu off. Bao Yu got into the car and left. At Deepwater Bay, the Pak family awaited Bao Yu's return. When Bao Yu arrived at the villa, it was already past 10 in the evening. "Grandfather, Dad, Mom, I'm back." Bao Yu greeted the 3 of them as he entered. After taking a hot bath, he came out. His father Bao Yugong was already waiting in the study. "Dad, is there something you need?" Bao Yugong handed Bao Yu the evening newspaper. Bao Yu noticed that the news was related to the establishment of his Universal Pharmaceuticals company, as well as arrangements concerning his 4th brother-in-law. Although Bao Yugong had been aware in advance, the reports in the evening newspapers had clearly attracted quite a bit of attention. This was naturally linked to many matters concerning Bao Yu, including Bao Yu's entry into the pharmaceutical industry. The future of pharmaceuticals is a highly lucrative. In Bao Yu's previous life, the modern pharmaceutical sector was predominantly monopolized by major pharmaceutical giants in Europe and America. This time, relying on his own funds and the medical research and related directions included in the game materials, along with the processes and papers, he knew that he could make Universal Pharmaceuticals soar rapidly, potentially becoming one of the top 10 pharmaceutical giants globally. Additionally, there was the layout for the University of Hong Kong. In his previous life, Li Jiaqing was deeply involved with the University of Hong Kong, not only through generous donations to its medical school, but also in many other influential aspects. Bao Yu understood that Li Jiaqing's deep involvement naturally touched upon many areas, including the future utilization of elite talents from the Chinese community in Hong Kong. Furthermore, there were arrangements concerning his fourth brother-in-law. This was likely the matter most focused on by the outside. June 23, 1978. Friday, morning. 1A, Broadcast Road, Kowloon Tong, Hong Kong. KE Television Headquarters. In the general manager's office, a woman in her 30s dressed in a black work dress with short hair exuded a strong and capable demeanor. She was Liang Shuyi, the current general manager of KE Television. After the Spring Festival, she transitioned from TVB to KE Television, expecting to revitalize the station. However, she soon discovered that financial losses were worsening. Despite having secured a sum of money from the major shareholder Lin Xiaofeng to barely keep KE Television up, she initially hoped for other Chinese capital to invest in or acquire KE Television. Upon Lin Xiaofeng's suggestion, Liang Shuyi met Bao Yu, the heir of the wealthy Bao family in Hong Kong. Bao Yu did not recognize KE Television. He showed no interest, and soon after invested heavily in the similarly struggling Li Television, subsequently rebranding it as Universal Television. With substantial financial backing from the Bao family, Universal Television's general manager, Huang Shizhao, along with executives, began competing for viewership and market share against TVB. Universal Television grew increasingly formidable, nearly rendering TVB uncompetitive. In business, when the top two contend, the third often suffers the most. Sometimes the third is entirely eliminated. Originally, KE Television managed to survive, but with Bao Yu's involvement, the ongoing conflict between Universal Television and TVB made survival increasingly difficult. Liang Shuyi stood by the window gazing outside. She knew that if things continued this way, Bao Yu's prediction would come true. KE Television would certainly not survive the year. The number of employees at KE Television had increased from over 300 to more than 600, with monthly salary expenses exceeding 2 million Hong Kong dollars. This was undoubtedly a significant sum. KE Television was unable to generate profit and relied on funds borrowed from banks to sustain operations. Liang Shuyi was reluctant to admit her failure. She realized this might be her last chance. After much contemplation, she turned to her female secretary and said, "Call Lu Tianxi and the others here." When Liang Shuyi resigned from TVB to join KE Television, she was confident because she had 5 loyal and capable subordinates who followed her. Among them, Lu Tianxi served as assistant general manager and creative supervisor, Shi Xiaoming as program director, and Lu Guizhan as program promotion director. Yi Jiexin was the production director, while Lin Xihua handled data collection management. These 5 had been Liang Shuyi's subordinates at TVB and were now among the most important executives at KE. The 5 suddenly learned from the secretary that General Manager Liang wanted to see them. They promptly arrived at the general manager. The 5 greeted her upon entering. "Everyone, the reason I left TVB with you to join KE Television was that I could not tolerate the exploitation of the executives and actors by Shaw Brothers. I thought we could help KE Television thrive, but I never expected it to turn out like this. Considering your situations, you originally came from TVB. With your conflicts with Shaw Brothers, if you were to return, even if Li Xiaowei would accept you back, you might find no positions left at TVB. Your conflicts with Shaw Brothers cannot be reconciled. If KE Television closes down, your options are either to join Universal Television or seek other jobs in the film industry. Of course, Universal Television might not accept so many employees. You have seen the current financial expenditures and losses at KE Television along with the competition from Universal Television. What do you think?" Liang Shuyi looked at them helplessly. General Manager KE is indeed in a critical situation. We must either let KE perish or find a way. We don't have much funding left, and a significant portion is still borrowed from banks. What should we do? Lu Tianxi, what do you think? Liang Shuyi asked. The most crucial issue is that the television station is out of money. If the station had funds, they could still endure against TVB and Universal Television, but currently funds are scarce. General Manager, because of this, I believe we need to consolidate our resources for something significant and cannot afford to continue wasting time against the 2 major networks. If we keep dragging this out, we will not stand a chance against either. TVB has long been profitable, and its shareholders are wealthy. As for Universal Television, after being acquired by Bao Yu, it received a fresh injection of 100 million Hong Kong dollars and is now financially strong. KE Television simply cannot afford to compete with the 2 major networks. This approach will only lead to a quicker demise. What do you mean? Liang Shuyi inquired. General Manager, it is all or nothing. We must pool all the resources of KE Television and launch a final offensive against Universal Television and TVB. If we succeed, KE Television will survive. If we fail, it will be our last chance, and we can leave with no regrets. Lu Tianxi expressed this opinion. Liang Shuyi had already considered it. She realized that there was no choice but to proceed this way, as KE Television no longer had the luxury of time or funds to waste against the 2 major networks. Immediately, Liang Shuyi and the 5 discussed and began final preparations. Ultimately, KE Television had 7 million Hong Kong dollars available, including borrowed funds, which would cover salaries for a little over 3 months. Now Liang Shuyi had decided to allocate all funds for the final counterattack. For the television station, this money represented KE Television's last bullet. As the end of June approached, KE Television prepared for its final offensive against TVB and Universal Television. Although KE Television's actions seemed sudden and mysterious, TVB and Universal Television were well aware of what was happening. June 30th, 1978. Friday. Deepwater Bay Mid-Levels Villa. Bao family. 5 p.m. Bao Yu had not yet returned from work, and Universal Television's general manager, Huang Shizhao, personally came to visit Bao Xiao. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the large iron gate of the Deepwater Bay hillside villa slowly opened, and a Rolls-Royce drove in. The car door opened. Descending from the car was Bao Yugong. He walked towards the living room, where he saw his wife Huang showing his father Bao Xiaolong and a middle-aged man. Huang Shizhao took the initiative to greet Bao Yugong. Manager Huang Bob always comes back from work later than I do, Bao Yugong chuckled, already aware that the general manager of Global TV was there to meet his son Bao Yu. More than 10 minutes later, Bao Yu returned in a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. As he got out of the car, Daisy remarked, "Young master, Mr. Huang from Global TV arrived over an hour ago. Mr. Huang is here." Bao Yu had already guessed what was going on. He entered and greeted his grandfather parents and noticed Huang Shizhao, who appeared somewhat restrained, sitting there reading a newspaper. Boss, Huang Shizhao said. "Let's go upstairs to talk." Bao Yu and Huang Shizhao ascended to the study. Huang Shizhao directly stated, "Boss, in the past 2 weeks, Jai has gone crazy. I've heard they not only used up all their finances for the next few months, but even borrowed a large sum from the bank totaling nearly 7 million Hong Kong dollars, all of which is being invested into television program production and promotion." Bao Yu knew that tomorrow was July 1st, 1978, the very day from his past life. Under the initiative of the Jai 6 Heroes, which started half a month earlier, Jai TV decided to launch the famous July offensive in the history of Hong Kong television. In Hong Kong's new territories, Kowloon and Hong Kong Island, whether in bustling markets or remote suburbs, one could see the figures of Jai TV's hired personnel beating drums and gongs to promote their presence. Moreover, they heavily advertised Jai TV's programs in major mainstream media in Hong Kong over several consecutive days, distributing tapes on the streets to promote their new shows. It was clear that Jiai's recent secret activities were well known to TVB and Global TV next door. In other words, Jai was like a patient on the brink of death, initially able to hold out longer, but they realized that continuing in this way was not a solution. They decided to use the remaining funds, or whatever they could raise, even borrowing from those around them, to hire the so-called best doctors and most expensive treatments for a final attempt at recovery. Huang Shizhao spoke while Bao Yu listened. Boss, the Jai 6 Heroes are merely fighting a desperate battle. They can see that if they fail to save Jai this time, the company can only survive for another 2 to 3 months at most. If they fight desperately, perhaps they might survive. Shizhao, Liang Zhui, and the other 5 heroes still have capabilities, but capability alone is not enough. They have severely misjudged many issues. Looking at the current situation, Jiai's demise was inevitable, and there was nothing good to be said. Even if Liang Zhui and those executives tried their best, it would be futile. In other words, Jiai's existence was a mistake from the very beginning. Bao Yu now knew that after this, Jai would collapse, leaving only TVB and Global TV. In his past life, Huang Shizhao had also fallen into a similar situation with Jai during this time, desperately hoping to surpass TVB in terms of ratings. Even in Bao Yu's previous life, Huang Shizhao and those executives did manage to surpass TVB in ratings, but they did not receive more financial support. In contrast, TVB continued to profit and had ample funds, so as long as there were no internal conflicts, they could easily sustain themselves. Now Bao Yu thought that Jiai's demise was self-inflicted. Of course, from the very beginning, both TVB and Global TV likely never regarded Jai TV as a competitor. Shizhao, our rival, has always been TVB. Bao Yu had his own thoughts regarding TVB. One was that Chung Kong Holdings still held shares in TVB and was one of its major shareholders. Another was that 2 years later would be a very opportune time. After finishing his conversation with Huang Shizhao had dinner with the Bao family, and he drove away to return to the Global TV building. After a night of rest, the time came to July 1st, 1978. It was a Saturday. Bao Yu woke up early in the morning and first went to swim in the pool. After swimming, he went upstairs to wash up and changed into a set of casual clothes. Upon arriving in the living room, he greeted his grandfather and parents, casually picking up a nearby newspaper to read. To Bao Yu's surprise, the front page of the mainstream media in Hong Kong was mostly filled with advertisements for Jai TV. It must be said that Jai TV had indeed invested heavily, with almost all advertisements being in color. In addition, there were also promotions for Jai TV's own programs, including The Elite starring Zheng Yuling and Mi Shui, The Golden Blade Hero directed by Su Gu and starring Su Anan, and also the mystery plot The Vanguard, as well as Liang Zui's 100-episode premium drama The Elite, which was produced to continue the effect of TVB's The Crazy Tide, even going so far as to film on location in Hawaii at great cost. Bao Yu did not dwell on those reports, and Bao Yugong beside him asked, "Bob, I suppose Manager Huang came to see you last night because of this matter?" "Dad, it is indeed related to these matters. Aren't you worried at all? Dad, Jai TV is undoubtedly doomed. They were originally patients on the brink of death, and now they were using heavy medication for treatment, which would only hasten their demise. Despite the current abundance of news about Jai TV, all of this was due to the money Jai TV spent on advertising. Regardless of how good the programs were, they were on a dead end. I believe this situation can last at most a week or two, and then it will be unsustainable. Huang Xiaoying did not fully understand, but Bao Yugong, who had been in business for many years, could see that Jiai's approach would only accelerate the demise of the television station. Jai TV was making a strong push, but in reality TVB and Global TV were also preparing for battle. TVB was countering with the strong ones and the legend of Lu Xiaofeng, the Battle of Wudong. On the Global TV side, they were fighting back with Crocodile Tears, Chu Liuxiang, and Shanghai Bond. At 7 o'clock, TVB aired the strong ones. At 8 o'clock, Jai TV aired the elite, and at 9 o'clock, Global TV aired Crocodile Tears. From most people's perspective, starting tonight during the prime time, it would be a competition between TVB and Jai TV. Little did they know that after the three dramas aired, the elite was merely a facade, and once it engaged, it fell apart, ending up with the lowest ratings among the three major stations, while Global TV's Crocodile Tears saw its ratings rise, exceeding 1 million viewers. In Bao Yu and the others' eyes, this was just the beginning, as he knew that the ratings for Shanghai Bond would be even higher, but they were starting with Crocodile Tears for now. In other words, even if Jai TV spent heavily, it still could not compare with TVB and Global TV. July of 1978 was a bustling month for the citizens and viewers of Xinjiang. At first, the citizens of Xinjiang discovered that the three major television stations were making every effort to produce high-quality dramas in order to gain viewership, bringing great satisfaction to the audience. However, after only a week or two, Jai Television's funds could no longer support their operations. All advertisements that were heavily promoted in various newspapers, buses, and on the streets were suddenly withdrawn, except for the dramas that had already been pre-produced or filmed. The few major productions that were highly anticipated by the six heroes of Jai were underperforming in ratings, failing to attract viewers and advertisers. In contrast, competition between TVB and Universal Television was becoming increasingly fierce. From the outset, TVB's Strongman was not a match for Universal Television's Crocodile Tears, and subsequently Universal's Shanghai Bund directly overshadowed TVB's heavily funded production, The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng, The Battle of Wudong, in viewership. It wasn't that TVB's dramas were subpar, in fact they were excellent. They simply faced the formidable challenge of a script written by a literary giant and the best actors, which when aired during prime time, caused ratings to surge instantly. Jai Television, which was nearly in a state of decline, simply could not compete with TVB at this moment. Especially when the theme song of Shanghai Bund was released, it became widely known among the residents of Xinjiang and the Chinese community. July 28, 1978. Friday, 9 o'clock in the evening. Jai Television Building. In the general manager's office, Liang Zhui sat there in a black work dress, unable to sleep well during this time. Initially, she thought there was some hope, but when her most favored high-budget production, The Affair of the Elite, premiered, the ratings were far from what she had hoped for, and she realized Jai was doomed. A knock sounded at the door. Liang Zhui went to open it, and saw it was Lu Tianxi, general manager. Lu Tianxi entered. At this moment, Jai Television's finances were depleted. Last month's salaries hadn't been paid, and this month was nearing its end. Currently, apart from the shows and dramas that lacked funds for continued production, many television programs were still running normally. Lu Tianxi and others already knew Jai Television was truly out of money. General manager, the television station's finances have run dry. Moreover, last month's and this month's and even next month's salaries have been preemptively redirected, making it impossible to pay them. Regardless of whether they are executives, actors, or ordinary staff, everyone at Jai Television needs to support themselves and their families. Given Jai Television's current situation with over 600 employees, their total payroll exceeds 2 million HKD. Even if they were to distribute the minimum wage proportionally, the problem remains that the station has no funds. In other words, the July offensive that they had planned for a long time in June was merely Jai Television's last-ditch effort, and there was no hope left. During these days, Liang Zhui had been contemplating many things, including the fact that Jai Television's founder and former largest shareholder, He Zuiji, had long since abandoned the station. Moreover, her previous meeting with Bao Xiao, where he had mentioned Jai Television's inevitable demise, now seemed to hold true just a few months later. Ultimately, aside from Liang Zui's own reasons, it also tied back to Jai Television's inherent issues. Tianxi, everyone has done their best in this matter. What needs to be done now is to resolve the issue of the station employees' salaries and their future employment. Considering the salaries for June, July, and even August, it amounts to over 6 million HKD. Additionally, there are some salaries from before that are still owed, which may amount to 1 or 2 million. In total, they would need around 7 to 8 million HKD. Furthermore, those who have borrowed from banks represent another significant sum. Even if we exclude August salaries, just 2 months' salaries for the company's employees would be around 4 to 5 million HKD. Calculating all this, it is certainly a large sum of money. Moreover, there are over 600 employees at GI. In addition to the original 300 employees, more than 300 others had joined GI Television through Liang Zui's connections from TVB and other companies. In other words, Liang Zui was aware that as the general manager of GI Television, she was responsible for ensuring the future employment of these individuals who had followed her from other stations. Liang Zui still planned to meet with GI Television's shareholders first. Considering you all need to considering their own future. GI Television's closure meant that it was impossible for them to stay there. As for TVB, they had originally jumped ship from TVB. Even if TVB welcomed them back, they couldn't go back to TVB after all. That left only Bao Xiao's Universal Television. Clearly, Universal Television was their next destination. General Manager, we cannot return to TVB, and we are left with Universal Television. I wonder what Bao Xiao's thoughts are. Kinsey, I understand. I will see Bao Xiao when the time comes. July 29, 1978. Saturday. Peak Road, White Gap. Hezuozi's mansion. In the morning, he woke up as usual, drinking tea in the yard of his mansion and listening to the chirping of the birds around him. The area was surrounded by trees, and the air was very fresh, filled with the morning's lively bird songs. Regarding the July offensive initiated by Liang Zui and GI Television, Hezuozi was paying attention. He knew that GI Television might have survived a few more months, but with Liang Zui and others causing such turmoil, the station would not last through this month. A doorbell rang from outside. The maid glanced at Hezuozi. I suspect that General Manager Liang is here. Normally hardly anyone came here. The only frequent visitor was the strong-willed Liang Zui. Mister, do I need to say that you are not here? No need. The maid went to open the door. This time Liang Zui arrived alone by car. Seeing Hezuozi drinking tea, she seemed to have already guessed the reason for his visit. Mister, I apologize for bothering you again. General Manager Liang, please speak. What brings you here this? Hezuozi had already informed her that while he had been the founder and major shareholder of GI Television, he had sold most of his shares to other shareholders, particularly to the Lin family, and Liang Zui had no need to seek him out regarding the station. Mister, although I am eager to save GI Television, I have already done my best. Currently, GI Television's funds are completely depleted. Last month, this month, and next month, including previous debts and bank loans, it amounts to nearly 10 million HKD in losses. I hope you as a shareholder and founder of GI Television can allocate some funds to pay the employees' salaries. In other words, Liang Zui was here to ask him for money to pay the television station employees. Hezuozi smiled slightly. Calculating it with over 600 employees and a monthly payroll of 2 million HKD, this was certainly not a small amount. Hezuozi had money, but he would not squander it recklessly. Moreover, he had long anticipated the current situation of GI Television Station, which was precisely why he had sold his shares in time back then. He also knew that if it weren't for the shareholders' stubbornness to establish a television station for the Chinese community, the current predicament of GI Television Station might not have arisen. This time he did not directly let Liang Shui leave as he had done previously. General Manager Liang, you may return for now. Oh, I will carefully consider what you just mentioned. In other words, he would not simply turn a blind eye to the mess that GI Television Station was currently in. He would allocate some funds to resolve the issue of employee wages. After all, the staff and employees of the television station needed to eat, and if they went 2 or 3 months without pay in Xinjiang, it would be a dire situation. Then he said, you may return or consult with the other shareholders. Hezuozi could only say this. Thank you for your understanding, mister. Hezuozi let out a sigh and did not say anything further. He had the maid escort Liang Shui out. Liang Shui got into the car heading towards the Lin family's mansion, which was also located in the vicinity of Victoria Peak. Upon arrival, Liang Shui rang the doorbell. After a while, a maid came out and recognized Liang Shui. Lin Xiaofeng had already guessed that Liang Shui had come to ask him for money, and despite the Lin family being financially stable, he would no longer invest in GI Television Station. What a coincidence. Liang Shui suspected that Lin Xiaofeng did not want to see her again. Does Master Lin have any idea when he will return? No. What a coincidence. Liang Shui suspected that Lin Xiaofeng did not want to see her again. Does Master Lin have any idea when he will return? No. Could you please give him a call to ask? Miss Liang, I'm sorry, but I do not know which hotel Mr. Lin is staying at during his trip to Nanyang. Since that was the case, Liang Shui did not ask further. She got into the car and left. At that moment, the maid returned to the study where a man was playing with some antique porcelain, none other than Lin Xiaofeng, the second young master of the Lin family. Even though Lin Xiaofeng's own investments had failed, he could see that GI Television Station, managed by Liang Shui, had no hope whatsoever. Mr. Lin, Miss Liang heard you went to Nanyang, so she left. She still wants to come to me for money. Although I am one of the founders and major shareholders of Hung Xian Bank, the money in Hung Xian Bank is not from our Lin family. In the future, if Miss Liang comes to find me again, just tell her I am on vacation overseas. Understood, Mr. Lin. Liang Shui left the Lin family mansion. She then visited the other major shareholders of GI Television Station, such as the head of Jardine Matheson Yo, Bai Jian, the owner of Sing Tao Daily, Hu Xian, and the representatives of the Overseas Chinese Daily and the Industrial and Commercial Daily. These were all shareholders of Jia television station. During this time, they were certainly aware of the major offensive launched by the 6 heroes of Jia. However, like Lin Xiaofeng, none of them were willing to spare time to meet Liang Shui. Clearly, they all did not wish to invest more money into Jia television station. After a whole day of wandering outside aside from seeing He's with Ji in person Liang Shu, he could not meet any of the other shareholders and her expression was extremely grim. In the end, she could only return to Jia television station. Back there she met Lu Tianci and his 5 companions once again. I visited the shareholders of Jia television station today, aside from He's with Ji, who was willing to meet me and consider my proposal. The other shareholders refused to meet me even for a moment. General manager, that's probably quite normal. They are unwilling to invest any more money. Liang Shu understood. She had 2 things to do now. One was to raise funds to resolve the issue of employee salaries. The other was to find a solution for the employees of the television station. Both issues were crucial. Especially the first one. Many employees of the television station and their families were waiting for their salaries to eat. Yet the television station had no money at all and temporarily could not raise a single cent from those shareholders. You all may return for now. I will think it over myself. At this moment, the television station was still operating normally. It was clear that the vast majority of the staff did not wish to see Jia television station shut down. However, there was a different atmosphere permeating the station, completely different from the frenzied excitement at the beginning of the month. Liang Shu sat alone in the office until after 7 in the evening. She suddenly remembered that she needed to meet with Bao Xiao. He was probably the only one in Xiangjiang who could resolve this matter. The last time she met Bao Xiao, although he had said that he would rather throw money into Victoria Harbor than invest in Jia television station, his words had been rather harsh. She knew that Bao Xiao, as a second-generation rich kid, was different from others. Liang Shu took out a visiting card from the desk. She wrote down her name and the visiting time, then called a staff member from the television station to personally deliver it to Bao Xiao at the Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. At Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa, Bao's residence. It was around 8 in the evening. Bao was reading the newspaper in the study when the doorbell rang. Daisy went out and saw a person at the door. "Hello, I'm here to deliver a visiting card from General Manager Liang to Bao Xiao." Daisy directly took the visiting card through the door gap. She went up to the study on the 2nd floor. "Young master, this was just delivered." Bao took it over. Upon opening it, he found that it was a visiting card sent by Liang Shu, hoping to meet with him tomorrow morning. At this moment, Bao knew that if he did not want to see her, he could simply say he had no time tomorrow. However, he felt it would be fine to meet her. "Has that person left?" "She hasn't yet." "Then go tell her that I am available tomorrow morning to meet Miss Liang, and have her come to the villa at the usual time to see me." Daisy went down to inform the young man who had just delivered the message. The young man learned this and left to return to the television station to tell Liang Shui. At 9 in the evening, Daisy had already filled the bathtub with hot water. Bao lay comfortably in the bath, while Daisy gave him a head massage. Now Bao had to consider that Jia television station would inevitably close down, and Liang Shu had come to him. There were only 2 possibilities. The first was asking him for money to resolve the salary issues of the employees at Jia television station, and even other debts. Bao knew that none of this concerned him. He could not simply give Jia television station money for free. Moreover, Jia television station was not worth much, even that television license was not valuable. As for the Jia television station building, it originally belonged to the Xiangjiang Commercial Radio Building, and the ownership should still be in the hands of He's with Ji and others, meaning it had nothing to do with Jia television station. Jia television station was more like a tenant renting He's with Ji's Xiangjiang Commercial Radio to operate. What was left of value might just be the copyrights of the TV series filmed over the years. These could perhaps be exchanged for some money, but in total, it wouldn't be much. Bao understood that what really held value at Jia television station were the actors, directors, and some staff. Even though Jia television station faced a disastrous defeat this time, it was undeniable that the timing, location, and people were not in their favor, which reflected on the competence of the executives and actors of Jia television station. In his previous life, after Jia television station shut down, over 600 staff members either returned to TVB or switched jobs. A larger portion moved to the then Lai television station, while some entered industries related to film and television. In other words, those individuals ultimately found suitable jobs for themselves. Currently, among the 3 major television stations in Xiangjiang, with Jia television station closing down, only TVB and Universal Television remained. Bao knew he would need to leverage the advantages of Universal Television to thoroughly step over TVB. In other words, he still hoped that the capable executives, actors, and directors of Jia television station would stay and work for him. Bao understood that the most the global television network could absorb was only a part of its staff. What about the rest? Bao had already thought of 2 other matters. That is, with Bao acquiring Lease Television and possessing the current global television network, he knew that soon in Xiangjiang, and even in Taiwan, an era would erupt in the Cantonese, Mandarin, and even Chinese music scene. In other words, in the 1980s, both Cantonese and Mandarin would enter a period of explosive growth in the music industry. For Bao Yu, his greatest advantage was not the cash flow he currently held, but the knowledge he possessed in his mind. His game knowledge contained many songs which essentially represented a vast library of unpublished music. Whenever Bao Yu wanted to release a song, he could do so under a pseudonym of a great literary master. This was his greatest advantage. Besides that, Bao Yu could also bring in promising singers from Xinjiang and even the entire Chinese music scene ahead of time. These were all profitable ventures aside from establishing a record company. Then there was the film industry in Xinjiang. In the early 1970s, Isha Yatfu realized that his Shaw brothers could not compete with companies like Golden Harvest, resulting in a significant drop in Shaw brothers' film revenue, making it impossible for them to monopolize the Mandarin film market in Xinjiang, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia, as they had in previous years. It was precisely due to this context that Shaw Yatfu gradually shifted his focus to the television market in Xinjiang. Besides being one of the founders and shareholders of TVB, it was evident that the number of households with televisions in Xinjiang was increasing and more citizens were spending their time on television for entertainment. It was under these circumstances that Shaw Yatfu began to prioritize TVB. In fact, Bao Yu was well aware that starting from the late 1970s, the scale of the film market in Xinjiang was growing larger and box office revenues were rising. More and more film companies emerged. Films from Xinjiang subsequently became popular across Asia, not only in Xinjiang, but also in Southeast Asia, Taiwan, and even the East. As for the situation above, at that time films from Xinjiang could not be released there. It wasn't until the 1990s that Xinjiang films began to enter the upper markets primarily through DVDs and other formats. In other words, during the 1980s and 1990s, films from Xinjiang nearly dominated the Asian market. However, by the end of the 1990s, the environment in Xinjiang changed, and with Taiwan beginning to import Hollywood films, they no longer purchased the film rights from Xinjiang. Additionally, the talent pool in Xinjiang films began to decline, leading to the industry's downturn. Now, Bao Yu felt it was the perfect opportunity to enter the Xinjiang film market. In other words, seizing the closure of Jia Television, he aimed not only to establish a record company, but also to venture into the film industry. Currently, films in Xinjiang were mainly produced by companies like Golden Harvest. Bao Yu had numerous advantages. In addition to being able to directly transcribe many high-grossing film scripts from his game knowledge, he could also discover promising actors in advance. This was also Bao Yu's greatest advantage. Furthermore, Jia Television already had several excellent directors like the director Su Su. At this point, Su Su had not yet begun to venture into films. He had previously only directed television dramas. Moving into the film market would lead to his rise to prominence. Bao Yu was lost in thought. Daisy was giving him a head massage. After about half an hour, the water temperature had cooled down. Bao Yu got out of the bathtub. After a night of rest, the next morning came. It was July 30th, 1978. A Sunday. Bao Yu first went to the swimming pool for a swim, and after he finished swimming, he went upstairs. Outside the villa, a black sedan was parked there. Stepping out of the car was Liang Zhui wearing high heels and a last night. Upon hearing that Bao Xiao was willing to meet her at the villa, Liang Zhui finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that if Bao Xiao was unwilling to see her, it would mean that her two major problems would be very difficult to solve. Now she arrived at the villa's entrance and rang the doorbell. After a moment, Daisy came over and asked, "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Hello, I am Liang Zhui from Jia here to see Bao Xiao." Daisy immediately recognized that this Miss Liang was the general manager of Jia Television, opened the door to let her in, and led her to the living room, where Liang Zhui met Bao Chuan Wang and his wife, as well as Bao Xiaolong. They greeted each other. Bao Yu had just learned that this Miss Liang was here to see him. After 5 minutes, Bao Yu was informed that Liang Zhui had arrived. Bao Yu came down from upstairs and saw Liang Zhui. It was the same as last time, except last time they had met at a cafe in Edinburgh Square. This time they met at the villa. Bao Yu and Liang Zhui greeted each other and went to sit in the yard. "Miss Liang, may I ask why you are here to see me?" "Bao Xiao, is there still hope for Jia Television to survive?" Could it be that Liang Zhui was still not ready to give up? If that were the case, Bao Yu knew there was nothing worthwhile to discuss with her. "Miss Liang, if that is the case, you can leave now." Liang Zui's expression changed slightly, and she dared not speak further. Bao Yu said, "Indeed, I have money." Of course, it was not only me, but the shareholders of Jia Television also had money. However, those shareholders would definitely not invest any more money into Jia Television. In other words, if you still want Jia Television to survive, that is impossible. Just as Bao Yu had said last time, he would rather throw money into Victoria Harbor than invest in Jia Television. "Miss Liang, if you have not learned your lesson, then we indeed have nothing to talk about." The failure of Jia Television's July offensive was the direct reason for its closure, costing over 7 million, but the ratings did not change much, leading to severe financial losses for the station. The fundamental reason was that this television station was inherently deficient from its inception. Jia had to allocate some of its time for educational programming, leading to low advertising revenue. Coupled with poor management and a lack of cost-saving measures, it had never achieved a balance between income and expenditure. No matter who the general manager was, closure was only a matter of time. Furthermore, the Shangjiang governor's office did not want this television station to survive. According to Bao Ye's speculation, if Jia Television were to change its policy to align with TVB and Global Television, he believed that many other investors in Shangjiang would be eager to acquire it. However, the governor's office in Shangjiang did not allow it. Moreover, now both TVB and Global Television wanted Jia Television to fail, as the market in Shangjiang could hardly accommodate a third television station. Ultimately, various reasons made it impossible for Jia Television to survive. Therefore, if Liang Zhui had not learned her lesson, Bao Yu saw no use in acquiring this television station. Liang Zhui was a smart person. She naturally understood the situation. Bao Xiao Jia Television can no longer survive, now I understand. Currently, the television station has two major issues, and I hope you can help resolve them. Go ahead. First, the television station hasn't paid salaries for over 2 months, meaning it owes around 7 to 8 million in wages. This is about the salary owed by Jia Television. Miss Liang, the issue of unpaid salaries at Jia Television has nothing to do with me. I cannot directly provide them with funds. This should be resolved by the shareholders of Jia Television, or they could collaborate with the Shangjiang governor's office and other departments to find a solution, or it could only be resolved after Jia Television goes into liquidation. If Jia Television goes bankrupt, how could the employees' unpaid salaries be resolved by me? Second, it's about the future of those employees at the television station. Now, with over 600 employees at the television station, with Jia Television's closure, there are only TVB and Global Television left. Why not seek TVB? Bao Xiao, we have conflicts with the shareholders and executives of TVB. It's impossible for us to go back. We would rather go to Global Television than return to TVB. Is this related to Mr. Shao? That's about right, not just him, but also Fang Yihua. Currently, Xia Yatfu is the general manager of TVB. After entering, he brought Fang Yihua along. As for TVB's chairman, it is still Mr. Li. However, Mr. Li is older and he no longer manages many matters of the television station. Basically, he has handed over most responsibilities to Xia Yatfu. This is because Xia Yatfu is considered a major player in Zhangjiang's film and television industry with extensive experience. Over the years, Xia Yatfu has increasingly intervened in TVB, and many high-level executives and actors have originated from the former Shaw brothers. In other words, TVB is gradually transforming into a television version of Shaw brothers. Bao Yu knew that TVB had truly become Xiao Yaifa's enterprise, just one step away from completion. That is waiting for Mr. Li to pass away, at which point Mrs. Li would have no choice but to recommend Xiao Yifu to succeed him as the new chairman of TVB. Xiao Yifu would then use the relationship from the listing to dilute the shares of the original shareholders, while the Xiao family would seize the opportunity to buy more TVB shares, transforming him from the smallest shareholder into the largest. Thus, TVB would become part of the Xiao family. Liang Shu-yi and those 5 gentlemen, along with the other 300 employees of Jia Television, would never return to TVB. Apart from disliking Mr. Xiao and the current model of TVB, they knew that even if they returned, it would be difficult to regain their former positions. In other words, they would have to start all over again. Bao Yu looked at Liang Shu-yi and said, our Universal Television needs employees, but as you know, Universal Television is also undergoing reform. Previously, we have already fired those white executives and employees, saving a significant amount on salaries. Now, with over 600 employees from Jia Television, the monthly salary amounts to more than 2 million. This means that if we were to hire all of you, it would be equivalent to Universal Television issuing an additional 2 million in salaries every month. Bao Xiao, we can reduce a portion of our salaries based on our original pay. The salaries of Jia Television employees were not originally that higher. It was only after switching jobs or joining Jia that their pay doubled, even tripled. Logically speaking, it is normal for salaries to double when changing jobs across many industries. These unnecessary high salary expenditures have turned Jia Television into a bottomless pit. Miss Liang, let me make it clear to you. Currently, Universal Television operates based on employee capabilities and quality of work. In other words, an employee's salary reflects the revenue they generate for the television station and the ratings they bring in. With so many employees at Jia Television, Universal Television cannot absorb them all and can only allow Huang Shijiao and the executives of Universal Television to select a few candidates. In other words, out of the more than 600 employees at Jia Television, only some may join Universal Television. Liang Shu-yi sighed upon hearing this. She knew that it had to be that way. What about the remaining employees? Liang Shu-yi thought that solving part of the problem was better than nothing. They would find a solution for the rest later. Of course, there are other options. Bao Xiao, what do you mean? Upon hearing Bao Ye's words, she hurriedly responded. Currently, there are several record companies in Shangjiang, including Polygram Universal Records and Huaxing Records, as well as BMG and EMI. Among them, Polygram in Shangjiang is very strong, having signed famous singers like Su Xiaofeng and Deng Lijun, as well as renowned Mandarin singers from the 1970s like Su Guanjia. Huaxing Records is a record company established by TVB, and many actors who join TVB have their works released through Huaxing. When Bao Yu mentioned establishing a new record company, Liang Shu, he was somewhat shocked. Although the record market in Xinjiang is neither large nor small, the music scene is indeed becoming increasingly popular. There are indeed a group of employees at GI Television who are suitable for entering the record company not to sing or release records, but to take on supportive roles such as scouting, signing, packaging, and distributing records. In this situation, this record company could absorb some employees from GI Television. In fact, it wouldn't be too many. Bao Xiao, I think some would be willing and happy to work at a record company. Besides establishing a record company, I plan to start a film company as well. A film company. There are quite a few film companies in Xinjiang. For instance, Quan Taking's father Quan Pawei founded Quan's film company, but he doesn't have much funding and can't produce many films. In other words, there are many film companies big and small in Xinjiang. In reality, only a few are truly. Besides the declining Shaw brothers, there is also Golden Harvest established in the early 1970s, and possibly others like Sue's Movies and Uniden in the future. Basically, a new film giant emerges in Xinjiang every so often while the rest can only follow along and share the scraps. In Liang Shuyi's view, a film company and a television station are similar. One makes movies while the other produces TV dramas. The actors and producers needed are quite similar. In other words, Bao Ye's newly established film company could absorb many actors and staff from GI Television. One must admit that Bao Xiao is indeed a big spender. Liang Shuyi understood that like other capitalists, Bao Xiao's purpose in establishing a record company and a film company was for profit, not merely to support the employees of GI Television. Miss Liang, you can inform those employees upon returning to GI Television. First, we will select them, not the other way. Therefore, these employees should see which areas they excel in and whether they are suitable to join Universal Television, the record company, or the film company. Based on their situations, we will make selections, keeping those who fit and allowing others to seek other companies or jobs. Secondly, I understand their current difficulties, but I have no relation with GI Television and will not indulge them as GI Television owes them. As long as the employees we select, we can advance 3 months' salary first and later deducted in installments. This can help alleviate their recent difficulties. Thirdly, I reiterate, we are looking for people who are willing to work, not those who just want to pass time. If they want to jump from GI Television to Universal Television to continue loafing around, it is simply impossible, as we will soon be competing with TVB and others, and the competition will be even fiercer. If they cannot adapt, I advise them not to join. As you have seen, the now defunct GI Television is in a dire state. Only by keeping the television station alive and even making a profit and going public can we ensure their long-term stability. Bao Yu and Liang Shuyi talked for over an hour. Liang Shuyi truly appreciated Bao Xiao's capabilities and understood that his money was not easy to obtain. Miss Liang, let's go have breakfast first. After breakfast, you can return to discuss with them. Bao Xiaolong and his wife, Bao Yugong, were already waiting for them to have breakfast. The breakfast at the Bao family was abundant, but Liang Shuyi was not in the mood to eat. She quickly finished her meal, bid farewell to the Bao family, and left the Xinchuan hillside villa to return to GI Television. GI Television Tower. General Manager's office. Liang Shuyi returned from the Bao family's villa in Deepwater Bay. She sat alone in the office for half an hour, knowing that the discussions she had with Xiao Bao in the morning were already the best solution. At this moment, GI Television had not yet gone bankrupt, but it was practically as if it had. 9 o'clock in the morning. Liang Shuyi summoned the 5 gentlemen of Lu Tianxi to her general manager's office for a confidential discussion. The 5 men learned that Liang Shuyi had already privately discussed with Xiao Bao, who could accept some employees of GI Television, but not all. In addition to the global television station, the newly established record company and film company would also absorb a portion of the employees. Moreover, Xiao Bao also promised to advance 3 months' salary, which would later be gradually deducted in installments. This was a relatively good temporary solution to the employees' livelihood. What are your thoughts? Liang Shuyi asked. General Manager, the salary arrears at GI Television have nothing to do with Xiao Bao. He cannot simply give us money for free. Now Xiao Bao has given us 3 options: either join Global Television, the new record company, or the new film company. With over 600 employees here, if they all joined Global Television, it would be unable to accommodate so many. Those who join the new record company and film company could be absorbed in batches. General Manager, the current General Manager of Global Television is Huang Shizhao. If we join Global Television, you will not be able to hold the position of General Manager. At most, you could only be a Deputy General Manager. In summary, Liang Shuyi is a failure. GI Television was the first to launch the July offensive, but faced with TVB and Global Television, it suffered the most devastating defeat. Conversely, the biggest victor this time is Global Television, led by Huang Shizhao. Now the viewership rating of Global Television has surpassed TVB, significantly thanks to the drama Shanghai Bond. With the rise in viewership ratings, the advertising value naturally increased, making it more appealing to advertisers. The 5 men knew that if Liang Shuyi were to switch to Global Television with her abilities, she could not compare to Huang Shizhao. Joining Global Television would be similar to her time at TVB. At best, she might serve as a production director. This does not mean she lacks ability, but after losing the July offensive, she could no longer compete with Huang Shizhao. Besides global television, there are also the new record company and film company established by Xiao Bao. Clearly, in the eyes of these five gentlemen, Liang Shi has a better chance of becoming the new general manager of either the record company or the film company. General manager, will you join the record company or the film company? Of course, whether it is the record company or the film company, as long as you can become the new general manager, it would not be worse than staying at Jiayi Television. The five gentlemen exchanged views. They knew that once Liang Shi found a new place, they would naturally follow. Alright, I will think about it first. After finishing the discussion with them, Liang Shi sat alone. She knew she had to take responsibility for the current situation of Jiayi Television. Immediately, Liang Shi wrote a resignation letter of self-blame. She began from the details of her invitation to join Jiayi Television as general manager from TVB, including the launch of the July offensive, which led to the current financial deficit of Jiayi Television. In other words, she attributed all the responsibility to herself. After finishing this, Liang Shi prepared to submit the resignation letter to the board of directors of Jiayi Television. In the afternoon, in the conference room of Jiayi Television. At this time, the main executives were present, including the deputy general manager of Jiayi Television, Luo Wenhui. In the meeting, Liang Shi summarized the failure of the July offensive and mentioned that she had already written that resignation letter of self-blame. The expressions of the executives in the conference room were very grim. Dear executives, I have approached the shareholders of Jiayi. Apart from Mr. Hezuoji, who is willing to meet with me and has expressed his willingness to contribute part of his funds to resolve the salary arrears for employees, other shareholders are unwilling to meet with me. Next to her, Luo Wenhui, the deputy general manager of Jiayi Television and one of the 16 committee members, is also a friend of Hezuoji. He was the one who initially encouraged Liang Shi to switch from TVB to Jiayi Television. Firstly, regarding the 3 months of unpaid wages for over 600 employees of Jiayi Television, I do not know how much the other shareholders can contribute to resolve this issue, or whether we can only rely on what remains after the television station goes bankrupt and liquidated. Secondly, regarding the issue of salary arrears, I have spoken to the owner of Global Investment, Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao said he was willing to accept some employees of Jiayi Television and could even advance 3 months' salary, which would later be deducted in installments to alleviate the current livelihood issues of the employees. Thirdly, similar to the salary arrears issue, as the general manager of Jiayi Television, regarding your future positions, I have discussed this with Xiao Bao, who is also willing to accept you. However, Global Television can only absorb a portion, while the rest can join his newly established film company or record company. Fourthly, you need to consider whether to continue staying at Jiayi Television, whether to leave, or what jobs would be suitable. As Liang Shi spoke, Luo Wenhui and the others were surprised, and quickly said, General Manager Jia, he has not yet gone bankrupt. It seems we have not reached that point. Mr. Luo, I sincerely thank you for trusting me and recommending me to be the general manager of Jiayi Television. You are more aware of Jiayi's situation than I am. It is simply impossible to survive any longer. This was Liang Shi's final meeting with the executives of Jiayi Television, or rather the internal meeting had a significant. After the meeting concluded, the executives, actors, directors, and both on-screen and behind-the-scenes staff of Jiayi Television had learned that General Manager Liang and the shareholders had given up on the television station. In other words, from now on, these employees would either have to find suitable jobs for themselves or switch to Xiao Bao's. July 31st, 1978. Led by Liang Shi, the executives of Jiayi Television officially submitted their resignation letter of self-blame to the board of directors, but the board did not accept it. Instead, they returned the resignation letter, hoping she would continue to lead the executives of Jiayi Television out of the current quagmire. Until August 4th, 1978. Friday, Liang Shi's repeatedly submitted resignation letter of self-blame was finally accepted by the Jiayi board of directors, who agreed to her resignation. Subsequently, the board of directors of Jiayi Television announced that Mr. Li Xiaolu, the first business manager of TVB, would assume the position of general manager of Jiayi Television. To the outside world, it appeared that the shareholders' board of directors and even the executives of Jiayi had not truly given up on the company. They still seemed to want Jiayi Television to survive. The villa at Deepwater Bay, the Bao family. 6:15 in the evening. Bao returned home from work and went to greet his grandfather, father, and mother. This morning it was reported that Liang Shi, the general manager of Jiayi Television, resigned, and her resignation was accepted by the board of directors of Jiayi Television. Jiayi announced that Li Xiaolu, the first business manager of TVB, would take over as the new general manager. Without a doubt, Li Xiaolu is also a big player in the film industry of Hong Kong. However, given the current situation of Jiayi, even the greatest would be of no use. After dinner, Bao went upstairs to the study with his grandfather, father, and mother. Daisy showed Bao the evening papers she had organized. Most of the news was related to Jiayi's imminent bankruptcy and Liang Shi's resignation. After reading the newspapers, Bao enjoyed a warm bath prepared by Daisy. A night of rest. The next morning, it was August 5th, 1978. Saturday. The general manager of Universal Television, Huang Shizhao, had arrived. Boss, good morning. Shizhao, good morning. Bao Yu went to the study upstairs with Huang Shizhao, and Huang Shizhao was well aware of the events that had occurred at Jia Television last month and earlier this month. Shizhao, I mentioned to Miss Liang last week that Universal Television can absorb some of Jia Television staff, but we cannot take them all. How did your television station fare this week? Boss, this week many executives, staff, actors, and directors from Jia Television have approached us. We are prepared to bring over a portion of those who are capable and have potential, but it will be no more than 200 people at most. Having more than 200 people would mean tens of thousands more in salaries each month. Those people are indeed capable, and Universal Television needs them. This way those individuals would not migrate to TVB or return to TVB. This aligns with Bao Yes. I talked with Miss Liang last week. There are too many people at Jia for Universal Television to accommodate all of them, so I am planning to establish a new record company and a new film company. Huang Shizhao was already aware of this matter. He understood that it was indeed a good approach, especially since the Chinese music scene in Hong Kong has started to rise, particularly since 1973, when Hong Kong singers became increasingly popular. As for films, it goes without saying that at a time when televisions had not yet become widespread in Hong Kong, the film industry had already begun to thrive. Shizhao, who do you think would be the most suitable candidate to serve as the first general manager of the film company? Who? Boss, isn't it that Miss Liang? Huang Shizhao thought that Liang Shi would be appointed as the new film company's general manager. Not her. If that's the case, I do have a good candidate. Who? Mr. Zhong Qiwen, the former director of Lida Television. Mr. Zhong Qiwen is indeed quite remarkable. He is 61 years old this year, and is a well-known filmmaker in Hong Kong, serving as a producer and director. In addition, 31 years ago, he began working as the factory director for Yonghua Film Company. 22 years ago, the international film company owned by the wealthy businessman Liu Yuntao from New Jia acquired Yonghua Film Company, which later merged to become the famous film company D Mao. At that time, Liu Yuntao himself served as the chairman of D Mao and hired Zhong Qiwen as the general manager of. Liu Yuntao spent most of his time in New Jia, leaving many affairs of D Mao in Hong Kong to Zhong Qiwen. Under the management of Liu Yuntao and Zhong Qiwen, D Mao gradually became the largest Chinese film company in Hong Kong and even Southeast Asia. At that time, the competition between D Mao and the Shaw brothers became increasingly fierce. Even so, the Shaw brothers were still no match for D Mao. Just as D Mao was about to overwhelm the Shaw brothers, Liu Yuntao and the high-level executives of D Mao attended the Asian Film Exhibition held in Taiwan, where Liu Yuntao and most of the executives tragically died in a plane crash. Zhong Qiwen, who stayed in Hong Kong to handle D Mao's affairs and did not go to the exhibition, survived. In 1964, Zhong Qiwen could no longer tolerate the personnel disputes at D Mao and the various rumors surrounding him, so he left D Mao and gradually faded from the film industry. In the early 70s, Lida Television considered Zhong Qiwen's status and capability in the Chinese film industry in Hong Kong and thus appointed him as the director of Lida Television. In reality, this was more symbolic. Like Huang Shizhao, Zhong Qiwen did not receive significant attention from the white executives at Lida Television. He served as the television director at Lida Television for a few years before retiring. Zhong Qiwen is quite capable in the film industry. Huang Shizhao believes that if the boss is going to establish a new film company, appointing him as the new general manager would be the most appropriate choice. Huang Shizhao spoke about Zhong Qiwen's situation. Where is Mr. Zhong now? Boss, he is basically in. Then does he still have any ambitions if we find him for work? Boss, he should still have some. At that time, he joined Lida Television, possibly hoping to surpass TVB. Unfortunately, the white shareholders and executives did not trust us Chinese executives, and he was unhappy at Lida Television, serving for a few years as a symbolic television director before leaving. Since that's the case, you arrange a meeting for me with him. Let's meet at the cafe in Edinburgh Square. If he is unwilling, I am prepared to have your apprentice, my Dongxiong, take over as the general manager of the film company. My Dongxiong. Boss, my Dongxiong is still too young. He might not be able to manage a large company. Huang Shizhao was indeed surprised that the boss intended to promote my Dongxiong. However, my Dongxiong is currently akin to a blade wielded by Huang Shizhao against TVB. Edinburgh Square, Hong Kong, at a nearby upscale cafe. For in the afternoon, an elderly man dressed in a suit with graying hair and a side part approximately 60 years old arrived here at the agreed time. He is none other than Zhong Qiwen, the former general manager of the D Mao Group and the director of Lida Television back in the day. He had met with Huang Shizhao earlier in the morning. The two talked for a long time. Ultimately, Zhong Qiwen agreed to meet Bao Yu, the heir of the Bao family. If it were an invitation from anyone else, Zhong Qiwen might have been reluctant to meet. This Bao Xiao is truly impressive. With Bao Yes' substantial investment in acquiring control of Lida Television, which was then renamed Universal Television, and supporting Huang Shizhao in a series of reforms, Universal Television's viewership ratings have now caught up with and even surpassed TVB. Particularly in July of this year, the fierce competition among the three major television stations in Hong Kong almost allowed Universal Television to rise on the backs of Jia Television and TVB. It can be said that the biggest winner this time is Universal Television. Jia Television and TVB are left with one dead and one wounded. This is something Zhong Qiwen never imagined during his tenure as director at Lida Television. At the coffee shop in Edinburgh Square, Bao Yu and Zhao Xiuzhen arrived here. The waitress led them to a private room where they saw an elderly man in a suit sipping red tea. "Hello, you must be Mr. Zhong Qiwen, right?" Bao Xiao hello. Zhong Qiwen stood up and shook hands with Bao Yu. I must say Bao Yu is indeed very young. Although he has seen numerous news articles about Bao Xiao in the newspapers, including Bao Yes acquisitions of Kowloon Warehouse, Hutchison Whampoa Hong Kong Electric, and China Gas. There was also the news of Bao Yu returning to his hometown not long ago. Now seeing the real person for the first time, it was immediately apparent that this young heir of the Bao shipping dynasty was indeed remarkable. The two shook hands with Zhao Xiuzhen sitting beside them. As the waitress brought 2 cups of coffee, Chun Ziheo's bodyguards were already stationed outside. "Mr. Zhong, has Shi Zhao discussed this invitation with you?" "Bao Xiao Huang, Shi Zhao has spoken with me." "What are your thoughts?" "Bao Xiao, I have actually been in the Hong Kong film industry for a long time. I served as the general manager at Damao back in the day, which was indeed my peak period, but unfortunately the good times did not last long." "That sad episode." Zhong Qiwen seemed reluctant to reminisce. "As for the early 70s, the white shareholders and executives at Lee's side invited me to become the television director at Lee's TV station due to my status and influence in the Hong Kong film industry, but I initially did not know what kind of individuals those white executives and shareholders were. Later I merely served as a symbolic director and was unable to contribute much. Now that I'm older, I am preparing for retirement. Now over 60 age is indeed a factor. Most expatriates and even local Chinese in Hong Kong have started to retire." Bao Yu then asked with a smile, "Mr. Zhong isn't Mr. Xiao older than you? But look, he still seems so full of life, doesn't he? Compared to Zhong Qiwen, Mr. Xiao is 10 years older. Mr. Xiao does not show any signs of aging. He hasn't yet reached the peak of his career." Hearing Bao Yes remarks, Zhong Qiwen said, "Bao Xiao, I did waste a lot of time back then. The incident with Damao and Mr. Liu had a profound impact and left a shadow on me that has lingered until today." Bao Yu had long heard about this incident, though he was not very clear on the details. Zhong Qiwen had clearly experienced those events and was very aware of them. If that incident hadn't happened, Mr. Liu would likely still be the film tycoon in Hong Kong, not just in Hong Kong, but even in Taiwan, Southeast Asia, and throughout the Chinese film industry. Mr. Liu Yuntao, being the son of the richest man in Singapore and Malaysia, was particularly interested in the film industry. In this regard, he is quite similar to Bao Yu, the son of the Hong Kong shipping tycoon. Unfortunately, that is the case. "Mr. Zhong, I would like to learn more about what happened back then." Zhong Qiwen began to recount the story to Bao Yu. In fact, some of these events can be found in the media, but many remain quite secretive. If it weren't for Zhong Qiwen's deliberate investigation, one might not know them at all. Thus, the death of Mr. Liu was not as simple as it seemed. Zhong Qiwen spoke for a long time. Although it had been over 10 years, it felt as if it had happened just yesterday. If it weren't for that incident, the Shaw brothers in Hong Kong, as well as Golden Harvest, would probably not have been able to compete with Damao. With Mr. Liu Yuntao's emphasis on Chinese language films, his understanding of the industry, his nurturing of actors, and his trust in Zhong Qiwen, the Shaw brothers, and Zhou Wenhui were simply no match for Mr. Liu Yuntao and Zhong Qiwen. In that incident, over 50 executives from Damao perished. Nearly all the executives were wiped out, and I was left in Hong Kong to handle Damao's affairs. When I first learned of the news, I couldn't believe it was true. Over 50 executives from Damao all died in that plane crash. One can only imagine how terrifying it was. Of course, the biggest survivors were not Zhong Qiwen, who stayed in Hong Kong, but Xiao Dijing from the Far East Group and Mr. Xiao. Subsequently, this established Mr. Xiao's position in the Hong Kong film industry. "Mr. Zhong, was it because of this incident that you became afraid?" "No. Although this incident troubled me for a long time, I later almost faded out of the Hong Kong film industry. Now that Shi Zhao recommends you to be the general manager of my newly established film company, what do you think? It is clear that Zhong Qiwen is indeed older and lacks the ambition he once had, yet he remains very experienced and still holds considerable influence and network in both Hong Kong and the Chinese film industry. If he is willing to take on this general manager position despite not being on par with the younger generation like my Dongxiong, his extensive experience and strong connections would still make him a valuable asset in managing a newly established film company. Bao Xiao, I am not entirely sure why you want to enter the film market. However, I believe that if you truly want to develop in the Hong Kong and even Chinese film market, you must support it at least as strongly as Mr. Liu did. Mr. Zhong, my entry into the Hong Kong film market is primarily for profit. In Hong Kong, the film market has always been one of the most lucrative industries, apart from real estate, the stock market, and the film industry. These industries have supported many wealthy individuals and actors in Hong Kong. Furthermore, with Bao Yes' game data package, if he doesn't seize the opportunity to enter this market, it would indeed be a pity. Currently, in terms of television, I believe that the global television network, led by Huang Shi Zhao, has either caught up with or is gradually surpassing TVB. And in the film sector, although Mr. Shaw brothers have started to decline, I hope my newly established film company can become a giant in Hong Kong and even in the Chinese film industry. Bao Yes' statement made Zhong Qiwen feel as if he were encountering Liu Yuntao for the first time. Bao Xiao, if you truly think that way, I am willing to step out of retirement. However, my condition is unconditional support and trust in my management of the film company, just like Mr. Liu did back then. Otherwise, if it's just a token gesture to ask me to come to the film company, it wouldn't be of much use. That's only natural. As the saying goes, each profession has its own expertise. I firmly believe that professionals should handle professional matters. I am not from the film industry, and I am not adept at the management of film affairs, so I will fully trust and support the general manager of the film company, just as I completely trust Huang Shijiao in managing Global Television Network. Bao Xiao, your words are all I need. The two sides reached an agreement. It was clear that Zhong Qiwen was willing to take on the position of general manager of this new film company. The main reason, apart from Bao Yu being the son of Bao Chuan Wang, seemed similar to Liu Yuntao's background, but was different in many ways. Moreover, Zhong Qiwen realized he had wasted so many years and wanted to create something of his own. If he could now receive support similar to that which Mr. Liu had given him to manage the film company, he would certainly be very willing to accept the position of general manager. Bao Yu continued, now that there is already a global film company, I think it is impossible to name the new film company the same. Since that is the case, let's call it Galaxy Film Company with an investment of 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and you will serve as the first general manager. The company's executives, actors, and directors can be recruited from Jia Television and Global Television Network. Or you can try to bring back former Demao executives or staff. Bao Xiao, I understand. The two sides reached an agreement, and Zhong Qiwen was very excited. Bao Yu and Zhao Xiuzhen exited the coffee shop. Bao Yu did not return immediately, but went to the seaside near. Regarding what Zhong Qiwen had just told him, Bao Yu still felt quite different. He stood there feeling the sea breeze, watching the seagulls in the distance and the boats on Victoria Harbor. August 6, 1978. Global Investment Center Building. 21st floor. It is Sunday, a day that is normally not a work day. Bao Yu instructed Zhao Xiuzhen to notify my Lizi Chao Jiming and Nan Shi to come over. Now Bao Yu is here, and after discussions with my Lizi Chao Jiming and Nan Shi, the three have learned that the boss intends to establish a new film company and a record company. Originally, my Lizi and Chao Jiming did not take this seriously. They thought the boss was just playing around. It is 9:30 a.m. In the conference room, Liang Shui, Huang Shijiao, and Zhong Qiwen are here for the first time. After Bao Yu introduced them to each other, Bao Yu looked at Liang Shui and the others and said, although the board of directors of Jia Television is still holding on and has not yet faced liquidation, you all know that Jia Television is basically dead. Jia Television was established on September 7, 1975, and in fact it has already died even before this July ended. In other words, this television station, which was established for less than 3 years, has a short lifespan, only causing a brief sensation without being able to truly survive. Miss Liang, what are the current plans of the executives and employees at Jia Television? Bao Xiao, during this time TVB has already started poaching Jia's executives and employees, but most are unwilling to switch jobs or return to TVB. They are too familiar with the management style at TVB, so they are generally not inclined to return. Now some executives and employees hope that Jia can survive, while others have decided to switch to Global Television. Out of so many executives and employees at Jia, some will still choose to switch to TVB. This aligns with Bao Yu's expectations. Yesterday, I discussed with Mr. Zhong, and he will serve as the first general manager of the newly established Galaxy Film Company, investing 100 million Hong Kong dollars, with key executives, film company staff, actors, and directors coming from both Jia and Global. Yes, boss. Liang Shui was somewhat surprised, but it also seemed normal. The fact that the former general manager of Dian Mao is taking up the new film company indicates that Bao Xiao values it highly. Miss Liang, are you planning to work at Global Television or at my newly established record company? Boss, do you know what position I would have at Global Television? Regarding this matter, I have discussed it with Shijiao. Given your performance at TVB and Jia, if you join Global Television, at most you can serve as the deputy general manager of the station and can currently hold the position of a channel director or as the television production director. In other words, it would be similar to her previous position at TVB. Boss, what if I join the new record company? You will serve as the first general manager of the new record company, but the record company also seeks profitability and cannot operate like you did at Jia Television. In Bao Yu's past life, Liang Shui did not return to TVB, but engaged in other film and television industries, later serving as the general manager of Asia Television. Although Asia Television showed some improvement, it was no longer a competitor to TVB. Now, with Bao Yu appointing her as the general manager of the record company, it actually indicates that she and those 5 gentlemen still possess capability. If she leads the record company and still cannot turn a profit or develop, then she would have to resign, voluntarily take on another position, or work at another company. After discussing with Liang Shui and the 5 gentlemen, they understand that this is how the boss Bao Yu has arranged things. Boss, I am willing to take the position of general manager of the record company. The newly established record company is called Galaxy Records with an investment of 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Oh, and the first general manager of Galaxy Records will be Miss Liang Shui. In other words, Bao Yu is establishing a film company and a record company based on global television, and the investment funds are not insignificant. At the end of the meeting, Bao Yu returned to his office and took several film scripts out of his drawer to give to Zhong Qiwen. Boss, what is this? I am the great literary master, and the great literary master is me. These are scripts I wrote some time ago, but there is no need to inform the outside world. As for how much these scripts are worth, just transfer the money to an account later. Bao Xiao is actually a great literary master. Boss, did you really write the script for Shanghai Bond? Currently, Shanghai Bond is the highest-rated television series in Xinjiang, not only exploding in popularity in Xinjiang with hundreds of thousands of viewers every night, but also creating a sensation among overseas Chinese, including the theme song of the series. In Zhong Kaiwen's eyes, Bao Xiao, coming from a wealthy family, how could he write such scripts? But in reality, that is indeed the case. Bao Yu merely smiled and did not elaborate further. Qiwen, I hope that within a year the box office of Galaxy Film Company will surpass Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest. Within a year? That seems a bit difficult. As Zhong Qiwen carefully reviewed those scripts, he felt it was really quite possible. After Zhou Wenhui left Shaw Brothers and established Golden Harvest, he wrote, now that Bao Xiao has money and connections along with these high-quality scripts, Zhong Qiwen indeed feels very confident. Boss, I will do my best. After meeting with Zhong Qiwen, Bao Yu had a private meeting with Liang Shuyi and provided her with a list. The most important thing now is to scout for Yedo-Bethlehem singers from Xinjiang, including Zhang Guorong, Chun Baiqiang, and others. Upon receiving the list of singers, Liang Shuyi was not only surprised, but very surprised. In fact, Zhang Guorong has already begun his debut. Last year he participated in the singing competition held by Li's Television and won the runner-up in the Xinjiang region. It is just unclear whether he has already signed with Xinjiang Polygram Records. Holding the list, Liang Shuyi was increasingly astonished. She had no idea where the boss obtained this list. At 2:30 p.m. that afternoon, in the conference room of Global Investment Company headquarters, a press conference was suddenly held. Among those attending this press conference are Mai Lizi, the vice president of Global Investment Company, Miss Ninshi, the manager of the Investment and Finance Department, and Zhao Xiuzhen, Bao Yu's secretary. The reporters present did not see Bao Yu himself. In addition, there were also Liang Shuyi, the former general manager of Jiayi Television, who had just resigned, Huang Shizhao, the general manager of Global Television, and Zhong Qiwen, who previously served as general manager of Dian Mao and television director at Li's Television. The appearance of these three people shocked the reporters present. Good afternoon, fellow reporters and friends. This press conference, convened temporarily by Global Investment Company, will be hosted by me. The appearance of these three people shocked the reporters present. Good afternoon, fellow reporters and friends. This press conference, convened temporarily by Global Investment Company, I hereby announce that the Galaxy Film Company, wholly owned by Global Investment Company, has been established with an investment of 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and Mr. Zhong Qiwen will serve as the first general manager. What? The Galaxy Film Company, established with a huge investment by Bao Xiao and Global Investment Company, will be led by Mr. Zhong Qiwen as the first general manager. The reporters present were once again astonished. Thank you, Boss Bao, and thank you, Mr. Mai Lizi, for your trust, Zhong Qiwen stated. After Mai Lizi introduced Liang Shuyi's work experience, she also stood up to greet the reporters. The Galaxy Records Company, solely established by Global Investment Company, has an investment of 50 million Hong Kong dollars, and Miss Liang Shuyi will serve as the first general manager. Thank you, Boss Bao and Mr. Mai Lizi, for your trust and support. Liang Shuyi also stood up to say. The mainstream media reporters present in Xinjiang were truly shocked. Last month, Jiayi Television had just launched an offensive in July, facing a severe defeat against Global Television and TVB, while Global Television's Shanghai Bun's viewership ratings broke records for Xinjiang Television and even all Chinese television, directly stepping over Jiayi Television and TVB to become the new giant in Xinjiang television. Unexpectedly, what shocked the reporters was that just as August began, Bao Xiao was already unsatisfied with the television market in Xinjiang and started to venture into the Xinjiang film market and the Xinjiang record market. He established both the Galaxy Film Company and the Galaxy Records Company. I hope that Global Television, Galaxy Film Company, and Galaxy Records Company can work together to create more wealth for the boss and Galaxy Investment Company. Mai Lizi looked at the three present and said. Huang Shizhao, Liang Shuyi, and Zhong Qiwen extended their hands and shook hands with each other. This signifies that Bao Yu and Global Investment Company are entering the television, film, and record industries. This scene was directly witnessed and photographed by the reporters present, which will become a very valuable moment in the history of Zhangjiang's film and television development. The hillside villa at Deepwater Bay. The Bao family. It is afternoon and the August sun is still scorching. Bao Yu did not attend the press conference and left the Global Investment Center to return to the villa. The villa is quiet. Grandpa and Mom and Dad must be taking their afternoon nap. After returning, Bao Yu first went to the swimming pool to test the water temperature and found that the seawater exposed to the sun was warm on the surface. However, swimming in this seawater is the most comfortable. Under Daisy's watch, Bao Yu swam a few laps leisurely before rinsing off and changing into casual clothes. He had the chef prepare afternoon tea, and Bao Yu comfortably sat in the villa's courtyard enjoying it. It was 4 o'clock. First someone delivered something. At first Daisy did not know what it was, and Bao Yu instructed the bodyguard to move it to the courtyard. When Mom and Dad woke up, Bao Yu saw Bao Yu circling around what appeared to be a machine. Bob, aren't you supposed to be back at the company? Dad, I came back early. What is this? Bao Yu uncovered the cloth, and felt it was both familiar and unfamiliar. Dad, this is the first arcade machine and the first game developed by my global gaming company. In March, Bao Yu invested heavily to establish the global gaming company, with Ma Lisi serving as the first general manager, something the public was unaware of. Bao Yu was deeply impressed by the arcade game Space Invaders that Ma Lisi had purchased from the East. After that, Bao Yu did not pay attention, not expecting that Bao Yes global gaming company had actually released. Can we play this? Of course. The global gaming company was established in March and had been developing the game Pac-Man, which was completed by June. Following that, it underwent internal testing. Overall, the product in the eyes of the Eastern developers at the global gaming company was already on par with the current offerings from Tai-Dong Company and Atari. Up until early August, Bao Yu visited multiple times and felt it was almost ready for market release. The arcade game market in Hong Kong was still too small. The largest markets globally remained in Country M and the East. After opening it, Bao Yu followed Bao Yes instructions and began to try out the game Pac-Man. The gameplay is not difficult. In 1978, the emergence of this game can be considered the second epic-making game globally, very novel and entertaining. Especially for children and women, it should be even more popular than the new arcade game Space Invaders. Bob, this game is really good. How much do you plan to sell it for? Dad, the market price is 5,000 per unit. That amounts to around 20 to 30,000 Hong Kong dollars per unit. Today's arcade machines are just as expensive as many computers. Because of this, Tai-Dong's Space Invaders sold over 100,000 units in Country M, generating more than $1 billion in revenue. That calculates to several $1,000s per unit. Bao Yu was astonished, and Daisy was even more surprised. Dad, just wait and see how many of this arcade game can be sold globally. Bao Yu was indeed shocked. This could earn much more than his shipping business. The crucial point is the high profit margins on such products. How much would it all cost in total? Surprisingly, it was uniformly priced at 5,000 worldwide. In reality, this is the value of IP. However, there isn't even a concept for this, yet many people only recognize so-called intellectual property patents. Ultimately, it boils down to the so-called IP value. Moreover, this kind of IP value will continuously bring wealth. That night, mainstream media outlets in Hong Kong reported on Bao Yu and global investment companies' significant investments in the establishment of Galaxy Film Company and Galaxy Records. Some people viewed this as Bao Yu being too young and starting to stray from his path. The film and music industries in Hong Kong began to feel a sense of impending crisis. After a night's rest, the date came to August 7, 1978. It was Monday. Bao Yu arrived at the Global Investment Center building, going up to the 21st floor as usual. Before work, Bao Yu had a cup of coffee and went downstairs to the global gaming company with Ma Lisi, Chao Zhiming, and Zhao Xiuzhen. Ma Lisi, serving as the general manager of the global gaming company, was quite familiar with the game Pac-Man, while Chao Zhiming was not as knowledgeable. Now, after Chao Zhiming personally tried out the game, he exclaimed that this electronic arcade game was indeed quite good. Ma Lisi, Zhiming, what do you think of this game? Boss, I think it's already comparable to Tai-Dong's Space Invaders. Currently, Tai-Dong's classic hit Space Invaders is wildly popular in the East and Country M, with market revenue exceeding $1 billion, making it the most popular game in the history of video games. Ma Lisi, please notify the main executives of the gaming company to come for a meeting. Bao Yu, Chao Zhiming, and Zhao Xiuzhen arrived at the company's conference room. After sitting down inside, a few minutes later, Ma Lisi and other executives from the gaming company arrived. Currently, the main RD personnel and executives of the gaming company mostly come from the East, with few from Global Investment Company or local Hong Kong. After all, talents in the field of video games primarily come from the East and Country M. During this time, they had been quietly developing Pac-Man, which the outside world was unaware of. Regarding the specifics of development and the type of game created, Bao Yu provided significant reference value. Everyone, our global gaming company's first arcade game, Pac-Man, has completed internal testing and has no issues. I believe we can launch it globally. Currently, the largest video game markets are in Country M and the East, followed by Europe, Taiwan, South Korea, and I have very high hopes for this game. Some time ago, Ma Lisi established multiple companies in the East under the name of Bao Yes brother-in-law, Du Shini, many of which are related to gaming. Therefore, launching the game directly in the East poses no difficulty. As for Country M, it can only be sold through agents like Tai-Dong. At the end of the meeting, Bao Yu left the matter of the game's launch for Ma Lisi to handle. In Bao Yes' view, the sales of this game would not be inferior to Space Invaders, but the largest markets remain in the East and Country M. Besides that, Bao Yu felt it would be possible to expand into the European market. In this aspect, Bao Yu has a natural advantage, as many companies under Chung Kong Holdings have sales channels and agents spread globally, particularly in Europe, Southeast Asia, and Australia, which all have very large markets. Before long, the outside world still thought Bao Yu was too young to be investing energy in films. Suddenly, significant news broke out. Bao Yu's global gaming company will launch the first arcade game, Pac-Man. A grand product launch event for this new product will be held simultaneously in Akihabara East and Silicon Valley Country M. In early August, Liang Shui, the general manager of GI Television, resigned, after which Li Xiaolu took over as the new general manager, but lasted less than half a month. GI Television suddenly posted a notice announcing that due to financial difficulties, it was forced to cease operations effective immediately. Additionally, some employees remaining at GI Television applied to the court for liquidation. In fact, as early as July, the governor's office of Xinjiang was already aware that this television station had fallen into financial crisis and had quietly sent people to investigate. However, at that time, Liang Shui had left with 5 executives, and having arranged positions for most of the station's employees, the impact was not as significant. Now, under Li Zuoli's leadership, the television station could not hold on any longer after less than half a month. Nonetheless, these events were not considered significant in Xinjiang. In August, aside from Bao Xiao and the Universal Investment Company investing heavily to establish a Galaxy Film Company and a Galaxy Record Company, they even hired the professional manager Zhong Kaiwen from the Xinjiang film industry to serve as the new film company's general manager. At first, many in Xinjiang thought Bao Xiao was still young and merely playing in the industry, but they did not realize that Bao Xiao was not joking. As soon as Zhong Kaiwen entered the scene, the Shaw brothers and other film companies in Xinjiang began to get anxious. They realized that Bao Yu's new film company was no joke, especially with the appearance of a big shot like Zhong Kaiwen, which made Mr. Shaw and Zhou Wenhui feel as if the wealthy second-generation Liu Yuntao was making a comeback. Moreover, in terms of the most impactful news in Xinjiang, it was related to Bao Yu's Universal Game Company and their first game, Pac-Man. The launch event for this game product was held simultaneously in Akihabara, Japan and Silicon Valley, USA, but the coverage from many media outlets in Xinjiang and abroad had a significant impact. This game had just been released for a short time, and overseas players, especially arcade gamers from Japan and the USA, discovered that it was not only fun, but also on par with the blockbuster Space Invaders. Furthermore, benefiting from the sales channels and distributors, the game had already surpassed 800 orders globally in August. If this trend continues, the orders will exceed 100 in September. This means that Bao Yu and Universal Game Company would instantly become a sensation in the global video game industry with this game. Previously, others only knew that Bao Yu was the son of the world shipping king Bao Yugong, and had heard of his acquisition of companies like Hutchison Whampoa. Now, with the tremendous breakthrough of the first product from Bao Yu's newly established Universal Game Company, it was directly catching up with companies like Taito from Japan and Atari from the USA. On August 30th, 1978, Wednesday, at the Li family's villa in Deepwater Bay at 6 in the evening, Li Jiaqing returned from work at the Changxiang Center in North Point as usual. Recently, aside from relocating the headquarters to central Xinjiang, Li Jiaqing had even decided to demolish the Xinjiang Hilton Hotel to rebuild it as the headquarters of Changxiang Industrial Group to avoid marginalization of his real estate company in Xinjiang. Additionally, after being invited back to their hometown, the return of Bao Yugong and his son caused quite a stir in Xinjiang, prompting many wealthy Chinese businessmen to wish to visit and pay respects to their ancestors, including Li Jiaqing and his wife, who were also considering whether they should return to their hometown for a visit. Li Jiaqing had been away from his hometown for nearly 40 years, and the impression it left on him was still from when he left for elementary school. This time, spurred by the Bao family, other wealthy Chinese in Xinjiang also began to head north to visit their hometowns and pay respects to their ancestors. Li Jiaqing and his wife indeed had the intention to return. However, Li Jiaqing had not yet made a final decision. After getting off work, he habitually took off his black suit, which his wife Zhuang Yueming took and handed to the maid to hang on the rack. Li Jiaqing sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and picked up the evening newspaper beside him. "Sir, that Bao Xiao is indeed remarkable," Zhuang Yueming remarked from the side. Li Jiaqing understood she was referring to the company Universal Game. In early August, the first arcade game, Pac-Man from Universal Game Company, held a product launch simultaneously in Japan and the USA and was released in both countries afterward. This game was priced at 500 globally, which translated to around 200 to 300 Hong Kong dollars per unit. Such an expensive arcade game was indeed not cheap. At first, Li Jiaqing and his wife thought that there would not be many actual purchasers. To their surprise, by the end of August, the media had already spread the news that the sales of this arcade game had surpassed 800 units. What does this mean? This equates to orders worth 400 million or over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. This is a significant revenue. They were unsure about the specific profit, but in their view, even with a mere 10% profit margin, it would still amount to 200 to 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, the couple felt that the profit from this type of game console would definitely not be so low. Thus, considering that the sales orders for the arcade game were still rising, they found it hard to believe. One cannot help but acknowledge that the son of the shipping king is truly extraordinary. Sir, I heard from Zeju in Canada that this game is also very popular there. However, due to the high price, there aren't many players who can afford it. Zeju initially did not believe that this was a product from Bao Xiao's company. Originally, Bao Yugong was already formidable in Xinjiang. Little did they expect that now his son Bao Yu was even more impressive. Li Jiaqing remained silent, yet he had a strong capacity to accept new things, realizing that the pace of development in the era was indeed rapid, especially with the emergence of computers. Previously, very few people in Xinjiang used computers for work primarily because they were too large and expensive. Now many companies were using computers to enhance efficiency. It was evident to Li Jiaqing that arcade games were a new product emerging from the foundation of computer development, indicating that this sector indeed held great potential. I sent Zeju to study in Canada to expose him to new things abroad, but I never expected that Bao Xiao, who reportedly hasn't studied much and has always stayed in Xinjiang, could know about these things. Li Jiaqing found this puzzling. After experiencing multiple setbacks from Bao Yu, he was somewhat shadowed by them. He certainly would not give up easily. However, he never expected that the launch of the game console from Universal Game Company would bring a continuous flow of funds to Bao Yu and Universal Investment Company. It seemed that even the cash flow of the Xinjiang Electric Light Group and the China Gas Company could not compare to that of Universal Game Company. In early September 1978, Pac-Man became increasingly popular among global arcade game players, with orders rising further to directly surpass 1,000 units. Subsequently, the orders for this video game continued to rise, representing the initial success of Bao Yu and Universal Game Company in this industry. September 22, 1978. Friday. Deepwater Bay Villa. The Bao family. An hour ago, an esteemed guest from above suddenly visited the Bao family, namely Mr. Liao, who had accompanied the Bao father and son on their trip back home to pay respects to their ancestors. At this moment, Mr. Liao quietly traveled south, arriving in Hong Kong, and immediately came to Deepwater Bay Villa to meet the Bao father and son. However, when he arrived, only Bao Xiaolong, Huang Xiuying, and a few others were present. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Bao Yugong had just returned by car, and as he got out, he encountered Mr. Liao. Mr. Bao, we meet again. Last time under Mr. Liao's multi-day companionship, the two parties became initially familiar and trusting, which is precisely why Mr. Liao made a special trip to meet the Bao family again. Mr. Liao, Bob will be back soon. During this time, Bao Yugong had not anticipated that his son's first product from the global gaming company would exceed 100,000 units in global orders within less than 2 months of launch. This far exceeded Bao Yugong's expectations. Bao Yu also mentioned that 100,000 orders were just the beginning, and it was entirely possible for future sales to surpass 1 million units. Of course, the future launch price of arcade games would be much lower. Bao Yugong and his wife, along with Bao Xiaolong, were chatting with Mr. Liao. Recently, it was under the influence of the Bao father and son that many wealthy overseas Chinese in Hong Kong applied to return home to pay respects to their ancestors. This led to increased connections between the authorities and Hong Kong. From the perspective of the authorities, even the elder Mr. Liao and others believed that this was due to the influence of the Bao family. This clearly demonstrates the current influence of the Bao father and son in Hong Kong and even overseas. Mr. Bao, I heard that the Young Masters company has released a very popular gaming console. Indeed, the orders have surpassed 100,000 units, and the price is not cheap. Mr. Liao truly did not understand these so-called arcade gaming consoles. When Bao Yugong and his wife specifically took Mr. Liao to see them, he discovered one was from the Far East, and the other was produced by Bao Yes Gaming Company. Mr. Liao couldn't help but exclaim such a gaming console costs $5,000. He was indeed impressed by the Young Masters company. Not long after, the villa's iron gate slowly opened, and Chun Jihao drove in. He parked and opened the car door. Bao Yu got out of the car. Mr. Liao, Bob has returned from work. Bao Yu recognized the elderly gentleman in a suit, who was the same Mr. Liao that had accompanied them on their last trip back home. Mr. Liao was also the person in charge of overseas Chinese affairs from the authorities, and his identity was quite significant. Young Master Bao, I see you again. Hello, Mr. Liao. Bao Yu proactively shook hands with Mr. Liao. Mr. Liao knew that now the young master, in terms of wealth and personal influence, was already on par with his father Bao Yugong. Dinner time had arrived. Bao Yugong and his wife invited Mr. Liao and his accompanying personnel to join them for dinner at 7:30 in the evening. After dinner, the Bao family and Mr. Liao had a sense that Mr. Liao's visit was undoubtedly for something important. Bao Yugong, Bao Yu, and Mr. Liao went up to the study. Mr. Liao said, Mr. Bao, young master, I have 2 matters to discuss with you. Mr. Liao, please go ahead. First, under the instructions from the higher authorities, especially from the elder Mr. Liao, I am here to invite you to return to Yanjing for the National Day celebration ceremony. Receiving an invitation to the National Day ceremony, Bao Yugong may not have felt much about it, but Bao Yu knew that this was undoubtedly a matter of significant historical value. In his past life, it was under the influence of Mr. Or that most wealthy Chinese in Hong Kong traveled north to Yanjing for this National Day celebration, laying an important foundation for mutual trust and future investments. However, in Bao Ye's past life, Bao Yugong did not attend this National Day celebration. Instead, it was Li Jiaqing, the neighbor of the Bao family, who went. This indicates that the special invitation from above to the Bao family sufficiently demonstrates that Bao Ye's presence has already changed certain circumstances. Mr. Bao, young master, what do you think? Mr. Liao asked. Mr. Liao, I have not been to Yanjing yet, and I am very eager to see it. That's good. Hearing Bao Ye's agreement, Mr. Liao let out a sigh of relief. He then took out a beautifully crafted invitation letter for the National Day celebration from his inner clothing pocket and handed it to Bao Yugong. Bao Yugong took it and discovered there were 3 invitation letters. One was addressed to his father Bao Zhaolong. One was for him and his wife Huang Xiuying. The last one was for Bao Yu. The 3 invitation letters for the celebration of the National Day's 29th anniversary were light to hold, yet they carried significant weight in value. Mr. Liao, we accept this invitation to the National Day celebration. Mr. Bao, when do you plan to leave? There are still 8 or 9 days left until the National Day. However, they could not realistically wait until the day of the National Day to depart, as time would not permit. Mr. Liao, my son and I will discuss it tonight and let you know. That works. I have been in Hong Kong for the past few days, so just inform me once you've made a decision. There is one more thing, Mr. Lu and his wife, your relatives in Yanjing, welcome you to visit them, and they specifically asked me to notify you. Previously, Bao Yu had met his cousin Lu Shizhong, who mentioned that their next meeting should be in Yanjing. Currently, the authorities are even worried that the Bao father and son might not return to attend the National Day celebration, hence they specifically had Lu Shizhong invite them in the name of family. After all, Huang Xiuying and Lu Zizhang's wife are cousins, and they have not seen each other for 30 years. Mr. Liao, rest assured we will definitely go to Yanjing. Mr. Liao indeed let out a sigh of relief. In Mr. Liao's view, the Bao father and son have enormous influence in the business community in Hong Kong and overseas. If they are willing to return, it will not only represent the Bao family, but also influence overseas Chinese in Hong Kong to do the same. Thus, Mr. Liao's task would be much easier to accomplish. As Mr. Liao prepared to leave, Bao Yu asked, Mr. Liao, may I ask one thing? Young Master Bao, as long as it's something I know, I can certainly inform you. Is it about the list of attendees for the National Day ceremony? Besides inviting our Bao family, are there other wealthy businessmen from Hong Kong being invited? Bao Ye's question made Mr. Liao realize the young master was indeed exceptional. Young Master Bao, we have indeed invited many representatives of Hong Kong's wealthy Chinese. Since it was already confirmed, Bao Yu did not ask further. Bao Yugong and his son personally saw Mr. Liao and his accompanying personnel to the car. As the accompanying personnel drove away, Bao Yugong and Bao Yu went back to the study room upstairs, feeling that his son was indeed becoming increasingly extraordinary. In Bao Yugong's study with Mr. Liao just having left the Bao family, felt free to speak openly. Dad, this is the invitation for National Day. Bao Yu knew that in his previous life, those invited to the National Day celebration and able to ascend the city tower were all elite figures from various sectors. Unexpectedly, he now had the chance to attend himself. Looking at the invitation, Bao Yu found it simple in appearance, yet undeniably substantial with immense significance. Bao Yugong turned to Bao Yu and asked, Bob, do you know what this represents? I know. Bao Yu wondered why in his previous life during the National Day only Mr. Ho brought along Li Jiaqing, Huing Xiangzheng Yutong, and other wealthy individuals from Xiangjiang to attend. Coincidentally, Bao Yugong and his wife had missed the National Day celebration as they only set off for Yanjing at the end of October. In contrast, that time Li Jiaqing left a deep impression on the higher-ups, which laid an important foundation for his future investments, leading many to believe he was the richest in Xiangjiang and even among the Chinese. In reality, had Bao Yugong been present, it would not have been Li Jiaqing's turn at all. To Bao Yu, this might just be Li Jiaqing's fortune. Dad, this return to Yanjing for the National Day ceremony is even more significant than our last trip back home to pay respects to our ancestors. This is akin to a stepping stone, or perhaps a ticket. Only by obtaining this ticket and personally returning can the authorities view investments from wealthy individuals in Xiangjiang or even overseas differently. Especially if one could meet the elder statesman, the value would be even higher. Bob, I understand. I wonder what your thoughts are for this trip back. That I truly have quite a few thoughts. Bao Yu considered the circumstances involving Bao Yugong and Li Jiaqing in his previous life. He felt there were several lessons to be learned. The first return to Yanjing for the National Day ceremony was essentially just a meeting without delving into investments. However, after the National Day ceremony, many wealthy Chinese from Xiangjiang began to explore investments across the country, ultimately deciding to start investing from their hometowns like Huixiang. As for Li Jiaqing, although his investments were not significant at that time, he still left a profound impression on the elder statesman. In Bao Ye's view, Li Jiaqing was the most astute among the wealthy in Xiangjiang. At that time, dozens of wealthy Chinese merchants attended the National Day ceremony, many even doing so quietly. However, on the day of the National Day, those wealthy individuals from Xiangjiang wore suits. Only one person, Li Jiaqing, had surprisingly requested to be prepared with a Zhongshan suit in advance. When Li Jiaqing appeared in his Zhongshan suit at the city tower, it not only astonished the elder statesman and many officials, but also left a lasting impression on many present. On the other hand, they felt that Li Jiaqing must be a very patriotic person. This event laid an important foundation for his future investments. In contrast, Bao Yugong did not return for the National Day, and thus had no opportunity to wear a Zhongshan suit. Even if he had the chance, he likely would not have worn one. Instead, at the end of October, when Bao Yugong and his wife returned to Yinjing, they met with the Liu couple and Mr. Liao, but at that time the elder statesman happened to be in the east, and the Bao family did not have the chance to meet him. For Bao Yugong, this was actually a missed important opportunity. However, when he saw that Yinjing didn't even have decent hotels before leaving, he immediately proposed donating $10 million to build a 5-star hotel to be operated by the authorities at no charge. This was originally a good deed demonstrating Bao Yugong's generosity, but the authorities did not anticipate that he intended to name the star-rated hotel after his father Bao Zhaolong. This made it difficult to secure the funding. Naming such projects after individuals is not unheard of, but the authorities are often wary of this, so despite Bao Yugong's generosity and goodwill, the project did not materialize. To Bao Yu, this was a clear case of a good deed turning bad. You could have just donated the money or proposed a hotel without naming it after Grandpa Bao. Why insist on using his name? It was evident that there was no tradition of this sort, and because of the money, the authorities found it difficult to accept, not understanding Bao Yugong's intention. As a result, it was not until 1981 that Bao Yugong and Bao Zhaolong finally met the elder statesman, and only then did the authorities accept the prepared $10 million check. Bao Yu felt this was a classic example of a good deed backfiring, and there were significant lessons to be learned. He knew he had to take heed. Additionally, Bao Yu was aware that during this National Day many foreign guests would be present, and Yanjing's hotels were insufficient to accommodate them. He remembered that his unclean law who accompanied them had trouble finding a place to stay in Yinjing, leading to awkwardness on both sides. Now that the authorities had issued 3 invitations, it was likely they had also arranged 3 rooms. Dad, I think this National Day, since there are many distinguished guests invited, even if other Bao family members want to come along, there won't be enough hotels for everyone. We should not bring too many people this time. Bob, you are right. With 3 invitations, only 4 people were invited, meaning accommodations should be arranged for just those 4. In this case, Bao Yu felt that his bodyguards did not need to accompany them, as the authorities would likely place significant emphasis on security. This means that this time his uncle, third uncle, aunt, and unclean law would not be able to go. However, we can ask cousin if he can find additional rooms so that big sister and second sister could come along, especially since they could use a break after having their babies. Bao Yugong nodded again. Dad, aside from personnel, the remaining issue is transportation. Bao Yu knew that in his previous life, Bao Yugong's first return home was by flying from Xiangjiang to the east, then transferring to Xinjiang, and finally flying to Yinjing. This was mainly because there were no direct flights from Xiangjiang at that time, and Bao Yugong had initially gone low-key. On the last trip, Bao Yu had already returned home to pay respects, so there was no need to be low-key again. However, the last trip involved train travel requiring multiple transfers, and trains were relatively slow. If they took the train to Yinjing this time, it would take even longer. In this situation, Bao Yu felt they could charter a Cathay Pacific flight directly to Yinjing, which would be both convenient. Dad, taking the train is too slow, and traveling by car or boat isn't practical. Transferring through the east to Yinjing would also be quite troublesome. So my plan for this trip back is to charter a plane from Cathay Pacific and fly back directly. Charter a plane. With sufficient funds, this was certainly not an issue. Bob, how do you plan to charter a flight? Dad, I want to charter 2 private jets. One for you and Mom, and one for me. September 25th, 1978. Monday. Global Investment Center building. 9 o'clock in the morning. Bao Yu stood by the office window looking outside. 10 minutes later. Zhao Xiuzhen said, Boss Mr. Ma Li Si Mr. Chao Jiming Mr. Wei Li Mr. Lin Gaoyan and Miss Nancy are already waiting for you in the conference room. Bao Yu then turned around and walked to the small conference room opposite. The most important executives by his side had already gathered here. Ma Li Si is the vice president of Global Investment Company and the general manager of Global Gaming Company. Chao Jiming is the most mysterious manager of the Investment and Analysis Department. Wei Li manages and records Huangpu. Lin Gaoyan is currently one of Bao Yu's most important Chinese executives and serves as the general manager of China Gas Company. Nancy is not only responsible for finance, but is also his woman. On Friday, my father and I have been invited to return to Yinjing to attend this National Day ceremony. Returning to attend the National Day ceremony. The others present except for Chao Jiming were not very aware. Boss, congratulations. This is great news. Chao Jiming immediately said. However, the other executives could see that the higher-ups are increasingly valuing the Bao family. This time my father and I, as well as my grandfather, must go back. Compared to the last time we returned home to pay respects to our ancestors, this time holds even greater significance. Considering the inconvenience of accommodation in Yinjing, it is not suitable to bring more people back. However, I still plan to take Jiming along to see Yanjing. Xiao Jiming is a very mysterious figure at Global Investment Company. Since joining, he has never appeared at any important press conferences. Moreover, Xiao Jiming has not held any board positions in many companies. Currently, he is indeed a very important contributor by Bao Ye's side. This time, Bao Yu taking Xiao Jiming back to Yanjing is to let him see the situation in Yanjing and to plan for his investments there. Boss, what about us? Nancy asked. You are not yet at the opportunity, your turn will come. Not only you but Global Investment Company and those acquired British assets will also send people back to inspect. This time Bao Yu naturally wants to seize the opportunity. Compared to Xiangjiang, the higher-ups represent a very vast market. If not seized sooner or later, other capitals from Xiangjiang and even Japanese and American investments will take advantage. After discussing with them, Bao Yu instructed Xiao Jiming to prepare well these days. Time quietly passed. The date is now September 29, 1978. Friday. At 5 in the afternoon, Bao Yu left the Global Investment Center building. Instead of going directly back to the Deepwater Bay Villa, he headed to Mount Taiping on Castle Peak Road. The luxurious Mercedes-Benz arrived at the mansion's entrance. Bao Yu got out of the car, and Chun Jihao rang the doorbell. After a while, a maid came out to open the door. Young Master Bao, Miss Guan is waiting for you. Bao Yu went upstairs to the second floor. Seeing Guan Jiahui in a white dress, he immediately went over to embrace her. Guan Jiahui returned to Dea Girls' School in September to attend her 6th year. However, she still likes to come back here on weekends. During this time, while attending classes at school, Guan Jiahui had already learned from the news that the Bao family was returning to Yanjing to attend the National Day ceremony. Now, while at Dea School, she often hears the girls in her class discussing Bao Yu. Especially recently, the gaming console produced by Bao Ye's global gaming company is very popular among those girls, but its price is too high and the average middle class in Xiangjiang might not be willing to spend money on it. Young Master Bao, are you going back to the higher-ups? Guan Jiahui asked. We leave tomorrow morning. Guan Jiahui was born and raised in Xiangjiang. Her father is from the northeast, but her parents have not yet had the chance to return home, so she naturally cannot accompany them back to see the higher-ups. In Guan Jiahui's view, being invited back to attend the National Day ceremony by the higher-ups carries significant influence in Xiangjiang. Young Master Bao, how are you returning? It won't be by train, right? I've heard that taking the train is very slow. Of course not by train, but by plane. The Bao family chartered 2 Cathay Pacific passenger planes to return to Yanjing for the National Day ceremony. After already communicating with Mr. Liao in advance, the higher-ups have agreed. If they were to take the train back, they would have to leave several days earlier. Now, if they take the train back, the National Day would have already passed, and returning would not hold as much significance. We will fly back tomorrow morning. If there is an opportunity, I also want to return to see. Guan Jiahui has only seen the Badaling Great Wall and the Forbidden City in Yanjing through books, television, and movies, but she has never returned. That evening, around 7 o'clock, Bao Yu and Guan Jiahui had a simple dinner. Around 8 o'clock, Bao Yu left to return to the Deepwater Bay Villa. Deepwater Bay Villa. As soon as Bao Yu got out of the car, he saw his father, mother, and grandfather waiting for him. Bob, we are all ready. We will set off tomorrow morning, Bao Xiaolong said. Compared to the last time they returned to pay respects to their ancestors, this is Bao Xiaolong's first time returning to Yanjing for the National Day ceremony, and he is very happy. In recent days, Bao Xiaolong has been preparing his nice suit. However, Bao Yu had already arranged for different clothes. This time, not many members of the Bao family are returning to attend the ceremony. Besides Bao Ye's couple Bao Xiaolong and his important subordinate Xiao Jiming, there are also Bao Ye's elder sister Bao Peiqing and second sister Bao Perong. This time, bringing them back to visit the sites of Yanjing is also a special outing for them after giving birth. Besides a few sets of clothing, there is not much else to pack. After a night of rest, the next morning, elder brother-in-law Su Haifan and second brother-in-law Wu Guangjing drove to pick up Bao Peiqing and Bao Perong. Now Bao Yu's parents and grandfather finished breakfast. The Bao family then got into the car. Bob, we won't be taking the train this time, right? In Bao Ye's luxurious Mercedes-Benz, his second sister Bao Perong asked. Last time, when the fourth sister Bao Peihui returned, the 2 older sisters heard that it took a long time to take the train, so this time Bao Peihui did not want to return. No. A few days ago, news had already spread in Xiangjiang about the Bao family returning to Yanjing for the National Day ceremony. However, it had not spread how the Bao family would actually return. Some people even thought the Bao family would take the train from Kowloon station. However, if that were the case, it is already September 30th, and there wouldn't be enough time. More clever people had already guessed that the Bao family would definitely be flying back. Bao Yugang's Rolls-Royce and Bao Ye's luxurious Mercedes-Benz headed toward the Hungham Tunnel. On the way, besides encountering many citizens watching from the roadside, they did not face any interruptions. After passing through the Hungham Tunnel, they continued north toward Kai Tak International Airport. At Kai Tak International Airport, many journalists from major Xiangjiang newspapers had already arrived. As Bao Yugang's Rolls-Royce and Bao Ye's luxurious Mercedes-Benz just arrived at the airport, many airport security personnel came to maintain order. Those journalists who had guessed that the Bao family was flying to Yanjing immediately came over, continuously taking pictures of the Bao family. Bao Yu, Bao Yugong, Huang Xiaoying, Bao Xiaolong, Bao Peiqing, and Bao Peirong got out of the car. Bao Yu's bodyguards separated the journalists from them. Despite the reporters holding microphones and asking the Bao family many questions, Bao Yugong and his son simply smiled. They arrived at the airport. At this time, 2 chartered Cathay Pacific jumbo jets were already waiting. Bao Yu and his 2 sisters along with Chao Jiming boarded one of the flights. Bao Yugong and his wife along with Bao Xiaolong boarded the other flight. Originally, there were no flights from Xianjiang to the higher-ups, but now the Bao family and Mr. Liao had communicated with the higher-ups and chartered 2 jumbo jets at market price. It is evident that the Bao family is indeed quite wealthy. On the plane, 2 flight attendants escorted Bao Yu, Bao Peiqing, Bao Peirong, and Chao Jiming to sit in first class. Yanjing International Airport. It is 1130 a.m. At this moment, the airport is not particularly bustling, with only a few planes occasionally landing far from the busy scene of Hong Kong's Kai Tak International Airport. In the airport's waiting area, apart from a man named Liu Shizhong wearing a suit and a hat, there is a younger woman next to him, his wife Mao Meiying. The couple has learned that the Bao family, including Mr. Bao and his son, as well as Mr. Bao's 2 daughters, have come to attend the National Day ceremony. The authorities place great importance on the Bao family's visit. In particular, Mr. Bao has instructed Mr. Liao multiple times to ensure that Mr. Liu and his wife properly entertain the Bao family. From Mr. Liu and his wife's perspective, the Bao family is already their relatives. Even if their conditions in Yanjing are not good, they must treat the Bao family well. Sir, has Mr. Bao or my cousin not arrived yet? Mrs. Liu has not seen her cousin for nearly 30 years and truly misses her. She also knows that in recent years her cousin's family has been doing very well in business in Hong Kong. Madam, they should be arriving soon, Liu Shizhong said, glancing at the time. The charter flight carrying the Bao family should be landing shortly. Liu Shizhong glanced at the watch. He was wearing a Shenzhen brand. Last time he visited Hong Kong to meet Mr. Bao and his son Bao Yugong and his wife gifted them a valuable Swiss watch. However, upon returning to Yanjing and mentioning this to the authorities, there was no significant response. Considering his status, Mr. Liu and his wife did not wear those expensive Swiss watches in public, opting instead for their domestic Shenzhen watches. At this moment, Bao Yu is on the plane reading a newspaper, occasionally chatting with Chao Jiming, while his 2 sisters beside him appear somewhat drowsy. At this time, 2 flight attendants approached and said, "Young Master Bao, Miss Bao, Miss Bao, Mr. Chao, we have reached the airspace above Yanjing International Airport and are preparing for a safe landing." Bao Yu understands that flying is still quite risky, especially during landing. Reluctantly, he really does not want to fly. As he felt the plane shake noticeably, a piercing sound came to his ears, and the plane soon landed smoothly at Yanjing International Airport. Compared to Hong Kong's Kai Tak International Airport, Yanjing International Airport is much larger and landing is significantly easier. However, since both pilots are flying here for the first time, they are clearly unfamiliar with the runway. After communicating multiple times with the airport staff and confirming that there were no issues, they landed safely. Now that the plane has landed smoothly, Bao Yu feels relieved. He is still young, not just the son of the Bao family, but also with a substantial fortune. He truly does not wish for anything to go wrong. "Young Master Bao, we have safely landed at the airport," said Bao Yu as he stood up. Bao Peiqing, Bao Peirong, and Chao Jiming looked out the window and noticed a large airport outside adorned with red banners. Both women were dressed in skirts and wore high heels, but after having children and going through confinement, they had both gained some weight. This time, they represent the Bao family in Yanjing. The 2 women along with Chao Jiming followed Bao Yu. The aircraft door opened and the staircase had been lowered. "Young Master Bao, you can disembark now," said the crew. Bao Yu along with his 2 sisters and Chao Jiming had just stepped off the plane when Bao Yugong and Bao Xiaolong also descended from another aircraft. After the 3 disembarked, they all headed outside the airport. Mr. Liu and his wife, who had been waiting in the airport's waiting area for a long time, spotted Bao Yugong and his wife Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yu and his 2 sisters along with a stranger emerging from the airport. Mr. Liu and his wife immediately went over to greet them. Mr. Bao Yugong Xiaoying, it is wonderful to see you again. Mrs. Liu was the most excited after such a long time apart. As Bao Yu and Mr. Liu shook hands, Huang Xiaoying embraced her cousin. After exchanging greetings, they noticed Bao Yu and the 2 young ladies from the Bao family along with a stranger. "This is the now famous young Master Bao of Hong Kong. I have heard many stories about you in Yanjing," Mrs. Liu said admiringly as she looked at Bao Yu. "Hello, Auntie," Bao Yu replied. "Hello, Bao Yu," followed by greetings exchanged between the 2 young ladies of the Bao family and Mr. Liu and his wife. Bao Yu then introduced Chao Jiming's identity. Mr. Liu and his wife learned that Chao Jiming is an important Chinese executive for Bao Yu, making his presence in Yanjing all the more significant. "Yugong Bob, Mr. Bao places great importance on your visit this time. He initially wanted to come and greet you himself, but considering his current status, it is not appropriate for him to appear, which is why he did not come," Mr. Liu said quietly. Mr. Liu is very aware of how much Mr. Bao values the Bao family, and it seems that he also stands to benefit from this. "Mr. Bao, the remarkable figure from Bao Ye's past life. To Bao Yu he is naturally a godlike existence. The airport in Yanjing is crowded, so Bao Yugong and his family did not linger. The red flag sedan that Mr. Liu had arranged in advance is already waiting outside the airport. With the luggage of Bao Yugong and his wife, Bao Yu's grandfather Chao Jiming, and Bao Ye's two sisters loaded into the trunk, they headed towards the Yanjing Hotel. The Yanjing Hotel was first established in 1900 and has undergone multiple expansions, making it one of the most important hotels in Yanjing for receiving foreign guests. Due to the large number of distinguished guests attending the National Day ceremony, in Yanjing the hotel is quite full. The Yanjing side has arranged 3 luxurious suites at the Yanjing Hotel. With Bao Ye's two sisters and Chao Jiming being present, Bao Yu initially suggested his sisters stay with their aunt. However, the Liu family has limited conditions, living in a small house with many people. Thus Bao Yu planned to share a room with Chao Jiming, while his grandfather and father would share another room, and the two sisters and their mother would stay in one room, which is still quite decent. On the way, Bao Yu sat in the car looking out the window, and found that the outside appeared somewhat gray and dull. Now he sees passers-by riding bicycles on the road, and as for their clothing, most are in gray, dark, or muted gray. While on the road, Mr. Liu accompanying Bao Yu said, "Bob, in many aspects Yanjing cannot compare with Hong Kong. Currently Yanjing has limited accommodation options. Because there are not enough hotels in Yanjing for the invited foreign guests, some can only arrange to stay in Tianjin, and others may have to sleep on the floor." This had long been expected by Bao Yu. If many other members of the Bao family, perhaps over a dozen, had come along, they really might not have found enough places to stay. It is not that Yanjing is small. On the contrary, Yanjing is much larger than Hong Kong. The main issue is that the second ring road in Yanjing consists mainly of ordinary courtyard houses, and many Yanjing citizens are likely cramped into those narrow hutongs. Moreover, during this planned economy era, many people in Yanjing are waiting for when they might finally receive a house allocation, so they do not have to squeeze together. In contrast, in Hong Kong, while those living in lower-level housing also have poor conditions, the wealthy reside in luxurious houses, which is not lacking. Bao Yu remained silent. During this time, Mr. Liu spoke about some matters regarding Yanjing. The distance from the airport to the Yanjing Hotel is just over 10 kilometers, still quite close. About half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Yanjing Hotel. At this moment, a red carpet had been laid out in advance. The 4 red flag sedans stopped at the entrance. As the doors opened, Bao Yugong and his wife Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yu, Chao Jiming, Mr. Liu and his wife and Bao Ye's two sisters got out of the cars, and there were people at the Yanjing Hotel waiting to welcome them. The group entered the Yanjing Hotel. Now in Yanjing, the hotel is indeed a relatively magnificent building. The Yanjing Hotel is located on East Chang'an Street, connecting to Wangfujing in the east and to Qingtian Gate and the Forbidden City in the west. Among the many hotels in Yanjing that host foreign guests, it is one of the 2 most significant. This time the authorities arranged for the Bao family to stay at the Yanjing Hotel, considering various factors. Bao Yu followed into one of the long buildings, which is actually the main building of the Yanjing Hotel. There is no elevator, and the group walked up the stairs to the 5th floor. Here the 3 adjacent luxurious suites are precisely arranged for the Bao family. On the way, Liu Shizhong mentioned that it is not only the Bao family staying here, other invited wealthy businessmen from Xiangjiang are mostly residing in this building. The Bao family arrived by private jet, which was faster, while other Xiangjiang businessmen are expected to arrive in the afternoon or evening. A staff member of the Yanjing Hotel opened the door, and Bao Yu and Chao Jiming entered one of the suites, which has a separate large room, a living room, and a private bathroom, considered to be the best luxurious suite at the Yanjing Hotel. However, there is no landline phone inside. If there are any issues, one can go out to find a staff member or press a bell inside, and there is a black and white television. It can be said that the Yanjing Hotel is the first among all hotels in Yanjing that hosted foreign guests to install televisions, which only started 4 years ago. Guests staying here often do not stay long and are unaware of the situation outside. Even with the black and white television, they often do not turn it on. The staff member of the Yanjing Hotel politely introduced the situation inside. "Young Master Bao, Mr. Chao, if you have any issues, just press here and our front desk will be alerted and send someone immediately." Bao Yu nodded. Before leaving, the staff member specifically prepared a cup of jasmine tea for Bao Yu and Chao Jiming. Currently, Chao Jiming is packing his things while Bao Yu stands by the window. At first glance, he sees Qingtian Gate and the Forbidden City not far away, along with Wangfujing. This is something he had never dared to imagine, that this place is so close to Qingtian Gate. "Jiming, come take a look." "Boss, although it's my first time seeing it too, I guess that over there is the famous Qingtian Gate Tower and the Forbidden City, along with Wangfujing not far away." Now the Yanjing second ring road is entirely different from the future. Looking out now, there are still many trees, while high-rise buildings are very sparse and far from the Yanjing Hotel. This scene left a deep impression on both Bao Yu and Chao Jiming. After looking, Chao Jiming said, "Boss, there is only one large bed inside. I might as well sleep on the floor." In Chao Jiming's view, the boss, young Master Bao, is not only the eldest son of the Bao family, but also his employer. Being able to attend the National Day ceremony in Yanjing is a great honor for him, so how could he dare to share a bed with Bao Yu? Moreover, when Chao Zhiming experienced the stock market bubble in Xiangjiang in 1973, he went from being a millionaire to being broke, having endured even poorer days. At that time, he almost lived in a subdivided flat in Xiangjiang. If he had not returned to rely on his mother, he might have really ended up sleeping on the street. If it weren't for being valued by young Master Bao, he probably wouldn't even be able to stay in a villa on Victoria Peak now. Zhiming, I am not used to sleeping with others. However, since the accommodation conditions in Yanjing are limited, let's make do for now. Bao Yu understood that once everything truly developed, the conditions in Yanjing would catch up with, or even surpass those in Xiangjiang. Currently, the accommodation conditions in Yanjing are indeed quite poor. Chao Zhiming has already decided to sleep on the floor or directly on the sofa in the other room. Bao Yu and Bao Xiaolong surveyed the luxurious suite, and he found that its conditions are about the same as a 3-star or even 4-star hotel in Xiangjiang, far from comparable to 5-star hotels in Xiangjiang. Over the years, the father and son have not shared a room for a long time. This time, due to limited accommodation conditions, Bao Xiaolong felt that staying in the same room is not bad. Madame Liu is accompanying Huang Xiuying and the other ladies in packing things. She really wants the Bao family to stay at the Liu family, but currently the conditions in Yanjing are limited and her entire family is squeezed together. They can only wait for the next batch of housing allocations for conditions to improve somewhat. This is not like the Bao family's spacious villa in Xiangjiang. Half an hour later, Liu Shizhong and his wife accompanied the Bao family and Chao Zhiming for lunch at the Yanjing Hotel. Overall, the meals at the Yanjing Hotel are quite ample, and there are many types of cuisine. This time, the Liu couple prepared to host the Bao family at home tonight. Mr. Bao Yu Gang Xiuying Bao Yu Pei Qing Pei Rong, tonight we will have dinner at the Liu family and then meet other relatives. Liu Shizhong is currently very busy with work. After accompanying the Bao family for lunch, he will return to work. Madame Liu, on the other hand, will head back early to prepare for tonight's dinner. After the Bao family finished lunch at the Yanjing Hotel, they returned to their luxurious suite. From the current situation regarding food and accommodation, it is evident that material goods are still very scarce, especially regarding accommodation, which is difficult for both people of Liu Zizhang's status and important foreign guests like the Bao family. Bao Yu and Chao Zhiming have returned to the luxurious suite. In the room, they are drinking jasmine tea. Chao Zhiming did not sleep in the same bed as Bao Yu, and Bao Yu asked the hotel staff to prepare bedding for Chao Zhiming to sleep on the floor. The national day has not yet passed, and the cold wave from the north has not descended southward. Sleeping on the floor is not too cold yet. Even if it does get cold, there is heating in every room. This time, Bao Yu did not feel very tired from the flight. He is now taking a nap in the suite. When he woke up from his nap, he saw Chao Zhiming reading a newspaper, which was the official publication from above, and Chao Zhiming understood it well. Boss, look. Chao Zhiming handed the newspaper to Bao Yu. The newspaper has explicitly listed the names of the invited wealthy businessmen from Xiangjiang and overseas. Among them, there are dozens from Xiangjiang. This includes Mr. Huazhuang Shiping Li Jiaqing Huing Xiang Li Zhaoji Guodeshing Feng Jingxi Wang Quanqing Chao Guang Yao Chen Tinghua Li Huili Qiu Dijing Shao Yifu Li Fushu and his son Dong Haoyan Zhao Tsongyan Chao Wenjin Su Shirshu and Qin Zengxi, and so on. This list basically represents the elite of wealthy businessmen from Xiangjiang. Bao Yu did not expect that even the Li family Li Mingze and the couple from Huamao Group Wang Dehui were also invited. The only ones not invited are the Ma family from the Oriental Daily. Additionally, there is the invitation list from the neighboring Aojiang led by Hsian the Chui family and the Ma family, and the number of invitees may not be many, but those who can be invited are certainly not simple. Also included are overseas Chinese merchants led by those from Nanyang, such as the super-rich Guohuanyin from Malaysia and Singapore and Xie Guomin from the Chero and Pak Fan Group in Siam. Also included are overseas Chinese merchants led by those from Nanyang, such as the super-rich Guohuanyin from Malaysia and Singapore and Xie Guomin from the Chero and Pak Fan Group in Siam. For other invited businessmen from Xiangjiang, since they departed relatively late, taking a train would certainly not be enough time. They are aware that the Bao father and son arrived in Yanjing by private jet. Now those wealthy businessmen from Xiangjiang are also traveling in groups of 3 or 5 to Yanjing by charter. For instance, Mr. Hu brought along more than a dozen well-connected wealthy businessmen from Xiangjiang to travel by plane, and there are also others who are familiar or have collaborated with him traveling together. Zhiming, it seems that this National Day ceremony will indeed be very lively. Yanjing Hotel. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Liu Shizhong intentionally left work early to pick up the Bao family to visit the Liu family. Considering that this was a gathering of the Liu and Bao families, Chao Zhiming decided not to join and stayed at Yanjing Hotel to have dinner there. In addition, he had quietly gathered information for Bao Yu about the wealthy Hong Kong businessmen attending the national. Bao Xiaolong Bao Yugong and their spouse Bao Yu and Bao Yes, 2 elder sisters, got into a Hongqi sedan and headed to the Liu family's residence. Liu Shizhong and his wife have 6 children, 4 of whom are sons. The eldest son, Liu Xindong, born in 1930, is now 48 years old, married with his own family and children. The other 3 sons have also married, and the 2 daughters are already married. Currently, Bao Yu is slightly younger than Liu Zizhang's eldest grandson. On the way, Liu Shizhong said, "Bob, why hasn't your important subordinate come along?" "Cousin, you mean Zhiming?" He usually keeps a low profile and doesn't like appearing in public. Besides, he thinks it's inappropriate to join since it's a family gathering of the Bao and Lu families. Lu Shizhong smiled. Since this was a reunion of the Lu and Bao families after many years, it was natural for Chao Jiming to refrain from attending. Sitting in the car, Bao Yu kept his gaze fixed on the window. Outside, the sound of bells rang intermittently as the citizens of Yanjing passed by on their bicycles. 15 minutes later, the Hongqi sedan arrived outside an alley on the second ring road. "Bob, we are almost there. We just need to get out and walk a bit more to reach our destination." The car door opened. Bao Yu and Lu Shizhong got out of the car. Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and their spouses Bao Peiqing and Bao Peirong also got out of the car. Bao Yu looked at the long alley and immediately felt the unique characteristics of this era. Decades later, the second ring road in Yanjing should still retain some alleys and sihiyuan that haven't been demolished, but essentially most have been torn down. Now it is primarily these long alleys and sihiyuan that exist. Bao Yu dressed in a suit along with his grandfather and father and the sisters Huang Xiuying, and Bao Peiqing brought along gifts that had been purchased in Hong Kong. After walking for about 5 minutes, Bao Yu noticed many people at the entrance welcoming them. Apart from Mrs. Lu, whom he already knew as his cousin, he did not recognize the others. The Lu family members appeared very warm upon seeing the Bao family. Lu Zizhang's 4 sons, 2 daughters, and their children had all returned for this gathering. Lu Shizhong and Bao Yugong introduced each other. Bao Yugong and Bao Xiaolong had not seen them in many years, and they were surprised to find each other quite unfamiliar after reintroducing themselves. The group entered. Upon seeing the Saihuan-like house, Bao Yu found it to be quite cramped inside, and not having Xiandong and Xianjun have gotten married, so they have their own place, while Xianlin and Xianqing will have to wait for the next batch, or who knows when they will get their own. From Bao Yugong and Bao Ye's perspective, Lu Zizhang's status was quite significant, yet they were surprised to see the family living in such simplicity. Bao Yugong and Bao Yu understood that everyone has their own ambitions, and each person's thoughts differ. The Lu family was very fond of the gifts brought back from Hong Kong by Bao Yugong and his wife, such as luxury watches and branded clothing. However, Lu Shizhong knew that considering the special status of the Lu family, no matter how valuable these items were, they could only be hidden in drawers, and they had to submit a list of such gifts to higher authorities to avoid any issues. After touring the rooms where Lu Shizhong and his 2 sons lived, Mrs. Lu remarked, "Our family is actually quite well off. Many families in Yanjing who have gotten married don't even have separate houses. It's truly difficult." Before 1978, many young men and women from Yanjing were sent to the countryside, and after that those who went to the countryside returned to Yanjing in waves. With housing already tight in Yanjing, it has become increasingly difficult to find accommodation. In fact, the Yanjing city area is not small. Basically, it is made up of these single-story sihiyuan, which cannot accommodate many people, unlike the high-rise buildings in Hong Kong that can house many residents. This means that Bao Yu knows that during this planned economy era, even in the era of welfare housing, especially under the current circumstances, more people still cannot afford housing. While Bao Yu listened to their conversations, they mostly reminisced about past events. By 6 in the evening, the Bao and Lu families sat in the cramped courtyard, filling 3 tables to find seating. This time, the Lu family had spent more than usual to entertain Bao Yu and others. Even during the New Year, their meals had never been so lavish. In Bao Ye's view, the meals he had at the Bao family were also very simple. After dinner, it was already past 7 and the night had already fallen. The Lu family was still very lively. Considering the National Day ceremony tomorrow, Lu Shizhong knew that the Bao father and son would be on the city tower and needed to rise early. Before Bao Yugong and Bao Yu left, Lu Shizhong quietly said, "The old gentleman has already instructed that he will meet with you and your father separately." Bao Yu, Bao Yugong, Bao Xiaolong, and the Bao sisters were personally seen off by the Lu family to the alley, where the Bao family took a car back to Yanjing Hotel. At that moment, as Bao Yu passed along Chang'an Street, he noticed that streetlights were lit on both sides while other areas. Returning to the entrance of Yanjing Hotel, Bao Yu and the others got out of the car and returned to their dwelling. After knocking on the door, Chao Jiming came out to open it. "Jiming, have you had dinner?" "Boss, I had dinner at Yanjing Hotel, and it was standard Cantonese cuisine." Chao Jiming went to the restaurant at Yanjing Hotel alone, and he was quite surprised to see many famous Hong Kong businessmen arriving before dinner time. In other words, apart from a small portion of Hong Kong businessmen and those from British capital, the Hong Kong business tycoons were attending the National Day ceremony. Moreover, he also encountered several business magnates from Southeast Asia, such as Guohanyang Xie Guomin and Lin Wudong. However, Chao Jiming did not rashly approach them, and they did not recognize his identity. Chao Jiming mentioned this, and Bao Yu said, "We just had dinner at cousin's house. I didn't expect that someone of cousin's status would also face such difficulties with housing in Yanjing." In other words, the development of residential properties at a higher level is promising. According to the modernization, development above the development of residential properties is essential. Otherwise, it is evident how difficult it is for ordinary people in Hong Kong to live in conditions like those of Mr. Lu and his family. "Boss, we are still more comfortable living in Hong Kong." "I can't say that. In Hong Kong, the wealthy live comfortably, while those without money can only live in cage houses." In other words, in Hong Kong, it is indeed the wealthy or the elite who live the most comfortably. Bao Yu and Chao Jiming discussed this while looking out the window. He noticed that while passing by Chang'an Street, it was indeed well lit, but other areas were pitch black, and even the distant Forbidden City and Wangfujing were dark. This sufficiently indicates that the population in Yanjing is much larger than in Hong Kong, and the electricity supply is particularly inadequate, unable to meet the needs of every household in Yanjing to have their lights on. The last time Bao Yu returned to Xincheng or his hometown Yongqing, he noticed the same situation. It is evident how significant the differences are compared to decades ago. Boss, it should be due to the electricity shortage above. At around 9 in the evening, Bao Yu went to take a shower, while Chao Jiming read the newspaper in the living room. A knock sounded at the door. Chao Jiming went to open it, and saw Mr. Bao and Bao Chuanwang enter. Chao Jiming said, Mr. Bao, the boss is taking a shower. Then we'll wait a moment. After a dozen minutes, Bao Yu finished showering and came out wearing the pajamas he had brought from Hong Kong. Bao Yu knew that even in Yinjing having access to water was considered relatively rare. He guessed it should be due to the later south-to-north water diversion project, which gradually resolved the water supply issue in Yinjing. In other words, in Yinjing, if you want to take a shower every day, it might be impossible. Grandpa, Dad. Bao Yu saw that his grandfather and father were already waiting for him. Seeing Chao Jiming beside them, Bao Yu said, Jiming is one of us. Don't you know Grandpa and Dad? Bob, are we really doing that tomorrow? Grandpa, didn't we prepare in advance? Before coming, Bao Xiaolong had specifically chosen several sets of eye-catching custom-made suits to wear in Yinjing to impress the wealthy, but now his grandson Bao Yu unexpectedly requested to wear that custom suit on National Day. Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong felt a bit uncomfortable about it. Bao Yu had more than just Li Jiaqing in mind. He wanted to show off to the old gentleman and others. Grandpa, Dad, what if people like Li Jiaqing also wear them tomorrow? What do you think? Them? How could that be? Bao Xiaolong couldn't believe he asked. Others might not, but to Bao Yu, Li Jiaqing was merely a performer, and he did not want to be outshone on the stage tomorrow. What he wanted was to do better than Li Jiaqing, to be more natural and poised. Compared to Hong Kong, Bao Yu had already taken over the fortunes of Kowloon Warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa, having seized Li Jiaqing's luck in Hong Kong. Now that he returned, he aimed to seize Li Jiaqing's luck in the upper echelons. Grandpa, Dad, it's hard to say about others, but I guess Li Jiaqing will likely do that. Since Bao Yu had said so, Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong did not press further. After these two left, Bao Yu stood there looking out the window. Li Jiaqing. He should currently be in another luxurious suite at Yinjing Hotel. Bao Yu didn't care whether he wore it or not, he would definitely wear it. That night, Bao Yu was sleeping in bed, while Chao Jiming was laying on the floor beside him. Chao Jiming quickly fell asleep, but Bao Yu tossed and turned. Uncertain of when he had fallen asleep, he was suddenly awakened by knocking at the door. Chao Jiming had already woken up and went to open the door, only to find Mr. Liao waiting outside. Mr. Liao. Bao Yu was already awake. Bao Xiao, Mr. Chao, I apologize for waking you so early. However, today is the National Day ceremony, which starts at 6 o'clock, and the old gentleman specifically sent us to wake you up. Starting at 6. Bao Yu glanced out the window, noticing that it was still somewhat dim outside. However, at this time of year, it was already bright early in the morning. Mr. Liao, I will wash up and get ready right away, then I will head over. From here to the Chengtianmen Tower, it was indeed visible, not very far. Without the service of Daisy, Bao Yu quickly washed up and then took out the blue Zhongshan suit he had prepared in advance. To Mr. Liao's surprise, Bao Yu began to put on this very fitting Zhongshan suit. Mr. Liao, what do you think of this outfit? It's good, very nice. Last night, Chao Jiming had heard Bao's father and son discussing it, so he knew that the Bao family would be wearing the special garments they had prepared today. This was what Bao Yu meant. After putting it on, Chao Jiming specifically helped him adjust it. It had to be said that it fit very. Generally speaking, Zhongshan suits primarily come in black, gray, and blue, although there are some other colors. These three colors are still the main focus. For important occasions, black and gray are usually the primary choices. Naturally, blue is more suitable for the Mr. Liao looked at Bao Yu with admiration, increasingly feeling that this Bao Xiao was extraordinary. Now dressed in a Zhongshan suit and shoes, Bao Yu clearly appeared more impressive than when he wore a suit. Chao Jiming did not follow them. Not only him, but Bao Yu's two sisters would not go either. However, the three could visit the scenic spots in Yinjing. This time, Bao Yu had invited his two sisters to Yinjing mainly to allow them to relax. In this regard, arrangements were made by the upper authorities, and later Bao Yu's two sisters and Chao Jiming would be scheduled to visit scenic spots like the Summer Palace. Chao Jiming also did not go along. First, his qualifications were not sufficient. Secondly, Chao Jiming was low-key and did not want to appear in such occasions. Bao Yu came out dressed in his Zhongshan suit. Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong also got up early. The father and son had woken up around 4 o'clock. After washing up, they were also dressed in black Zhongshan suits. In a sense, Bao Yu felt that the Zhongshan suit was not inferior to suits. It actually appeared more suitable for the appearance and demeanor of Asians. Now, apart from Huang Xiuying, who was wearing a dress, Huang Xiuying noticed that the 3 members of the Bao family were not in suits, but were wearing Zhongshan suits. She felt it was different, and she was already aware of this before coming to Yinjing. Moreover, these 3 Zhongshan suits were personally custom-made by Huang Xiuying, perfectly fitting the sizes of the 3. Not bad. Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong looked at Bao Yu with growing satisfaction. Mr. Liao looked at the three members of the Bao family in their Zhongshan suits, and besides surprise there was more delight and admiration. He believed that when the three of them appeared today they would receive a lot of compliments. Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, Bao Yu, and Mr. Liao left the Yinjing Hotel and took a car to the Chengtianmen Tower. Mr. Liao and they ascended the tower. At this moment many people had arrived at the tower. In addition to the above there were foreign guests, VIP state guests, as well as wealthy Chinese businessmen invited from Xiangjiang, Nanyang, and Haojiang. According to this invitation, there were over 800 representatives and accompanying members from overseas, Xiangjiang, Taiwan, Haojiang, and other places. However, only a portion of them were invited to ascend the tower. Originally, Bao Chuanwang's status and influence in the world were already very significant, while his son Bao Yu, after acquiring Kowloon Warehouse, Hysan Development, Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, and China Gas, etc. His wealth and influence were also increasing in Xiangjiang. As Bao Yugang's father Bao Xiaolong's business and influence were not as substantial, however having a good son and a good grandson indicated that he had taught them while naturally benefiting from their presence here. What surprised those on the tower the most was the appearance of the three generations of the Bao family in Zhongshan suits. It was impossible for them not to be astonished. Hello Mr. Bao. Hello Bao Chuanwang. Hello Bao Xiao. Bao Yu had already met a group of wealthy businessmen in Xiangjiang. For example, he had met the chairman of Huifeng Bank Sanders during his retirement. Although he had mostly only seen them in photos, this was the first time meeting them in person. Naturally, Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong recognized these wealthy businessmen from Xiangjiang, Haojiang, and even overseas. Bob, this is Mr. Hua. Hello Bao Xiao. Hua Yingdong, dressed in a suit, was astonished at the sight of the three members of the Bao family appearing in Zhongshan suits only to express admiration for the prowess of the Bao family. However, the Bao family and the Hua family had not collaborated much in Xiangjiang, and Bao Yu had never met Hua Yingdong in person before. Now Hua Yingdong shook hands with the three members of the Bao family and looked at Bao Yu with great admiration. In his eyes, Bao Chuanwang was already remarkable, but now Bao Yu was even more impressive. Bob, this is Mr. Zhuang Shiping, your father's predecessor. Mr. Zhuang is also from Chaoshan, but unlike Li Jiaqing, he is not merely a businessman. Bao Yu knew that in his past life Mr. Zhuang had a significant influence. Now seeing Mr. Zhuang, who was also over 60 years old, Bao Yu greeted, Uncle Zhuang, hello. Bao Xiao, hello. Zhuang Shiping shook hands with Bao Yu, looking at him with a unique gaze. At this moment, there were many people on the tower, and basically all the wealthy Chinese businessmen invited from Xiangjiang had arrived. Bao Yu had not yet seen Li Jiaqing. When Li Jiaqing finally arrived, he was wearing glasses and a black suit, not dressed in a Zhongshan suit, which made Bao Yu feel strange. He clearly remembered that in his past life Li Jiaqing was the only wealthy businessman in Xiangjiang, or even overseas, who wore a Zhongshan suit, leaving a very deep impression on the old gentleman and the others present. Unexpectedly, now Li Jiaqing was only in a suit. As soon as Li Jiaqing came up and saw many people surrounding the Bao family, talking, especially the sight of the three members of the Bao family in Zhongshan suits, he was stunned. Surprise upon surprise. Li Jiaqing was at a loss for words. Hello, Mr. Li. Li Jiaqing still took the initiative to greet Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong. Bao Yu shook hands with Li Jiaqing, who said, Bao Xiao, my two sons really like the game consoles produced by your global... Is that so? Seeing the two chatting and laughing, one would think their relationship was very good. However, Bao Yu knew that he had taken away the talent mic from Li Jiaqing and acquired Hysan Development, as well as the current Global Investment Center building. He and Li Jiaqing were naturally not on friendly terms. More and more people were present. Through the introductions of Bao Yugong, Mr. Liao, and others, Bao Yu got to know the representatives of wealthy businessmen from Xiangjiang, Haojiang, and overseas Nanyang. Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and his wife along with Bao Yu were chatting with He Xian from Haojiang. Bao Yu knew that He Xian was the king of Haojiang, and although he appeared very low-key, his identity was certainly not simple. Young Master Bao Haojiang is very close to Xiangjiang. You must visit Haojiang when you have the time. When He Xian first saw the three generations of the Bao family dressed in Zhongshan suits, he realized that the Bao family was indeed remarkable. In fact, his attention to Bao Yu started when the Bao family acquired Kowloon Warehouse. After that, Bao Yu's series of acquisitions made He Xian see that the three generations of the Bao family were indeed increasingly formidable. Uncle He, I will definitely visit Haojiang when I have the time. Not long after, as the time for raising the national flag at 6:01 a.m. approached, the elderly gentleman, also dressed in Zhongshan suits along with Mr. Lu and others, ascended to the city tower. Mr. Lu brought the elderly gentleman to meet Bao Xiaolong and the others. Among the many representatives of wealthy Chinese merchants from Xiangjiang, Haojiang, and even overseas, the Zhongshan suits worn by the three members of the Bao family were the most eye-catching. What? Even Lu Shizhong was surprised. Did you make them dress like that? The elderly gentleman asked. No, Lu Shizhong immediately denied. He certainly did not make the Bao family wear Zhongshan suits. Bao Yu had already seen an elderly gentleman not tall in a gray Zhongshan suit walking over with a group of people. The elderly gentleman shook hands with Bao Xiaolong to greet him. Then it was the turn of Bao Yugong and his wife. Finally, it was Bao Yu. Now wearing a blue Zhongshan suit, Bao Yu was the youngest and stood out the most. The elderly gentleman looked at Bao Yu with admiration. "Young Master Bao, I have long heard of you. I didn't expect you to be even younger than I imagined." Indeed, talents emerge, in each generation surpassing their predecessors. The Bao family is truly impressive. "Hello, elderly gentleman." Bao Yu shook hands with him. The elderly gentleman admired Bao Yu before greeting the other distinguished guests and foreign dignitaries. At this moment, Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong had already realized that their son had done exceptionally well, as they saw a different look in the elderly gentleman's eyes. In this regard, the elderly gentleman did not share the same sentiment as other wealthy Chinese merchants. Especially not far away was Li Jiaqing, who was becoming quite famous as a wealthy real estate developer in Xinjiang. Before coming to Xinjiang, he had discussed with his wife, Zhuang Yueming, whether he should stand out during this visit to Yanjing. That is to say, whether he should wear a Zhongshan suit. Li Jiaqing had such thoughts, and even discussed it with his wife. In the end, Li Jiaqing decided against it. Why? Only he knew. Seeing the elderly gentleman greeting the three members of the Bao family differently, he realized that the Bao family was indeed impressive. At 0601 a.m. Bao Yu stood at the city tower looking out, and many representative squads had already arrived in front of Qingtian Gate. At this moment, the surrounding loudspeakers sounded, indicating that the national flag raising was about to begin. Bao Yu just listened. After the flag-raising ceremony ended, applause and cheers erupted around. The National Day ceremony officially commenced. However, this year there was no grand military parade, it was merely a mass parade celebration. Now looking out, groups of people passed by Qingtian Gate. Bao Yu and the others stood there watching until the mass parade concluded in the morning. The National Day ceremony in the morning ended. Bao Yu's grandfather and Bao Yugong and his wife left the city tower. Before leaving among the many distinguished guests, the elderly gentleman took the time to say a few words to Bao Yu and the others. Lunch was to be served at Yanjing Hotel. In the afternoon and evening, there would be cultural performances and a grand state banquet held in the Great Hall. Chao Jiming and the two sisters, Bao Peiqing, would also join. Besides many cultural performances, it was essentially just dinner. The state banquet featured numerous dishes. Considering that many representatives of Chinese merchants from Xinjiang were present, some Cantonese cuisine was specially prepared to accommodate those who might not be used to it. In addition, the most famous liquor was Mao Tai. As Bao Yu and the others ate, he noticed that although there were many dishes, many were already cold. After all, with hundreds of tables of food to serve so many people, most of the dishes were prepared in advance and then sent over. For Bao Yu, eating the food at the state banquet was more of an experience, as it was considered very mysterious from an outside perspective. Now that he had experienced it, he found it to be just like that. Basically, the dishes were served cold, and the bowls and chopsticks were very exquisite, but Mao Tai was indispensable. Bao Yu drank 2 cups, but did not drink more. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the state banquet ended, followed by a grand fireworks display. Bao Yu and the others watched the fireworks until they concluded, after which everyone left the Great Hall and returned to. He recalled the description of Li Jiaqing attending the National Day ceremony in 1978 while playing a game. On that day, among the 800 guests invited, including those from Xinjiang and even overseas, Li Jiaqing, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, appeared somewhat reserved, yet he was the most eye-catching, leaving a deep impression on the elderly gentleman. That night, Li Jiaqing not only watched the cultural performances, but also the grand fireworks display, and he excitedly observed this scene with many representatives of Chinese businesses. Now Bao Yu stood at the window looking outside. He knew that many things remained the same, only that Li Jiaqing had been replaced by their Bao family. "Boss, attending a state banquet for the first time, this experience is really quite good," said Chao Jiming. Chao Jiming did not attend the National Day ceremony in the morning and afternoon, but he came for the state banquet in the evening. In the morning, he and Bao Yu's 2 sisters visited the summer palace and found it to be really quite nice. According to the arrangement, the Bao family and other wealthy merchants from Xinjiang would visit the Beideling Great Wall tomorrow morning. Clearly, for the overseas Chinese merchants invited back this time, personally visiting the Beideling Great Wall was even more important. "Is that so? I'm also very excited," Bao Yu smiled. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Bao Yu finished his shower. Perhaps after participating in the National Day ceremony activities all day, Bao Yu was already quite tired. After showering, he quickly fell asleep. Chao Jiming, on the other hand, couldn't sleep. In fact, Chao Jiming increasingly felt that his boss was different. After resting for a night, the next morning Bao Yu woke up. Today was the second day of National Day, October 2nd, 1978. Today the citizens of Yanjing were still on holiday. Some of the distinguished guests who attended the National Day ceremony yesterday were already preparing to leave Yanjing. In addition, some foreign guests, such as the wealthy Chinese merchants from Xinjiang, were preparing to leave Yanjing to visit their hometowns. There were also some who stayed behind to visit the sites of Yanjing, some of whom would even meet the elderly gentleman. For instance, Mr. Hua and others. This morning the elderly gentleman had already met with them. Mr. Hua and others did not take a direct flight out of Yanjing, but took a train south. After Bao Yu got up, the Bao family was already waiting for him to get up to have breakfast before taking a car to the Beideling Great Wall. Mr. Liao personally came to accompany the Bao family, and together with Chao Jiming they went to Yanjing Hotel for breakfast. After breakfast, the group would head to the Badaling Great Wall. In his past life, Bao Yu had never been to the Badaling Great Wall. Although back then anyone with money could go, now it truly was different. Today, Yinjing actually began to feel a bit chilly, although the wind was not very strong. The Badaling Great Wall is located in the outskirts of Yinjing, where the peaks are predominant and the wind is quite strong. Before leaving, Mr. Liao and the others specifically reminded the Bao family to wear coats and sweaters to avoid getting cold. The Bao Yu group was already wearing jackets. Unexpectedly, besides them, several reporters from Yangshe and Yinjing television station accompanied them to film, wanting to see what the Bao family's first visit to the Badaling Great Wall would be like. Without reaching the Great Wall, one cannot be considered a true hero. The Badaling Great Wall is about 60 to 70 kilometers from the Yinjing Hotel, which isn't very far. Bao Yu and the others boarded the car and left the Yinjing Hotel. Along the way, Bao Yu gazed out the window, noticing many passers-by from Yinjing City, though they all seemed to dress. Some were riding bicycles, as he knew that it was now hailed as the Kingdom of Bicycles. At that moment, the mode of transportation for the citizens in these cities primarily revolved around bicycles and buses. As Bao Yu and the others passed by in their Hongqi sedan, they attracted the attention and gaze of many citizens. The road was neither a highway nor an elevated bridge, just an ordinary cement road, taking nearly 2 hours to travel from the Yinjing Hotel to this location. Aside from avoiding bumps from driving too fast, the main reason was that one really couldn't drive fast on ordinary roads. "Young Master Bao, we have arrived," Mr. Liao said beside him. Bao Yu got out of the car and could already see the Badaling Great Wall. There weren't many people around, perhaps because the Bao family had come and others had not arranged to come. As soon as he got out of the car, Bao Yu felt the strong winds, hear the mountain breeze blowing through and tousling the hair of Bao Yu and the others. This mountain wind was quite chilly. Everyone in Bao Yu's group wore coats, and apart from feeling the strong wind, they felt fine otherwise. For Bao Yu, Bao Xiaolong, and the couple Bao Yu gang, as well as Bao Peiqing, Bao Pei Rong, and even Xiao Zhiming, it was their first time at the Great Wall, and it felt quite different. Apart from feeling a bit excited, they found it hard to express this emotion. Accompanying them besides Mr. Liao were staff members from the Badaling Great Wall Management Office who had already been informed about the visit of the Bao family. Additionally, there were accompanying reporters from Yangshe and Yinjing TV capturing footage and photographs. With the staff from the Badaling Great Wall guiding them, Bao Yu and the others began their ascent. Bao Xiaolong, being older, couldn't walk very fast and lagged behind. Bao Yu was still very young, accustomed to swimming exercises, and was in great shape. The few reporters followed closely behind Bao Yu, occasionally taking photos of him. "Young Master Bao, what does it feel like to ascend the Badaling Great Wall for the first time?" a female reporter asked. "What does it feel like?" "I'm very excited." Bao Yu was genuinely thrilled. He had never been here in his past life, and this was also his first visit now. Looking at the Great Wall stretching into the distance and the bare mountains on either side, he truly felt it was quite different. "What else?" "I was born and raised in Xiangjiang, and I've always heard of the Forbidden City and the Badaling Great Wall. Being able to see it in person this time truly excites me." The reporters continued to take photos. Bao Yu moved forward, and they thought that Bao Yu was very different, being both young and a wealthy second generation, which made him stand out. When Bao Yu climbed to the highest point of the Badaling Great Wall, standing there to gaze at the expanse of the Great Wall, his emotions were not merely excitement. In his past life, he was just an ordinary delivery person in Pengcheng. In this life, he was the son of the Bao shipping king, and he wanted to do many things. At this moment, he looked into the distance and shouted excitedly, "Ah!" This shout startled Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yu gang, and the two Bao sisters who had yet to catch up, making them think something was wrong with Bao Yu. At this time, with both hands resting on the wall, Bao Yu looked into the distance and excitedly said, "My country, what can I do for you?" This voice carried. People around, especially those reporters, heard it clearly. The few reporters immediately captured this scene. The Badaling Great Wall is quite long. Bao Xiaolong, being older, couldn't walk too far anymore, especially as the wind on the mountain grew stronger. Despite Bao Yu's excitement and overwhelming feelings, he spoke many heartfelt words, all of which were recorded by the reporters. In addition, the various moments of Bao Yu and the others on the Great Wall were also captured by the reporters. They spent over an hour at the Badaling Great Wall. Bao Yu knew that his grandfather and parents shouldn't stay here too long, so he prepared to descend the mountain first. The Bao family returned, going down from the Badaling Great Wall, where the management staff offered them tea. After drinking a cup of warm tea, the Bao family felt much better. Before leaving, Bao Yu voluntarily left a check for 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. "Young Master Bao, what is this for?" "The Great Wall is a symbol of our Chinese nation. I hope to have the chance to come back again in the future. This is my donation to your Great Wall Management Office, and I hope it can improve your accommodation conditions." At present, the conditions at the Badaling Great Wall Management Office are still very rudimentary, barely providing shelter from wind and rain. However, if money were available to build better houses with heating, that would be even better. These funds need to be allocated from above, and currently, every aspect requires money. There isn't much funding available. The person in charge of the Badaling Great Wall Management Office was excited, yet speechless. At this point, 100,000 Hong Kong dollars is quite a substantial amount of foreign exchange. "Mr. Liao advised them to accept it. It was clear that the Bao family was very pleased with their visit to the battling Great Wall. Most importantly, Mr. Liao noticed that the Bao family was very different from other representatives of Xinjiang's Chinese capital, which was precisely what they hoped for. They got into the Hongqi sedan. The Bao family left the site and headed back to the Yanjing Hotel. Having spent the morning climbing the Great Wall, Bao Xiaolong and the couple Bao Yu gang were exhausted. Bao Xiaolong was already over 80, while the couple Bao Yu gang were also past 60. Only Bao Yu and his two sisters were still quite young. Upon returning to the Yanjing Hotel, Mr. Liao first had lunch with the Bao family and left for other matters in the afternoon. The accompanying journalists from Yangshi and Yanjing TV appeared very excited, especially having captured the genuine moments of the Bao family, particularly young Master Bao's heartfelt words upon ascending the battling Great Wall. They realized that this material would be excellent for television and newspapers. Yanjing Tai, a seemingly ordinary office. An elderly gentleman dressed in a Zhongshan suit held a cigarette in one hand while reading the documents in front of him. He had been quite busy these days, not only meeting many foreign guests, but also handling his own affairs. As for the Bao family's visit to the battling Great Wall that morning, he was aware of it. In the afternoon, Mr. Liao would come to see him. Furthermore, there were also representatives from Yangshi TV, Yanjing TV, and several newspaper heads who wanted to meet him. It was all related to one matter: the Bao family's first visit to the battling Great Wall. The elderly gentleman already knew what young Master Bao had said on the Great Wall. Mr. Liao, did young Master Bao really say that? Indeed he did. At that moment, young Master Bao was the fastest, reaching the highest point alone and shouting excitedly. It startled me as well. It was clear that young Master Bao was a person of emotion, speaking directly, without beating around the bush. He was probably truly excited and spoke many words, though I didn't catch some of it due to the strong wind. However, the accompanying reporters should have heard it clearly. This young Master Bao is indeed different, the elderly gentleman remarked. Now what lay before him were inquiries from Yangshi and Yanjing TV, as well as several mainstream media outlets regarding whether the statements made by the Bao family during their visit to the battling Great Wall could be published. Now that the elderly gentleman confirmed the statements to be true, of course they could be published. In his view, this was an important matter for inspiring overseas Chinese to love their country and to encourage them to invest and visit their homeland. Most importantly, the Bao family was willing to take the lead in this initiative. Yesterday morning, the Bao family, along with over 800 representatives from home and abroad, attended the National Day ceremony, which was widely reported by various media outlets. Subsequently, newspapers in Hong Kong, including the Singtao Daily Wenwei Pe and Ta Kung Pao, all reprinted the news. This morning, several mainstream media in Hong Kong learned from Wenwei Pe and Ta Kung Pao about the Bao family and other tycoons ascending the city tower. Clearly, after the reprints by Hong Kong's mainstream media, it caused a significant stir. That evening, reports from Yangshi and Yanjing television, along with various other media, immediately created a huge sensation, both locally and overseas. The media in Hong Kong also learned about the reprints from Wenwei Pe and Ta Kung Pao that evening and decided to report on it in the morning edition the next day. After returning to the Yanjing Hotel and taking a nap, Bao Yu woke up to find that night had already fallen. After getting up, Bao Yu, along with his parents, grandfather, two sisters, and Xiao Jiming, went to the Yanjing Hotel for dinner. After finishing dinner, Bao Yu had just returned to the luxurious suite when Mr. Liu had already arrived waiting for the Bao family. He learned from the newspapers and television news that the Bao family was in the spotlight and received numerous praises, as he himself had a familial connection with the Baos. At this moment, he did not know how to describe the Bao family. "Cousin, I understand now," he said. "Bob, you did well." Mr. Liu, putting on his hat and preparing to leave, patted Bao Yu on the shoulder. Mr. Liu left. Bao Yu had just entered his room. The father and son shared a tacit understanding, seemingly needing no further discussion. They decided to rest for the night. The next morning, Bao Yu got up and dressed in a fitted suit, heading to the Yanjing Hotel for breakfast with his grandfather, parents, two sisters, and Xiao Jiming. After breakfast, Mr. Liu personally accompanied Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and Bao Yu to the car heading to the Great Hall. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, the red flag sedan came to a stop. The entire Great Hall was quite large. Bao Yu, who had attended the state banquet the previous night, recognized that they had now entered one of the halls. As they just entered, they saw Bao Xiaolong and the others approaching and immediately greeted Bao Yu and his companions, shaking hands in salutation. "The Rong family is the foremost among our nation's capitalists. Now we can truly be called a consortium in the world. Originally only the Rong family, but now it also includes your Bao family. Needless to say, since modern times, the Rong family's assets have spread across the globe. As for the Bao family, although they do not match the Rong family in population, under the development led by Bao Xiaolong, the Bao family has improved with each generation. Especially with Bao Yugong, who is now recognized worldwide as the king of shipping, possessing a shipping capacity close to 18 million tons. Although they are discarding some vessels, the scale remains vast. Not only does the total scale of other shipping groups in Hong Kong fail to compare to the Bao family, but even the national commercial shipping capacities on the mainland cannot match the Bao families. As for Bao Yu, he is the third generation of the Bao family. Through acquisitions of companies such as Kowloon Warehouse Chung Kong, Holdings Hong Kong Electric and China Gas, his business interests extend beyond Hong Kong, spreading globally. Currently, the scale and wealth that Bao Yu possesses are already on par with his father Bao Yugan. The Bao family's growth from Bao Xiaolong to Bao Yugan and now to Bao Yu has become increasingly substantial, even rivaling the Rong family. Now the Bao family's shipping is global and the nation is developing the shipbuilding industry. I hope the Bao family can collaborate with the authorities in this aspect. Currently, the largest shipbuilding industries are in the East and Korea, particularly rapidly developing in Korea. Last year, I hoped the authorities could develop the shipbuilding industry. As the world's largest shipping business leader, the Bao family naturally hopes to purchase ships from the authorities. Currently, the shipbuilding technology of the authorities still cannot compare with that of the East and Korea. If the Bao family can acquire large ships from the authorities' shipyards, it would not only bring capital, but also significant publicity for their shipbuilding industry. On these matters, both Bao Yu and Bao Yugan had already discussed them before coming to Yanjing. Although the Bao family is giving up super oil tankers of hundreds of thousands of tons, it does not mean they will not purchase other large vessels. Moreover, he understands that purchasing large ships from the authorities is of great significance for the authorities' shipbuilding industry, and even for their industry. In his past life, not only did Bao Yugan symbolically purchase 6 large ships from the authorities, but his third uncle Bao Yuxing also ordered several large vessels. In fact, this was symbolic, representing the Bao family's support for the authorities' shipbuilding industry. Now things are different. Bao Yu knows that not only should they support, but they must provide strong support. Although the Bao family has close cooperation with the East in the shipbuilding and shipping industries, this time marks the foundation and beginning of their collaboration with the authorities. The Bao family strongly supports the authorities' shipbuilding industry. Considering the current downturn in the shipping industry, our global shipping group has given up many super oil tankers, but we are still willing to purchase large container ships from the authorities. We plan to buy 15 large ships of 10,000 tons. 15 large container ships of 10,000 tons. That is merely symbolic. I didn't expect the Bao family to actually purchase 15 large ships of 10,000 tons. Currently, the shipbuilding technology of the authorities is around 10,000 tons, and they do not yet have the technology for larger vessels, such as those weighing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of tons. It seems that even if the Bao family wants to buy, they cannot. However, even 10,000-ton container ships represent a considerable scale sufficient to revitalize and develop the authorities' shipbuilding industry. Mr. Bao, thank you so much for your trust and support for the authorities' shipbuilding industry. The recent purchase of 15 large ships by the Bao family largely stems from Bao Ye's support. He originally learned that Bao Yugan had acquired Y country nationality in the 1960s and had to consider some factors, realizing that Bao Yu, having been born and raised in Hong Kong, is still a local Chinese holding a Hong Kong ID. This means that Bao Yu is different from his father and may lean more towards the authorities. The shipyard above is producing large vessels for the Bao family's global shipping group, not only fulfilling relevant shipbuilding orders, but also promoting the development of the shipbuilding industry and its associated supply chain. With large ships from the Bao family's global shipping group spread across major ports worldwide, this undoubtedly serves as a significant promotion. According to the old gentleman's thoughts, this is the first collaboration between the upper management and the Bao family. It is already quite courteous for the Bao family to symbolically order a few ships. Unexpectedly, the Bao family has ordered 15 large container ships at once, which holds a completely different significance for both the old gentleman and the upper management. During this time, the old gentleman had a conversation with Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and Bao Yu for more than half an hour. The old gentleman is particularly busy now. He specially took time to meet the 3 generations of the Bao family in a very formal setting. After their meeting, they posed for a photo with dedicated journalists present. The old gentleman, Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and Bao Yu deliberately took a picture in the grand hall. The journalists captured the moment as quickly as possible. The old gentleman and Bao Xiaolong each shook hands with one another. At that moment, the old gentleman's secretary approached. The scenery in Yanjing is quite nice. It's rare to come back, so I hope your family can take your time to enjoy Yanjing, the old gentleman said before leaving. Lu Shizhong accompanied the 3 members of the Bao family outside the grand hall. Along the way, Lu Shizhong remarked, Yugong, the old gentleman, is very busy now with many matters requiring his personal attention. Initially, the old gentleman wanted to spend more time talking with you, but now the secretary has already come to take him away to handle matters. They exited the grand hall, and Lu Shizhong returned with the 3 generations of the Bao family to the Yanjing Hotel. The Bao family arrived in Yanjing on September 30th, 1978. Now it is October 3rd, 1978, marking the 4th day of their visit. The first day was when the Bao family just arrived in Yanjing. The second day was spent participating in the National Day ceremony all day. The third day involved a visit to the Badaling Great Wall. On this 4th day, the 3 generations of the Bao family met with the old gentleman and discussed matters regarding the cooperation with the upper management to purchase large ships. Even though Bao Yu and Bao Yugong were quite busy, it was a rare opportunity to come back, and there were still important matters in Yanjing that needed to be discussed, thus, there was no need to rush back to Hong Kong. At noon, Bao Yu's grandfather, parents, two sisters, and Chao Jiming had lunch together. After finishing lunch, they returned to their rooms to rest. In the afternoon, Huang Xiuying planned to visit her cousin Madame Lu again, while Bao Yugong intended to visit Lu Zizhang's office. Bao Xiaolong, being older, chose to stay in the room and rest alone. Bao Yu returned to his room and stood by the window looking outside. In the morning, Chao Jiming learned that the old gentleman had met privately with the 3 generations of the Bao family. Furthermore, the Bao family had placed an order for 15 large container ships, calculating one large container ship weighing 10,000 tons totals to 150 tons for all 15 ships. However, this scale is insignificant compared to the size of the Bao family's global shipping group. From Chao Jiming's perspective, the collaboration between the Bao family and the upper management has laid a very important foundation. Around 2 in the afternoon, Bao Yu was taking a nap. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Chao Jiming, who was reading the newspaper, thought it was someone else. When he opened the door, he saw a young man in his 20s peering inside. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Chao Jiming asked. "Hello, I'm here to see Bao Xiao." As the young man entered, Bao Yu, who had heard the knocking sound, recognized a somewhat familiar figure. You are that cousin Lu Ling." The young man before him was indeed Lu Ling, one of Lu Zizhang's grandsons. Last time, when Bao Yu and his family visited the Lu family, he had met Lu Ling, but there were many Lu family members present at that time, and they merely exchanged greetings. In terms of family hierarchy, Lu Zizhang's wife is Huang Xiuying's cousin, which makes Madame Lu Bao Ye's aunt. Now Lu Ling is the grandson of Mr. Lu and his wife, which makes him Bao Ye's cousin once removed. In terms of hierarchy, Bao Yu no longer knows how to address him. "Bao Xiao, it's me," he said, confirming the relationship. However, now that he is several years older than Bao Yu according to the hierarchy, he should address Bao Yu as uncle. "Lu Ling, we are only a few years apart. Oh, let's not be so formal. There's no need to address each other according to the hierarchy. We can just call each other by our names." The young man felt differently. Addressing each other by hierarchy would indeed be awkward. That's fine, that's fine." Lu Ling sighed in relief upon hearing that they need not address each other formally. "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" "Aunt Huang and my 2 cousins just visited my grandmother at home. I learned that you were still here, so I came to see you." Lu Ling mentioned that Huang Xiuying and the 2 sisters, Bao Peiqing, had gone to visit Madame Lu at the Lu family's residence. The Bao family was about to return to Hong Kong, making this visit rare. Bao Yu smiled, guessing that it wasn't that simple. Chao Jiming had already poured a cup of tea for Lu Ling. "Bao Yu, I grew up in Yanjing and am very familiar with the city. How about I take you around?" "Jiming, where have you been playing these days?" "Boss, I went to the summer palace with the 2 Bao sisters, and yesterday, I went with you to the Great Wall." That means Chao Jiming has visited the summer palace, the Grand Hall, and the Great Wall. However, he has yet to visit other famous places like the Forbidden City, the Palace Museum, and the Z Country History Museum. Among them, the current Z Country History Museum is actually the predecessor of what later became the National Museum of Z Country. Since Chao Jiming has already seen the summer palace, Bao Yu wanted to visit the Z Country History Museum. "How about we go check out the museum?" Bao Yu, Chao Jiming, and Lu Ling exited the Yanjing Hotel. Now, whether heading to the Palace Museum or the Z Country History Museum, both are very close, a straight distance of a few hundred meters. Originally, Bao Ye's plan to visit the museum was not known to the Yanjing side, and was therefore spontaneous. During these days, Bao Yu had been in a Hongqi car, and he noticed that walking around revealed a different perspective. They walked along East Chang'an Street, with Lu Ling frequently introducing the situation in Yanjing to Bao Yu and Chao Jiming. After about 20 minutes, they crossed to the opposite side of East Chang'an Street, which is where the current Z Country History Museum is located. Bao Yu and Chao Jiming saw a large sign. Lu Ling led Bao Yu and Chao Jiming over. Currently, the Z Country History Museum has visitors from above, overseas, and even Caucasian tourists. There is no admission fee, and Lu Ling took Bao Yu and Chao Jiming inside. Chao Jiming was born in Shenzhen and grew up in Hong Kong. He has always had a fondness for antiques and collectibles. Being able to visit here, he felt it was quite a treat. With Lu Ling leading the way, Bao Yu and Chao Jiming entered the museum. Most of Yanjing's attractions do not require admission fees. Lu Ling had visited countless times with his family, so he knew that it was Bao Yu and Chao Jiming's first visit, which made them very excited. The current history museum is not as large as it later became. Even so, the museum's collection includes oracle bones, bronzes, porcelain, jade, gold, and silverware, coins, Buddhist statues, ancient books, paintings, sculptures, enamelware, glassware, and more. The collection inside is almost all-encompassing, spanning from ancient times to the present. Bao Yu and Chao Jiming were engrossed in it, while Lu Ling merely accompanied them. When Bao Yu and Chao Jiming took a turn and saw many tourists gathered around, several enthusiastic museum staff members were introducing and promoting to those visitors. Lu Ling, what is that? Bao Yu had already seen the sign that read Foreign Guest Service Department. At first, Bao Yu thought it was a service for foreign guests at the History Museum, or that foreign visitors could seek translation or guidance there. Lu Ling pulled him aside and whispered, "Bao Xiao, that is where they sell paintings and calligraphy to foreign guests." Selling paintings and calligraphy to foreign guests. In fact, this was a foreign guest service department established last year under the leadership of the History Museum to handle the sale of modern calligraphy and paintings. Currently, the area is still impoverished, and many people in Yanjing are struggling to get by. In this situation, how could these modern calligraphy and paintings possibly sell? They can only be promoted to overseas tourists or foreign guests. At this moment, Bao Yu was somewhat bewildered. Could this be the place where the National History Museum established its foreign guest service department to sell calligraphy and paintings during a special period? If that's the case, doesn't that mean I'll go take a look? Bao Yu immediately squeezed over and saw the female staff members of the History Museum energetically promoting works by Qi Baishe Zhang Daqian and Wu Zuoren to those foreign guests, and in Bao Yu's view the prices were quite low. Those foreign guests or tourists had no understanding of these Chinese calligraphers and painters, nor did they know the value of these artworks. Even though the museum staff were promoting them vigorously, speaking somewhat awkwardly in English, those foreigners shook their heads, indicating disinterest. At this moment, Bao Yu was truly baffled. In his eyes, whether it was Qi Baishe Zhang Daqian or Wu Zuoren, these were all renowned painters of modern times. He knew that decades later these artists' works would become increasingly valuable. But what about now? Lu Ling pulled Bao Yu out and said, Bao Yu, you can't be interested in those paintings and calligraphy, can you? Let me tell you, these works were worth nothing before, not even a penny or two. Many of these artists are still alive, and they can paint whenever they want. Value is determined by rarity. Whether overseas or here, those calligraphy and paintings only become valuable after the artists have passed away. Many artists' works during their lifetimes are not valuable. Those living artists can paint whenever they wish, even continuously, day and night. In the eyes of these Yanjing locals like Lu Ling, the History International Museum was clearly selling these artworks to overseas tourists to earn foreign currency. The truly valuable items are those relics which are hardly sellable. Bao Yu smiled. From the materials he had seen in his past life, he knew these paintings and calligraphy were not worth much now, but would be very valuable in the future. Being worthless now is relative. In reality, they are not cheap. He remembered that in his past life, a collector from Xiangjiang named Su Huaqi had bought 9,000 pieces of calligraphy and paintings sold by the Foreign Guest Department at the History Museum for over 200,000 RMB in the early 1980s without hesitation. Calculating at that time, the cheapest painting might have cost a few RMB, while the more expensive ones could be dozens, totaling over 200,000 RMB. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, prices were low and money was quite valuable. At that time, being a 10th Sanyuan household was not simple. Over 200,000 RMB was nearly equivalent to more than 20 such households. Su Huaqi did not have that much money. He gathered resources over time to buy everything. In other words, Bao Yu discovered that those wealthy merchants or foreign tourists still did not know the true value of this batch of calligraphy and paintings. Even locals like Lu Ling could not see it, and even felt it was somewhat deceitful to take money from those foreign guests. Bao Yu remained silent, still touring the History Museum with Chao Jiming and Lu Ling. After the visit, they headed across to the Palace Museum. Lu Ling noticed Bao Yu did not mention the foreign guest department again, and thought he had lost interest in those calligraphy and paintings. After touring the Palace Museum, they returned to the Yanjing Hotel. Lu Ling, you and Jiming need to do something for me. Bao Yu, boss, what is it? Lu Ling and Chao Jiming asked respectively. In prosperous times, collectibles flourish. Bao Yu knew that with the opening up above, the economic development was getting better, and the era of collectibles was about to arrive. In other words, the famous modern painters he saw in the foreign guest department would increasingly become valuable and however, the one who truly recognizes treasure, Su Huaqi, should still be in Xiangjiang, without an opportunity to come to Yanjing and naturally unable to see them. In this situation, it would be better for Bao Yu to buy them first than letting Su Huaqi take them all. I am very interested in those paintings and calligraphy that are for sale in the foreign guest department of the History Museum. As long as the price is right, I will buy them all. Buying them all. Chao Jiming was astonished, and Lu Ling was even more surprised. Bao Yu, those paintings and calligraphy are really not worth much. If you really want them, why not buy directly from the living artists? I know where they live now. In Lu Ling's view, purchasing from the foreign guest department of the History Museum would just mean giving them a chance to make more money, and it would be better to buy directly from the artists or their relatives for a lower price. Bao Yu smiled and did not explain further. Chao Jiming already understood that those paintings and calligraphy must have value, otherwise the boss wouldn't act that way. Since that was the case, the two left again. An hour later, Lu Ling and Chao Jiming had already inquired at the foreign guest department of the History Museum and found out that there were over 8,000, nearly 9,000 pieces of calligraphy and paintings for sale, with the lowest price at 5 renminbi, and the more expensive ones possibly in the dozens, totaling over 200,000 RMB. In fact, these calligraphy and paintings were accumulated by modern artists since the 1950s, many of which were donated to the History Museum back then. Now the History Museum had organized them for sale to foreign guests to earn foreign currency. Currently, the foreign currency exchange is under a dual-track system, which means it's not easy to exchange foreign currency. The foreign currency situation is quite dire. Even so, the RMB is still quite valuable. Based on the current rates between RMB HKD and USD 1 renminbi is about 3. 41 Hong Kong dollars. Calculating over 200,000 RMB means about 8 to 900,000 HKD. This amount is hardly significant for Bao Yu. For Lu Ling's family, it is also a substantial amount. Bao Yu, do you really want to buy them all? Lu Ling asked. Of course I do. Bao Yu immediately wrote a check to purchase the calligraphy and paintings from the foreign guest department of the History Museum. Upon seeing the check from Huifeng Bank, Lu Ling could not help but be surprised that the Bao family was indeed wealthy. Lu Ling went to take care of this matter. Chao Jiming did not go along. Lu Ling successfully purchased all those paintings and calligraphy for Bao Yu, and the staff at the foreign guest department of the History Museum appeared very pleased, packing everything neatly into boxes to be sent back to Shanjiang. Yinjing Hotel, 6 in the evening. Bao Yu, Bao Xiaolong, Mr. and Mrs. Bao Yugong, the two sisters Huang Xiuying and Bao Peiqing, together with Chao Jiming, were having dinner at the Yinjing Hotel. That afternoon, Bao Yu and Chao Jiming had accompanied Lu Ling to the History Museum and had spent over 200,000 RMB on more than 8,000 calligraphies and paintings. In the afternoon, Bao Yugong had personally visited No. 6, East Chang'an Street, the current offices of the Yinjing Tourism Bureau. He had expected Lu Zhezhang's workplace to be respectable, but found instead an aging building with poor surroundings. Inside the building there were many staff, several people even crowded around a single desk, and deputy directors often shared a single office of 2 or 3. In other words, Lu Shuzhong occupied one office, but he had to share it with his secretary as well. Walking along the corridor escorted by others, Bao Yugong entered Lu Shuzhong's office and discovered it was under 10 square meters. Apart from a sofa, a desk, and 2 office chairs, the space was filled to the brim. There was barely room to turn or to walk. When Bao Yugong sat on the sofa, Lu Shuzhong's secretary made him a cup of tea. Even rising from the seat looked difficult. It made Bao Yugong lament how poor the facilities at higher levels still were. During that time, Lu Shuzhong continued to attend to work while conversing about other matters. The visit left a deep impression on Bao Yugong. After leaving Lu Shuzhong's office and returning to the Yinjing Hotel to rest, he already had his own ideas. Huang Xiuying and Bao Peiqing had spent the afternoon at Madame Lu's home. Madame Lu had wanted them to stay for dinner, but Huang Xiuying realized the Lu family would need to prepare 3 extra place settings, which was troublesome. The 3 agreed it would be simpler to return to the Yinjing Hotel for supper. Thus, only Bao Xiaolong rested alone in the hotel's luxury suite. Having dinner together now, it was evident the Bao family were very cheerful. After dinner, Bao Yu, Mr. and Mrs. Bao Yugong, Bao Xiaolong, and the 2 Bao sisters returned to the hotel's luxury suite. Bao Yugong came to Bao Yu's room. He had already heard that Bao Yu and Lu Ling with Chao Jiming had toured the History Museum and spent over 200,000 RMB on several thousand paintings and calligraphies. To Bao Yugong, 200,000 renminbi, equivalent to well over $1 million Hong Kong dollars, was not a great sum. He did not truly understand the value of those artworks. To him, as long as his son liked them, that was sufficient. He had come to discuss an important matter. Seeing the father and son about to confer, Chao Jiming, though trusted by Bao Yu, said, Mr. Bao, boss, I will step outside for a while. Chao Jiming left and closed the door. Bao Yugong sat down, propped his feet up, and looked at Bao Yu. Bob, I hear you bought many paintings and calligraphies at the History Museum. Bao Yu replied, Father, that is true. What others fail to recognize as treasure, I can see for what it is. Bao Yugong said, this afternoon, I went personally to see your cousin's office. I did not expect their working conditions to be so poor. So there is something very important I wish to discuss with you. Bao Yu answered, Go on, Father. Bao Yugong continued, Look, conditions throughout Yinjing are rather poor, even lodging. There are not many hotels capable of hosting foreign guests. I think we should donate funds to build a 5-star hotel for the nation. He added, and your cousin's workplace is so backward, we could fund the construction of a new office tower for him. Bao Yu smiled wryly. Unexpectedly, it was unfolding just as it had in history. What was meant to happen had come to pass. In his previous life, Bao Yugong had indeed seen his cousin's limited office conditions and the lack of lodging for the Bao family when visiting Yinjing. Out of goodwill, Bao Yugong had taken a $10 million check, $10 million US dollars, to fund the construction of a 5-star hotel named after his father Bao Xiaolong, and to build a separate office building for Lu Shuzhong's Tourism Bureau. At that time, even in the early 80s, $10 million was immensely valuable, equivalent to over 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Clearly, Bao Yugong intended to allocate 8 million of that sum to the luxury hotel and the remaining 2 million to construct the office tower for Lu Shuzhong's Tourism Bureau. Bao Yu recognized several flaws in his father's plan. First, though, Bao Yugong's motives were kind, and he intended to hand the completed 5-star hotel over to Yinjing or the authorities without charge, there were mistakes in his approach. Bao Yu felt the first mistake was that his father intended to name the hotel after Bao Xiaolong. In fact, in the same period, people like Huo Yingdong had built the White Swan Hotel in Yangqing. Hu Yingxiang, together with Guo Dushing, Li Jiaqing, Zheng Yutong, Feng Jingxi, and Li Zhaoji, had jointly invested in the Z Nation Hotel in Yangqing. The Li family had also built the Garden Hotel in Yangqing. These were among the very first 5-star hotels in Yangqing, and none of them were named after the investors or their Although in the end the elder gentleman did accept the check and agreed to name the project after Bao Yu's grandfather, the gesture was somewhat compromised. Second, Bao Yu considered that the Tourism Bureau was a state institution, not his cousin's private property. No matter how concerned his father was for his cousin, it would be improper to donate funds directly to construct a government office building in that manner. What would other departments and higher authorities think? In other words, if the Bao family truly wished to donate, it should be done differently. As it stood, the plan would be discounted. All told, the Bao family's $10 million might still pale beside the deeds of Li Jiaqing and other wealthy magnates in Hong Kong. Given Bao Yugong's personal standing and the way he had calculated things, he had not been as shrewd as other tycoons. To Bao Yu, it simply was not worth it. Now Bao Yugong looked to his son, hoping for his concurrence. Bao Yu said, "Father, your idea is admirable." He added, "but there are several problems with it." Problems? Bao Yugong was surprised. After Bao Yu analyzed them with reason and evidence, Bao Yugong was astonished. Bao Yu continued, "Father, I know you act for grandfather's reputation and to make my cousin's office more comfortable, but these measures are mistaken." He observed Yanjing and Shangjiang are not the same. People in Shangjiang like to donate and have buildings named to memorialize donors. Bao Yu argued, "But it is unnecessary. Doing good need not preserve a name or a surname. I believe that if we truly do the right thing without seeking credit, more people will remember the good we have done." Bao Yugong was a formidable man, and he understood what Bao Yu meant. "Father, I know that luxury hotels and office towers are in short supply up here," Bao Yu said. He continued, "In truth, there are many other places where this money could be put to better use." Since last year, after the elder gentleman returned to public affairs, he had ardently supported restoring the National College entrance examination, signaling that the authorities were beginning to emphasize and cultivate talent selection and training. Thereafter, beginning this year, the state started sending students abroad to learn advanced overseas technologies and management systems, dispatching them to country and beyond. This year, the government would send the first cohort of government-sponsored overseas students. At present, resources are extremely limited and many sectors require funding. Especially the government-sponsored students whose studies abroad are financed by the state. Although the stipends are modest, they are paid in foreign exchange. With the state's foreign currency reserves long in deficit, the funds must be economized from many places to support these government-sponsored students. Calculated roughly, the first group of government scholars might receive only about $50 per person per year, which in renminbi amounted to just over 100 RMB, a considerable sum for the authorities. Life and living costs in country are not like that at all. From Bao Yugong's perspective, proposing to use $10 million to build a 5-star hotel and an office tower seemed grand. To Bao Yu, however, that sum could, at $50 per student per year, fund 200,000 government-sponsored students. The reason the state was sending only a little over 50 students in the first cohort was not merely experimental. It was largely because the nation genuinely lacked sufficient foreign exchange. For the first batch and for the next several years, those selected to study in Europe and America on government sponsorship would be 1 in 10,000. To the hope was that they might bring back advanced Western technologies and management practices to the authorities. Bao Yu knew that if Bao Yugong wanted to build a hotel in Yinjing, he didn't need to use the Bao family's name to do so. He could simply let a company under the Bao family handle the construction. Currently, Bao Yes Jilong Warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa both have their own star-rated hotels, making it entirely feasible to invest in Yinjing. In fact, this is a normal commercial investment activity. As for building an office building for his cousin, that actually constitutes overstepping, as constructing office buildings is a matter for Yinjing itself. Bao Yugong's well-intentioned actions could inadvertently harm Lu Zizhang's career. It was precisely because of this that Bao Yu felt that instead of investing money in a 5-star hotel named after his grandfather in Yinjing or constructing a building for his cousin, it would be better to give this money to the state for educational investment. Bao Yu was well aware that Yinjing lacked funds in various aspects, and if this money were to be invested in education, especially enabling more university students to study abroad on government scholarships, these students could bring back advanced technologies and management practices to Yinjing, thereby changing the destinies of many scholars. Perhaps many years later, people would only remember the Bao family for donating a significant sum to support education in Yinjing rather than for building a 5-star hotel. Bao Ye's perspective left Bao Yugong silent. He realized that Bao Yu had a far more long-term vision than he did. "Bob, you're right, you think further ahead than I do. It's fortunate that I consulted you on this matter. How could I compare to you, Dad?" This was merely a lesson Bao Yu learned from standing on the shoulders of historical giants. He knew he was calculating his own gains. On the contrary, his father Bao Yugong was acting from genuine intentions, meaning that in this matter, he was still not on par with his father. Lu family. Lu Shizhong and his wife's room also served as his study. The entire Lu family squeezed into this space as there weren't enough rooms. When Lu Shizhong returned home from work, he would rest in the same room as his study. This afternoon, Lu Shizhong had a long discussion with Bao Yugong in his office, and Bao Yugong had given him quite a bit. Upon returning home from work, Lu Shizhong learned from his wife that his grandson Lu Ling had actively reached out to Bao Xiao, and even took Bao Yu to visit the History Museum, reportedly purchasing several thousand pieces of calligraphy and paintings. "Lu Ling, I heard you took Bao Yu and Mr. Chow to visit the History Museum this afternoon. Yes, Grandpa. I heard Bao you spent a lot of money on those calligraphies and paintings. Why didn't you stop him? Lu Shizhong was well aware that the calligraphies sold by the foreign guest department were meant for overseas guests to improve the living conditions of History Museum staff and to earn some foreign exchange for the country. As the person responsible for tourism, Lu Shizhong knew this very well. However, he felt that many of the painters were still alive and their works were simply not worth that much money. Letting Bao Yu buy so many paintings at once was equivalent to taking advantage of the Bao family. I did remind Bao Yu, but he said something about collecting during prosperous times and gold during chaotic times, and he let Mr. Chow and me buy all the calligraphies from the foreign guest department, spending over 200,000 RMB of Bao Xiao's money. Lu Shizhong was somewhat surprised. As someone with experience, he understood the implication behind Bao Ye's word. He still felt that under such circumstances those living artists could paint as much as they wanted. There was no way their works could truly be that valuable. Then why did you take the initiative to reach out to Bao Yu? Grandpa, the Lu family and the Bao family are relatives, and since the Bao family is still in Yinjing, I naturally want to interact with him more. Lu Shizhong did not think this way. His status and background were different. In fact, he was very clear about what he wanted for his descendants. Lu Shizhong shook his head and said, "This isn't your true intention. Tell Grandpa what you're really thinking." Grandpa, Lu Ling sensed his grandfather's anger and could only say, "Grandpa, I said you shouldn't be angry." Seeing that Grandpa really wasn't angry, Lu Ling said, "I've heard that the old gentleman praises the Bao family as the largest Chinese conglomerate. That young master from the Rong family went to Xianjiang alone in June, leaving his wife and children behind. Since the Bao family is doing so well in Xianjiang now, why can't I do the same as young Master Rong?" The person Lu Ling referred to was Rong Zhijian, the son of Mr. Rong, who discreetly traveled south to Xianjiang in June. Upon entering Xianjiang, he received dividends accumulated over many years from the Rong family's textile factory, amounting to about 1 million HKD, and began to enter the Xianjiang market. In Lu Ling's view, life in Yinjing was indeed tough, and with relatives like the Bao family, why couldn't he go to Xianjiang and seek opportunities with them? Given the relationship between the Lu and Bao families, wouldn't it be quite easy for him to become a millionaire in Xianjiang? You want to go to Xianjiang? Grandpa, there are so many of us in the Lu family in Yinjing that we can barely find housing, so I want to go to Xianjiang. That's impossible. Although the Rong family primarily engaged in business, the current Mr. Rong was invited to work by the old gentleman, which made their status different. In reality, the Rong family was still focused on business. In Lu Zizhang's opinion, Rong Zijian's journey south to Xianjiang was not as simple as it appeared. There must be tasks behind it. It was precisely because his grandson had heard about the Rong family going south that he also wanted to go. Lu Shizhong would not allow his children or grandchildren to enter the business world. Grandpa, why not? You don't understand. Anyway, I do not agree with this matter. During this time Bao Yu is still in Yinjing. You can spend more time with him and enjoy the scenery of Yinjing. Lu Shizhong also hoped that his son and grandchildren could maintain close ties with the Bao family. Having a relative like the Bao family would provide the Lu family with another avenue. Lu Ling felt somewhat disappointed as he left his grandfather's room. Lu Shizhong remained standing there. In his younger years, he had also been in business, and had once been Bao Yugang's boss. He knew that their paths had diverged from the very beginning. Lu Ling felt somewhat disappointed as he left his grandfather's room. Lu Shizhong remained standing there. In his younger years, he had also been in business, and had once been Bao Yugang's boss. He knew that their paths had diverged from the very beginning. "Shizhong, what did you just discuss with Lu Ling?" He seemed unhappy when he left. "Mrs. Lu asked as she entered. Lu Ling did not live here. He had only come temporarily to greet his grandmother before leaving. That kid saw the Rong family quietly developing in Xianjiang, and he wants to go to Xianjiang. I don't agree with that." He was well aware of the prosperity of Xianjiang. He truly did not wish for his grandson to take this path. Mrs. Lu sighed and said nothing more as she understood her husband's character very well. October 4th, 1978. Wednesday. Yanqing Hotel. Last night Bao Yu and his father discussed the donation plan. However, that was a grand gift from the Bao family to the nation as they were leaving Yanqing. A few days ago he had matters to attend to and couldn't find the time. Today he planned to visit some attractions in Yanqing. Places like the Summer Palace, which Bao Yu, his father and grandfather, had yet to visit, and the famous Fragrant Hills Park, where the autumn leaves were nearing their peak. Bao Yu was getting ready to finish his breakfast and decide which attraction to visit. In 2 days this trip to Yanqing would end, and they would return to Xianjiang. Just as breakfast was about to be served, he saw Lu Ling had arrived. Lu Ling was dressed similarly to yesterday. "Bao Yu, am here," Lu Ling said as she approached. "We were just about to have breakfast, and then go out for a look." Lu Ling accompanied Bao Yu, Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and his wife, the Bao Peiqing sisters, and Chao Zhiming, to the Yanqing Hotel for breakfast. During the meal, Lu Ling mentioned that the leaves at Fragrant Hills Park only fully turn red from mid-October to mid-November. By now they would only see some leaves tinged with red and yellow. The Bao family likely wouldn't have another chance to return to Yanqing, so this was a perfect opportunity to see it together. According to Lu Ling, there were 2 must-try foods in Yanqing. One of them was the Manchuhan Imperial Feast, which is no longer something ordinary people can afford. Even the Liu family hasn't had the chance to taste it. The Manchuhan Imperial Feast. Bao Yu asked in surprise. Although he had heard that it was a feast enjoyed by the Qing royal family often depicted in TV dramas and movies from Xinjiang, he wondered if it was really like that. Bao Yu genuinely didn't know. I heard the Summer Palace's Shou Shan Fong serves the Manchuhan Imperial Feast to foreign guests, but it isn't cheap to have even once. The Summer Palace. Then we can go there tonight to taste it. Besides the Manchuhan Imperial Feast, Yanqing is most famous for its roasted duck. There is roasted duck here at the Yanqing Hotel, which the Bao family has already tried, and they found the taste to be just average. Additionally, they had roasted duck at the National Banquet on National Day, but it had arrived cold, so they couldn't appreciate its flavor. Currently, the most famous and delicious roasted duck in Yanqing should be from Quanjude. Lu Ling, who grew up in Yanqing, knew that the best chefs for roasted duck were still at Quanjude. In the 1980s and 1990s, many famous chefs from Quanjude either retired or moved to other restaurants. Moreover, Quanjude's roasted duck is too expensive and the flavor isn't that different from other duck shops, which has led to its reputation gradually declining. As of now, Quanjude's roasted duck reputation remains the most prominent. Since it's a rare visit to Yanqing, grandpa, father, mother, my two sisters, and Jiming, why don't we go to Fragrant Hills Park this morning and then head to Quanjude for roasted duck? Bao Yu suggested to the group. After resting in the afternoon, we can visit the Summer Palace and finally enjoy the Manchuhan Imperial Feast there. How about that? Bao Yu looked at everyone present and said, then let's follow what Bao said. Fragrant Hills Park. Since the Tang Dynasty, there have been records of Fragrant Hills Temple, and during the Jin Dynasty, it had already attracted the attention and development of the royal family. By the Yuan and Ming dynasties, the royal family placed even greater emphasis on it, and during the Qing Dynasty, it became a royal garden of the Manchu. By the Republic of China period, Fragrant Hills Park not only became a residential area for Yanqing's dignitaries, but in other respects was quite similar to modern parks. It was about 30 kilometers from the Yanqing Hotel to here. Bao Yu, we've arrived, Lu Ling said as they reached the end. The door of the Hongqi sedan opened. Bao Yu got out of the car. The others, Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and his wife, the Bao Peiqing sisters, and Xiao Jiming also got out and saw the sign of Fragrant Hills Park. The group entered through the main gate. There were still quite a few tourists in the park. Fragrant Hills Park is also located in the suburbs of Yanqing, making it a rare spot. Inside, aside from the sound of birds chirping, they could see some leaves turning yellow and red, but it was far from the spectacular sight of the mountains covered in red leaves seen in late October or early November. Bao Yu wrapped his arm around his grandfather Bao Zhealong's, and with his father and mother they made their way deeper into Fragrant Hills Park. Along the way there was laughter, especially as Lu Ling, their local guide, provided familiar insights about the park. The Bao family stayed at Fragrant Hills Park until around 11 o'clock. Here they felt a slight chill, and considering the age of Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong, it wasn't suitable to continue climbing, so they decided to leave. Once back in the Hongqi sedan, Lu Ling said, Bao Yu, Quanjude mainly has one main store at Qianmen and Yanqing, and this year, they opened a branch at Heapingmen. The main store has all experienced chefs, while the duck chef at the Heapingmen branch is somewhat less skilled. Then let's go to the main store at Qianmen. In fact, Bao Yu was more interested in experiencing the unique characteristics of this era. As for food, he had already tasted various delicacies in Xinjiang, so it was no longer remarkable. No. 30, Qianmen Street, Yanqing. Quanjude main store. Several Hongqi sedans parked outside the entrance. Bao Yu, his family, Qiao Jiming, and Lu Ling entered. Quanjude was unaware of the Bao family's sudden visit for lunch. Upon learning of the Bao family's arrival, the general manager and head chef of Quanjude were extremely enthusiastic, arranging a private room for them and ensuring the best was delivered. Bao Yu sat beside an elegantly styled round table, looking at the menu prices displayed on the table. It showed that a whole roasted duck costs 810 renminbi. Half a roasted duck costs 45 renminbi. A large bowl of duck bone soup is 0.6 renminbi. A medium bowl of duck bone soup is 0.4 renminbi. Other scattered dishes were also clearly priced. In Bao Yu's view, these prices were certainly not expensive. However, for the average citizen, especially those living in Yanqing, these prices were not cheap at all. Some families might not be able to afford even a few roasted ducks in a month, making a meal of Yanqing roasted duck quite a luxury for them. Lu Ling and her family couldn't say they often ate Yanqing roasted duck, but they had certainly enjoyed it on many festive occasions. Meanwhile, in Xinjiang, the locals primarily enjoyed Cantonese dishes like white-cut chicken and roast goose. As for roasted duck in Xinjiang, it was available, but probably not in abundance. The general manager of Quanjude personally instructed the waiters to bring out 2 golden roasted ducks and performed a carving demonstration in front of the Bao family, skillfully slicing the ducks piece by piece. From the chef's carving skills, it was indeed impressive. This carving skill is quite good, Bao Yu praised. In fact, performing in front of the Bao family indicated that the chef's skills were no less than average. When the lunch began, Bao Yu found that the Yanqing roasted duck was quite good when eaten hot. However, what left the deepest impression on the Bao family and Qiao Jiming was probably that chef with excellent carving skills. After finishing lunch, Before leaving, even though the general manager of Quanjude was prepared not to charge the Bao family, Bao Yu felt it would be inappropriate to eat for free as the Bao family didn't lack this little money. He left the bill to settle and then tipped the hard-working chef who had just performed the carving. Lu Ling personally sent the Bao family back to the restaurant in Yanjing. By the time Bao Yu woke up from his nap, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Chao Jiming was not accustomed to taking afternoon naps, so he was outside reading a newspaper. At that moment a knock sounded at the door, and upon opening it Bao Yu found his cousin Lu Ling standing there. "Bao Yu, are you awake?" Lu Ling asked as he entered. "I just woke up. This morning after spending the entire morning at Shanshan Park, returning to take a nap, Now Lu Ling was here to prepare to go to the summer palace with the Bao family. Actually, Chao Jiming and the 2 Bao sisters had already visited the summer palace on the morning of National Day, but he knew that the summer palace was simply too vast to be fully explored in just one morning. This time it was just right to go and take another look. By the time Grandpa Bao, Daddy Mommy, and the 2 sisters woke up, it was around 4 in the afternoon. The Bao family along with Chao Jiming and Lu Ling arrived at the main gate of the summer palace. As they got out of the car and entered through the main gate of the summer palace, Bao Yu immediately felt as if he had arrived in a different Yanjing. Besides the many ancient buildings, as they moved forward they saw a large lake. At this time in October the sun at 4 in the afternoon was no longer harsh, making it just right. Clearly Bao Xiaolong and his wife were surprised when they saw such a large lake suddenly appearing before them. Lu Ling knew that preparing a full Manchuhan banquet would take time, so he went to inform the kitchen at the summer palace in advance. While Lu Ling left the Bao family and Chao Jiming enjoyed the scenery. The 2 Bao sisters took the camera they had brought to take pictures of themselves and their family. Bao Yu stood there as his 2 sisters had already taken quite a few photos of him, Grandpa, and their parents. Bao Yu also knew that this place had been a royal garden during the Qing dynasty, built at great expense by the Qianlong Emperor and Empress Dowager Cixi. He had never visited here in his previous life, and now that it was his first time, Bao Yu felt a bit different. Lu Ling, to avoid disturbing the Bao family as they admired the beauty of the summer palace, Chao Jiming went ahead alone and planned to taste the delicious food at the summer palace kitchen later. As it approached 5 in the afternoon, Lu Ling had still not returned. At this moment the sun was about to set, and it was the most beautiful time to see the sunset over the summer palace. Bao Yu stood there gazing at Kunming Lake and the buildings on Wanshou Mountain. At that moment he noticed several young girls with ponytails laughing and playing under a tree. These young girls looked similar in style to those Bao Yu had seen in Yanjing over the past few days, with ponytails and dressed in blue, green, gray, black, or military green outfits. They did not seem very fashionable compared to the young women in Shanjiang. Overall, they appeared quite simple and tidy in their clothing, perhaps lacking in material wealth, yet they were full of spirit, not at all inferior to the citizens of Shanjiang. Among the girls playing with each other, one noticeably taller with long black hair and wearing a blue dress immediately caught Bao Yu and the others' attention. The girls seemed to have noticed that Bao Yu and the others were taking pictures, and immediately they no longer behaved as they had earlier. Instead, they looked over at Bao Yu with a hint of envy. Currently Bao Yu and Bao Xiaolong were all dressed in suits, while Huang Xiuying and the 2 Bao sisters were in dresses. Besides being vibrant in color, their dresses were also quite fashionable compared to many of the conservatively sewn dresses worn by others. Everyone has a heart for beauty. Those girls were no exception. Besides being envious of the Bao sisters as they took photos, it was clear that the clothing of the Bao sisters impressed them as very stylish and pretty. In fact, they did not know the Bao sisters. Bao Yu, Bao Xiaolong, and Bao Yugong had already been frequently reported in the mainstream media on September 30th, October 1st, and even October 3rd. Those publications made it known that they were indeed the sons of the Ship King from Xianjiang, receiving much attention from the elders in Yanjing. Clearly those girls did not expect to encounter the Bao family here. Bao Yu had a deep impression of one girl among them. Noticing that they were looking over again and not leaving, he turned to Bao Peiqing and asked her to go over. The young girl in the blue dress had already recognized the 3 members of the Bao family, but did not know the Bao sisters. "Ladies, you all look very beautiful. May we take some photos with you?" In Bao Yes view, the scenery, the people of this era, especially the individuals from this time, were all living beings, making it worthwhile to capture them in photographs. Upon hearing that they could take pictures, the girls appeared very eager. The Bao sisters took various shots of them, capturing over 10 photos. Unfortunately, there were no instant cameras available, but the Bao sisters had a color camera that was far superior to the predominantly black and white cameras of the time. "Ladies, this camera cannot develop pictures instantly, otherwise we would have left a few photos for each of you," as Bao Peiqing said with a smile. For the girls, they were not shy at all. Although they could not receive the photos right away, they felt it was still a nice experience to have their pictures taken. After finishing the photos, the Bao sisters thanked them. As they were about to leave, Bao Yu looked at the young girl in the blue dress and asked, "Miss, what is your name? I would like to leave a few photos for you later." At this moment, Zhu Lin was quite surprised. Just now she had recognized the young man in the suit before her as Bao Yu, the legitimate son of the Ship King. She had seen him multiple times in publications and knew that this young master of the Bao family had even been seen in the city tower and met with the elders. "Young Master Bao, I know you," Zhu Lin said directly. The other party recognized her. "How do you know me?" Young Master Bao, you've been featured in Yanjing newspapers and on Yangshi TV for the last few days. It's hard not to know you. So that's how it is. Bao Yu thought that even though there were not many families with televisions, newspapers were widespread in Yanjing. Even if not every household had one, many families still received them. Looking into her deep eyes and the charming smile on her face, it further captivated Bao Yu's attention. At present influenced by the West, young girls in Xiangjiang would generally wear makeup. In contrast, the young girl in the blue dress appeared to be unadorned, and yet she looked so beautiful without makeup, one could only imagine how attractive she must be. At that moment, Lu Ling approached. He had just gone to the summer palace kitchen to arrange for the Manchuhan banquet, encountered Chao Jiming, and not finding the Bao family came looking for them. Upon finding them, he saw Bao Yu talking to a young girl in a blue dress. Bao Yu. Lu Ling walked over. Young Master Bao, my name is Zhu Lin. I know you were staying at the Yanjing restaurant. If you could give me those photos taken just now, I can wait for you at the door. How about this? Tomorrow morning, I'll have someone develop your photos and then deliver them to you. Summer Palace. In the afternoon, the head chef of the Longevity Kitchen learned that the Bao family wished to taste the full Manchuhan Imperial Feast and immediately instructed the staff to prepare the necessary dishes. The Manchuhan Imperial Feast involves many dishes with numerous ingredients requiring advanced preparation, some of which may not be readily available. At most, only a portion can be prepared. Zhu Lin was already smiling as she led the few young ladies away. Bao Yu, along with his parents and two older sisters, followed Lu Ling out of the place. Lu Ling naturally witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. In Lu Ling's view, Bao Xiao's status was not simple. Although he did not yet know who the young lady in the blue dress was, seeing Bao Yu speak to her indicated his interest. They left the place, arriving at the Longevity Kitchen in the Summer Palace. The head chef of the Longevity Kitchen personally welcomed them. Upon seeing Mr. Bao and Mrs. Bao along with Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yu could only apologize, saying, Mr. Bao, if we are to prepare a complete Manchuhan Imperial Feast, it will take a long time. For now, we can only prepare over 10 dishes. That's fine, we just want to taste the flavors. The Manchuhan Imperial Feast involves over 100 dishes. If everything were to be served, how much could they actually eat, and wouldn't the leftovers go to waste? Even if the Bao family were wealthy, they likely wouldn't engage in such extravagance in Yanjing. Understanding the Bao family's perspective, the head chef immediately instructed the kitchen to prepare accordingly. There was also a menu for the Bao family to review. Even the Manchuhan Imperial Feast had different dishes tailored to various circumstances. Overall, some dishes were the same, while others differed. For this simplified version of the Manchuhan Imperial Feast for the Bao family, in addition to the available ingredients, some particularly delicious items were selected for preparation. Those that were visually appealing but not practical were omitted. As evening approached, the lights in the Longevity Kitchen were turned on. Under the warm glow of the Bao room lights, there was indeed a feeling reminiscent of royalty enjoying palace cuisine. As dish after dish was served, about a dozen dishes in total. Now with the Bao family along with Chao Jiming and Lu Ling, each person would have around 2 dishes, ensuring that even if they didn't finish, it wouldn't be wasteful. Bao Yu was aware of the fame of the Manchuhan Imperial Feast, and when he tasted it for the first time, he couldn't help but chuckle, feeling it was not as good as the roasted duck he had at Quanzhou that morning. In other words, although the Manchuhan Imperial Feast was renowned, it certainly didn't surpass the roasted duck of Yanjing. The Bao family approached the meal with a trial mindset, uncertain if they would feel satisfied with this simple version of the feast. After finishing the meal, the time was already past 8 in the evening. The wind in the summer palace was strong, causing the water in Kunming Lake to make sounds. It was no longer summer. The nighttime summer palace was not as lively as during the day. The Bao family left the Longevity Kitchen in the summer palace, settling the bill before exiting through the main gate. Once outside, they took a Hongqi sedan back to the Yanjing Hotel. Lu Ling personally escorted the Bao family. As Lu Ling prepared to leave, Bao Yu instructed her to print the photos he took of the 2 Bao sisters at the summer palace that afternoon. Originally, the plan was to have them developed when they returned to Xiangjiang, but Lu Ling smiled and said nothing further. Such tasks were not significant. Lu Ling proceeded to take care of it. Bao Yu and Chao Jiming returned to their luxurious suite. As Chao Jiming took a shower, Bao Yu stood by the window gazing at Chang'an Street and the distant Forbidden City and city towers. It was evident. This time, what left a deep impression on Bao Yu was still the young beauty he encountered at the summer palace that afternoon. If you were to mention Xiangjiang, it would be fair to say that Zhongchuang and Guanzhou were already considered very beautiful. He hadn't expected that during this trip to Yanjing he would encounter a young beauty who rivaled them. Bao Yu suddenly recalled. The young lady seemed to have introduced herself as Zhu Lin before leaving. Zhu Lin. At first he felt it was somewhat unfamiliar. He suddenly thought, could it be that this Zhu Lin is the one he knows? The actress who played the Queen of the Daughter Kingdom. No wonder. From his game data, Bao Yu indeed recognized that the Zhu Lin he met that afternoon was likely the actress who portrayed the Queen of the Daughter Kingdom in the 1980s Journey to the West. What was Zhu Lin doing now? She should be working at the Z National Academy of Medical Sciences. In fact, Bao Yu was not mistaken, as Zhu Lin was indeed working there. That afternoon, she and several female colleagues had specifically come to the summer palace to enjoy the scenery, only to unexpectedly run into Bao Yu's family. Chao Jiming finished his shower. Bao Yu then went in to take a shower. It was past 10 in the evening. Both Bao Yu and Chao Jiming fell into a deep sleep. In the dream, Bao Yu had a dream. The next morning, seeing that Chao Jiming had not yet risen, he hurriedly took another shower and changed his clothes before coming out. When Chao Jiming awoke, he found it strange that his boss was up so early to take a shower. In this weather, taking a shower could easily lead to a cold. Chao Jiming did not ask further. Around 7 in the morning, the Bao family had breakfast at the Yanjing Hotel. After breakfast, they did not go out again. In the morning, Mr. Liao came by. Mr. Bao Xiao, may I ask when you plan to return to Shangjiang? Mr. Liao inquired. Mr. Liao, we will return to Shangjiang tomorrow as planned. Whether it was Bao Yugong or Bao Yu with such a large group, there were many matters that required their attention. Especially since Bao Yugong had to manage the global shipping group, it was impossible for him to remain in Yanjing for an extended period. Today was already October 5th, marking their 6th day in Yanjing. Tomorrow would be exactly the 7th day? Mr. Bao Xiao, I understand. Mr. Liao then took it. Around 10 in the morning, Lu Ling arrived. Last night, Lu Ling had taken the photos of Bao Yu and the two Bao sisters to the Statron photo studio for development. Given the Bao family's status, the studio specially processed the photos for them. By 9 in the morning, the photos were done, and Lu Ling brought them to Bao Yu. Bao Yu, those photos are all ready, especially the ones you took at the Summer Palace. During these days, the Bao family had taken many photos in Yanjing, particularly at the Summer Palace, the Great Wall, the Great Hall, and Fragrant Hills Park. Bao Yu took the photos and noticed that the current photo development technology was still lacking. The color photos were not of very high quality. Bao Yu selected the photos of the two Bao sisters with Zhu Lin and placed them into a bag. Lu Ling, let's go out first. Lu Ling followed Bao Yu out. Outside the Yanjing Hotel half an hour ago, Zhu Lin, who was wearing a dress she had sewn herself, took the bus over. She remembered that Bao Xiao mentioned last night about developing the photos taken at the Summer Palace for her and her colleagues. For many now, photography was still a luxury. Most photos were in black and white, with color photos being even. Zhu Lin was wondering when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Miss Xu, have you been waiting long? Zhu Lin looked up to see Bao Xiao. No, not long at all. Bao Yu directly handed her the bag containing the photos, and Zhu Lin hurriedly took it. When she saw the bag full of color photos, all of which were of her and her female colleagues taken at the Summer Palace, Zhu Lin examined them closely. Bao Yu and Lu Ling stood by. After a moment, Zhu Lin looked at Bao Yu and said, Bao Xiao, it's my first time seeing these color photos. They are truly beautiful. Thank you and your two sisters for taking these from me and my colleagues. However, I don't have much money to give you. Money. Not only did Bao Yu laugh, but Lu Ling also chuckled. Lu Ling left first. Bao Yu and Zhu Lin stepped aside, and seeing Bao Yu's gaze, Zhu Lin seemed a bit flustered. In her eyes, this Bao Xiao was not simple. He was a young man she admired. Miss Xu, you can keep that little money. I don't need it. I happened to encounter you at the Summer Palace and wanted to capture the beautiful scenery as a memento. In Bao Yu's view, it was now 1978, an experience he had not encountered in his previous life, and this was his first time experiencing it. If he hadn't coincidentally met Zhu Lin, they likely would not have crossed paths. Things are different now. We, the Bao family, are wrapping up our visit to Yanjing and will return to Shangjiang tomorrow. Return to Shangjiang. Zhu Lin guessed that the Bao family was finishing up their business in Yanjing and preparing to leave. Bao Xiao, I've never been to Shangjiang. Is it very prosperous and beautiful there? Zhu Lin's father is a professor at Yanjing University of Technology, while her mother is a doctor at the Health Research Institute. From a young age, Zhu Lin had a penchant for diversity and even once worked as a young intellectual. Upon returning to Yanjing, influenced and arranged by her mother, she began her studies at the Medical Academy and later worked at the Medical Science Research Institute after graduation. In other words, it was still the era of planned economy, and Zhu Lin's job at the Medical Science Research Institute was equivalent to a stable job. Zhu Lin has always been a beauty since childhood, growing increasingly attractive as she matured. It was not until the 1980s, when Yang Shi began filming Journey to the West, that she gained fame for portraying the Queen of the Kingdom of Women. Now she was just an ordinary staff member at the Research Institute. Zhu Lin had never been to Shangjiang and learned from newspapers that it should be very prosperous now. As Bao Yu and Zhu Lin walked and chatted about the situation in Shangjiang, Zhu Lin listened intently. Whether it was Victoria Harbor or Victoria Peak, the thought of the completely different scenery and prosperity from Yanjing made Zhu Lin truly want to see it. Miss Zhu, if you're interested, I can invite you to Shangjiang to have a look. Me. Zhu Lin stopped gazing at Bao Yu with her big watery eyes. Looking at the young man in front of her, who was a few years younger, Zhu Lin was aware that although Bao Yu grew up in Shangjiang, his background was not simple. Whether in Shangjiang or now on top, she felt a sense of admiration for Bao Yu. She knew that it was unlikely she could go to Shangjiang now. Bao Xiao, I want to go see, but I probably can't. Why not? My parents are still in Yanjing. I can't go alone for now. With her parents in Yanjing, how could Zhu Lin go to Shangjiang by herself? Bao Yu smiled, understanding the situation. Zhu Lin said, Bao Xiao, I've noted it down. I will definitely go someday. Lu Lin watched from afar. He was not very clear about Zhu Lin's background. He knew that with Bao Yu's status, it would be difficult for him to be with such. However, he planned to investigate Zhu Lin's background for Bao Yu. The two chatted for more than half an hour. Zhu Lin did not have to work today, and someone had come to find Bao Yu. It was Chao Jiming. He spoke to Lu Lin. Lu Ling walked over. Bao Yu, your father wants you to return first. Bao Yu had wanted to chat more with the beauty in front of him, but since his father asked him to return, it must be for an important matter. Miss Zhu, my father has something to discuss with me, so I will head back first. Bao Xiao, then I will return as well. Zhu Lin stood there watching Bao Yu turn and leave. Only after Bao Yu, Chao Jiming, and Lu Ling left did Zhu Lin turn and ride a Phoenix brand bicycle, placing the bag containing the photos Bao Yu had just given her into the basket. She planned to give the photos of her female colleagues to them, while keeping the rest for herself to enjoy with her parents. In a luxurious suite at the Yanjing Hotel, Bao Yu was reclining on the sofa waiting for Bao Yu. After seeing Bao Yu enter, Lu Ling and Chao Jiming went out and closed the door. Father, what is it? Bob, Mr. Liao just came to see me and said that tonight the old gentleman and others are inviting our Bao family to dinner at the fishing platform. Fishing platform. The two most important hotels in Yanjing for hosting foreign guests, dignitaries, and even state guests are Yanjing Hotel and Fishing Platform. Fishing Platform mainly hosts state guests such as heads of state, prime ministers, and other high-ranking officials from over. Generally, foreign guests are arranged at Yanjing Hotel or other hotels for hosting foreign guests. Even so, arranging the Bao family at Yanjing Hotel shows a degree of importance. The fact that the old gentleman and others are preparing to invite the Bao family to dinner at the fishing platform tonight indicates even greater importance placed on the Bao family. It is clear that this is related to the Bao family's bulk purchase of 15 Tintasantan container ships. Father, this is great news. What about our donation? The discussion regarding the Bao family's plan to donate $10 million had already been settled between the father and son. Thus, Bao Yu naturally would not donate to build the five-star hotel named after Bao Ye's grandfather, nor would he directly fund the construction of an office building for Lu Shizhong. This money was earmarked for educational purposes, including the costs of sending students abroad and university education expenses. In 1978, $10 million was a substantial amount that could change the fate of many students. With the old gentleman and others inviting them to dinner at the fishing platform tonight, Bao Yu felt it was just the right opportunity to donate that money. According to plan, they would fly back to Xianjiang tomorrow morning. Father, after tonight's dinner, we will publicly donate this money. Bob, then it's settled. The two sides finalized the details. Bao Yugong returned to his luxurious suite. Chao Jiming entered. Lu Ling had already left. It was noon. The Bao family had lunch at Yanjing Hotel. In the afternoon, Bao Yu took a nap, while Chao Jiming read the newspaper. It was around 4 in the afternoon. Lu Ling came again. This time Lu Ling was not empty-handed. He had quietly gathered all the information regarding Zhu Lin's background. Besides Zhu Lin's parents, she also had an older sister who was also a beauty but already married and not as outstanding as Zhu Lin. From Lu Ling's perspective, Zhu Lin's parents' status in Yanjing was not particularly significant. Bao Yu, am here. Lu Ling walked in and greeted Chao Jiming first. Bao Yu had just woken up. Lu Ling, what is it? Look at this. Bao Yu initially thought it was something else, but to his surprise it was all information about Zhu Lin and her family, including her personal details, her parents, her sister, and brother-in-law, etc. Currently Zhu Lin had quite a few suitors, but she was not married yet. Bao Yu was somewhat surprised. He already had much of this information in his mind, as it was related to that version of Journey to the West. Bao Yu had not asked Lu Ling to investigate Miss Zhu. However, he could tell that Zhu Lin's cousin was very enthusiastic towards him. Lu Ling, I didn't ask you to investigate her. I know. I think with your status, she is not worthy of you. Not worthy of Bao Yu. Bao Yu couldn't help but laugh. Don't do this kind of thing in the future. As for this information, destroy it all. I don't want to see it again. Chao Jiming, being an investment analyst, places a high value on information about other companies. He did not expect that Bao Ye's relative Lu Ling had such capabilities. Well, I will burn them all. Lu Ling dared not say more. Before leaving, he still remarked, Bao Yu, that Miss Zhu is actually a few years older than you. Lu Ling left. Bao Yu stood there smiling wryly. It was around 5 in the afternoon. Mr. Liao arrived. He was there to take the Bao family to the fishing platform for the dinner invitation from the old gentleman and others. Originally, Chao Jiming could accompany them, but he felt his status was not suitable to appear there, so he stayed at Yanjing Hotel. Bao Yu, Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and his wife, and Bao Peking's 2 sisters followed Mr. Liao into a Hongqi car heading from Yanjing Hotel to the fishing platform. It's only a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers, very close. Daitai was originally named for the emperors of old who fished there. Beyond serving as successive imperial gardens, it was a special place once used as a residence for important personages and later as a venue for hosting distinguished state guests. It was not until the 1980s that it was formally opened outward. At that time, even the wealthy could spend there. Even now, the location remains exceptional. Money alone does not guarantee entry. Even delegates from Xianjiang and affluent representatives from overseas who attended the National Day had not ordinarily been received there by the venerable elder. That he chose to entertain the Bao family at Daitai this time speaks volumes about the esteem in which they were held. It was still early. The venerable elder and his party had not yet arrived. When they stepped down from the car, Mr. Liao said, Mr. Bao Madam Bao Young Master Bao the two misses of the Bao family Daitai scenery is delightful, and the adjacent Yuantan Park is lovely as well. Oh, please take a look around. Dio Yutai and Yuantan Park are connected, and the scenery is splendid. Numerous pavilions and terraces, ancient trees, and so forth. Since it was not yet time for the banquet, Bao Yu and his family wandered once more through Daitai and Yuantan Park. For the occasion, the venerable elder had arranged a lavish banquet hall in Building 12 of Daitai. Building 12 sits at the southern center of the hotel, facing Fangfei Yuan. It contains numerous luxurious suites and several banquet halls. The reception hall is most famous for the monumental painting Jiangshan Rusi Duojiao. The Four Seasons Hall prepared for the Bao family was spacious and bright, furnished with rockeries, streams, surging springs, ponds, and prized trees and flowers. An interior that felt like a garden. Bao Yu knew that no matter how gilded the homes in Xiangjiang might be, they could not compare to this place. The Bao family had just taken their seats. Many guests arrived. Besides the venerable elder, there were several important figures whom Bao Yu had already seen on the city tower during National Day. After exchanging greetings with one another, Mr. Bao Madam Bao Young Master Bao the two misses of the Bao family, we have been extremely busy these days and scarce of time. I heard you are returning to Xiangjiang tomorrow, so we specially came to share a simple meal with you, the venerable elder said. It could be said that the Bao family's conduct in Yanjing, whether purchasing the Tinta-Santan container ship from the shipyard or other actions, had served as an admirable example in the eyes of the elder. This was precisely what the authorities and the elder had hoped for. Bao Yugong and Bao Yu were well aware of how busy the elder was. The two sides conversed for a while. The dishes were brought in. Unlike the state banquet fare, the plates presented now were all properly hot. The Bao family ate there, as did the elder and his party. There was no drinking this time. The meal stretched into the early evening past 7 o'clock. The elder had heard that the Bao family had sampled Quanjude and the Manchuhan imperial feast at Yihiyuan, though they were said not to have been wholly satisfied. Upon learning the Bao family would return to Xiangjiang the next day, the elder had taken time from his schedule to dine properly with them. Now the dinner was concluded. As the elder and the others prepared to exchange a few final words with Bao Yugong and his son, the Bao family's visit to Yanjing was drawing to a close. At that moment, to the surprise of the elder, Mr. Liao and the others, Bao Yugong said plainly, "Venerable sir, this is a small token from the Bao family." A token? Mr. Liao could not tell at first. When he saw it was a check from Huifeng Bank and noted the long string of zeros on its face, he was shocked. It was not Hong Kong dollars nor RMB, but U.S. dollars. Mr. Bao, what is this? Venerable sir, Mr. Liao, the situation is this. Bao Yu and I discussed how the authorities are in a phase of grand development and funds are needed on many fronts. The government is placing greater emphasis on education, so we intend to donate this sum for educational purposes. Whether it be sponsoring government-funded students to study abroad or establishing education funds for university and secondary students, this donation is the Bao family's support for education and our hope that the authorities will cultivate more talent to build the nation. Bao Yugong spoke. Mr. Liao and the venerable elder and the others were stunned. It was an enormous sum. Mr. Bao, this represented a substantial foreign exchange contribution. Mr. Liao dared not reply. The others looked toward the elder. It was evident they were reluctant to accept the gift. Mr. Bao, are there any conditions attached to this sum? Mr. Liao asked. No conditions at all. We simply donate it to support the authorities' education, Bao Yugong continued. Others kept their gaze on the elder. After a moment of silence, he said, then on behalf of all the students, I thank the Bao family for supporting education. The Bao family placed no stipulations on the donation and did not seek to have it credited to any particular person. It was a direct gift to the authorities for educational support. In practice, once the funds reached the authorities, they would be handled as they saw fit. This time, unlike in Bao Ye's previous life, when he had repeatedly refused, the elder permitted those beside him to accept the check. The elder's impression of the Bao father and son deepened. After handshakes, the elder and his party departed. Outside, accompanied by Mr. Liao, the Baos boarded their car. He had not expected such a turn. He had thought tonight would be merely accompanying the Bao family to a meal. Who could have imagined that after dinner the Baos would donate such a vast sum to the state? Young Master Bao, tonight your family has truly eaten perhaps the most expensive dinner in the world. Mr. Liao exclaimed. I have studied in Xiangjiang and do not claim great learning, but I know the importance of education. I hope this money will help cultivate more talent and make the nation prosperous and strong, Bao Yu said. Yinjing Hotel. Mr. Liao accompanied the Bao family back here and then took his leave that evening. Many in Yinjing had already learned that the Bao father and son before leaving the city had presented a grand gift, donating $10 million to support education. The news made a powerful impression in Yinjing. That night, several mainstream media outlets had learned of the donation, and with official permission the story would appear in the major national papers the next day. Undoubtedly, it was sensational news. Bao Yu had returned to his suite at the Yinjing Hotel and saw Chao Zhiming and Lu Ling speaking. Have you had dinner? Both Chao Zhiming and Lu Ling had eaten. Chao was packing his belongings, preparing to fly back to Xiangjiang with his employer the next morning. Watching Lu Ling beside him, Bao Yu suspected that his recent warm attentions were not merely because they were relatives, but owed to some other motive as well. Lu Ling, come here. The couple Lu Shizhong has many grandchildren, yet among them the one who has actively approached the Bao family these days is Lu Ling. It is impossible to say that Lu Ling has nothing going on. Bao Yu directly took out a stack of checks, wrote 100 Hong Kong dollars on it, and handed it to Lu Ling. Lu Ling did not accept it. This 100 Hong Kong dollars is quite a significant amount, almost equivalent to 3 or 4 households with a monthly income of 10,000. Bao Yu, I cannot accept your money. Then why have you done so much for me these days? Hey, because you are my elder. Elder. The other party is indeed his cousin's grandson. Bao Yu knew that even though it was their first meeting, they couldn't be that warm even if they were relatives. Then why haven't I seen your brothers and sisters greet us so warmly? Bao Yu's words seemed to see through the other party. Lu Ling could only say, yes, that's right. In June, that young master from the Rong family quietly went south to develop in Hong Kong. It is said that it is easy to make money there, and since you are our relative, I want to go to Hong Kong to develop with you. Lu Ling wants to go to Hong Kong to develop. No wonder. Bao Yu knew this was normal. Then you should pack your things, and if your family agrees, we will fly to Hong Kong tomorrow. I want to go, but my grandfather opposes it. In other words, Lu Shizhong opposes him going to Hong Kong. Why? My grandfather didn't say, but he firmly opposes me developing in Hong Kong with you. Lu Shizhong did not say anything, but the Lu family fears Lu Shizhong. In this situation, Lu Ling's desire to learn from that young master Rong Zhijian and develop in Hong Kong is simply impossible. Should I speak to your grandfather for you? Lu Ling showed a glimmer of expectation in his eyes, but quickly said, forget it, I think my grandfather doesn't want us to take the path of business. Not wanting the Lu family descendants to engage in business. Bao Yu felt this was very likely. Not just the Lu family, but many prominent families in Yanjing might be the same. For the Lu family members, they have many choices and do not need to take the path of business. Whether it's engaging in politics, the military, or entering state-owned enterprises, these are all far better than going out to do business. Bao Yu understood. Since that's the case, I won't say anything. Seeing that Lu Ling did not accept his check, Bao Yu still stuffed it into his pocket. Given the strict investigations nowadays, Bao Yu felt that it would be enough for Lu Ling to clarify things with his grandfather and others. Bao Yu knew that the valuable gifts their family brought back from Hong Kong, like those Swiss watches and branded clothing, were likely things the Lu family didn't dare to wear or use themselves. Bao Yu knew that things were gradually loosening up. He wouldn't let anyone work for him for free, even though Lu Ling was. As Lu Ling left, Chao Jiming, who had been listening nearby, had heard everything clearly. He wasn't eavesdropping intentionally, he was just trusted by Bao Yu and allowed to stay by the side. Now that Lu Ling had left, Jiming, what do you think of my cousin's grandson? Boss, he is quite pleasant to get along with. Most importantly, he knows how to take the initiative. He told me that the Lu family has arranged an engineering position for him, but he doesn't like it. He prefers a more free and easy job. Obviously, this engineering position is likely in a state-owned enterprise, which in this era is a stable job ensuring a lifetime of peace and security. However, Lu Ling does not like it. Chao Jiming did not expect that Lu Ling actually wanted to follow Bao Yu to develop in Hong Kong, but the Lu family wouldn't allow it, so Lu Ling could only give up. In fact, Bao Yu only met those Lu family members that day and roughly knew what they were doing now. Basically, all their work related to state-owned enterprises was neither bad nor good. However, there is not a single person among the Lu family who can surpass Lu Shizhong. If the Lu family were willing to let Lu Ling follow Rong Zhijian to Hong Kong, Bao Yu felt that with his support, Lu Ling could certainly develop. However, this might indeed have an impact on the Lu family and Lu Shizhong. At this moment, Chao Jiming said, Boss, since we are going to invest up there, it is clear that we also need our own people to handle some matters in Yanjing. That Lu Ling being both your relative and capable with a network, if you trust him to do some work for you in Yanjing, that would be good. Letting Lu Ling work for him in Yanjing. Bao Yu felt that this was indeed very feasible. In reality, Bao Yu knew that in his past life, Li Jiaqing was so successful because he had a strong network up there. When did this network actually form? It probably began after 1978. Compared to the current Li Jiaqing, Bao Yu had a much greater advantage. There is still a network like the Lu family in Yanjing, and now he has also built more important trust and relationships with those above. If Lu Ling works for him, it would indeed be different. However, considering Lu Ling's identity, he was unsure if Lu Ling would be suitable. Jiming, do you think Lu Ling is suitable? Of course he is suitable. In fact, your cousin is already in his 60s, approaching 70, and he probably won't be working for many more years. He will retire sooner or later. Therefore, after his retirement, Lu Ling working for you wouldn't have much impact. On the contrary, if Lu Ling works for you, I believe those above would agree as well. The above mentioned not only refers to the old gentleman, but naturally includes others. Bao Yu felt that this was indeed the case. Since he could find someone else, it would be better to find Lu Ling to work for him. At this moment, Lu Ling had already left and returned to the Lu family. Holding the check that Bao Yu had given him, Lu Ling went directly to see his grandfather. Grandpa, Grandma. Lu Ling knocked and entered. Lu Ling's grandparents knew that the old gentleman was entertaining the Bao family at the fishing platform, so they did not go. Seeing their grandson come over, the couple was a bit surprised. Grandson, this is what Bao Yu gave me, saying it was for the work I did for him these days. Lu Ling took out the check. It was for 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. This is quite a significant amount. In these days, although Lu Shizhong knew that Lu Ling had been taking the Bao family around for outings in the eyes of Lu Shizhong and his wife, it was more about the relationship between the Bao family and the Lu family. Lu Ling, you are a member of the Lu family. The Bao family is our relative, and it is only natural that you took them around these days. You should return this money to Bao Yu. Mrs. Lu said. Grandma, I said I didn't want it, but Bao Yu still stuffed it into my pocket. Lu Shizhong and his wife knew that the Bao family was very wealthy and did not lack this amount of money. They had just heard that the Bao family had donated $10 million to support education up there. This made Lu Shizhong admire the capabilities and methods of the Bao father and son. This money was used by the Bao family to support education up there, which is the most needed amount right now. In other words, in Lu Zizhang's eyes, the Bao family's visit to Yanjing has already received recognition from above in many aspects. Since Bao Yu gave it to you, you should accept it. However, I will clarify the specific source of this money with those above. Lu Shizhong said directly. Grandpa, I will go back first. Lu Ling did not stay any longer. Now the Lu family is waiting to divide the house. On the other hand, a group of people in Yanjing have already started selling houses to emigrate abroad. After knowing that his grandfather agreed for him to accept the money from Bao Yu, Lu Ling was also preparing to use the money to buy a house to improve their current living conditions. Now he and his parents as well as his other siblings are all crammed together. If he has his own apartment, that would be different. A common residential building in Shidong. In the evening, Zhu Lin and her parents admired the photos of the summer palace taken by Bao Yu's two older sisters for her and her female colleagues. Being color photos, they were indeed very beautiful, and even Zhu Lin's parents thought they were nice. In the morning, after giving the photos of her colleagues from the research institute to them, Zhu Lin was left with only the ones taken with those female colleagues at the summer palace. Additionally, there was actually a photo of her and Bao Yu together. Now Zhu Lin was looking at that photo. Bao Yu was now the younger version of Bao Chuan Wang. He wasn't particularly handsome, it mainly depended on a person's talent. From Bao Yu's series of acquisitions in Xiangjiang, Zhu Lin thought that achieving such success at a young age was truly remarkable. In the morning, although it was only the second time she had met him, she could tell that Bao Xiao treated her differently. Not to mention the two had only met twice and already had other thoughts. In fact, even in the 1980s and 1990s, many elders met through family relatives or matchmakers had a single meeting confirmed their relationship and thus got together. Zhu Lin was very clear about her identity. Bao Yu was in Xiangjiang and was several years younger than her. In this situation, even if she had feelings for him, it would likely be very difficult for her to be with him. Looking at that photo, Zhu Lin first put it away. She had already learned that Bao's family was flying back to Xiangjiang tomorrow morning. After discussing with Chao Zhiming, Bao Yu indeed thought that Chao Zhiming's words were correct. If he were to invest up there, he indeed needed someone to work for him. From all aspects, Lu Ling was suitable. Now Chao Zhiming was going to take a shower. After taking a shower, Bao Yu also went to shower. Dressed in his pajamas, he lay on the bed looking at Zhu Lin's photo. Thinking of what happened last night, Bao Yu could only put the photo away. The next morning, the sky was dim. Bao Yu had not yet woken up and Chao Zhiming was still lost in dreams. Suddenly, Bao Yu felt uncomfortable in his pants and hurried to get up. It seemed he was still too young. Bao Yu went to take a hot shower and changed back into his usual suit. At 7 in the morning, Lu Ling arrived. Last night, Lu Ling went home becoming more excited the more he thought about it. He even talked with his parents about using that money to buy a house for himself, so he wouldn't have to squeeze in with his parents and younger brother anymore. He knew that Bao Yu would finish breakfast and then fly back to Xiangjiang, so he made a special effort to come early. Bao Yu, I'm here. So early. I know you were going back, so I came over early. Your money from last night my grandparents already know, and they did not oppose my accepting it. Lu Ling, you should receive it since you are working for me. Bao Yu, hey, raised the thing. Now I am squeezed in with my parents and younger brother. I want to use this money to buy a house, and then move out. At my age, my family has been urging me to get married. Buying a house. It was the planned economy era. For most people, they could only wait for the government to allocate houses. However, waiting for a house allocation was extremely difficult. Of course, what the other party mentioned about buying a house was indeed true. Buying a house. Aren't there still no houses for sale? Chao Zhiming also got up and asked curiously. Bao Yu, mister. Chao He raised the thing. A batch of people from Yanjing are immigrating abroad, and they are preparing to sell their houses in Yanjing. Actually, I knew someone started doing this since last year. Since last year, the government began to relax contact with overseas, and there were a group of people in Yanjing preparing to go abroad and never come back. It was precisely because of this that they were preparing to sell their houses in Yanjing. As for the price, it could range from thousands to tens of thousands of RMB per unit. Now, thousands of RMB is not cheap, especially since 10,000 yuan means a household with that much wealth. There are not many people in Yanjing who can afford it. Coincidentally, there are indeed people selling their houses in Yanjing, obtaining money to spend or exchanging for foreign exchange to go abroad. At this moment, not only was Chao Zhiming surprised, but Bao Yu was even more astonished. He immediately recalled that there were indeed people starting to sell houses in Yanjing. Of course, this was a private transaction, and the government didn't care. Bao Yu realized that coming to Yanjing was likely an unexpected gain. Lu Ling, I want to discuss something with you. Bao Yu, speak. Last night you also mentioned that you originally wanted to develop in Xiangjiang with me, but your grandfather didn't allow you to go and didn't allow you to take that path. However, Jiming also told me that you didn't want that iron rice bowl and wanted freedom. Bao Yu, that's right. If I want that iron rice bowl, I don't know when it will be my turn to get a house. Lu Ling knew that he couldn't follow Bao Yu to develop in Xiangjiang, which was indeed too regrettable. In fact, your grandfather is considering many factors for not allowing you to go to Xiangjiang. As for that Master Rong going to Xiangjiang, he likely had other matters as well. How about this? Why not stay in Yanjing and handle some matters for me? Handling some matters for Bao Yu regularly, just like these past few days. Lu Ling indeed hadn't thought of that. He originally thought that if Bao Yu returned to Xiangjiang, he wouldn't have anything to do anymore. Bao Yu, this time back to Yanjing. In addition to cooperating with the global shipping group to order those cargo ships, it is also to lay a foundation for the Bao family's investment up there. Since you are my relative, and I trust you, why not stay in Yanjing to work for me? As for your income, I won't shortchange you. Bao Yu. At this moment, Lu Ling also appeared excited. He was well aware of his grandfather's character. It was likely that his grandfather would never prosper in his lifetime. However, he also wanted to live a good life. You don't have to worry. I will talk to Mr. Liao about it. After Mr. Liao knows, he will discuss it with the higher-ups. Bao Yu, what do you want me to do? A few days ago, didn't you just help me buy those calligraphy and paintings at the Z Country History Museum? Are you going to continue buying those paintings? Lu Ling asked curiously. Of course, not just that. If there are more calligraphy and paintings, we can continue to buy them. Bao Yu knew that in this era many wealthy individuals in Xiangjiang had indeed made their fortunes through such, including that later rich woman who preyed on Tang Xing meat, who initially made her first bucket of gold by trading in those valuable antiques, and then entered the real estate markets in Xiangjiang and Yanjing, making a lot of money. How this was specifically operated was likely not simple behind the scenes. In Bao Yu's view, antiques still had significant collectible value. Additionally, there were the houses Lu Ling had just mentioned. Currently, the welfare housing allocation system is still in place, and the commodity housing system has not yet emerged. Bao Yu knew that under the open circumstances, some people yearned for overseas, and thus sold their houses to go abroad. In this situation, Bao Yu knew that houses in Yanjing, even those courtyard houses, still had very high investment. Moreover, since someone is selling the houses you just mentioned, and the government allows private sales, why not buy them? Now 1,000 RMB, or even several thousand RMB, is considered very valuable. For Bao Yu, what does that amount of money mean? Lu Ling understood. He hadn't expected Bao Yu to have considered these matters. It must be said that as the son of Bao Chuan Wang, Bao Yu indeed had a remarkable business mind. Are you suggesting that I buy them for you? That's right. I want you to buy them for me. As long as the price is right, you can buy them. As for how much it will cost, besides leaving you with some money now, I will have someone deposit more into your bank account later. Lu Ling didn't know what to say. Bao Yu was about to return to Xiangjiang, and he originally wanted to think this through before responding to Bao Yu or discussing it with his grandfather. At this moment, Bao Yu noticed a familiar figure standing outside the window. It was indeed Miss Zhu. Bao Yu smiled and said to Chao Jiming beside him, Jiming, the beauty is waiting for me outside the door. I'm afraid she is getting anxious. Please clarify this matter with Lu Ling. Chao Jiming had already spotted that figure. Bao Yu went out, and Chao Jiming closed the door, discussing with Lu. At this moment, Zhu Lin indeed rode her bicycle over. She only knew that Bao Yu was returning to Xiangjiang today, and didn't know if he was still here. When she saw Bao Yu come out, Zhu Lin revealed a slightly different smile. Bao Xiao, you came to find me, right? Yes. Zhu Lin put down her bicycle. Bao Yu took her. The Yanjing Hotel was not small, and the scenery inside was quite nice. Zhu Lin had never been inside before. As they entered, Bao Yu asked, what did you come to find me for? The color photos you and your two sisters took of me and those female colleagues were liked by me, my parents, and those female colleagues. I originally wanted to give you some money, but you refused. So I brought this for you. Bao Yu saw a bag. To his surprise, the bag contained a sweater. This sweater. Isn't it getting cold now? I originally wanted to personally knit a sweater for you, but thinking that you were going back to Xiangjiang and wouldn't make it in time, I asked someone to buy it from the Statron department store. At that time, the Statron department store hadn't opened yet, and without connections, it would be impossible to buy it. So that's how it was. Bao Yu looked at the sweater. It seemed quite good. Thank you. However, winter over in Xiangjiang isn't very cold, and I'm not sure if I can wear it. The two of them have you had breakfast? Not yet. Have you eaten at the Yanjing Hotel before? Zhu Lin shook her head. She indeed had never eaten here. Then let's go in and have breakfast together. At the Yanjing Hotel restaurant, the Bao family, including Bao Ye's parents Bao Xiaolong and the two sisters, Bao Peiqing along with Chao Jiming and Lu Ling, were waiting for Bao Yu to join them for breakfast. Now they saw Bao Yu approaching with a young woman. The Bao family recognized her as one of the young women they had met at the Summer Palace. Bao Yu greeted Zhu Lin, and the Bao family, feeling a bit shy about sitting beside Bao Yu. The Bao family said nothing and waited for the sumptuous breakfast to be served. The Bao family enjoyed their breakfast. After finishing, it was already past 8 in the morning. This meant they were preparing to leave and head to Yanjing International Airport. Before leaving, they packed their belongings and left a check to cover the expenses incurred during their stay at the Yinjing. At the entrance of the Yinjing Hotel, besides Mr. Liao waiting, there were also several red flag sedans. This morning news about the Bao father and son donating $10 million to support education had already appeared in mainstream media. This news undoubtedly shocked many people. This $10 million was equivalent to more than 10 million renminbi, or over 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Such a large sum of money was rare, and it was remarkable that the Bao father and son had donated it directly to support education. How could this not create a stir? This news was further reported by the Hong Kong Ta Kung Pao, and Wen Wei Po, and others in Hong Kong were even more shocked. Meanwhile, Mr. Liao looked at his watch, and then inside, still not seeing the Bao family come out. Bao Yu and Zhu Lin were still there. How is the breakfast at Yinjing Hotel, Miss Zhu? It's very delicious. Initially, Zhu Lin felt a bit awkward, but as she noticed that the Bao family did not pay much attention to her, she relaxed and enjoyed her meal, feeling quite full. They'll take you out, and then we'll head to the airport and back to Hong Kong. Bao Xiao, I will remember you. I don't know when he'll come back to Yinjing, but if you want to go to Hong Kong, he'll arrange it for you. If you encounter any trouble in Yinjing, you can find Lu Ling. Not only is Lu Ling my relative, but she is also working for me in Yinjing now. Lu Ling. Zhu Lin noted this down, aware that the Lu family had a significant status in Yinjing. Bao Yu held her hand and whispered something in her ear. Zhu Lin appeared a bit shy as they stepped outside. Bao Yu spotted Mr. Liao waiting for him. Zhu Lin was pushing her Phoenix bicycle and watching. After a while, the Bao family, Chao Jiming and Lu Ling, all emerged, shook hands with Mr. Liao, and got into the red flag sedans. Bao Yu waved to Zhu Lin, who was standing not far away. The red flag sedan then departed. Moreover, the state was showing increased attention, with personnel clearing the way, causing many citizens of Yinjing passing by to stop, including some riding bicycles. Who is it? Could it be an important state guest? A passerby asked. It should be the Bao family. I heard that the Bao father and son directly donated $10 million to support education. Originally, the state did not have enough foreign currency to support those students studying abroad, but after this donation, more students will be sent abroad. The Bao family from Hong Kong is really wealthy, said the passerby. The Bao father and son are not only rich, but also very patriotic. Many people on the road stopped to watch. Zhu Lin, pushing her bicycle, saw the red flag sedan carrying Bao Yu leave, and she stood there. Earlier, Chao Jiming had clarified with Lu Ling that he was the person in charge of Bao Yu in Yinjing, meaning he would be responsible for many matters. Miss Zhu, my name is Lu Ling. Bao Yu has already told me about you. After Lu Ling mentioned how to contact her, Lu Ling was also preparing to leave. She had many matters to handle, including buying a large house for herself and purchasing more properties for Bao Yu in Yinjing. Sitting in the car, Bao Yu looked outside at the gray, hazy weather of Yinjing, wondering when he would come again. For Bao Yu, this trip to Yinjing had come to an end, but the gains were quite significant. Not only did he purchase a batch of calligraphy and paintings, but he also arranged for Lu Ling to work for him, and he planned to buy a batch of Sihiyuan in Yinjing, and he had also met Zhu Lin. Most importantly, the cooperation between the Bao family and the upper echelons had already begun. Mr. Liao, Bao Xiao, is there something? I have discussed with Lu Ling. You, in the future, if anything happens in Yinjing, you can find her first. Lu Ling, the granddaughter of Lu Shizhong and his wife. Mr. Liao was surprised to find that Lu Ling, a member of the Lu family, was actually working for Bao Yu. This meant that even if Bao Yu was not in Yinjing, if anything happened, they could first reach out to Lu Ling. Bao Xiao, I understand. Mr. Liao said directly. Yinjing International Airport. Occasionally planes landed here, but not many. 2 large passenger planes from Cathay Pacific had landed safely here an hour ago. In addition, the batch of calligraphy and paintings Bao Yu purchased from the Z Country History Museum had all been loaded onto the plane, ready to be transported back to Hong Kong. The airport lounge was filled with people, including Mr. Chen, the National Overseas Affairs Director, and Mr. Chen wanted to personally send off the Bao father and son, but considering their status, it was not suitable for him to appear, so he sent his secretary instead. The Bao family got out of the red flag sedan. Accompanied by airport security, they entered the terminal, where they met Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhuang, and other members of the Lu family except for Lu Ling. In addition, there were many reporters from newspapers and television stations. Upon seeing the Bao family, the reporters quickly raised their cameras to take photos. The Bao family's donation of $10 million to support education had a significant impact. For the upper echelons, it meant that anyone receiving an education would benefit. In such circumstances, even if the Bao family were major capitalists in Hong Kong, they were still welcomed by the upper. After greeting and shaking hands with Mr. Chun and others, the secretary said, Mr. Bao, Mr. Bao, Mrs. Bao Xiao, and both young ladies of the Bao family. Mr. Chen initially wanted to personally send you off, but it's not suitable at the moment. Let me represent him in welcoming you anytime back home. After shaking hands with them, they also greeted Mr. Lu Shizhong and his wife. Bao Xiaolong and the Bao family had a good relationship with Mr. Lu, given their familial ties, making this a rare encounter. Huang Xiuying and Mrs. Lu embraced for a long time without letting go. After this meeting, it was uncertain when they would meet again, as both the Bao and Liu families had significant identities, making it hard to see each other again. If you have time to visit Hong Kong, I'll be waiting for you there, Huang Xiuying said to the Liu family. The Liu family knew they wouldn't easily pass over unless permitted by higher authorities. After some exchanges, half an hour later, Mr. Liao and others personally escorted them into the airport. Bao Yuchao Jiming and the two Bao sisters were sent to one of the planes. Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong boarded another plane. 5 minutes later, after the pilots of both planes communicated with the airport staff under the watchful eyes of Mr. Liao and others, the two planes took off one after the other, heading south towards Hong Kong. As the two large passenger planes departed, Mr. Liao exchanged a few words with Mr. Liu Shizhong, and they both left in separate cars to the workplace of Mr. Chun. In a modest office, an elderly gentleman dressed in a Zhongshan suit held a cigarette in one hand while examining documents, placing his nearly burnt-out cigarette in an ashtray to extinguish it. He was already aware that the Bao family had left Yanjing by plane. This visit from the Bao family had exceeded Mr. Chun and others' expectations, including the fact that the Bao family had first led the way back to their hometown of Yongcheng to visit relatives and pay respects to ancestors, and later took the initiative to fly to Yanjing to participate in the National Day celebrations. Most surprisingly, on National Day, the Bao family wore Zhongshan suits as they ascended the city tower. Also, during their visit to the Great Wall, Bao Xiao expressed heartfelt words about the nation. If these were not significant, then the Bao family had actively taken action, including the Global Shipping Group's order for 15 container ships, each weighing 1,000 tons. This matter had impacted globally, surprising shipping companies worldwide, as the Bao family had ordered so many cargo ships from a shipyard that had little recognition. This indicated that the Bao family recognized the shipyard's capabilities. This had a significant impact, including on the shipyard and the shipbuilding industry's supply chain. Furthermore, the Bao father and son made a one-time donation of $10 million. This was something Mr. Chun and others had not anticipated. This $10 million was a substantial amount of foreign exchange. Currently, the upper echelons had only $67 billion in foreign reserves, and it could even be said to be in the negative. Now, the upper echelons needed a lot of foreign exchange to purchase foreign products, yet there were very few products available for export, making it difficult to earn foreign currency. The money donated by the Bao father and son would be used for education, particularly to support those studying abroad under government sponsorship, thus benefiting many more individuals. Originally, considering the limited budget and foreign currency, the plan was to send only a few dozen students to M country for study. Now, with the addition of the Bao family's donation, it indeed allows for more talents to study in M country, even in Europe and the East, to learn advanced cultures, knowledge, and modern management experience. October 6, 1978. Friday. Hong Kong Kai Tak International Airport. At this moment, the airport was as busy as usual, with planes frequently landing or taking off on the narrow runway. However, the waiting hall of the airport had already seen many reporters from mainstream media outlets. These reporters from Hong Kong had learned that the Bao family was returning from Yanjing that morning, prompting many to arrive early and wait. This time, the Bao family participated in the National Day celebrations, which was significantly more impactful than their last visit home for ancestral worship. In addition to the 3 generations of the Bao family dressed in Zhongshan suits, the Bao Global Shipping Group had also ordered 15,000-ton container ships from a shipyard. They had even heard that the Bao father and son donated $10 million, which is over 50 million Hong Kong dollars, to support education. Clearly, these 3 matters were not only significant in the higher echelons, but also in Hong Kong and even overseas. Consequently, many reporters from mainstream media in Hong Kong, including those from television stations, radio, and newspapers, came early to wait. A reporter from the Oriental Daily looked at his Rolex and then asked other fellow reporters, "Hasn't the Bao family father and son arrived in Hong Kong yet?" According to the information we received, the Bao family left Yanjing around 8 in the morning, so they should be arriving at. Meanwhile, on the plane, Bao Yu's sisters, Bao Peiqing and Xiao Jiming, were either reading newspapers and magazines or resting with their eyes closed. Bao Yu knew that the actions taken by the Bao family in Yanjing would undoubtedly cause quite a stir, and since the Bao family dared to act, he didn't need to worry about the situation in Hong Kong. Because of the controversy, many reporters were likely waiting at the airport for interviews. Jiming, do you think there are many reporters waiting in the departure hall? Boss, I suspect that's indeed the case. In that case, let's take the water route back. A Cathay Pacific flight attendant approached to inform them that the plane was about to reach the skies above Hong Kong and would be landing soon. Bao Yu looked out the window and could already see Victoria Harbor and the skyscrapers of central Hong Kong. A series of harsh noises filled the air. The aircraft safely landed on the long runway of Kai Tak International Airport. Compared to Yanjing International Airport, it was evident that the runway here tested the pilot's abilities more. "Young Master Bao, our plane has safely landed at the airport," the flight attendant said again. The aircraft stairs were lowered and the door opened. Bao Yuchao Jiming and the 2 sisters, Bao Peiqing, got off the plane. Not long after, another plane landed safe. Bao Yugong and his wife along with Bao Xiaolong stepped off the plane. Bao Yu waited for his father, mother, and grandfather. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, there are too many reporters outside the departure hall. Let's take the ferry from Kai Tak Airport to Queen's Pier. This was agreed upon in advance. The Bao family and Chao Jiming arrived at the airport dock where a ferry was already waiting. They boarded the ferry. The ferry slowly departed the airport heading towards Queen's Pier. Bao Yu stood there looking at the skyscrapers in Victoria Harbor feeling quite different. He realized that after accepting this new body, he felt much more comfortable returning to Hong Kong. This return from Yinjing in Bao Yu's view had yielded considerable gains. In addition to regaining the luck and influence that Li Jiaqing had in the higher circles, the Bao family had also established a greater foundation of cooperation and trust with the top. Next, the Bao family should gradually start reaping the rewards. That $10 million seems substantial, but many might be reluctant to donate that much. Bao Yu knew that in his past life this $10 million was originally meant for the construction of a 5-star hotel named after Bao Zhaolong. In this context, using this money for education would significantly benefit both the students and the Bao family's reputation in the higher echelons. Bao Yu leaned on the railing feeling an indescribable excitement. Of course, this trip yielded 3 distinct direct gains for him. First, the nearly 900 calligraphies and paintings that Bao Yu bought for over 2,000 RMB at the History Museum now seemed like a considerable sum. Bao Yu knew that those famous artworks were indeed very cheap in his view. Even if the RMB depreciated in the future, these paintings would appreciate by 10,000 times, or even more, which was not impossible. For instance, a calligraphy piece by Qi Baishe could be bought for just a few dozen RMB. Years later, even if its value increased 10,000 times, it would only be worth hundreds of thousands. Bao Yu knew they were worth much more, at least several million RMB each. Second, he had met Lu Jia's cousin Lu Ling. Even though Bao Yu had returned to Hong Kong with Lu Ling around, he could do things for him, including negotiating to buy those properties in Yanjing at a low price, which would surely yield returns in the thousands or tens of thousands. Third, he had met the beautiful actress Zhu Lin, who played the role of the queen in The Kingdom of Women. Although Zhu Lin had not yet come to Hong Kong with him, they had already made private arrangements. Bao Yu looked outside, reminiscing about his gains from the Yanjing trip, feeling quite different. Bob, I need to get back to work at the Prince Building first. Bao Yu was a born workaholic. He had to personally oversee matters at the Global Shipping Group. This time away from Hong Kong to Yanjing had left many matters waiting for his attention. Dad, when you arrive at Queen's Pier, take a car back to the company to handle affairs. They'll go home with Grandpa, Mom, and my 2 sisters first. Boss, I'm also planning to head back to the company to take a look. This was Chao Ziming's first visit to Yanjing with the Bao family, and he had seen a lot. Most importantly, he could see how much the boss valued him. Jiming, today is Friday. Why don't you rest first and come back to work next Monday? Boss, I still want to check the company first. 15 minutes later, Queen's Pier. The Bao family and Chao Jiming disembarked from the ferry. Bao Yu and Bao Yugan's bodyguards and personal driver were already waiting here. Bao Yugan got into his Rolls-Royce and headed to the Prince Building. Bao Yu asked the bodyguard to take Chao Jiming back to the Global Investment Center while his grandfather, mother, and 2 sisters left for their mansion in Deepwater Bay. Meanwhile, at Kai Tak International Airport, more and more reporters who had been waiting for a long time had yet to see any sign of the Bao family. When they realized that the Bao family likely departed by water, they understood that the Bao family had no intention of meeting these reporters. Some reporters speculated that they might have been played by the Bao family. More guessed that the Bao family did not want to accept interviews from the reporters. Additionally, someone noticed that the cargo hold of the 2 Cathay Pacific planes the Bao family boarded had boxes being unloaded. Each box looked light, but there were quite a few. The airport staff did not know what the items were, only learning that they were purchased by the Bao family in Yanjing. Soon, mainstream media reporters in Hong Kong spread the news that they hadn't directly interviewed the Bao family returning from Yanjing, but they had captured images of the mysterious gifts the Bao family brought back. On October 7, 1978, Saturday, Deepwater Bay Mid-Levels Villa. After returning to Shangjiang, Bao Yu rested for a day and a night at home, and the fatigue from his trip to Yanjing was almost gone. However, he was still too young. After waking up, Bao Yu felt quite uncomfortable. Daisy, young master, is there something? I will go swimming first, and then take a hot bath. By this time, it had already started to cool down in Yanjing, while the temperature in Shangjiang was still above 30 degrees Celsius during the day. Even in the morning after Bao Yu got up, he found it still quite hot. He came down from upstairs and greeted his grandfather and parents, who were reading the newspaper, before heading straight to the swimming pool. After swimming, he returned upstairs where Daisy had prepared hot water in the bathtub. Bao Yu comfortably soaked in the hot bath. He changed into a casual outfit and came downstairs. Grandfather, Mom, Dad, I won't have breakfast with you. I'm going to meet a friend. Huang Xiuying was about to say something. Bao Yu was already in the car. Chen Jihao and the other bodyguards drove away, heading towards Victoria Peak. Victoria Peak Castle Road. Guang Jiahu's home. Yesterday was Friday, and she left the girls' school to come back here last night. During this time, Guang Jiahui had learned that the Bao family had gone to Yanjing and had done several significant things there. Even many girls in her class were paying attention to these news. For instance, the Bao family donated $10 million to support education, which made it seem to those girls that the Bao family was incredibly wealthy, willing to give so much money to support education. Guang Jiahui thought about when she would be able to see Bao Xiao again. The doorbell rang at the villa. The maid went to open the door and found it was the eldest young master of the Bao family. Is Jiahui back here? Young Master Bao Miss Guan returned last night. Bao Yu entered, and as he reached the second floor, he saw Guang Jiahui standing there in a white camisole dress. Seeing the longed for Bao Yu appear before her, Guang Jiahui ran over and hugged him. Bao Yu closed the door. Bao Yu woke up again, feeling the sunlight streaming in through the window, which was a bit dazzling. Sir, you are awake. Guang Jiahui was watching him from the side. Jiahui, what time is it? It's a little past 1 in the afternoon. Lunchtime had long passed. Bao Yu hadn't even eaten breakfast. Now, accompanied by Guang Jiahui, they went to the dining room, where the maid brought over the prepared lunch. There were also some snacks prepared for Bao Yu's bodyguards. Sir, was Yinjing fun? In the eyes of many Xinjiang people, the upper region remained quite mysterious, and many felt it was still quite bad. It was quite nice. Around 2 in the afternoon, after finishing lunch, Bao Yu and Guang Jiahui went upstairs to the second floor and sat on the balcony, enjoying the comfortable natural breeze. Now, Guang Jiahui sat close to Bao Yu, and besides talking about some matters regarding the girls' school, she also mentioned some things about her parents. Since Zhang Bingxi and her son were brought back from country M by Guanbo, this couple began to focus their energy on the film industry. Whether it was a television station or a film company, they were often seen. Compared to other industries, the film industry was still quite profitable, especially since Guanbo and Zhang Bingxi had considerable recognition. Even if they weren't in leading roles, their pay was substantial. This couple worked hard mainly to afford a better and larger house. Talking about her parents and younger brother made Guang Jiahui very happy. In addition to her family's matters, Guang Jiahui also talked about her mother Zhang Bingxi's acting career. Now the Great Wall Film Company and Shaw Brothers Films both want my mom to come back to make movies. The new Great Wall Film Company was developed based on the old Great Wall Film Company, which was one of the major film companies in its early days. The competition between Shaw Brothers Films and Great Wall Film Company was very fierce back then. Later, after the emergence of Lian Tao's Dima and Xiangjiang, Great Wall and Dima Shaw Brothers also became one of the 3 major companies in Xiangjiang, but later Great Wall fell short of Dima and Shaw Brothers by the 1960s. Sir, I heard from my mom that the main actress of Shaw Brothers, Miss Li Qing, has already left Shaw Brothers, and Shaw Brothers' strength has further declined. I heard that Mr. Shaw is now focusing on TVB and has no time to manage Shaw Brothers anymore. Li Qing. This Li Qing is not simple. She was born in 1948 and debuted at 17 in 1965 and later earned the title of Child Star Queen. With the support of Xiao Yifu and Shaw Brothers, she became extremely popular alongside Fang Yihua and He Lily, forming 3 major stars. In the early 1970s, after Li Qing met Lei Jia's eldest son Lei Juehua, she gradually began to distance herself from the film industry. In fact, rumors of her leaving Shaw Brothers had already circulated as early as 1976. In reality, it was only recently this year that Li Qing truly left Shaw Brothers and collaborated with director Roma to establish Changtian Company. Outsiders speculated that Lei Juehua did not want his partner to continue making films at Shaw Brothers, and on the other hand, he spoiled Li Qing immensely, so he gave her a sum of money to open a film company. In other words, the true owner behind Changtian Company is that eldest son of the Lei family, Li Qing, Lei Juehua, Xiao Yifu. Bao Yu immediately sensed that this matter was not simple. He knew that these 3 women from Shaw Brothers were rumored to have complicated relationships with Mr. Shaw, especially since Fang Yihua was recognized as Xiao Yifu's woman. It was said that Li Qing and He Lily were also once considered, but after Shaw Brothers ultimately chose Fang Yihua, those 2 had no more chances. Subsequently, Li Qing met the eldest son of the Lei family. He Lily married in 1972, tying the knot with Zhao Shiguang, the 4th son of another shipping king, Zhao Tsongyan. This was nothing remarkable. Bao Yu knew that Li Qing had initially wanted to leave Shaw Brothers, but Mr. Shaw had opposed it. She was determined to leave, and in Bao Yu's past life in 1979, when Li Qing was preparing to marry Lei Juehua. Just then Lei Juehua suddenly died of a heart attack. This incident not only had a significant impact on Li Qing, but also had complicated rumors behind it. What Bao Yu did not expect was that Guang Jiahui had learned from her mother that Li Qing had left Shaw Brothers and started a new film company. Bao Yu also found a lot of information on this topic from his game data package. Guang Jiahui saw that Bao Yu was staring at her and thought she had said something wrong. Sir, did I say something wrong just now? No. The villa at Deepwater Bay, the Bao family. It was 6:30 in the evening. Bao Yu had returned from visiting Guang Jiahui and was accompanying his grandfather and parents for dinner before heading to the villa's courtyard with his father, standing there looking into the distance. The Bao family has ordered 15 container ships from the shipyard above, each with a deadweight tonnage of 10,000 tons, which is significantly smaller than the 40,000-ton super oil tanker previously ordered from the east. However, these 15 container ships hold great significance for the upper management. For the Bao family in terms of business, it truly means little. Nevertheless, both father and son in the Bao family take it seriously. Bob, I discussed the purchase of the 15 Tintasanden container ships with the company yesterday afternoon. There were some differing opinions internally as it seems we are abandoning ships and suddenly buying so many large vessels. The key point is that we recently terminated our contract with the East Shipbuilding Company for that super oil tanker. With a company as large as Global Shipping Group, it is quite normal to have differing opinions internally. They naturally do not understand the reasons behind the Bao family's actions. First, considering the impending global oil crisis and the increasingly evident downturn in the global shipping industry, we must divest the super oil tankers to acquire funds. Aside from repaying part of the shipping company's debts to the bank, the remaining funds should be used to purchase as much gold as possible. Currently, international gold prices are still rising, and Bao has already noticed this. Second, purchasing the container ships from the shipyard above does not contradict selling those super oil tankers. On the contrary, it will bring us greater profits. Bao nodded. Bob, who do you think would be best to handle this matter? These 15 Tintasanden container ships are a significant order, and although the Bao family has only had a brief discussion with the old gentleman, someone must be sent to sign the contracts. Father, who was previously in charge of these matters. Mainly your elder brother-in-law. Bao was referring to Su Haifun, who indeed handled many of these orders. Bao thought for a moment and said, Father, let's have my second brother-in-law take charge of this matter. Having Wu Guangjing in charge. Bao's father found it somewhat puzzling. Now among the four sons-in-law of the Bao family, 3 have returned to the east while the fourth has been arranged by Bao to teach and conduct medical research at Xianjiang University. The remaining 2 brothers-in-law are known to be somewhat difficult to arrange. For the sake of himself and the future of the Bao family, it is imperative to make proper arrangements. He is now preparing to let his second brother-in-law Wu Guangjing take charge of this matter, mainly to gradually distribute Su Haifun's power and influence within the global shipping group. On the other hand, having Wu Guangjing handle the shipbuilding order is also to create more opportunities for him to make connections with the upper management, paving the way for his future. Father, I have considered my second brother-in-law's future path and plan to let him make contact with the upper management this time. Bao's father agreed upon hearing his son's words. Once the father and son finished discussing this matter, Bao returned to the study upstairs. After reading the evening news, it was already past 8. Daisy prepared a hot bath, and Bao comfortably lay in the bathtub, eyes closed in thought, while Daisy massaged. Compared to arranging for Wu Guangjing to handle the orders for his father's company, Bao was now thinking about the matter that Guan Jiahui had mentioned regarding Li Qing earlier that morning. In fact, Bao was not interested in the matters concerning Li Qing and Mr. Xiao, rather he was intrigued by Li Qing's connection to the eldest son of the Lei family. The Lei family is a major shareholder of Kowloon Bus. Since the last acquisition of the Xianjiang Electric Group and the China Gas Company, Bao and Global Investment Company have not made any moves for some time. After resting for a night, early the next morning Bao discovered that the weather outside was still quite warm. He decided to go for a swim, and after a shower changed into a set of casual clothes. Bao's parents and Bao Zhao Long presumed that he was staying home to rest today. Grandfather, father, mother, I have something to attend to outside. Bao got into the luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Chun Jihao closed the door, and Bao drove away from there towards. At Nancy's home, she had been working normally last week, but she was used to seeing Bao at the office and naturally missed him after not seeing him for a long time. On Friday, she had seen Xiao Jiming return to the office, and the news in Xianjiang reported that the Bao family had left Yanjing and returned to Xianjiang. However, on Friday night, and all day Saturday, she had not waited for Bao. Now as Nancy got up, she was wearing a loose dress and looking at the newspapers. At 8 in the morning, the doorbell rang at the villa. The maid Fanny went to open the door and found it was young Master Bao. Young Master Bao, Miss Nancy is upstairs. Bao went upstairs to the second floor and soon met Nancy. Sir. Nancy appeared very excited upon. In the morning, Bao and Nancy had breakfast. After a nap, they had lunch in the afternoon. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Bao asked Nancy to call Zhao Xiujing, instructing her to immediately notify Ma Lisi, Chao Jiming, and Lin Gaoyan to meet him here. Ma Lisi and Chao Ziming's current mansions are still quite close in the area of Victoria Peak. Lin Gaoyan and his parents lived in a high-rise in the central district of Xianjiang, not too far away either. First, Ma Lisi arrived by car, followed by Chao Jiming and Lin Gaoyan. Now Bao, Ma Lisi, Chao Jiming, Nancy, and Lin Gaoyan were in the study on the second floor. Bao was looking at a map of Xianjiang. In Xianjiang, many things are divided into 2 parts. For example, Xianjiang Electric. The new territories in Kowloon are controlled by the Kawa family's China Electric Company. The Xianjiang Electric Company on Hong Kong Island is now under Bao's control. As for the bus companies in Xianjiang, it is the same. In this case, the new territories in Kowloon are controlled by Kowloon Bus. On Hong Kong Island, it is controlled by China Bus. In 1932, the Xianjiang Governor's Office restructured Zhangjiang's public transportation business and granted 2 bus service patents for the routes of Kowloon New Territories and Hong Kong Island. On April 13, 1933, the company structure for Kowloon Bus was established by Deng Xiaoqian, Lei Rueda, Lei Liang, Tan Huantong, and Lin Mingxuan, and Kowloon Motor Company was officially founded. Among them, Lei Rueda is indeed the father of Lei Juohua. In Baoyes view, Xinjiang is not large, yet its population is increasing. Moreover, even if these bus companies in Xinjiang are strictly controlled by the Xinjiang Governor's Office regarding profits, they are still profitable. This is due to the market monopoly. Currently, Kowloon Bus has monopolized the routes in the new territories and Kowloon. Furthermore, apart from the opening of the Hungham Tunnel, Kowloon Bus has also ventured into some routes on Hong Kong Island. China Bus, which monopolizes the bus routes on Hong Kong Island, has also used the Hungham Tunnel to enter Kowloon. Baoyu felt that if relying solely on passenger ticketing and advertising revenues from the buses, it wouldn't amount to much. What is truly valuable are the lands that Kowloon Bus and China Bus have accumulated over the decades. Those lands may have been worthless back then, but now they are extremely valuable, including parking lots, repair shops, and so on. In his past life, the formation of the four prominent families in Hong Kong occurred between the 1970s and 19. Among them, the four major families primarily based their wealth on real estate, which then expanded outward, not only solidifying their monopoly in the real estate sector, but also involving the acquisition of multiple listed companies. A particularly unique case is the Guo Desheng family. Unlike the Li Jiaqing and Li Zhaoji families, whose core business revolves around real estate, the Guo family has not made many acquisitions of listed companies. However, it does involve a listed company, specifically Kowloon Bus. In addition to covering the entire industrial chain related to real estate, Guo Desheng's new Hong Kong group in 1980 set its sights on the then-listed companies Kowloon Bus and Changhua Bus. The Guo family valued the two bus groups not for the profits from their bus routes, but for the premium land accumulated. Among the shareholders of Kowloon Bus, their stakes were relatively small and widely dispersed, allowing the Guo family to easily take over Kowloon Bus. Conversely, around the same time, the major shareholder of the Eagle Group's Poly Group, Luo Yingshi, and his son were also vigorously developing real estate in the early 1970s and had set their sights on the vast premium land owned by Changhua Bus and Kowloon Bus by the late 1970s and early 1980s. However, by the time the Luo family targeted Kowloon Bus, it had already been swiftly acquired by the Guo family. And although the Guo family had intended to acquire Changhua Bus, they had not acted quickly enough, leading the Luo family to team up with Wei Li to acquire Changhua Bus, ultimately allowing the Yin family to retain control. These 15 Tinthasandin container ships, Baoyu knew that Changhua Bus was different from Kowloon Bus, as Changhua Bus had the strong Yin family resisting the acquisition attempts from the Guo family and the Luo family of Eagle Group, as well as Wei Li's interference. By late 1978, Baoyu understood that whether it was Kowloon Bus or Changhua Bus, he could not wait for the Guo family or Luo Yingshi's family to act before making his move. Baoyu withdrew his gaze from the Hong Kong map and looked at the subordinates before him. Have you ever ridden a Hong Kong bus? In other places it's generally referred to as a bus, but in Hong Kong it's called a bus. Ultimately, this distinction is because buses are state-owned elsewhere while in Hong Kong they are privately owned. Boss, I used to ride the bus often, said Chao Jiming. As for my Lizzie Nancy and Lin Gaoyan, they had ridden it occasionally, but rarely, as they had their own cars and seldom took the Hong Kong bus. The reason I called you here is to discuss the acquisition of Changhua Bus and Kowloon Bus. The people present exchanged glances filled with both excitement and surprise. Hong Kong has plenty of land, but much of it is not suitable for development, and those with premium land are mostly inherited. Clearly, these two land transport companies in Hong Kong not only monopolize all bus routes, but also hold a substantial amount of premium land. Jiming, please tell everyone how much stock we have acquired in Kowloon Bus and Changhua Bus. Boss, we have secretly acquired about 15 of Changhua Bus shares and 18 of Kowloon Bus shares. This means that Baoyu and Universal Investment Company are now the second largest shareholders of Changhua Bus, second only to its largest shareholder, the Yin family. As for Kowloon Bus, they are already the largest shareholders, far surpassing other shareholders. In summary, Baoyu considered the past life experiences regarding the acquisition of these two companies. Should he tackle the difficult acquisition first or the easier one? The so-called difficult first, easy later means acquiring Changhua Bus first, which would undoubtedly face strong resistance from the Yin family, potentially attracting other capital to oppose Bao's acquisition. On the other hand, acquiring Kowloon Bus would be significantly easier than Changhua Bus, as the Bao family is already the largest shareholder and Kowloon Bus resistance to other capital acquisitions is not as strong. If he chooses easy first, difficult later, it would mean acquiring Kowloon Bus first and then Changhua Bus. This involves the fact that as soon as someone attempts to acquire any bus company, it will immediately draw the attention of the shareholders of both bus companies and other capital. In his past life, when the Guo family attempted to acquire Kowloon Bus, it immediately triggered a reaction from other capital and the Yin family regarding Changhua Bus, making it difficult for the Guo family to swallow Changhua Bus. Mai Lizi and Lin Gaoyan were surprised, not expecting that the boss had already instructed Chao Jiming to secretly acquire such a significant stake in both listed companies. Do you think we should acquire Changhua Bus first or Kowloon Bus first? Among those present, Chao Jiming was the most familiar with the shareholder structure of these two companies. Chao Jiming briefly explained, Boss, since any action will inevitably attract the attention of the shareholders of both bus companies and other capital, why not proceed with simultaneous acquisitions? Initially, Bao Yu considered that Kowloon Bus would be easier to acquire and planned to take over that listed company first. Now, following Lin Gaoyan's suggestion with the vast funds held by the Bao family and Universal Investment Company, it is indeed feasible to conduct simultaneous acquisitions. This way, even if the shareholders of both bus companies react strongly and other capital intervenes, the Bao family would not give other capital a chance. Gaoyan makes a good point. However, who should be in charge of this matter? My Lizi Chao Jiming and Lin Gaoyan are all experts. Currently, My Lizi still has other company affairs to handle, and Lin Gaoyan is the general manager of China Gas, so he likely does not have much time to manage this. Chao Jiming has more time available, but he feels it is inappropriate for him to appear in public to avoid drawing Boss, I can't make an appearance, Chao Jiming stated directly. However, I can personally acquire Kowloon Bus. As for Changhua Bus, you can assign that to someone else. Lin Gaoyan thought for a moment, and then proactively said, then let Gaoyan be responsible for Kowloon Bus, and as for Changhua Bus. Bao Yu immediately thought of a candidate. It was none other than Wei Li from Hutchison Whampoa. In his past life, after being ousted from Hutchison Whampoa by Li Jiaqing, Wei Li was not content to remain merely a professional manager. Instead, he took on the role of chairman of Yalong Company and collaborated with the Luo family to target Changhua Bus. Although Wei Li and the Luo family ultimately failed to acquire Changhua Bus, they did make some profit. Now Wei Li is the executive president and general manager of Hutchison Whampoa, seemingly overwhelmed with management tasks, but he indeed has the time to acquire Changhua Bus. What do you think about assigning the acquisition of Changhua Bus to Wei Li? Wei Li, My Lizi Chao Jiming, Lin Gaoyan, and even Nancy were all somewhat surprised. Regarding Wei Li, a person with ambition and capability, they were unaware of how Bao Yu had persuaded him to work for him, replacing the original trio of Hutchison Whampoa. Boss, I think it's feasible, My Lizi said. October 8, 1978. Sunday, around 4 in the afternoon. Wei Li was at the Taiping Shan Villa, gazing into the distance. The landline in the villa's living room rang. The maid answered and came up to say, Mr. Wei Li, Miss Zhao is looking for you. Wei Li went downstairs, picked up the phone, and learned that the call was from his boss secretary, Miss Zhao Xiuzhen. Mr. Wei Li, the boss wants you to meet him at the Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. Wei Li knew that the Bao family had returned from the National Day ceremony some time ago. According to news reports, the Bao family had come back to Hong Kong 2 days ago. Now that Bao Xiao had suddenly instructed Secretary Zhao to notify him to go to the Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa, it must be something very important. Secretary Zhao, I will remember that. Wei Li hung up the phone, quickly changed into a suit, informed his wife, and then drove off to the Bao family's Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. Bao family. After Bao Yu, My Lizi Chao Jiming, and Nancy finished their discussions, he returned to the villa. Wei Li had not yet arrived, so Bao Yu went back to the study upstairs. About half an hour later, Wei Li drove to the entrance of the Bao family villa, parked the car, pressed the doorbell, and Daisy recognized Wei Li's identity and directly led him inside. Mr. Wei Li, Bao Xiao is waiting for you in the study. Wei Li followed her to the study on the second floor. Daisy opened the door. Wei Li entered and saw Bao Yu dressed casually. Boss. Wei Li greeted him proactively. Daisy left and closed the door. Bao Yu said, Wei Li, I called you here to discuss 2 matters. Boss, please go ahead. The first matter is related to my recent return from Yanjing. Compared to Hong Kong, the market up there is much larger. Moreover, they have started opening up to the outside world. We, along with Hutchison Whampoa and its related subsidiaries, need to send people back to investigate suitable investment projects. That's the first matter. Wei Li took note. The second matter is related to my upcoming acquisitions in Hong Kong. Acquisitions? Could it be that the boss is about to initiate a new round of acquisitions? From Bao Yes acquisitions of Wharf Chung Kong, Hutchison Whampoa, and RTHK to Hong Kong Electric and China Gas, it seemed to Wei Li that it was an endless cycle. Boss, are we acquiring a British company? Not this time. We are not acquiring a British company, but a Chinese one, and it involves the Hong Kong Public Transport Company. The Public Transport Company. Bao Yes current acquisitions, including Wharf, the Star Ferry under Wharf, and the Hong Kong tramways, already involve both water and land transport. Other public transport companies, if not related to the Hong Kong Metro, would be the bus companies. Wei Li reacted quickly. Boss, is it the bus company? That's right. I have already discussed with Chao Jiming and others about acquiring China Bus and Kowloon Bus. Pulling one thread could unravel the whole fabric, so we aim to acquire both companies simultaneously. Simultaneously acquiring. Even though these 2 listed companies currently have China Bus with a total market value of around 400 million Hong Kong dollars and Kowloon Bus around 500 million Hong Kong dollars, together they still don't reach 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Wei Li knew that if the Bao family acquired both companies, it would be comparable to the previous acquisition of China Gas. I plan to assign the acquisition of Kowloon Bus to Lin Gaoyan and the acquisition of China Bus to you. Assigned to Wei Li. Wei Li was a bit surprised, yet it felt normal. By now, Hutchison Whampoa had undergone significant reforms, and there weren't many issues left, as long as it operated normally it was fine. Wei Li, what do you think? Boss, don't worry. As long as we have sufficient funds, I will definitely secure China Bus for you. Wei Li spoke confidently. Bao Yu shook his head. Compared to Kowloon Bus, Bao Yu knew that once he officially initiated the acquisition of these two bus groups, the major shareholder of China Bus, the Yin family, would definitely strongly oppose it. And that's precisely why. In his past life, Bao Yu witnessed Guo Disheng's New World Group successfully swallow Kowloon Bus, while for China Bus, they could only acquire a portion of the shares, but never fully take over, ultimately allowing the Yin family to retain control over China Bus. Bao Yu knew that in his past life Wei Li was deeply involved in the acquisition battle for China Bus. As one of the acquirers, he could only say that he didn't completely lose to the Yin family, he merely made a profit. Thus, the upcoming acquisition of China Bus should not underestimate the involvement of the Yin family and other. Currently, our global investment company holds about 15 of the shares in China Bus, which were secretly acquired by Chao Zhiming from last year until recently. However, this shareholding is still not dominant. Currently, the largest shareholder of China Bus is the Yin family, specifically Yin Xingkuan and his son, holding over 20 of the shares. Previously, the second largest shareholder was the Huang family, related to the Yin family, holding nearly 5 of the shares. Additionally, independent shareholder Huang Zhiguang and his partners hold around 5. These three families together hold about 5 of the shares, making it difficult for outsiders to covet the controlling stake in China Bus under normal circumstances. The Yin family's management of China Bus is also becoming increasingly conservative. Moreover, the Huang family shares are in the hands of Huang Yanan, the heir of the Huang family shares in China Bus, who is not very fond of that nominal brother-in-law. Many may not know about these matters, only that the Huang family generally does not interfere in the management of China Bus, which is all handled by the Yin family. At this moment, Wei Li was also not very clear about the situation of China Bus. He needed to discuss it with Chao Zhiming or send someone to investigate discreetly. On the other hand, Wei Li realized that Chao Zhiming, who was very low-key beside Bao Yu, was not simple. Besides quietly buying shares of those listed companies, the commercial and investment information he gathered far exceeded Wei Li's imagination. Boss, I have taken note of that. Regarding the acquisition of China Bus, Bao Yu assigned it to Wei Li. Bao Yu did not believe that this time, facing the acquisition battle for China Bus, Wei Li could lose to the Yin family. At 6 in the evening, Wei Li finished dinner at the Bao family. He got in the car and left. On the way back, he thought a lot. Besides preparing to hand over the various matters of Hutchison Whampoa to Xia Boyan and Wei Peter, he planned to focus on the acquisition of China Bus. In addition, he planned to meet with Chao Zhiming to first understand the situation of China Bus. Wei Li left. Bao Yu and his father went to the study. Dad, are you curious why I met Wei Li? Bob, this is your company's matter. Your dad won't interfere. Indeed, I was a bit curious. Bao Yu said, Dad, this time I brought Wei Li here with the goal of acquiring the Yin family's, the Taiping Mountain Villa, at the home of Chao Zhiming. After his boss Bao Yu gifted him this luxurious residence, Chao Zhiming moved in. However, apart from him, his mother also resides here, and he did not hire any maids. Chao Zhiming preferred solitude and disliked having people around. It was now just past 9 in the evening, and his mother had already gone to bed, while Chao Zhiming was reading the newspaper in his study. This time his boss Bao Yu was set to acquire 2 bus groups simultaneously. Since it was inconvenient for him to take charge, the acquisition of Kowloon Bus was entrusted to Lin Gaoyan, while the acquisition of China Bus was assigned to Wei Li. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Chao Zhiming heard it and looked out the window, spotting Wei Li and his luxury car. Chao Zhiming came down from upstairs to open the door. Zhiming, I apologize for disturbing your rest. President Wei Li, I am not resting yet. Chao Zhiming invited Wei Li inside, fearing that coffee might keep him awake tonight, so he poured Wei Li a glass of water. Zhiming, I just returned from a meeting with the boss. Earlier in the afternoon, after discussions with Bao Yu and Chao Zhiming, he was naturally well informed. The two exchanged smiles and went up to the study. Now the boss has entrusted me with the acquisition of China Bus, and I would like to obtain some information about it from you. President Wei Li, even if you did not come to see me in person, I will personally deliver the relevant materials to you at Hysan Place tomorrow. Hearing Chao Zhiming say this, Wei Li felt increasingly that Chao Zhiming was not simple. Chao Zhiming turned around and handed a prepared stack of materials related to China Bus to Wei Li. Most of these documents were in traditional Chinese, which might be somewhat challenging for Wei Li to comprehend. Chao Zhiming's English was quite proficient. Wei Li took the documents, and the two engaged in deep discussions until late at night, around 12:30. Wei Li said, Zhiming, I will head back now. Chao Zhiming saw Wei Li off. After watching Wei Li drive away, he returned upstairs. From their recent conversation, Chao Zhiming understood that Wei Li, who could implement extensive reforms at Hutchison Whampoa and quickly restore the company to its current scale, was indeed remarkable. However, Chao Zhiming still felt that compared to the acquisition of Kowloon Bus, Wei Li might be facing challenges that were not merely limited to the Yin family. Returning to the Taiping Mountain Villa. At Wei Li's home, Wei Li had left Chao Zhiming's villa approximately 20 minutes ago, which was not too far. However, it was essential to be more cautious on the roads at Taiping Mountain at night. Upon returning, Wei Li's wife, who had not yet gone to bed, heard the sound of the car parking and knew her husband had returned. Wei Li's wife came out to open the door. Sir, why are you back so late? Dear, I first went to meet the boss to discuss important matters, and then I visited one of the boss subordinates. The Wei couple went upstairs. It was already quite late. Wei Li still appeared very energetic. Dear, you should go to bed first, don't mind me. I will take a shower and need to think about some work-related matters. Wei Li's wife, dressed in her nightgown, returned to the master bedroom to rest. Wei Li went to take a shower, and then after closing the door, he looked out the window. Apart from the stars and the moon in the sky, the lights of central Hong Kong and Victoria Harbor in the distance were mostly turned off. The night was tranquil. Now was the time for Wei Li to contemplate matters. Tonight he had met with his boss Bao Yu at the Deepwater Bay Villa. Bao Yu mentioned two matters. The first was that the Bao family members would return to the upper levels for the National Day ceremony, and that the Bao family had reached preliminary cooperation and trust with them. Among these, Wei Li had learned that Bao Yu's father Bao Yu had just placed an order for 15 10th container ships from the shipyard at the upper levels through Global Shipping Group. This news created a stir in Hong Kong at the time, and many people found it hard to believe that the shipbuilding technology at the upper levels could produce 10th vessels. Additionally, Bao Yu spoke about sending people to the upper levels for inspection and investment. With a large population and vast market at the upper levels, if what Bao Yu said was true, that they had started to open up and welcome overseas capital for investment. Then Wei Li believed that the upper levels indeed represented a significant market. Under such circumstances, Hutchison Whampoa and its subsidiaries should send people to invest there. Wei Li planned to discuss this matter at tomorrow's meeting and issue instructions. The second matter was about the acquisition of China Bus. Initially, when he was with the Bao family facing Bao Yu's proposal to acquire China Bus, he was confident, believing that as long as the Bao family had sufficient funds, the current market value of only 400 million Hong Kong dollars for China Bus was hardly significant. However, from his recent discussion with Chao Zhiming, especially regarding the materials Chao Zhiming had gathered in advance, it was clear that this was not a simple matter. In other words, this situation should not be underestimated, or otherwise, if the acquisition failed, it wouldn't just be a loss of China Bus, but would also bring disgrace to himself and the Bao family. So how should he handle this matter? Wei Li looked again at the materials regarding China Bus provided by Chao Zhiming. China Bus, officially known as China Automobile Company Limited, is a long-established publicly listed company in Hong Kong. Founded in 1933, it has been in operation for 45 years, and its founders are the Yin Chinquan family and the Huang Wankai family. Among them, Yin Chinquan's wife passed away early, and he later remarried his second wife, who is Huang Wankai's daughter, Huang Yimei, indicating a familial relationship between the two families. Even though the Yin family and the Huang family have a familial relationship, the Yin family is too dominant, leading to differing management philosophies. After inheriting the Huang family's shares in China Bus, the heir, Huang Yaonan, has always considered selling the Huang family shares. Currently, the Yin family holds the largest shares in China Bus, close to 20, while the Huang family shares have fallen below 10, totaling less than 8. 5. Even so, as long as the superficial relationship between the Yin family and the Huang family is maintained with their combined shares approaching 30, it remains difficult for other capital to covet shares of the company. Wei Li continued to ponder what Chao Zhiming had discussed with him. Among these, the key figure in the acquisition of China Bus is the major shareholder, Yin Chinquan. Yin Chinquan hails from Chaoyang, and he and Li Jiaqing are fellow townsmen. Born in 1905 in Hong Kong, he is now 73 years old. However, he is a very assertive person. Even at his age, he continues to manage the China Bus empire. Yin Chinquan has 3 children: his eldest daughter, Yin Jieling, his second son, Yin Jieqiang, and his youngest son, Yin Hengli. After the 1960s, Yin Chinquan's children gradually entered the management of China Bus. Under the control of Yin Chinquan and his children, the management style of China Bus has become increasingly conservative. Early in the morning, Lady Wei reached out beside her, only to find that Wei Li was not there, and the sheets were cold, indicating that Wei Li had not returned to the master bedroom last night. Still yawning, Lady Wei got up and discovered that her husband was indeed resting in the study. Sir, did you not rest last night? Madam, I didn't return to avoid disturbing you. Since you still have the energy to go to work today, why not take a day off? Take a day off? Of course not. Wei Li appeared very energetic, and after a simple breakfast with his wife, he took the materials given by Chao Zhiming and drove to Hysan Place. Hysan Place, the office of the executive president and general manager. Wei Li entered the office, and the female secretary had already come over and made him a cup of coffee as usual. Notify the senior executives of Hysan and its subsidiaries to meet at 9 o'clock in the headquarters conference room. Yes, President. Hysan involves dozens of listed companies and has more than 100 senior executives. Among them, apart from Richardson, the vice chairman of Hysan, who has been sent by Bao Yu to serve as the general manager of Wheelock, Joseph, the deputy general manager of Watson's, has been appointed as the general manager of Global Pharmaceutical Company. As for the other senior executives, they are working in various departments. The female secretary went to make the phone calls. After notifying everyone, she said, President, all have been notified. Wei Li nodded and asked the female secretary to notify Xia Boyan and Wei Peter to come over. The secretary made the call to bring the two over. They had just learned that the president had suddenly called a meeting. Unexpectedly, now the female secretary asked them to come over. President. Xiao Boyan and Wei Peter greeted Wei Li one after another after entering. Before the meeting, let me discuss the main content of this meeting with you. The two of them learned that the purpose of this meeting was related to Boss Bao Ye's return to participate in the National Day ceremony, which meant that Hisen's headquarters and its major companies would need to send people back to investigate and invest in the market. President, do we really need to go back to investigate and invest? Xiao Boyan asked. Of course. This is mandated by Bao Yu and Global Investment Company, so it has to be done. In other words, according to Bao Yu, they were seizing the opportunity. Currently, British capital had not yet made contact with the upper levels. It was all Chinese capital that was engaging. However, Bao Yu had already acquired Hisen, so naturally, he would send his company to investigate and invest. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the headquarters conference room of Hisen, seated in the chief position was Wei Li with business manager Xiao Boyan and political affairs manager Wei Peter beside him. During the meeting, Wei Li spoke about the current situation up top. The senior executives present appeared quite surprised by the need for Hisen and its subsidiaries to send executives to investigate and invest. Wei Li had already stated that this was the key focus of Hisen's future development. Now, with Hisen undergoing major reforms to this extent, it had become increasingly difficult to continue, and thus they could only set their sights on overseas markets. As for before, when there was no opening up, they had not considered this. Now it was different, as the upper levels had opened up, making it necessary to send people to investigate. Most importantly, this was arranged by Bao Yu. The meeting lasted until 10:30 in the morning. After the meeting ended, everyone returned to their respective offices. Xiao Boyan and Wei Peter, I leave the matter of sending executives back to investigate in your hands. Next, Wei Li focused on the acquisition of China Bus, which also involved Lin Gallian's acquisition of Kowloon Bus. Now that Bao Yu had arranged for Hisen executives to return for investigation, it seemed that the others would shift their focus to this area, and Wei Li felt it was indeed the perfect time to acquire those two bus groups. Yes, President. Xiao Boyan and Wei Peter left. Wei Li also returned to his presidential office. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, news suddenly spread within Hisen that they would send a group of senior executives to various places for investigation. The key investigation areas included Guangdong Province, Shanghai, Beijing, and Bao's ancestral home Yongqing. This news just released caused quite a stir in Xinjiang. In fact, the National Day holiday was not over yet. As the wealthy Chinese businessmen participating in the National Day ceremony were heading south by train, they had already been investigating the situation in several cities up top. Moreover, there were already reports that, led by Mr. Huo, wealthy businessmen from Xinjiang were planning to invest in a 5-star hotel in Yangqing, and it was even reported that Hu Yingxiang and others were also constructing 5-star hotels in Yangqing. Now, compared to the investments of those wealthy Chinese businessmen in Beijing, Hisen's sudden dispatch of numerous executives to focus on investigating those major provinces and cities had attracted the attention of many media outlets and citizens of Xinjiang. Deepwater Bay Mid-Levels Villa. The Li family. 6 o'clock in the evening. Li Jiaqing finished work normally and took the car back from the Changjiang Center in North Point. On the second day of National Day, October 2nd, he had already traveled south by train with Mr. Hua and others from Beijing, during which he also investigated the situation up top. Upon learning that Mr. Hua and Hu Yingxiang were planning to build 5-star hotels in Yangqing, as they believed that with the Canton Fair being held twice a year in Yangqing, there were many foreign businessmen, and the city only had ordinary hotels to accommodate them, they felt it necessary to invest in 5-star hotels. Although during this time Hu Yingxiang urged Li Jiaqing to co-invest in a large hotel in Yangqing, Li Jiaqing did not agree immediately, but felt he needed to think it over. In fact, on National Day, Li Jiaqing saw Bao's family of 3 dressed in Zhongshan suits on the city tower, realizing he had underestimated the Bao family. Li Jiaqing had not paid much attention to the market up top. When he learned that before leaving Beijing the Bao family had donated $10 million to education up top, he was also shocked. $10 million is not something anyone can just give away in Xinjiang. Even if some rich merchants have that amount, few are willing to part with it. In such circumstances, Li Jiaqing realized that the Bao family's focus might have shifted up top. If that were the case, he and the other wealthy Chinese in Xinjiang would have it easier. Mr. Li, we've arrived. The dedicated driver had already stopped at the villa entrance. The car door opened. Li Jiaqing, dressed in a black suit, got out of the car and saw his wife Zhuang Yueming and the maid already waiting. Sir, major news. Major news. Li Jiaqing entered the villa's living room, sat down, and picked up a nearby newspaper to read carefully. From the front page news of the Oriental Daily, it could be learned that in the afternoon an important senior meeting was held internally at Hisen with participants including all senior executives, such as Wei Li, although Bao Yu was not present. The meeting's content was precisely about sending senior executives of Hisen and its subsidiaries to investigate the market, focusing on Guangdong Province, Beijing, Shanghai, and the Bao family's hometown Yongqing. Several newspapers even speculated that this should be a show of confidence from the Bao family after returning from Beijing, and the news indicated that Wei Li, the executive president and general manager of Hisen, might even lead a team to investigate up top. Li Jiaqing finished reading several newspapers, and they all contained similar news. This indicated that the Bao family's focus had indeed likely shifted up top. Sir, it seems the Bao family is very optimistic about the market up top. What about us, the Li family? Although Li Jiaqing had also been invited to participate in the National Day ceremony up top, he did not make much of an impression while in Beijing, and aside from meeting the old gentleman on the city tower and at the Great Hall, the old gentleman did not meet him privately. Li Jiaqing had not returned to his hometown either. Now Zhuang Yueming felt that the time had come for the Li family to return home and take a look. It is widely rumored that Wei Li, the executive president and general manager of Hysan Development, is leading executives to conduct inspections above. Wei Li has temporarily formed a team to acquire China Bus. These are all trusted subordinates of Wei Li who have been working for him since his time as a professional manager in Xiangjiang. They are a capable and reliable group. Currently, Wei Li is sitting at the front flanked by these subordinates who are reviewing materials regarding China Bus. These materials were gathered by Chao Zhiming and contain very detailed commercial information primarily in Chinese, which reveals not only the shareholders of China Bus, but also the development of the company over the years. In the 1940s, during the Japanese occupation of Xiangjiang, the fleet of China Bus was either destroyed or requisitioned, causing the business to essentially come to a halt with significant losses. After World War II, the governor's office of Xiangjiang still recognized the Yin family and China Bus as the holders of the patent for bus routes on Hong Kong Island. Under the leadership of Yin Shengquan, the company's operating strategy was quite aggressive, continuously purchasing buses and factories. Not only did the business expand rapidly, but the scale of China Bus also grew larger. According to the materials from the early 1950s to the mid-1960s, the number of buses owned by China Bus surged from 151 to 498, with the annual passenger capacity increasing from 12 million to 86 billion. It can be said that for ordinary people on Hong Kong Island, aside from the wealthy traveling in private cars and taxis, the transportation was largely monopolized by China Bus. This situation continued until the opening of the first subway line, which truly broke the monopoly. In 1960, China Bus regained the exclusive rights to bus services on Hong Kong Island and successfully went public in 1962. Subsequently, the controlling interest in China Bus remained firmly in the hands of the Yin and Huang families. Furthermore, Yin Shengquan was recognized by the then governor of Xiangjiang in the 1950s, similarly to Zhou Xinyan, and served as a member of both the Legislative Council and the Executive Council, allowing him to propose numerous relevant bills and proposals which significantly contributed to the Yin family's monopoly over the bus routes on Hong Kong Island. Even in the early 1960s, Yin Shengquan was awarded the OBE and CBE medals by the Queen of Country, while effectively earning the title of Sir Yin. In the early 1970s, although the Yin family's China Bus still held the exclusive rights to bus routes on Hong Kong Island, it faced covetous eyes from British capital. The governor's office even suggested introducing the Overseas Transport Company from Country Y for a joint venture, but this was strongly opposed by the Yin family and the shareholders of Kowloon Bus, ultimately preventing the acquisition by the British capital. China Bus also had to compromise aside from not being able to raise prices at while the company's profits were significant. In reality, what made China Bus most valuable was not the ticket revenue from its fleet, but the vast amount of land accumulated over the decades. When this land was initially purchased, it was not very valuable and was considered cheap land. Now the value of land in Xiangjiang has skyrocketed, including factories, parking lots, and maintenance facilities, which are becoming increasingly valuable and better located. However, after the 1960s, China Bus became very conservative. Aside from allowing his daughter and two sons to enter the management of China Bus, Yin Shengquan was also driving out the Huang family's management rights in the company. Thus, while the two families appeared to have no issues on the surface, a rift had long since developed between them. Now the Yin family's attitude toward China Bus is simply to hold on to their territory without considering anything else. It is clear that the land held by China Bus is becoming increasingly valuable. This is evident apart from reminders from Bao Yu, Chao Zhiming, and Wei Li. The current data shows this very clearly. Everyone, the boss has entrusted me with the responsibility of acquiring China Bus, and there must be no mistakes this time, Wei Li stated. He felt very confident without having seen the detailed information and commercial data of China Bus. Now, having reviewed the materials on China Bus and gaining an understanding of the major shareholder Yin Shengquan, he believes the greatest obstacle to acquiring China Bus lies with Yin Shengquan. The other party is undoubtedly a tough nut to crack. From the information, it appears that the Yin family holds about 20 of the shares, which is 7.4 million shares, while the Huang family, represented by Huang Yao, holds approximately 8.5 of the shares, amounting to 145 million shares. Additionally, the individual shareholder Mr. Huang Zhiguang holds about 8 of the shares, totaling 3 million shares. Currently, the Bao family holds 15 of the shares, approximately 55 million shares. If the Yin and Huang families continue to cooperate, they would hold 28.5 of the shares, and with the support of other minor shareholders, the Yin family could secure at least 35 of the shares, which gives them significant control over China Bus. The data also indicates that initially the Yin and Huang families held similar stakes in China Bus, but since Huang Wankai passed away and his eldest son, Huang Yaonan, inherited the shares of China Bus, the conflict between the Yin and Huang families has intensified, leading to the Huang family continuously selling off their shares, resulting in their holdings now being less than half of the Yin families. I believe that given Yin Chengkun's situation, he will certainly not easily relinquish control over China Bus. Therefore, we can approach the Huang family. If Huang Yaonan sells those shares to the Bao family, then the Bao family's holdings would exceed 23.5, while the Yin family would only hold 20. The Bao family would then become the largest shareholder, making the acquisition of China Bus significantly easier for us. Thus, the key to this acquisition is persuading the Huang family to be willing to transfer their shares in China Bus to the Bao family, or to unite with the Bao family to confront the Yin family. Wei Li listened to the opinions of the acquisition team members. He knew that they were not wrong. The biggest problem lies here. Although the Yin and Huang families have a marital relationship and Yin Chengkun is nominally the brother-in-law of Huang Yaonan, Huang Wankai has long since passed away, and Yin Chengkun's 3 children are from his first wife, not from Huang Yin and sister Huang Ame. Because of this, there has long been a conflict between the two sides. Not only do the Huang family members feel uncomfortable with Yin Chengkun's 3 children, but those 3 children also do not wish to see the Huang family members in the management and board of directors of China Bus. From the beginning, China Bus was a company jointly established by the Yin and Huang families. Yin Chengkun's first wife passed away early on, and in order to secure cooperation with the Huang family, he married Huang Yanan's sister. However, this second wife never gained the acceptance of Yin Chengkun's children from his first marriage, and without children of her own, her role was more symbolic. This has ironically led to even more conflicts between the two sides. Wei Li listened attentively. Having seen many such marital alliances, Wei Li knows that ultimately conflicts arising from interests will lead to a... Wei Li knew that he had to meet Huang Yaonan and persuade him to sell the shares of Zhonghua Bus that he held to the Bao family. This was already the first step toward success. If he went to meet the other party, it indicated that Huang Yaonan was already aware of him, and perhaps even that the Bao family intended to acquire Zhonghua Bus. If Huang Yaonan was unwilling to sell those shares, he might even notify the Yin family. Next, it would be a matter of pulling a thread and unraveling the whole fabric. Regardless, Wei Li knew that this step had to be taken out, otherwise, given the current situation, it would be very difficult to purchase more shares of Zhonghua Bus from the market. Even if he had to purchase shares of Zhonghua Bus at a high price, Wei Li knew the timing was not yet ripe. Then it settled. I will first meet the boss and Mr. Lin, and then we will begin our actions. Today is Monday. Bao Yu normally goes to work on the 21st floor of the Global Investment Center. Currently, the main affairs of the company are handled by Mai Lizi, while Chao Jiming is primarily responsible for analyzing and acquiring shares of relevant listed companies. This time, Wei Li and Lin Gaoyan are in charge of acquiring Zhonghua Bus and Kowloon Bus respectively. Bao Yu recognizes the capabilities of Wei Li and Lin Gaoyan. At 5 in the afternoon, Bao Yu leaves the Global Investment Center. He heads to the residence of Nan Shi. Bao Yu returned with Nan Shi. Now Bao Yu and Nan Shi have a simple... At 8 in the evening, Wei Li and Lin Gaoyan meet Bao Yu in Nan Zai's study. They have a private discussion for over an hour before the two leave. After they left at 10 in the evening, Bao Yu departs from Nan Zai's home, with Chen Ji Hao driving him back to the mid-levels villa in Deepwater Bay. Just returned to the villa, Bao Yu originally thought that his parents and grandfather would have already gone to rest, but unexpectedly, he finds his father still waiting for him in the living room. "Father, are you not resting yet?" "Bob, the newspapers are reporting that Hutchison Whampoa has sent executives to investigate, and even Wei Li is leading a team there." Most of this information is true, but Wei Li did not go. Moreover, in the near future, companies like Kowloon Warehouse, Qingzhou Ingni Hong Kong Electric and China Gas will also send executives for investigation. As for the Global Shipping Group and Asian Shipping Group, Bao Yu Gang has already sent Wu Guangzhong to Yanjing to discuss the order for those 15 Tinthasantan container ships. This matter significantly impacts Su Haifun. Previously, Wu Guangzhong had replaced Su Haifun to deal with the issue of that 4,000-ton supertanker, and now he is sent to the upper management again. These matters, which were originally under Su Haifun's responsibility, are now taken over by Wu Guangzhong. Even if Su Haifun returns to work at the Prince's building, many things are no longer related to him. Now Bao Yu Gang knows that Bao Yu has set his sights on the 2 major bus groups in Hong Kong, but for now there is no news about this in the outside world. Bao Yu Gang is aware that Bao Yu is already taking action. "Father, that Mr. Yin received the CBE medal from the royal family even earlier than you. He used to have a position in the royal family of country, why even higher than yours at the Hong Kong governor's office. However, the Yin family has been too conservative in recent years. In Bao Yu's view, whether British or Chinese capital, as long as they remain conservative, they will ultimately be acquired by other capital. However, if they exceed the actual situation, they might go bankrupt. Mr. Yin has decent abilities, but he is getting old. Ultimately, it still comes down to the incompetence of Yan's heirs. To the outside world, Yin Shenkuan currently favors daughters over sons, with the eldest daughter of the Yin family serving as the vice chairman and general manager of Zhonghua Bus, while Yin Qingkuan only holds the position of chairman. As for the two sons of the Yin family, their positions in the company are far inferior to their sisters. From this matter, Bao Yugang also realizes that regardless of gender, capability is indeed very important. Because the Yin family has also been sidelining the Huang family, allowing their children to enter the board of directors and management of Zhonghua Bus, which has led to the current decline of Zhonghua Bus. Bao Yugang went to rest first. Bao Yu went upstairs, and under the service of Daisy took a comfortable hot bath. From the current perspective, Bao Yu feels that Lin Gao Yin should be the one to first swallow Kowloon Bus. October 10, 1978. Tuesday. The external media is still spreading news about Hutchison Whampoa and Kowloon Warehouse and other groups under the Bao family, sending executives for investigation. At this time, in a private mansion located in Shaotin, a man in his 40s who is none other than Huang Yao Nen, the second largest shareholder of the former Zhonghua Bus. Huang Yao Nen is the eldest son of Huang Wangkai and the elder brother of Huang Yimei. In other words, Yin Qingkuan was like an old bull eating tender grass. After his first wife left, he immediately married the daughter of his business partner, Huang Wangkai. Huang Yao Nen knows that he is nominally Yin Qingkuan's brother-in-law, but in reality their conflicts have only intensified over the years due to this issue. Especially in the 1960s, after Huang Wangkai's passing, Yin Qingkuan became even more powerful, directly placing his eldest daughter and two sons into the management of Zhonghua Bus. In contrast, Huang Yao Nan and the Huang family's original executives at Zhonghua Bus have increasingly been with no other choice. Huang Yao Nan did not want to see his sister struggle and knew that remaining in the management of Zhonghua Bus was meaningless, as neither Yin Qingkuan nor the three children from Yan's first wife would listen to his opinions. Huang Wangkai was the vice chairman and general manager of Zhonghua Bus during his lifetime, essentially the second in command. After Huang Wangkai's death, Huang Yao Nan took over his father's position. However, he was soon removed from those positions by Yin Qingkuan, and Huang Yao Nan only retained the nominal title of vice chairman and director, and later he was even stripped of the nominal vice chairman position. Huang Yao Nan has retained only a board seat, and he has basically given up on managing Zhonghua Bus. With the wealth accumulated by the Huang family over the years, and Huang Yao Nan continuously selling shares of Zhonghua Bus, he is naturally one of the wealthy individuals in Hong Kong. He even donated to build a primary school named after himself in Hong Kong. Huang Yao Nan does not return to work at Zhonghua Bus and does not engage in other activities. He is very low-key in his daily life, occasionally appearing in charitable endeavors. Those who are familiar with him know that he is a very capable person. However, the Yin family does not trust him and marginalizes him, which is why this second-generation member of the Huang family seems to have little to do in Hong Kong. It is at this moment that the doorbell rings at the mansion. The maid goes to open the door. She sees a black Mercedes parked outside with a Caucasian man beside it. The maid does not recognize the Caucasian man in front of her. Weili hands over his visiting card. The maid takes the... Weili waits outside. Mr. Huang, a Caucasian has brought you a visiting card. A Caucasian. Huang Yao Nan finds it strange. When he takes the visiting card from the maid's hand, it is written very clearly: Wei Li, executive president and general manager of Hutchison Whampoa, visiting Zhonghua Bus director Huang Yao Nan, who in Hong Kong does not know Wei Li. This man, known as the corporate doctor, has suddenly brought him a visiting card. Is he outside the door? Yes, Mr. Huang. Is Wei Li outside the door? Should I meet him or not? Huang Yao Nan knows that Wei Li is one of the most renowned professional managers in Xianjiang, but he has never dealt with Wei Li before. At this moment, the maid is still standing there. If Huang Yao Nan does not wish to meet the other party, she can simply go out and inform him that Huang Yao Nan is not at home. You go invite him in, or perhaps I should personally invite Mr. Wei Li instead. Huang Yao Nan tidied up his casual home attire and approached the door, where he already saw a Caucasian man of similar age. Wei Li confirmed that the middle-aged Chinese man before him was indeed Huang Yao Nan, the second largest shareholder of Zhonghua Bus. Hello, Mr. Huang, I apologize for the abrupt visit and for disturbing you. Wei Li spoke in English. Huang Yanan's English was also decent, and after they shook hands they went inside. In the luxurious yard, after Wei Li sat down, the maid served him a cup of coffee. After sipping the coffee, Wei Li said, Mr. Huang, I have come here to discuss something very important with you. Huang Yao Nan invited Wei Li inside. Upon reaching Huang Yanan's study, Wei Li observed that the room was filled with numerous books and featured a black and white photograph hanging on the wall depicting two elderly individuals. Nowadays, many photographs are predominantly black and white, although wealthy individuals are beginning to use color photos as well. These two are my parents. Unfortunately, they are no longer with us, Huang Yao Nan remarked. One of the elderly individuals was Huang Wangcai, a major shareholder who co-founded the company with Yin Qingkuan. From the information gathered by Chao Jiming, Wei Li already knew this, but now he was truly seeing Huang Wangcai's photograph from his lifetime. When my father was alive, he initially engaged in the shipping transport industry, frequently traveling between Xianjiang and the coastal ports of Guangdong province, making quite a bit of money. He had long known Mr. Yan. In 1930, seeing the population of Zhangjiang's urban area grow and industries flourish, they felt there was great potential in operating buses, so they jointly established Zhonghua Automobile Company. Initially, Yin Qingquan and Huang Wankai both held equal shares in Zhonghua Bus, and they managed the company cooperatively with clear divisions of labor. Unfortunately, Huang Wankai passed away early. Perhaps noticing Wei Li's inquiry about his father, Huang Yaonan began recounting some stories about his father. Mr. Huang, as I understand, the shares of Zhonghua Bus were originally equal between the Yin and Huang families, with management rights also shared equally. Why does the outside world now claim that Zhonghua Bus belongs to the Yin family? Mr. Wei Li, that is indeed how it was. During my father's lifetime, not only did he marry my sister to Yin Qingquan, but he also placed a lot of trust in him. Because of this trust, Yin Qingquan appointed an increasing number of executives, and by the 1960s, he directly placed his eldest daughter and 2 sons on the board of directors and in senior management. As for me, at that time, I was supposed to inherit all of my father's shares in Zhonghua Bus. While my father was alive, I worked continuously at Zhonghua Bus, but the Yin family saw my father's passing as an opportunity to marginalize me through various means. Since the 1960s, the Zhonghua Bus has operated increasingly conservatively. Every decision is made by Yin Qingquan and his 3 children, while the demands of Zhangjiang citizens for bus services have grown higher, yet Yin Qingquan still believes that citizens prefer lower-cost services. It is evident that over the past few decades, the headquarters of Zhonghua Bus has not only become dilapidated, but the vehicles have also aged significantly with no new purchases for a long time. Yin Qingquan has been reluctant to replace the vehicles, resulting in staff becoming increasingly irritable, stagnant wages, and rising passenger complaints. Wei Li has had his own car in Xianjiang for a long time and seldom rides the buses there. From the business information collected by Chao Jiming, it is indeed the case with Zhonghua Bus. Not only is this the current situation, but even years later, with the Yin family still in control of Zhonghua Bus, the situation remains unchanged. The attitudes of the bus drivers have worsened. The buses have aged further, and what was once a vibrant sight in a city, the buses now feel as if they are declining, like Xianjiang itself. Since the 1960s, it has been like this. Now it is the late 1970s, and this situation has only become increasingly common. Mr. Huang, as the second largest shareholder of Zhonghua Bus, have you not offered any opinions to the board and management of Zhonghua Bus? It's useless. The Yin family makes the decisions, and the board is also controlled by the Yin family, completely disregarding my presence. Huang Yaonan felt that Zhonghua Bus was originally the labor of his father Huang Wankai during his lifetime, and it was unexpected that it had fallen to such a state now. He could not compete with the Yin family, and had no choice but to gradually sell off his shares in Zhonghua Bus. I heard your sister is still Mr. Yan's wife. Yes, Yin Qingquan's first wife passed away early. My father had a very good relationship with Yin Qingquan, and my sister often saw him at the company, which led to her marrying him. Unfortunately, my sister's marriage to Yin Qingquan was merely nominal. Besides leveraging the Huang family's connections to deceive my sister out of shares, it further solidified the Yin family's control over Zhonghua Bus, ultimately causing my sister to marry this old man, living in misery for so many years without children. Speaking of my sister, Huang Yaonan recalled how he had truly opposed his young sister marrying an old man who was from his father's generation, yet both Huang Wankai and Huang Yimei had trusted each other so blindly at that time. Of course, over the years, Huang Yimei has also realized this, so she and Yin Qingquan have long since separated. Even if they have not divorced, it is essentially a marriage in name only. Wei Li sighed a bit. At this moment, Huang Yaonan added, Mr. Wei Li, these are family matters and should not be spoken of publicly. Mr. Huang, I understand. May I ask what important matter you wish to discuss with me? Mr. Huang, my visit is indeed related to Zhonghua Bus. The two had just been discussing Yin Qingquan and Huang Yanan's father, which was indeed related to Huang Yaonan looked at Wei Li in surprise. Mr. Huang, I hope to buy all the shares of Zhonghua Bus held by the Ole. Indeed, we have already acquired about 15 of Zhonghua Bus shares, and now wish to buy all the shares held by your Huang family. As for the price, we can discuss it. 15 of Zhonghua Bus shares. That means Wei Li is already the second largest shareholder of Zhonghua Bus. Now Wei Li is the executive president and general manager of Hysan Development, and Huang Yaonan thought it was Hysan Development acquiring Zhonghua Bus. Mr. Wei Li, is Hysan Development acquiring Zhonghua Bus? No, it is the Bao Family and Global Investment Company. The Bao Family and Global Investment Company. That must be that Bao Xiao. Huang Yaonan was even more shocked. He knew that the Bao father and son had just gone to Yanjing to attend the National Day ceremony, only to return to Xianjiang and engage in acquisition actions again. Huang Yaonan was not very clear about the Bao family, and Bao Xiao, as this son of the Bao shipping king, seemed to have suddenly risen to prominence at the end of last year. However, despite his lack of understanding, he felt that Bao Yu was indeed backed by the Bao shipping king. Currently, the Bao family holds 15 of the shares in Zhonghua Bus, making them the second largest shareholder, just 5 less than the Yin family, which holds 20. If he sold all of Huang family's 5 shares to the Bao family, their shares would increase to 23.5, making them the largest shareholder of Zhonghua Bus. For Huang Yaonan, his hatred for the Yin family ran deep. Firstly, he despised the Yin family's betrayal and deception against the Huang family. When his father Huang Wangsai was still alive, Yin Chenkuan had said many things, all of which were lies. In Huang Yanan's view, this was a betrayal that robbed his sister of her lifelong happiness. Secondly, he resented the Yin family for their oppression of him at Zhonghua Bus. Including himself and the executives from the Huang family at Zhonghua Bus, they were almost all driven out by the Yin family. Thirdly, he loathed the Yin family for destroying the fruits of his father's lifetime of hard work. Fourthly, he was even more bitter about how the Yin family's distrust and rejection had wasted over a decade of his youth, during which he could have utilized his talents to manage Zhonghua Bus, but was rendered powerless instead. Now, to Huang Yanan's surprise, Zhonghua Bus had indeed caught the attention of the Bao family. At that moment, a look of great surprise appeared on Huang Yanan's face. In fact, he had long considered approaching the Yin family, but had always felt powerless. With Yin Chenkuan's influence and status in the political and business circles of Xiangjiang, along with the support of other shareholders, Huang Yanan had no choice but to sell his shares in Zhonghua Bus. Wei Li looked at Huang Yanan, who said, "Mr. Wei, are you really sure it is the Bao family that wants to acquire Zhonghua Bus?" Wei Li knew very well that his boss Bao Yu intended not just to acquire Zhonghua Bus, but to swallow Kowloon Bus as well. When he came to meet Huang Yanan, Lin Gaoyan's side had already taken action. Wei Li nodded. "Regarding the shares that the Huang family holds in Zhonghua Bus, I can indeed sell them all to the Bao family, but I would like to meet Bao Xiao." In other words, Huang Yanan wanted to meet Bao Yu. After Wei Li learned that Huang Yanan was willing to sell those shares, he let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the acquisition of Zhonghua Bus was already more than halfway successful. This meant he might have to confront Yin Chenkuan. If Yin Chenkuan yielded, then it would be easy for the Bao family to take over Zhonghua Bus. If Yin Chenkuan did not easily yield, the real battle for the acquisition of Zhonghua Bus would truly begin. "Mr. Huang, Bao Xiao is currently working at the Global Investment Center. I can take you there." "All right." The two came out of the study. Wei Li waited outside while Huang Yanan changed out of his casual outfit and into a formal suit. Huang Yanan got into his car and left with Wei Li, heading towards the Global Investment Center in the central business district of Xiangjiang. Huang Yanan had not driven away for long. At the entrance of the Huang family's mansion, a black Mercedes-Benz sedan stopped. A middle-aged woman in a dress emerged from the car, though her expression looked somewhat haggard. This woman was Huang Yanan's sister, Huang Yimei. She pressed the doorbell at the entrance, and a maid inside came out to open the door, seeing that it was the young lady of the Huang family. "Miss Huang, Mr. Huang just went out. Her elder brother had gone out." Huang Yimei could not return to the Yin family and would not go back. With no other relatives or friends in Xiangjiang, she felt gloomy and decided to visit her elder brother. She also knew that her elder brother had been oppressed by the Yin family at Zhonghua Bus, and he had stopped going to work, living in a state of retirement at home. Did he say when he would be back? No. Huang Yimei went inside first. At the Global Investment Center, on the 21st floor, Bao Yu was working in his office. Currently, the four major exchanges in Xiangjiang had not suspended trading for Zhonghua Bus and Kowloon Bus, indicating that the outside world was still unaware of the Bao family's intention to acquire these two companies. From the current market price, the stock prices of Zhonghua Bus and Kowloon Bus had not changed significantly. Bao Yu stood up and looked outside. It was 10:15 a.m. There was a knock on the office door. Zhao Xiuzhen went to open it and saw that it was Wei Li. "Boss, I'm here." Seeing Wei Li come personally, Bao Yu smiled. Since he had entrusted the acquisition of Zhonghua Bus to Wei Li, he would not interfere. "Boss, there is someone who wants to meet you." "Someone?" When Bao Yu learned that this person was actually Huang Yanan, the former second-largest shareholder of Zhonghua Bus, he was indeed pleasantly surprised. This meant that they had taken a crucial step closer to successfully acquiring Zhonghua Bus. Now Huang Yanan was in a small meeting room having morning tea. This building was one of the tallest in the central business district of Xiangjiang, and also the headquarters of Bao Yes Global Investment Company. It was Huang Yanan's first time here. Huang Yanan was still pondering some matters. The door to the small meeting room was pushed open, revealing not only Wei Li, whom he already knew, but also a young man and a young woman. These two were Bao Yu and his female secretary Zhao Xiuzhen. "Hello, are you Mr. Huang Yanan?" "Hello, Bao Xiao." Huang Yanan stood up to shake hands with Bao Yu. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. The moment Huang Yanan laid eyes on Bao Yu, he felt as if he were looking at the youthful figure of himself in his 20s, though it was a pity that his father had passed away early. Bao Yu, on the other hand, had the support of his father, the Bao Shipping King. Bao Yu sat down and said, "Mr. Huang, I heard from Wei Li that you were willing to sell your shares in Zhonghua Bus to the Bao family. I am curious about your conditions. Feel free to speak. If it is a matter of stock price, as long as the price is right, we can negotiate." "Bao Xiao, it is not a matter of stock price. It pertains to other issues." "Then speak." "I have a deep hatred for Yin Chenkuan, my nominal brother-in-law. I hope that this time you can completely drive the Yin family out of Zhonghua Bus." "Drive the Yin family out completely? Is that even possible?" As it stood, Yin Chenkuan was still the largest shareholder of Zhonghua Bus. Even if Bao Yu successfully took control of Zhonghua Bus, as long as Yin Chenkuan was unwilling to sell those shares, the Yin family would still remain the second largest shareholder. At that time, the management and control rights of Zhonghua Bus would simply fall into Bao Yes' hands. Of course, it wasn't impossible. Once the Bao family shares reached a controlling stake, they could directly drive the Yin family away. "Mr. Huang, it depends on the situation. It's not that I don't want to do as you say. The Yin family still holds 20 of Zhonghua Bus shares. Given Yin Chengkun's character, I fear that the upcoming acquisition will still lead to a fierce battle with him. After thinking about it, Huang Yaonan indeed realized it was as such. In addition, I hope to return to the management of Zhonghua. Huang Yaonan hopes to return to the management of Zhonghua Bus. Bao Yu, having some understanding of Huang Yaonan from the game materials, knew that he was indeed quite capable, though he had always faced distrust and exclusion from the Yin family. That's fine, Bao Yu said directly. For capable individuals, he certainly supported their return. That's good. I am fully willing to sell all the shares held by the Huang family to the Bao family at the current price. The current price of Zhonghua Bus. Currently, the total market value of Zhonghua Bus fluctuates around 400 million Hong Kong dollars, even less than Kowloon Bus, 500 million Hong Kong dollars market value. Zhonghua Bus has a total of 37 million shares, which translates to about 11 Hong Kong dollars per share. Given that the Huang family holds around 8.5 of Zhonghua Bus shares, if sold at the current market value, it would be around 35 million Hong Kong dollars. In Bao Yu's previous life, Huang Yaonan had directly sold his shares to the Rou family's Bailey Bao company at a price of 25 Hong Kong dollars per share, which was more than double the current value. However, that was 2 to 3 years later, and the market value of Zhonghua Bus would be different by then. Huang Yaonan was not only willing to sell all the shares of the China Bus company held by the Huang family to the Bao family, but he was also willing to return to the management of China Bus and even assist the Bao family in acquiring the company. Huang Yanan's enthusiasm and initiative had already exceeded Bao Yu and Wei Li's expectations. According to the thoughts of Bao Yu, Chao Jiming, Wei Li, and Mei Lisi, it was already quite good that Huang Yaonan was willing to sell his shares to the Bao family. Now Huang Yaonan was also willing to persuade other minority shareholders of China Bus to sell their shares to the Bao family, which was certainly very different. Ultimately, it was because Huang Yaonan harbored a deep hatred for his nominal brother-in-law Yin Chengkun, and especially loathed Yin Chengkun's 3 children from his ex-wife. Zhao Xiuzhen, please go and call Jiming here. Zhao Xiuzhen went to fetch Chao Jiming, who was at work. Chao Jiming quickly learned that Huang Yaonan had arrived and had agreed to sell his shares to the Bao family. This seemed to be within Chao Jiming's expectations. Based on Chao Jiming's understanding of the shareholders of China Bus and the irreconcilable conflict between the Huang and Yin families, even if other capital were to acquire China Bus, the Huang family would likely still be willing to sell all their shares. Chao Jiming arrived at the small conference room where he had already met Huang Yaonan. They greeted each other. You all discuss who I will return to my office. Bao Yu did not interfere with them. Wei Li, Chao Jiming, and Huang Yaonan were discussing. Currently, the Bao family acquiring all the shares of China Bus held by Huang Yaonan amounted to 23.5, which was already 3.5 more than the Yin family's 20. However, the Yin family had managed China Bus for so many years and had deeply penetrated the management and board of. Even if the Bao family announced to the public that they were already the largest shareholder of China Bus, they would at most only become the new directors of the company, and it would be impossible for them to directly infiltrate the management of China Bus. Moreover, based on Huang Yanan's understanding of Yin Chengkun, despite the Yin family holding shares in multiple listed companies, their core industry was indeed China Bus. In other words, the Yin family would absolutely not easily give up their controlling interest in response to the Bao family's sudden acquisition of China Bus. This was somewhat similar to Bao Yu's initial acquisition of the Li family's China Gas. Should we immediately announce that the Bao family is now the largest shareholder of China Bus? Chao Jiming asked. Of course, he was intentionally asking the two. Wei Li and Huang Yaonan hurriedly replied, not yet. If they announced it now, the Yin family and other shareholders of China Bus, even retail investors, would know that the Bao family was acquiring China Bus. Then if the Bao family wanted to continue acquiring more shares of China Bus in the market, it would essentially be impossible, and they would have to resort to high-priced acquisitions. This would require more funding, and in addition, Yin Chengkun would definitely resist the Bao family's acquisition of China Bus. So what do you think? First, I believe we can continue to buy some shares of China Bus from retail investors or those in circulation in the market, Wei Li said. Mr. Wei, that may not be possible. The shares of China Bus currently circulating in the market are already very limited. The combined holdings of the Bao and Yin families have already exceeded 40%, and if we include some other major shareholders, it will definitely exceed 50%. Even so, there are still some shares available, but not many can be bought from the market. Investors or retail shareholders in the market are very sensitive. As soon as there is any sign of movement, they will quickly cherish the shares they hold and are unwilling to sell, but rather wait for a higher price to sell. Chao Jiming had been responsible for quietly buying shares of China Bus, and he was quite clear about the current market situation, meaning that it would be very difficult to continue buying. Second, Mr. Huang just mentioned that he knows some other major shareholders of China Bus, and we can still purchase shares from them, which would amount to about 5 to 8 of shares together. These shareholders, besides the original Yin and Huang families, are among the other top 10 shareholders, but their shares are relatively dispersed. Moreover, some of these shareholders are quite familiar with the Yin family. These shareholders besides the original Yin and Huang families are among the other top 10 shareholders, but their shares are relatively dispersed. Moreover, some of these shareholders in this situation, Chao Zhiming speculated that they could buy at most about 2 to 4 of the shares, so, in total the Bao family would hold about 25 to 27 of China Bus shares, still falling short of the 30 threshold. Some of these shareholders might also sell their shares to the Yin family, which would increase the Yin family's holdings to around 22 to 24. Calculating it all, it might end up being similar. Chao Zhiming and the others knew that actually no matter what they did next, once they talked to those people about the Bao family's acquisition of China Bus, it would definitely spread. This was unavoidable. Chao Zhiming, Wei Li, and Huang Yaonan discussed for half an hour. They ultimately agreed that Huang Yaonan should first persuade those shareholders to sell their shares to the Bao family provided the price was not too outrageous, it could be accepted. Wei Li was then preparing to proceed with the next steps. Wei Li and Huang Yaonan left, while Chao Zhiming went to Bao Ye's office. Boss, congratulations. We have taken a very important step towards successfully acquiring China Bus. Zhiming, isn't it still too early? Not only that, but also congratulations on gaining a talented individual. Chao Zhiming was referring to Huang. Huang Yaonan was indeed a major shareholder of China Bus, and his willingness to sell all his shares to the Bao family, as well as return to manage the acquired China Bus for Bao, indicated that Huang Yaonan did not place much importance on money, but rather valued his work. This involved other factors, including his deep hatred for the Yin family. Through the information and his recent understanding of Huang Yaonan, Chao Zhiming felt that Huang Yanan's abilities were quite impressive, far surpassing those of the 3 children of the Yin family, but he had never had the opportunity to showcase them. Zhiming, you are right. Compared to acquiring China Bus, Huang Yanan's willingness to work for me is even more. Chao Zhiming returned to his office feeling pleased that now the boss had gained another talented Chinese individual. Huang Yaonan left and immediately went to meet with other shareholders. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the 4 major exchanges in Xiangjiang were still operating normally. Suddenly, the stock price of China Bus began to soar, followed by the stock price of Kowloon Bus also starting to rise. As some investors in the industry were still unaware of what was happening, news suddenly broke out. Global investment company led by Bao suddenly sought to acquire China Bus. In addition to already holding 15 of the shares of China Bus, Huang Yaonan of the Huang family suddenly betrayed the Yin family by selling all his shares of China Bus to the Bao family, meaning the Bao family now held 23.5% of China Bus shares, making them the largest shareholder. Once this news spread, it naturally caused a stir in the market. Those retail investors holding China Bus stocks all began to stop selling their shares, and as a result the stock price of China Bus began to rise. Kowloon Bus also rose in response to the news of the acquisition of China Bus. North Point, Hong Kong on Kings Road. The headquarters of the China Bus Company is located here, a company that monopolizes bus operations on Hong Kong Island. From the outside, this not very tall office building appears quite dilapidated. At the headquarters of the China Bus Company in the chairman's office, an elderly man dressed in a black suit wearing black-framed glasses with slicked-back hair appears to be in his 70s. This man sitting in the boss chair is none other than Yin Chinkuan, the renowned founder and chairman of the China Bus. At 78 years old, Yin Chinkuan has not yet retired. He still comes to work every day and sometimes works late into the night, even putting in extra hours on weekends. It can be said that in Hong Kong there are indeed quite a few wealthy Chinese who have not retired at this age, and like Yin Chinkuan, he has not yet delegated authority. Overall, he is energetic and clear-headed. Most matters concerning the bus company, big or small, require his personal oversight. He is even well aware of the routes, costs, prices, and revenues of the bus operations. In fact, he enjoys counting the coins collected by the bus company each day before depositing them in the bank. In the 1960s, his eldest daughter, Yin Jieling's second son, Yin Jieqiang, and third son, Yin Hengli, joined the management of the China Bus Company. Besides taking over management from the Huang family, it was primarily to prevent others from interfering in Yin Chinkuan's work. Even while cultivating his daughter and 2 sons, he prefers not to let them interfere in many matters. Currently, many proposals and suggestions are piled on his desk, including purchasing advanced double-decker buses from country, while replacing old buses with new ones, increasing employee salaries, and even rebuilding the headquarters of the China Bus Company. Upon reviewing these proposals and suggestions, Yin Chinkuan merely marked them with a large X and wrote no beside them. In other words, all suggestions that required expenditures were outright rejected by him. In his view, since he has already monopolized the bus routes on Hong Kong Island, why spend money on such matters? For Yin Chinkuan, his goal is to make money to pursue profit. However, besides paying taxes to the Hong Kong governor's office, there is also a 15 fixed asset value under the governor's regulations. This means that even if Yin Chinkuan wanted to raise bus prices, he would be unable to do so, as the Hong Kong governor's office has already restricted current prices and profits. Nevertheless, he is already satisfied with the current situation. At this moment, a woman in her 50s with short hair, wearing a dress and high heels, hurriedly approached the door, pushed it open, and directly walked towards her father, Yin Chinkuan. "Daddy, something has happened at the company," Yin Jieling said directly. Yin Jieling had long since married a Caucasian named Fritz. After marriage, she stayed in Hong Kong working for her father, and both she and her husband entered the management of the China Bus Company. Compared to her two younger brothers, Yin Jieling is more assertive and has accomplished much for Yin Xingquan. In general, although Yin Jieling is just the eldest daughter, Yin Xingquan does value her greatly. Jieling, you're not young anymore. Why make such a fuss? Now at 78, and with Yin Jieling also at 50, Yin Xingquan has seen all sorts of storms over the years. Daddy, this is serious. Yin Jieling said directly. Yin Xingquan finally put down his pen and looked up at his not-so-young eldest daughter. Go ahead, what is it? I just learned that the Bao family and Global Investments suddenly want to acquire the China Bus Company. It is said that the Bao family has secretly bought 15 of the shares in the China Bus Company, and the Huang family has sold all of their shares to the Bao family. Now the Bao family holds at least 23.5 of the shares, making them the largest shareholder of the China Bus Company. The Bao family and Global Investments. Could it be that young Master Bao, the father and son of the Bao family, had just returned from the National Day ceremony in Yinjing, and now they are actually moving to acquire the China Bus Company? At this moment, Yin Xingquan realized the seriousness of the situation. Yin Xingquan maintained a calm demeanor and picked up the landline phone on his desk, dialing several numbers. From the other end of the line, he indeed confirmed that the Bao family was indeed planning to invest in the acquisition of the China Bus Company. The one taking action this time was not Bao Yu himself, but Wei Li, the executive president and general manager of Hutchison Whampoa. From those friends, he learned that Huang Yaonan had cheaply sold all his shares in the China Bus Company to the Bao family, thus making the Bao family the largest shareholder of the China Bus Company. Huang Yaonan, his nominal brother-in-law, has been acting as an intermediary for the Bao family, hoping that the other shareholders of the China Bus Company would sell their shares to the Bao family. It was precisely for this reason that this news has spread. Besides that, Yin Xingquan already knew that the market was aware of the Bao family's plan to acquire the China Bus Company, causing the stock prices of the two major bus groups in Hong Kong to begin rising. This Bao family. Yin Xingquan truly did not expect the Bao family to start making moves to acquire the China Bus Company. Ultimately, he was still unclear about how wealthy the Bao family truly was. Since the end of last year, Bao Yu and the Bao family have been acquiring shares, including those of Wharf Holdings, Qingzhou, Ingmi, Hutchison, Whampoa, Hong Kong, Electric China Gas, etc. In addition, he also knew that the Bao family had donated $10 million in Yinjing. Yin Xingquan was aware that the Bao family's relationship with Huifeng Bank was not simple. If the Bao family did not have more funds on hand, then the funds for this acquisition of the China Bus Company should have come from Huifeng Bank. Faced with the giant of Huifeng Bank in Hong Kong and the relationship between the Bao family and Huifeng Bank at this moment, Yin Xingquan's expression changed completely different from his earlier calm demeanor. He appeared somewhat flustered. For so many years, besides in 1973, when the Hong Kong governor's office united with Country-Wise Overseas Transportation Company, hoping to acquire shares or take over the China Bus Company, Yin Xingquan's management of the China Bus Company had never been targeted by other capital. However, this time, with the Bao family's sudden move, they directly became the largest shareholder of the China Bus Company. This is not trivial. Notify your two younger brothers and the other executives to come to the meeting room. Yin Jieling immediately went to inform her two younger brothers and the current main executives of the China Bus Company. Yin Xingquan took a turn in his office and made a few more calls. Soon he managed to regain his usual composure. Yin Jiqiang and Yin Hengli, both in their 40s, were now working in their offices. When the eldest sister came to find them, she asked them to go to the meeting room. Subsequently, the other executives of the China Bus Company appeared in the meeting room. Inside the meeting room, some executives had already learned about the Bao family's sudden move, as well as their collaboration with Huang Yaonan to acquire the China Bus Company. Undoubtedly, this news was quite shocking. Previously, the Huang family also had many executives in the China Bus Company. Since Huang Wangkai's death since the 1960s, those executives from the Huang family have basically been excluded, either resigning or being dismissed, leaving only those who supported the Yin family. Yin Jiqiang and Yin Hengli were very unhappy with their father's marriage to a woman of a similar age, Huang Yanan's sister, Huang Yimei. They felt it was unfair to their biological mother and feared that this woman would interfere in the management of the China Bus Company, even competing for the Yin family's assets. Thus, the two sides had long-standing grievances. Huang Yimei is the nominal stepmother of the three siblings of the Yin family. Huang Yaonan is also the uncle of the three siblings, but now the Huang family has directly sold their shares to the Bao family, which undoubtedly represents the Huang family's betrayal of the Yin family. Yin Jieling is waiting for her father to arrive in the conference room. She is not particularly concerned, while the two brothers Yin Jiqiang are directly cursing Huang Yaonan and his siblings. Their curses are harsh and unpleasant, yet the other senior executives present dare not speak. They are mostly aware of the conflict between the Yin and Huang families. In this matter, it must be said that the Yin family was at fault first, and the Huang family is at fault later. They are all senior executives promoted by the Yin family, and their interests are aligned with the Yin family. At this moment, Yin Xingquan adjusted his suit and slowly walked into the conference room. As the secretary opened the door, Yin Xingquan entered and took his seat at the head of the conference table. Yin Chinkuan cleared his throat, and the conference room fell silent. He glanced at his eldest daughter, Yin Jia. Chairman, esteemed executives, it is as follows. I have just learned that the Bao family intends to acquire Zhonghua Bus. In addition to the 15 shares they already hold, they have purchased all shares from Huang Yaonan, which means that the Bao family now holds at least 23.5 of Zhonghua Bus shares, making them the largest shareholder. Furthermore, Huang Yaonan is still acting as a lobbyist for the Bao family, hoping to persuade other shareholders to sell their shares to the Bao family. Yin Jieling stated this, and the executives below listened, all feeling astonished. This means that Huang Yaonan has not only betrayed the long-standing cooperation with the Yin family, but is also working for the Bao family. Everyone, you should be well aware that you are all senior executives personally promoted by the chairman, and your interests align with those of the Yin family. If the Bao family takes control of Zhonghua Bus, and even brings Huang Yaonan back into the management, you executives could all be dismissed. This statement from Yin Jieling caused the faces of the executives present to change dramatically. Yin Chinkuan coughed again and addressed the executives. Zhonghua Bus was created by me single-handedly. Despite the Bao family's significant capital intervention in acquiring Zhonghua Bus, I will never easily relinquish control over the management of Zhonghua Bus, nor will I allow the Bao family to swallow it up. For Yin Chinkuan, Zhonghua Bus is the lifeblood of him and the Yin family. Without control over Zhonghua Bus, the Yin family would lose its core industry. It is precisely because of this that he values Zhonghua Bus so highly. Everyone, if you have any suggestions or thoughts, feel free to express them. Yin Chinkuan said. Chairman, now that the Bao family is the largest shareholder of Zhonghua Bus, they may buy more shares at a high price at any time. A senior executive, Chen Rixin, said. Currently, Chen Rixin is a deputy manager at Zhonghua Bus, holding a relatively high position. Based on the Bao family's acquisition history, it's fundamentally difficult to purchase more shares from the market, and they usually resort to high-priced buyouts. According to the current share price of Zhonghua Bus, around 11 Hong Kong dollars per share, even with the impact of the Bao family's acquisition, the stock price has soared to 20 Hong Kong dollars per share. In this situation, at most, it has only doubled. As for what price the Bao family will use for the high-priced buyout, given the Bao family's situation, if they have ample funds, even with the support of Hui Feng Bank behind them, they are unlikely to give the Yin family a chance to retaliate. At that time, if the Bao family successfully increases their shares to 49, the Yin family can either remain as the second largest shareholder or sell their shares and exit. Compared to Kowloon Cargo Hong Kong Electric Group, and even China Gas Company, Zhonghua Bus, which currently has a market value of about 400 million Hong Kong dollars, still has a long way to go. Yin Chinkuan nodded and took a deep breath. The faces of Yin Jieqiang and his siblings changed dramatically. Against the powerful Bao family, the Yin family is clearly at a disadvantage. They know that their father and the Yin family will not easily yield. If they do, it would mean that the industry the Yin family has fought for decades would fall into the hands of the Bao family. Chairman, I believe that relying solely on our Yin family's strength is still too weak. We must attract stronger capital, and it must be trustworthy capital, in order to maintain control over Zhonghua Bus. Introduced stronger capital. Not only did Yin Chinkuan nod, but Chen Rixin and other executives also agreed. The Yin family's own strength cannot compare with that of the Bao family, and most importantly, the Bao family has the backing of Hui Feng Bank. How can the Yin family compete with the Bao family? Chairman, I believe that the Bao family's sudden move to acquire Zhonghua Bus and their ongoing secret purchases of shares in Zhonghua Bus is not merely because they are interested in our ticketing profits, but rather they are eyeing the properties of Zhonghua Bus. Regarding the properties accumulated by Zhonghua Bus over the years, including parking lots and this office building, which were once undervalued but are now worth a lot. In fact, it can be said that the quality land and properties accumulated by Zhonghua Bus, if developed, could yield profits surpassing what the buses have earned over decades. Properties? Yin Chinkuan asked. Indeed, Chairman, we acquired those factories, parking lots, maintenance centers, etc. over decades, and they were located in relatively remote areas, hence not valuable. Now, decades later, coupled with the rapid recovery of the Hong Kong real estate market, the Bao family suddenly wants to acquire Zhonghua Bus, and they are targeting these accumulated quality lands. In other words, what was once cheap land has now transformed into prime land. As long as the Bao family can acquire Zhonghua Bus and develop that land, they could at least make several billion, which is far less than the cost they are paying to acquire Zhonghua Bus. Moreover, Zhonghua Bus monopolizes the bus routes on Hong Kong Island, which is also a guaranteed profit. In other words, Zhonghua Bus is clearly a golden goose that lays golden eggs, which is why the Bao family is interested. From the perspective of Chen Rixin and those executives, even if the Bao family is not interested, they will eventually attract attention from other capital in Hong Kong. Ultimately, it is because of those quality lands. Yin Chinkuan sighed. He certainly understands the value of that land. However, he has always been reluctant to develop it, which has made him increasingly conservative. Ironically, the Bao family's target is precisely those lands, so Yin Chinkuan and the Yin siblings are fully aware that they must not let the Bao family gain control over Zhonghua Bus. Otherwise, they would suffer significant losses. What else? Yin Chinkuan asked. Chairman, I believe we need to hold a press conference immediately to expose that the Bao family is targeting the lands and properties of our Yin family's Zhonghua bus. We should rally other shareholders to unite against the Bao family's acquisition of Zhonghua bus. Yin Jiqiang stated. Chairman, I think we need to collaborate with a specialized financial company to reassess the value of the properties owned by Zhonghua bus. This way the shareholders will understand that the current market value and stock price of Zhonghua bus are very low. Once we reassess the value of Zhonghua bus properties, the overall value will increase, and so will the stock price. Even if the Bao family wants to buy Zhonghua bus at a high price, they will have to reconsider the funding for the acquisition. Yin Jiling added. One must say that Yin Jiling's point is quite valid. Previously, the market value of Zhonghua bus fluctuated around 400 million Hong Kong dollars, ranking over 20 among the listed companies in Hong Kong, and even lower than Kowloon bus by 100 million Hong Kong dollars. They found this abnormal. In the past, when no capital was eyeing Zhonghua bus, they naturally didn't think much of it. At North Point, Hong Kong, on the Emperor Road, headquarters of the China Bus Company, Yin Xingkuan had just finished a meeting and immediately arranged for Yin Jiqiang to find a suitable third-party financial company to evaluate the properties owned by China Bus. Yin Jiling then notified the mainstream media in Hong Kong to attend the press conference at 4:30 in the afternoon. At this moment, Yin Xingkuan stood by the window, gazing into the distance. There are many headquarters of Chinese-funded companies in North Point, Hong Kong. This includes Li Jiqing's Changjiang Center, the formerly family-controlled China Gas, as well as Jin Yong's Ming Pao headquarters and Lin Shamus Xian Bao headquarters, among others. When Yin Xingkuan saw the headquarters office building of China Gas not far away, he knew that not long ago the Bao family had already swallowed up this public utility-listed company, which was regarded as one of the most promising. He never expected that now his own China Bus had also caught the attention of the Bao family. A hint of a different light flickered in Yin Xingkuan's murky gaze. No matter what, China Bus belonged to the Yin family, and he absolutely could not let it fall into the hands of the Bao family or other capital. He recalled the year 1973, when he was not afraid of the Hong Kong governor's office or the Y Capital United Overseas Transport Company. How could he be afraid of the Bao father and son now? Especially that Bao Yu in his eyes was just a young lad, not yet 20. Without his father, the Bao shipping king, supporting him, what was the other party worth? Not long after the office door opened and Yin Jiling entered saying, "Dad, I've already notified the reporters from the mainstream media in Hong Kong." "Good," Yin Xingkuan replied. As Yin Jiling was about to leave, Yin Xingkuan said, "Go and call Chen Rixin in." Chen Rixin had just performed exceptionally well in the executive meeting, offering many good suggestions. He still wanted to ask him more questions. Yin Jiling went to call Chen Rixin. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The 4 major exchanges in Hong Kong concluded today's stock market trading. In the afternoon, the news of the Bao family's intention to acquire China Bus affected its market value and stock price, which began to soar, with the stock price exceeding 20 Hong Kong dollars per share, an increase of 9 Hong Kong dollars compared to before, and a market value of 7.4 billion Hong Kong dollars. In addition, Kowloon Bus was also affected by the news of China Bus, with its stock price rising to varying degrees. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, reporters from the mainstream media in Hong Kong received a call from the Public Relations Department of China Bus reacting to the news about the Bao family's rumored acquisition of China Bus. Because of this, by 4 o'clock, reporters from various major media outlets in Hong Kong had flocked to the headquarters of China Bus. When they arrived in the conference room, they mostly drank tea while getting to know each other. The news of the Bao family's acquisition of China Bus was still very sudden. Moreover, a few days ago, the Bao father and son returned to Hong Kong from Yinjing, taking the water route from Kaide International Airport, causing many reporters to wait there for a long time without being able to interview them, which left some reporters dissatisfied with the Bao family. Now their greatest interest lies in financial publications like Xian Bao. After all, whenever the Bao family acquires other companies, it is usually the publications with the highest sales and attention. They knew that as long as it involved an acquisition, there would be a stormy situation in the capital market of Hong Kong. Especially according to their understanding of Yin Xingkuan, the major shareholder and founder of China Bus, this seemingly stingy old man would never easily relinquish control of China Bus unless he were dead. At 4:30 in the afternoon, conference room of the China Bus headquarters. In the conference room, besides the Oriental Daily Sing Tao Daily Ming Pao Chung Pao South China Morning Post and Hong Kong Commercial Daily, there were also reporters from Hong Kong Radio, Hong Kong Commercial Radio, and TVB, from Hong Kong Television, as well as reporters from the Bao family's Universal Television. In total, nearly 100 people had gathered here. Yin Xingkuan, dressed in a suit and looking very serious, walked into the conference room with the support of his eldest daughter, Yin Jialing. Additionally, executives like Yin Henry and Chen Rixin were also present in the conference room. After Yin Xingkuan sat down, the person responsible for this press conference was none other than Chen Rixin. "Hello, dear reporters. I am Chen Rixin, the Deputy Manager of the Comprehensive Management Department of China Bus, and I will be hosting this press conference." Many people did not recognize Chen Rixin. With him hosting, it indicated that he had the support of the Yin family. It is like this in the afternoon the investment community in Hong Kong suddenly spread the news that the Bao family's Universal Investment Company is acquiring China Bus. Here I can say for sure that this is true. As soon as those reporters heard this, they were immediately astonished, not expecting this to indeed be true news. Also regarding how much of China Bus shares the Bao family specifically bought, we do not know yet. I can tell you here that China Bus was founded by our chairman Mr. Yin Chinkuan, and he will absolutely not let it fall into the hands of others. However, many reporters present were skeptical of Chun Rixin's words. A reporter from Xin Bao said, Mr. Chen, according to reliable information I've received, the Bao family has already purchased 15 of China Bus shares, and the original second-largest shareholder, Mr. Huang Yaonan, the son of another founder, Huang Wangsai, has sold all his shares to the Bao family. Calculating it out, the Bao family now holds about 23.5% of the shares. This means that the Bao family should now be the largest shareholder of China Bus. What this Xin Bao reporter said not only made Yin Chinkun's expression darken, but also astonished the other. Dear reporters, Mr. Huang Wangkai is indeed one of the founders of China Bus, and his daughter Huang Yimei is the wife of our chairman Mr. Yin. Huang Yaonan is Mr. Yan's brother-in-law, so it is reasonable to say that the Yin and Huang families are related by marriage and have a good relationship. Now Mr. Huang Yanan's actions are simply because the Bao family offered a higher price to buy, Chen Rixin explained. However, those reporters did not think so. They had long heard that the relationship and conflict between the Yin and Huang families had grown deeper, which is why the Huang family had been selling their shares in China Bus. Such matters were of great interest to these reporters. Many reporters began to ask questions. Before the press conference had ended, Yin Chinkuan said directly, I founded China Bus. If the Bao family or other capital want to snatch it from me, they have to step over my dead body. This statement from Yin Chinkuan indicated that the Yin family would do everything possible to maintain control of China Bus. With Yin Jieling supporting him, he left his back appearing somewhat pitiful. Many reporters knew that under the management of the Yin family, China Bus had long been very conservative. The relationship and conflict between the Yin family and the Huang family were definitely not that simple, otherwise Huang Yaonan would not have needed to help the Bao family acquire China Bus. For those reporters, they were all very excited because they knew that they finally had some excellent reporting material to write about. Whether it is the acquisition battle between the Bao family and the Yin family over China Bus, or the conflict between the Yin family and the Huang family, these are what the citizens of Hong Kong are most interested in. The newspapers in Hong Kong usually publish both morning and evening editions. Now, after the press conference held by the headquarters of the China Bus Company, it is already 5 p.m., and it is too late for the evening edition. Chen Rixin announced the end of the press conference, and many journalists immediately rushed back to write their article. In contrast, TVB and the global television network in Hong Kong can broadcast this news during the evening news or at the top of the hour, and the two radio stations can interrupt their broadcasts at any time to share this news. On the other hand, many journalists speculated that the Bao family would also hold a press conference in response to the one called by the Yin family and the executives of the China Bus Company. At the Global Investment Center, it is now 5 p.m. Bao Yu is preparing to leave work when Chao Zhiming from the next office comes over. Boss, this afternoon around 3 p.m., the China Bus Company suddenly announced a press conference at 4:30 p.m. According to feedback from my journalist friends, the Yin family, especially Yin Chinkuan, reacted very strongly to the Bao family's acquisition of the China Bus Company. Yin Chinkun's strong reaction. That makes sense. It is quite normal. Based on Bao Yu's understanding from his past life about Yin Chinkuan and the defense of the China Bus Company, Yin Chinkuan would not easily relinquish control of the China Bus. The Bao Yu he is now encountering is not the Balabao company of the Luo family. Zhiming, the Yin family's reaction is very normal. I believe our acquisition battle with the Yin family is just beginning tonight. Should we make a corresponding counterattack? Chao Zhiming asked. Zhiming, let's leave this matter to Wei Li and Huang Yan. Bao Yu left work. Chao Zhiming was still looking out of his office window. Although it would be challenging for the Bao family to acquire the China Bus Company, it seemed not as difficult as he had imagined. For Yin Chinkuan, who is now aging, he is no longer the Sir Yin of the 1950s. At 6 p.m., Chao Zhiming is waiting for Wei Li and Huang Yaonan to arrive. Huang Yaonan had already personally attempted to persuade other shareholders to sell their shares of the China Bus Company to the Bao family earlier in the morning. In fact, he did manage to convince some shareholders. From those shareholders, he secured about 4 of the shares. This means that according to the total shares currently held by the Bao family, they now own 27. 4 of the shares, still making them the largest shareholder. The remaining major shareholder, Huang Zhiguang, along with a few others sharing the same surname, holds about 4 of the shares and is still hesitating, neither agreeing nor refusing. In Chao Zhiming's office, Huang Yaonan talked about the situation of those shareholders. Mr. Huang, that Huang Zhiguang does not seem willing to sell his shares to the Bao family. Basically, anyone who hesitates will not sell. It should be. From what I know, Huang Zhiguang should not sell his shares to the Yin family, nor to the Bao family. He likely hopes to continue holding onto his shares. His hesitation suggests he may lean towards the Yin family. This means that in this situation, the combined shares of the Yin family and Huang Zhiguang already exceed 24. Although it is still less than the Bao family's, the Yin family's advantage remains significant. Huang Yaonan believes the Yin family has a significant advantage as Yin Xinquan is indeed one of the founders of the China Bus Company. Currently, the executives of the China Bus Company are all Yin Xinquan's people, and the other ordinary shareholders may also support the founder Yin Xinquan. Mr. Mr. Huang, the Yin family has already held a press conference to counter the Bao family's acquisition of the China Bus Company. Should we also hold a press conference to counter their actions? Yes, of course. Huang Yaonan has already heard that the Yin family publicly denounced them as traitors during the press conference. In any case, he must clarify to the outside world that it was the Yin family that first deceived and betrayed the Huang family. Then we will hold a press conference at 1130 p.m. Chao Zhiming instructed someone to notify the reporters. As for why it is at 1130 p.m., it is to deny the Yin family any opportunity tonight. If they wish to counter, they can only wait until tomorrow. At the Deepwater Bay Mid-Levels Villa, the Bao family. Bao returns home from work. When he gets out of the car, he sees Daisy waiting for him. Bao enters the living room and finds his grandfather and parents waiting for him. Although the news of the Yin family suddenly holding a press conference at 4:30 p.m. has not yet reached the newspapers, rumors about the Bao family acquiring the China Bus Company have already spread in Hong Kong. This news has appeared on the front pages of major news media. Grandfather Bao Xiaolong and his parents are looking at the evening newspaper once again, noticing that Bao Yu has made it to the front page. "My precious grandson, you are in the newspaper again," Bao Xiaolong said with a smile. Bao Yu sat down next to his grandfather and picked up the newspaper to see that it indeed contained this news. "Grandfather, Dad, Mom, it's still early to talk about swallowing the China Bus Company. Clearly the acquisition war regarding the Bao family's takeover of the China Bus Company has just begun. Bob, that Yin Xinquan is not so simple. You need to be careful," Bao Yugong said. "Dad, Hong Kong is no longer their domain." Past 11 p.m. The Global Investment Center is brightly lit. There is still some time before the Bao family's press conference at 1130 p.m. Now reporters from various mainstream media, newspapers, television stations, and radio stations in Hong Kong are arriving one after another. Basically, every time the Bao family holds a late-night press conference, it is for important news. When those reporters arrive in the conference room, aside from drinking tea and waiting for the press conference, they are also whispering to each other to learn about the news they are aware of. In Chao Ziming's conference room, besides Chao Zhiming, there are Wei Li, Huang Yaonan, Zhao Xiuzhen, and several representatives from Global Investment Company. Molly C. and Nancy have already gone home after work and did not participate in this press conference. Chao Zhiming will not appear at the press conference, so Wei Li will host it. At 1130 p.m. Wei Li, dressed in a suit along with Huang Yaonan and Zhao Xiuzhen in skirts, appeared in the conference room. The reporters immediately began taking photos of Wei Li and the others. "Good evening, dear reporters. I will be hosting this press conference. I believe you all know my identity well, and this is Mr. Huang Yaonan, the eldest son of the late Huang Wangcai, the founder of the China Bus Company." The reporters were surprised to see Huang Yaonan and believed that he should have joined the Global Investment Company. Dear reporters, the press conference officially begins tonight. First, regarding the widespread rumors this afternoon about the Bao family acquiring the China Bus Company, this is indeed true. The Bao family had previously acquired 15 of the shares, and today Mr. Huang Yaonan sold all 5 of the Huang family's shares to the Bao family. This means the Bao family now holds 23.5 of the shares. Additionally, several other shareholders of the China Bus Company have collectively sold about 4 of their shares to the Bao family, meaning the Bao family now holds 27.5 of the shares. Surprise. The reporters around were truly shocked. They did not expect that the Bao family would hold 27.5 of the shares in such a short time, far beyond their imagination. The news about the Bao family's holding of these China Bus shares is absolutely true. Here I represent the Bao family and Global Investment Company to propose certain requests to safeguard the legitimate interests of the Bao family and Global Investment Company in the China Bus Company. First, the Bao family is now the publicly recognized largest shareholder of the China Bus Company and the chairman of the China Bus Company. Mr. Yin Xinquan should immediately relinquish his position as chairman. Second, since the Bao family and Global Investment Company hold shares in the China Bus Company, the company should add 4 director seats for representatives of Global Investment Company. These 4 directors include Chairman Bao Yu, myself, Wei Li, Mr. Huang Yaonan, and Miss Zhao Xiuzhen. This means the Bao family is now proposing to add 4 new directors to the China Bus. The reporters present were somewhat surprised. They knew that since the Bao family shares had reached 27.5, they should indeed add at least 4 new director seats in the China Bus Company. Third, to safeguard the interests of the Bao family and Global Investment Company in the China Bus Company, we do not rule out the possibility of further purchasing more shares of the China Bus. Of course, if the Yin family is willing to relinquish the position of chairman and management rights, the Bao family and the Yin family can discuss and manage the China Bus together. Wei Li's statement was clearly directed at the Yin family and other shareholders of the China Bus Company. If the Yin family is willing to cooperate with the Bao family and voluntarily relinquish the chairman's position, or even the management rights and controlling interests, then the Bao family can cooperate with the Yin family, thus minimizing the cost of controlling the China bus. However, most reporters know that the Yin family will definitely not easily give up the chairman's position, controlling interests and management rights of the China bus. In fact, this also involves the interests of ordinary shareholders and retail investors. If the Bao family and the Yin family cooperate, there will be no room for speculation regarding the China bus, and the stock price will either drop or return to normal. If the Yin family is unwilling to cooperate with the Bao family, the stock price of the China bus will continue to rise, but to what extent those retail investors do not know. Kowloon, Hong Kong. This is the residence of the Yin family in Hong Kong. Since 1930, the Yin Chinquan family has lived here. The original construction appeared very Western, but after decades of exposure to the elements, the exterior of this Yin family mansion now looks dilapidated. Now the Yin Chinquan family returns here after work, not because Yin Chinquan lacks the funds to renovate or rebuild this residence, but because of his penny-pinching nature, he refuses to renovate, believing it to be a waste of money. His eldest daughter, Yin Jieling's son, Yin Jieqiang, and son, Yin Hengli, each have their own mansions elsewhere, yet their father continues to live here, and they can only return after work. Early in the morning, Yin Chinquan still habitually rises early. The afternoon prior, he learned that the Bao family intended to forcefully acquire Zhonghua Bus. Despite holding a press conference in the afternoon to counter this, he still had a restless night. Before this, when Li Jiaqing had not yet risen to power, he was already considered a patriarch of the Chaozhou business clan, naturally being hailed as the godfather of the Chaozhou merchants. He had always been a proud man, yet he never anticipated that the Zhonghua Bus for which he had worked a lifetime would now be targeted by the Bao family at his age. His sleepless night was due to genuine fear. If other capitalists did not faze him, the Bao family was indeed formidable. Wasn't he no match for them? Could he really lose it all? Yin Chinquan knew that Zhonghua Bus was indeed his lifeline, but without it, what meaning did his life hold? Yin Chinquan quickly tidied himself up, donning the old black suit he had worn for a long time, and stepped out of it. His wife Huang Yimei had not lived here for a long time, and their 3 children did not wish for her return. However, at this age, Yin Chinquan was no longer interested in such matters. Dad, something happened. As soon as he emerged, his eldest daughter, Yin Jieling, rushed over to say, "What could possibly happen so early?" Yin Chinquan found such talk inauspicious. He sat down in the living room, putting on his reading glasses as his daughter handed him a newspaper. It was the press conference held last night, led by Wei Li and Huang Yaonan. The content of this press conference was now very clear. Firstly, the Bao family and Global Investment Company now held 27.5% of the shares, making them the largest shareholder of Zhonghua Bus, demanding that Yin Chinquan immediately relinquish the position of chairman. Secondly, the Bao family demanded an immediate increase of 4 board seats for Zhonghua Bus. Thirdly, the Bao family believed the Yin family should voluntarily cede management and controlling rights. Any of these demands caused Yin Chinquan's face to darken. Just yesterday afternoon, they had only learned that the Bao family initially bought 15 of the shares, and later, Huang Yaonan sold 8.5 to them. Unexpectedly, during the late-night press conference, Huang Yaonan had purchased around 4 more shares for the Bao family. The Bao family's speed was astonishing. In less than a day, their acquired shares of Zhonghua Bus had neared 30. Currently, the Yin family still held only around 20 of the shares. Yin Chinquan suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. As he desperately tried to cough, he finally spat out the old phlegm, feeling much better afterward. Dad, the Bao family and the Huang family are truly bullying us, especially that Huang Yaonan. I've long said that those 2 siblings are no good. Yin Jieling said from the side. Yin Chinquan glanced at her. He understood that capital was bloody and cruel, and cursing anyone now would be futile. Call your 2 younger brothers. Yin Jieqiang and Yin Hengli had already gotten up. The 2 brothers came after being summoned by their elder sister. Jieqiang informed the consultants from Baoyuan Investment Company to come over. Yes, Dad. Yesterday afternoon, the Yin family had realized that to counter the Bao family's attack on Zhonghua Bus, they needed to hire a professional third-party financial firm. There are many financial firms in Hong Kong. Those worth the Yin family's trust and cooperation are of course the ones they have worked with multiple times before. It was clear that Baoyuan Investment Company had previously partnered with the Yin family. Last night, the Yin family discussed with Baoyuan Investment Company for a long time, including the current shares held by the Yin family and the fact that they were outmatched by the Bao family. In terms of other shareholders like Huang Qiguang and other joint shareholders, they held around 4 of the shares, which, even if the Yin family could not acquire the shares of Zhonghua Bus from Huang Qiguang and others, as long as they could bring them in for cooperation, the Yin family's advantage would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, this would not require the Yin family to invest more funds. Clearly, in terms of capital, the Yin family was at a disadvantage and could not compare with the Bao family. Additionally, the most important aspect was the property valuation related to Zhonghua Bus. With a new assessment of Zhonghua Bus assets, their value would increase, making it less likely for other shareholders or ordinary investors to easily hand over their stocks to the Bao family. Furthermore, the Yin family was currently weak and needed to quickly find suitable partners who could provide capital support. In fact, Yin Qingquan already had his own ideas about this. He could introduce new capital to support the Yin family, but this capital must be trustworthy, otherwise if new capital was introduced and ended up targeting Zhonghua Bus, it would only create trouble for him. Ideally, he would prefer to rely on his fellow townsmen from Chaozhou. In Hong Kong, there are still quite a few wealthy Chaozhou compatriots, such as the Liao family of Liao Chuanxin Bank and the Li Jiaqing family that rose since the 1970s. However, he did not trust those compatriots. He instead had more faith in other partners. Dad, have you confirmed the capital we are bringing in? His eldest daughter, Yin Jieling, asked again. Jieling, bringing in capital is a double-edged sword. Unless absolutely necessary, we should first see if the financial company can succeed in driving the Bao family out. If it doesn't work, we can consider this step later. An hour later, the consultant representative from Baoyuan Financial Company arrived by car. The Yin family and the consultant representative from Baoyuan Financial Company held a confidential discussion in Yin Qingquan's study for an hour. After the confidential meeting, Yin Zhiqiang immediately returned to the Zhonghua Bus headquarters conference room in North Point, Hong Kong, to hold another press conference. During the press conference, the Yin family announced the decisions of the Zhonghua Bus board. Firstly, to protect the interests of major shareholders of Zhonghua Bus, it was suggested that trading on the 4 major exchanges be suspended starting today. Secondly, regarding the requirements raised in the press conference by the Bao family and their global investment company, the Zhonghua Bus board disagreed with the Bao family's proposal to have Mr. Bao serve as the new chairman of Zhonghua Bus. However, considering that the Bao family and global investment company together hold 27.5% of Zhonghua Bus, the board agreed to appoint 4 representatives from the Bao family as new directors of Zhonghua Bus. Thirdly, to safeguard the interests of the Yin family and Zhonghua Bus shareholders, the Zhonghua Bus board officially appointed Baoyuan Investment Company as the financial advisor for Zhonghua Bus. Baoyuan Investment Company will evaluate the properties currently held by Zhonghua Bus and assess its market value. Fourthly, Yin Zhiqiang, representing the Yin family, and the board reminded Zhonghua Bus shareholders and other investors not to sell their Zhonghua Bus stocks lightly, as the true value of Zhonghua Bus far exceeds its current market value. On October 10, 1978, Tuesday, early in the morning, Li Jiaqing, dressed in a set of golf attire, returned from playing golf alone at the nearby Deepwater Bay golf course. Last night, the Li couple learned that Baoyu suddenly intended to acquire China Bus. Judging by the shares of China Bus that Baoyu had purchased in advance, it appeared that he had been planning this for quite some time. Speaking of which, within the Chaozhou business circle, both Liao Baoshan of the Liao Chuanxin family and Yin Qingquan of China Bus were once the elite figures in the Chaoson business world, whom Li Jiaqing greatly admired. However, during the years when Li Jiaqing was rising, the Yin family was declining. As for Liao Baoshan, he had already passed away from a cerebral hemorrhage in the early 1960s during the first banking crisis faced by Huazi Bank. According to plan, Li Jiaqing returned from Yinjing, preparing to visit his hometown and see the situation there. Now he understood that the focus remained in Xiangjiang, but he also knew that the situation there had already opened up. Sir, it seems that the Bao family is starting to close in on the Yin family. Li Jiaqing changed out of his golf attire and back into his usual suit. Currently, the morning newspapers are reporting on the press conference held late last night by Wei Li Huang Yaonan. From the newspapers, it appears that the Bao family's holdings in China Bus have exceeded 27.5%, nearing the 30 threshold, especially with the original second largest shareholder of China Bus siding with the Bao family. Li Jiaqing felt that the Bao family's acquisition of China Bus was already a significant victory. Madam, it seems that the Yin family is about to lose. Li Jiaqing did not need to look further. Once he envied and admired the elder generation of Chaozhou business tycoons, but since the 1960s, their conservative management and exclusion of the original major shareholder, the Huang family, made it clear to Li Jiaqing that Yin Qingquan would surely decline. This time, even if it weren't the Bao family's acquisition of China Bus, other capital would likely seize the opportunity to acquire it. Thinking about how the Bao family was about to swallow another listed company, Li Jiaqing felt quite displeased. Sir, it seems that the Yin family is going to bring in other third-party capital to jointly resist the Bao family's acquisition. Madam, the Yin family is already behind on this. The Bao family will not give them more time. Shouldn't we wait and see? If the Yin family approaches us, we could also assist. Li Jiaqing shook his head. It's impossible. We are not familiar with the Yin family, and they would never approach us. Our priority now is to return home and take a look. In Li Jiaqing's view, this acquisition of China Bus by the Bao family was destined to have nothing to do with him, so why waste time on it? Global Investment Building, 21st floor office. At 9 in the morning, Bao Yu gazed out the window, while Chao Zhiming came over to inform him of the press conference recently held by Yin Zhiqiang at the headquarters of China Bus. In fact, this was to respond to and counter the press conference held late last night by Wei Li and Huang Yaonan. Boss, the Yin family requested China Bus to suspend trading on behalf of the China board. Today, China Bus should not be trading in the stock market. As for their hiring of Baoyuan Financial Company and reassessing the property value held by China Bus, all of this was expected by us. Chao Jiming said from the side. Jiming, what do you think is the reason behind the Yin family's actions? Boss, the Yin family is actually stalling for time and should be looking for suitable capital to enter China Bus. According to my guess, the Yin family aims to collaborate with a third-party real estate company to develop the properties they hold. It is indeed like that, but it's already too late. At 9:30 in the morning, the Xinjiang Securities Regulatory Office agreed to the China Board's request to suspend trading. China Bus suspends trading starting today. The specific time for resuming trading will depend on the clarity of the control of China Bus between the Bao family and the Yin family. At 10 in the morning, Wei Li and Huang Yaonan arrived at the Global Investment Building. After meeting with their boss Bao Yu and Xiao Jiming, Wei Li, Huang Yaonan, Nanxi, and Zhao Xiuzhen immediately took a car to the headquarters of China Bus located at the north point of Xinjiang. At the China Bus headquarters, many reporters were already waiting outside. Upon seeing Wei Li and others appear, those reporters immediately realized that there was important news to cover. However, Wei Li and the others did not accept any interviews. As soon as they appeared at the front desk of China Bus, the receptionist noticed them. The receptionist hurriedly called to notify Yin Jieling. Yin Jieling rushed down from upstairs, and upon seeing Wei Li, she was somewhat surprised, not expecting him to show up. The four individuals here are all representatives of the Bao family and Global Investment Company on the board of China. Among them, Wei Li and Huang Yaonan were responsible for the acquisition of China Bus, while Nanxi was the finance manager of Global Investment Company, and Zhao Xiuzhen was Bao Ye's secretary. Even though Bao Yu did not come in person, upon seeing these individuals from the Bao family, Yin Jieling felt afraid. She was genuinely scared. How could she possibly compete with a professional manager like Wei Li? Yin Jieling said nothing and hurriedly went to find her father, Yin Qingquan. As soon as Wei Li arrived at the headquarters of China Bus, he noticed the dilapidated walls outside and the many walls inside that were covered in dust and peeling. It was hard to believe that this was the headquarters of China Bus, which monopolized all the routes on Hong Kong Island. One must say Yin Qingquan was not only conservative in management, but also too stingy. Logically speaking, the headquarters of a company should represent a large company's facade, but such a headquarters would give people the impression that it was on the verge of bankruptcy. Wei Li, Nanxi, and Zhao Xiuzhen were all surprised. Huang Yaonan had noticed this long ago and was no longer surprised. As they climbed the stairs, Huang Yaonan directly led Wei Li and the others to the conference room. Daddy, Mr. Wei Li and his team suddenly came to our company. Mr. Wei Li and his team, where are they? Yin Qingquan asked. I don't know. Upon hearing that Wei Li had arrived, it indicated that the other party was indeed coming for the Yin family. Yin Qingquan did not yet need to use a cane to walk, but his back was already somewhat bent, and at times he required support. Yin Qingquan and Yin Jieling went out, and someone had already come over to say, Chairman, Vice Chairman, that Mr. Huang has taken them to the conference room. Conference room. Yin Qingquan walked towards the conference room. Indeed, in the conference room, he not only saw the familiar Huang Yaonan, but also Mr. Wei Li, Miss Nanxi, and Miss Zhao Xiuzhen. However, he did not see Bao Xiao's figure. As for Mr. Wei Li, who was hailed as the doctor of Hong Kong companies and one of the most famous professional managers in Xinjiang, Yin Qingquan had long heard of him and knew that he was a formidable white man. Mr. Wei Li, what brings you here? Mr. Yin, I am here on behalf of the Bao family and Global Investment Company to discuss with your Yin family. Discussing on behalf of the Bao family and Global Investment Company. Yin Qingquan's expression changed, and he directly said, if the Bao family wants to swallow China Bus, then there is nothing to discuss. I still stand by my words that if anyone wants to snatch China Bus away, they would have to step over my dead body. Wei Li said calmly, Mr. Yin, if we the Bao family negotiate well with you, then you will still be a shareholder of China Bus, which means both sides won't have to pay too high a price. However, if you are unwilling, you will end up in a situation similar to the Li family. What you said refers to the Bao family's earlier acquisition of China Gas, whose headquarters is also in North Point, and from here it can still be seen. Yin Qingquan was so angry that he couldn't find the words to say as he pointed at Wei Li. Once Yin Qingquan calmed down, he looked at Huang Yaonan and said, your father and I are brothers and lifelong friends. We founded China Bus together. Your sister is also my wife. Oh, we are relatives, we are family. Yet now you bring outsiders to snatch our Yin family's company. Are you still human? This statement from Yin Qingquan instead angered Huang Yaonan. During the press conference last night, I considered that this was a past disgrace of the Huang family and refrained from mentioning it. I never expected that you, the Yin family, would blame the Huang family for what you have done over the years. Yin Qingquan, you will surely regret this. Both Wei Li and Huang Yaonan knew that the Yin family was beyond saving now. Thus they aimed to strike at the Yin family from all sides, leaving them no chance of recovery. Yin Qingquan's expression darkened with anger. Wei Li directly stated, Chairman Yin, I now represent my boss Bao Xiao, and as the largest shareholder of China Bus request an immediate convening of an extraordinary board meeting. In other words, since the Bao family is currently the largest shareholder of China Bus, they can directly propose to convene an extraordinary board meeting. Yin Qingquan and his daughter suddenly heard that Wei Li representing the Bao family requested an emergency board meeting for Zhonghua Bus, and their expressions turned ashen. At this moment they realized they could not stop it. The meeting room was occupied by 4 directors from the Bao family, and the Yin family also had 4 directors at Zhonghua Bus in addition to Huang Zhiguang, who was also a director. In other words, there were now 9 directors for Zhonghua Bus. Previously, the Huang family had only Huang Yaonan as their sole director. Under such circumstances, how could they compare to the Yin family's influence in the boardroom? The Yin family was likely to drive the Huang family out. Half an hour later, Huang Zhiguang hurriedly arrived in a suit. Huang Zhiguang owned about 4 of Zhonghua Bus shares, and his friends combined added another 4, totaling 8 shares. Based on current evaluations, Huang Zhiguang and his friends had become the 3rd largest shareholder of Zhonghua Bus. Regarding Huang Zhiguang, yesterday Huang Yaonan had already met with the Bao family on his behalf hoping for cooperation, but Huang Zhiguang appeared hesitant, neither agreeing nor refusing. This attitude led Huang Yaonan to suspect that Huang Zhiguang might side with the Yin family. If that were the case, then the Bao family would now hold 27.5 of the shares. The Yin family, along with Huang Zhiguang and his partners, would have 28 of the shares. This means the Yin family and Huang Zhiguang's group had slightly more shares than the Bao family. Upon Huang Zhiguang's arrival, Yin Qingquan and his daughter greeted him warmly. Huang Zhiguang's expression remained unchanged, but he knew he could not provoke Wei Li or the Bao family, so he directly stated, Mr. Yin, Wei, the shares that my friends and I hold in Zhonghua Bus will not be sold. Therefore, regardless of who controls Zhonghua Bus this time, we will not be involved. In other words, Huang Zhiguang would not participate whether it was the Bao family or the Yin family. Of course, this non-participation was still advantageous for the Bao family. For the Yin family, it meant a loss of about 8 in support. All the directors for Zhonghua Bus had arrived, including from the Bao family Wei, Li Huang Yaonan Nancy, and Zhao Xiuzhen, while from the Yin family, Yin Qingquan, Yin Jieling, Yin Jieqiang, and Yin Hengli. Additionally, the representative of the 3rd largest shareholder, Huang Zhiguang, who had stated non-participation, was also present. The Bao and Yin families sat on either side, while Huang Zhiguang positioned himself at the opposite end. Given that the Bao family currently holds 27.5 of Zhonghua Bus shares, making them the largest shareholder, I request the board to agree to appoint Mr. Bao Yu as the new chairman of Zhonghua Bus. In fact, this proposal had already been made by the Bao family at the press conference last night. However, this morning, Yin Jieqiang directly denied it on behalf of the Zhonghua Bus board. Now the Bao family was raising it again. The Yin family immediately rejected it. This is absolutely impossible. The other shareholders of Zhonghua Bus still support me to continue as chairman. Mr. Yin Qingquan stated directly. Now the Bao family had 4 votes, the Yin family also had 4 votes, and the crucial vote from Huang Zhiguang was neither in favor nor against. Wei Li suspected as much. Next came the actual content of this emergency board meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhonghua Bus was jointly founded by Mr. Yin Qingquan and Mr. Huang Wangcai, Huang Yanan's father. This means that this company is not solely owned by the Yin family. However, over the years the Yin family has consistently claimed this is their property, which is clearly unreasonable. Yin Qingquan remained silent. Huang Yaonan then spoke. This company was indeed established as a joint venture between my father and Yin Qingquan. Initially, both held equal shares, each at 50. In the early 1960s, when Zhonghua Bus went public, both families had equal shares. However, after my father passed away due to illness, my sister and I inherited his shares in Zhonghua Bus, while the Yin family has persistently excluded the Huang family, not only driving away all of my father's executives, but even pushing me away. Moreover, to gain control of Zhonghua Bus, Yin Qingquan deceived my father while he was still alive, manipulating my sister's emotions to marry into the Yin family purely to acquire the shares held by my sister. From the beginning, it was a deception against my father and sister's feelings, ruining my sister's life by marrying a man in his 30s or 40s. Huang Yaonan grew more agitated as he spoke. Yin Qingquan and his 3 children angrily pointed at Huang Yaonan. If any of my previous statements are false, may I be struck by lightning. Huang Yanan's words made Yin Qingquan want to say something, but he was so enraged that he could not. Huang Yaonan wished to continue speaking. Wei Li waved his hand, forcing Huang Yaonan to sit down. Wei Li said, from a legal standpoint and all other aspects, this company does not belong to the Yin family's family business, so Mr. Yin, you must consider this matter carefully. Additionally, under Mr. Yin Qingquan's management, Zhonghua Bus has, in our view, become conservative. Since Mr. Huang Wangcai's passing in the 1960s, the management and control of Zhonghua Bus have entirely fallen into the Yin family's hands, monopolizing the company's power. The Yin family has become increasingly conservative regarding Zhonghua Bus. Aside from bringing in their 3 children to manage the company, they have excluded major shareholder Huang Yaonan, forcing all executives from the Huang family to resign or transition to other industries or companies, which led to Huang Yaonan gradually selling off the Huang family shares in Zhonghua Bus. You are attacking my character, Yin Qingquan retorted. Mr. Yin, this is the result and conclusion derived from our prolonged investigation, and of course you can deny it. Originally since the 1960s, a Zhonghua bus should have continued to expand its operational scale. However, the Yin family believes that what the citizens of Xinjiang need is low-cost bus services, insisting on maintaining a low-cost experience and rejecting the modernization of Zhonghua bus. This has led to Zhonghua bus showing signs of aging and decay, with the headquarters building over 40 years old being dilapidated and unrenovated for a long time. The vehicles are outdated, the service frequency is insufficient, and employee morale is low, causing worsening complaints from passengers. Clearly everything Wei Li said was factual, and the Yin family looked uncomfortable pointing at Wei Li, but I represent the Bao family on the board and believe that first, the Yin family has persistently excluded the Huang family, claiming Zhonghua bus is their family business. In reality, Zhonghua bus cannot solely belong to the Yin family, especially with the Huang family as a major shareholder alongside it as a publicly listed company. Ultimately, it is the Yin family's refusal to transform this company into a modern bus group and their unwillingness to introduce professional managers to run the company. I suspect the Yin family has privately taken a significant amount of profits that belong to the listed company over the years, and I believe it is necessary to have the Xinjiang governor's office dispatch a third-party financial firm to investigate whether the Yin family has misappropriated the company's funds. Yin Qingquan pointed at Wei Li. Ignoring the visibly upset Yin Qingquan, Wei Li continued, second, since Zhonghua bus is a publicly listed company, whoever holds more shares should control the company rather than assuming oneself as the chairman, which violates the regulations set by Xinjiang's public company law. Third, based on my observations, Zhonghua bus primarily serves the citizens of Xinjiang, yet the headquarters, which should present the company's image, is in a state of disrepair. I believe it should be renovated or even demolished to build a new building. Fourth, there are too many old buses currently operating in Zhonghua bus. We must immediately import more advanced buses from overseas, taking into account not only passenger comfort, but also the city's public image. Fifth, the long-term low morale among Zhonghua bus employees, lack of initiative, poor service attitudes, and frequent complaints stem from a poor working environment, low wages and benefits. Employees and drivers feel that their contributions are not proportional to their incomes. Therefore, on behalf of the Bao family, I propose that bus employees, especially the drivers responsible for passenger safety during commutes, must have their salaries and benefits improved according to the circumstances. Sixth, under the Yin family's management, Zhonghua bus has been conservatively managed for over a decade, missing many development opportunities, and must immediately relinquish the chairman's position. Every word spoken by Wei Li struck Yin Qingquan's heart as if it were a heavy blow. His eyes turned crimson, and he was choking on a mouthful of phlegm that blocked his throat, forcing him to cough incessantly. Yin, yelling beside him, was at a loss, only able to pat her father's chest repeatedly, without being able to do anything else. The abilities of Yin Zheling and her siblings were far inferior to Huang Yaonan, and they were even less comparable to a professional manager like Wei Li. However, someone like Yin Qingquan, who had weathered many storms, could not be easily defeated or yield because of a few words from Wei Li. He stated directly, "I have no regrets regarding the management of China Bus. What you say requires money, but where will that money come from?" Wei Li, however, was too lazy to continue the conversation. In truth, he already knew that legally and otherwise the Yin family had essentially lost. Now, they were merely struggling in their death throes. What he needed to consider now was whether to continue holding those shares or sell them to the Bao family. Wei Li, Huang Yaonan, Nan Shi, and Zhao Xiuzhen left the conference room. In the conference room, apart from Yin Qingquan and the three others, Huang Ziguan, upon their departure, also prepared to leave. "Ziguan, you won't support the Bao family, will you?" Yin Qingquan looked again at Huang Ziguan. Huang Ziguan sighed and said nothing. He left, while Yin Qingquan was left in tears without any tears to shed. This time, regardless of capital or other aspects, with the support of Huang Yaonan, the founding son, the Bao family had almost completely overwhelmed Yin Qingquan without giving him any chance to fight back. "Daddy, what should we do? I'm afraid the contents of the temporary board meeting just now will leak out," Yin Zhiqiang asked. Yin Qingquan said nothing. That afternoon, the representatives of the Bao family, led by Wei Li, held a temporary board meeting at the headquarters of China Bus, and what was said had already spread. Although it had not been officially reported, it had spread nonetheless. In the past, many people had some objections to Yin Qingquan, but they were not that significant. Now it seemed that the Yin family was indeed formidable. It wasn't just towards the Huang family, but seemingly towards the employees and drivers of China Bus as well. Now that the Bao family wanted to acquire China Bus, it really was different. At noon, in the headquarters of Global Investment Company, Bao Yumai, Li Zichao, Jiming, Wei Li, Huang Yaonan, Nan Shi, and Zhao Xiuzhen were having a meeting. The meeting concluded. At 2:30 in the afternoon, a press conference was held in the conference room. The participants included my Li Ziwei, Li Nanxi, Zhao Xiuzhen, and Huang Yaonan. The journalists participating were mainly from the mainstream media of Xinjiang, including reporters from newspapers. Regarding the earlier quarrel during the temporary board meeting of China Bus between Wei Li, Huang Yaonan, and Yin Qingquan, news of it had already spread, though it had not yet been officially reported, and many reporters were very interested. Now, suddenly holding a press conference, they guessed that the Bao family must have some major moves. "Good afternoon, friends from the press. This press conference is still hosted by me on behalf of the Bao family and Global Investment Company. Wei Li addressed the over 100 reporters present. Considering that during the temporary board meeting of China Bus this morning the Yin family consistently opposed the reform proposals put forth by the Bao family and continued to use the excuse of lacking funds to refuse to change the current management of China Bus just to maintain their monopolistic control over its management. Here on behalf of the Bao family and Global Investment Company I announce that to protect the interests of the Bao family and China Bus, we will immediately propose a purchase increase for China Bus, given that the Bao family currently holds 27.5% of the shares. First, the Bao family will increase its shareholding in China Bus by 21.5%, bringing it to 49% ownership, purchasing 8 million shares. Second, the Bao family will purchase at double the price based on the last trading day price of 11 Hong Kong dollars per share for China Bus on Friday, which means purchasing at 22 Hong Kong dollars per share involving a capital of 1.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Third, many of the journalist friends may have already learned that the Yin family hired Baoyuan Investment Company to assess the properties of China Bus. We have also evaluated the property value of China Bus, which amounts to about 400 to 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Calculating with the original value, it is around 800 to 900 million Hong Kong dollars. The purchase price offered by the Bao family is not low. Fourth, this purchase action will take place tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock Wednesday, October 11, 1978, at the Guajuoli Company and Hushing Securities Company. I would like to remind ordinary investors of China Bus that after this purchase is completed, there will be no further high-priced purchases of China Bus shares. Therefore, as I said, it's first come, first served. The journalists present were not merely surprised, but excited. They did not expect the Bao family to act so quickly, and it was evident that the Bao family would not give the Yin family any opportunity. The press conference led by Wei Li concluded, and some reporters immediately approached Wei Li and others for interviews, especially Huang Yaonan, as they were very interested in the past events between the Huang and Yin families. In reality, those matters were family scandals for both the Yin and Huang families, and the saying goes family scandals should not be aired in public. This time, Huang Yaonan stated directly that he had long been dissatisfied with the Yin family, he just hadn't had the opportunity to take action before. Now that the Bao family was standing up for him and his siblings, it allowed Huang Yaonan to vent his frustrations. For Huang Yaonan, losing the shareholding in China Bus meant nothing, as the Yin family had long since driven the Huang family out. Now that the Bao family was providing an opportunity for the Huang siblings to take a breath, it felt much more comfortable. After the interview, the journalists hurried back to file their reports, and of course some rushed to interview the members of the Yin at the Yin family's old residence. After Yin Xingkuan finished attending the temporary board meeting called by the Bao family in the morning, he felt very uneasy and went directly to rest at the old residence on Kennedy Road with Yin Jieling, Yin Jieqiang, and Yin Hengli. Yin Xingkuan knew the Bao family would take action, but did not expect them to act so swiftly. In the afternoon, the Bao family suddenly held a press conference at the Global Investment Center announcing a high-priced purchase of China Bus. With the Yin family's connections in the journalist circle, Yin Jieling and Yin Jieqiang quickly received calls from journalist friends. In other words, the Bao family had acted, and they had acted very quickly. Yin Jieqiang and Yin Jieling immediately found their father, who was resting in his room. "Daddy, something big is..." The two siblings' faces were already pale with fear as they shouted outside their father's study. Yin Xingkuan, who was resting inside, looked much better at this moment. When he opened the door and saw the two siblings in such a panic, he said, "I am not dead yet. What is all this fuss about? What big thing can you possibly do?" "Daddy, just now a journalist friend called. The Bao family is not giving us any more time to delay. The Bao family has announced that they will purchase 49% of China Bus at double the market value from last Friday, which means the Bao family wants to take control of China Bus and drive us, the Yin family, out." Yin Xingkuan gazed out of the study window, never expecting that his efforts to drive the Huang family away from the Zhonghua Bus would ultimately lead to their retaliation. Moreover, now the reputation that the Yin family had built over decades was bound to be affected. Yin Xingkuan could disregard the reputation of the Yin family and himself, or let others say what they wished. What he valued most was still the controlling stake in Zhonghua Bus. Zhonghua Bus was his lifeline. If he completely lost the controlling stake, it would mean the end for him, Yin Xingkuan. Jieqiang immediately notified the consultant from Baoyuan Financial Company to come over. Yin Xingkuan knew this was his last chance to retain control over Zhonghua Bus. If he failed to mount a final counterattack by tomorrow, Zhonghua Bus would fall into the hands of the Bao family. Yin Jieqiang hurriedly made the call to notify the consultant from Baoyuan Financial Company. Half an hour later, the representative consultant from Baoyuan Financial Company rushed to the Yin family's old residence. The representative of Baoyuan Financial Company was not yet fully aware of the total value of all properties held by Zhonghua. According to the valuation provided by the Bao family for Zhonghua Bus properties, Baoyuan Financial Company felt that it was roughly that price, estimating the value at around 400 to 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Of course, this was an assessment. They believed that since the Bao family valued the properties held by Zhonghua Bus at that price, they could elevate the value of the properties to 600 to 700 million Hong Kong dollars, or even 7 to 800 million Hong Kong dollars. In such a scenario, compared to the valuation given by the Bao family, it would exceed by several hundred million, making the shareholders and public investors of Zhonghua Bus much more cautious regarding the Bao family's acquisition of corresponding shares. In addition, the Yin family and the consultants from Baoyuan Financial Company discussed all the current issues concerning Zhonghua Bus. In fact, this was a response to the questions raised by the Bao family during the temporary board meeting. After discussion, Yin Xingkuan had the Yin siblings represent the family at the press conference, but did not propose a counter-acquisition. Yin Xingkuan also prepared to meet relevant officials from the Hong Kong Governor's Office Transport Department and even the relevant officials from Zhonghua Bus Association, hoping to gain their official support to resist the Bao family's acquisition of Zhonghua Bus. The Yin family was actively working to resist the Bao family's acquisition. At the headquarters of Zhonghua Bus in North Point, Hong Kong, in the conference room, Yin Jieling, Yin Jieqiang, along with the consultant representative from Baoyuan Investment Company and even executives from Zhonghua Bus Company like Chen Rixin attended this press conference. At the press conference, it was co-hosted by Yin Jieqiang and the consultants from Baoyuan Financial Company. The representative from Baoyuan Financial Company, after their professional assessment, stated that the total value of all properties held by Zhonghua Bus was around 7 to 800 million Hong Kong dollars rather than the 4 to 500 million Hong Kong dollars claimed by the Bao family. This indicated that the property value held by Zhonghua Bus was approximately double that of the Bao family's assessment. In such a case, the acquisition price offered by the Bao family was 22 Hong Kong dollars per share, which blatantly encroached upon the interests of all shareholders of Zhonghua Bus. In reality, the Yin family and Baoyuan Financial Company believed that based on the property value held by Zhonghua Bus, the current value per share should be at least 32 Hong Kong dollars, significantly exceeding the 10 Hong Kong dollars per share difference offered by the Bao family. It was evident that the journalists present were very surprised upon hearing this. They found it hard to believe that the property value provided by Baoyuan Financial Company and the Yin family could be so much higher than the valuation given by the Bao family. There must be one side speaking falsely. They felt that the possibility of the Yin family and Baoyuan Financial Company lying was quite high. According to those financial journalists, understanding the properties held by Zhonghua Bus primarily consisted of 2 open-air parking lots and a garage office located on Emperor's Road in North Point, Hong Kong, classified as industrial land with a total area of about 1,000 square feet. Originally, industrial land was not worth that much, and only by including Zhonghua Bus properties in other locations could the total value reach 4 to 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Now the Yin family and Baoyuan Financial Company were directly doubling the assessment price given by the Bao family, clearly intending to deceive the investors of Zhonghua Bus. Immediately, a financial journalist raised a question, and both the consultant representative from Baoyuan Financial Company and Yin Jieqiang smiled without answering the journalist's inquiry. A reporter immediately pointed out that if the consultant representative from Baoyuan Financial Company was found to be fabricating data, the company's operating license and even personal credentials would be revoked and relevant individuals would be held accountable. At this moment, the representative from Baoyuan Financial Company looked somewhat displeased and deflected the topic with other remarks. As for those 2 plots of land, they indeed belong to industrial land. After being redesigned by the Urban Design Committee, they would be converted into a comprehensive redevelopment area, allowing for the construction of commercial buildings. Under such circumstances, their value would be different. Additionally, the Hong Kong real estate market was skyrocketing, and Baoyuan Financial Company made a comprehensive judgment based on the future real estate market in Hong Kong. Because of this, those financial journalists did not continue to press further. At this point, Yin Jieqiang responded to the questions raised by the Bao family during the temporary board meeting. He explained that the true purpose of the Bao family's acquisition of Zhonghua Bus was not to improve the travel experience of Hong Kong citizens or to enhance the salary and welfare of Zhonghua Bus employees and drivers. In Yin Jieqiang's view, the Bao family, as major capitalists in Hong Kong, were not so benevolent. In this regard, shareholders of Zhonghua Bus needed to be clear, meaning the Yin family believed that the Bao family's true purpose in acquiring Zhonghua Bus was to take advantage of the abundant low-priced land for development and profit. Furthermore, the Yin family believed that the Bao family had previously not been involved in the bus industry and inherently lacked experience in bus services. However, just as Yin Jieqiang finished this statement, a journalist immediately interjected, "Mr. Yin, as I understand it, Mr. Huang Yaonan is currently working for the Bao family, and he possesses extensive experience in bus management. How can you say that the Bao family lacks experience in bus service management?" Yin Jieqiang's face fell. He did not respond to the journalist's question, but continued, "We now make a significant commitment to the citizens of Hong Kong and the passengers of Hong Kong. We will improve bus services, enhance maintenance standards and frequency, and we will also improve the working conditions and internal promotion opportunities for bus employees and drivers, among other things." Additionally, the Yin family has always acted with a clear conscience towards the shareholders of Zhonghua Bus over the years. The reason we did not distribute profit dividends before was due to various considerations. Now the Yin family responds to all shareholders of Zhonghua Bus. As long as we retain the controlling stake in Zhonghua Bus, we will distribute dividends, and in the future, we will distribute stock dividends every year. For this year, we plan to issue a final dividend of 0.35 Hong Kong dollars per share with an annual total dividend of 0.45 Hong Kong dollars per share. Zhonghua Bus has nearly 37 million shares. Based on the current distribution of 0.45 Hong Kong dollars per share, it means that 65 million Hong Kong dollars will be allocated for dividends. This is something the Yin family has never done before. The reporters present felt that this was not the Yin family's usual style. It was entirely a change forced by. Finally, Yin Jiaqiang stated, from the Bao family's acquisition of multiple listed companies to date, there has been no evidence that the Bao family has distributed profits as dividends. Therefore, I believe that shareholders of Zhonghua Bus must think carefully and not be deceived by the Bao family's acquisition price, otherwise they will surely regret it in the end. It must be said that in order to retain the controlling stake in Zhonghua Bus, Yin Jiaqiang indeed made many concessions on behalf of the Yin family. This had never happened before. Meanwhile, Yin Xingkuan utilized the extensive network he had built over the years to meet with key figures in the Hong Kong Governor's Office Transport Department, and also met with the head of Zhonghua Bus Association, making many compromises. The purpose was to seek sympathy and support. That night, major newspapers in Xinjiang, including mainstream media such as the Oriental Daily Sing, Tao Daily Ming Pao, South China Morning Post Qing Pao, and the Xian Pao, as well as smaller publications, all reported on it. This news regarding the Bao family's acquisition of China Bus can be described as quite sensational. In addition to the content from the emergency board meeting held by the Bao family, there were also formal announcements from the Bao family in the afternoon regarding the additional purchase of China Bus, as well as the Yin family's counteractions against the Bao family's acquisition. Furthermore, the matters concerning the Yin family and the Huang family have all been exposed in the media. Generally speaking, the sales of evening newspapers cannot compare to those of morning newspapers, yet the sales of evening papers have gone wildly successful, with some publications even needing to print multiple editions. Global Investment Center Building. Office on the 21st floor. It is now 7 o'clock in the evening, and the entire building is still brightly lit. At this moment in the conference room besides Baoyu there are Mai Lizi, Nancy, Zhao Xiuzhen, Wei Li, Chao Zhiming, Lin Gaoyan, and Huang Yaonan. Inside the conference room, Chao Zhiming discussed the counteractions made by the Yin family during their press conference in the afternoon and publicly urged the shareholders and retail investors of China Bus not to sell their shares to the Bao family. Zhiming, in fact, the Yin family is currently being forced. Their nature remains the same, as they only wish to maintain control over China Bus, and guarding that small piece of land makes it difficult for them to grow. Based on their understanding of the Yin family, this is indeed the case. In fact, later on the Yin family also lost the operating rights to the buses in Hong Kong, and ultimately it boils down to the capability issues of the Yin family's heirs, whether it be Yin Jialing or Yin Jiaqiang. Both brothers are simply lacking in ability. At this point, no matter what the Yin family does, it is all in vain. We will definitely succeed in our additional purchase tomorrow. From the current perspective, Bao Yu knows that it will still be relatively easy to succeed in the acquisition. He initially thought that the difficulty in acquiring China Bus from the Yin family stemmed from the capabilities of the Luo family's father and son at Baisher Insurance Company and Wei Li, which were far inferior to the current Bao family. Just in terms of capital, it was far from being comparable to the Bao family. On another note, Huang Yanan's proactive allegiance actually made this acquisition battle easier than the previous acquisition of China Gas Company. This acquisition's most important factor is Mr. Huang Yanan's cooperation, Bai stated. Chao Zhiming and the others agreed. If Huang Yaonan from the Huang family is unwilling to cooperate, then defeating the Yin family quickly would require a significant financial cost, as well as a long period of time. Bao Xiao, I have long had a distaste for the Yin family, but have never had the opportunity. Now that Bao Xiao is taking action, it can be said to be a way of avenging our Huang family's siblings. Yesterday, Huang Yaonan returned home and met his sister Huang Yimei. The two siblings talked about past events, and Huang Yimei cried for a long time. In fact, before Huang Wankai passed away, he divided some of his shares to Huang Yimei. Although not much, it was still something. Yin Xingkuan deceived Huang Yimei out of the shares she held, which later amounted to more than the shares held by Huang Yaonan. Ultimately, this forced the Huang family to see many executives leave or switch to other jobs. As for Huang Yaonan, he was also gradually pressured, leaving him with only 8.5 of the shares. Of course, even if the Bao family were not to acquire China Bus, other capital would likely be interested in acquiring it, and Huang Yaonan would also sell those shares to that capital. At this moment, Bao Yu looked towards Lin Gaoyan. Over the past few days, Wei Li, Huang Yaonan, and Chao Zhiming have been pursuing the acquisition of China Bus, while Lin Gaoyan, representing the Bao family, has also been acquiring Kowloon Bus. Compared to China Bus, it is evident that at the beginning Chao Zhiming had quietly purchased 18 of Kowloon Bus shares for Bao Yu, making him the largest shareholder of Kowloon Bus, and he further continued to by surpassing 20 of the shares. The largest shareholder of Kowloon Bus is Deng Xiaoqian, who has also served as chairman of Kowloon Bus, but he holds a very small number of shares. As for the other major shareholders, including Lei Rueda, Lei Liang, Tan Huantong, and Lin Mingxuan, they collectively hold even less. Together, these individuals have less than 10 of the total shares, with the remainder primarily held by ordinary retail investors. Among them, shareholders and executives of Kowloon Bus, including Deng Xiaoqian, appeared somewhat alert upon learning of the Bao family's sudden acquisition of China Bus. However, when Lin Gaoyan met with him on behalf of Bao Yu and informed him that he already held over 20 of the shares, he was now the largest, and indeed the only largest shareholder of Kowloon Bus. If Deng Xiaoqian and the other shareholders wished to compete with the Bao family could simply proceed with an additional purchase of Kowloon Bus, at which point the Bao family would only need to spend some capital. In this situation, Deng Xiaoqian, who does not have a strong desire for controlling Kowloon Bus, did not battle like Yin Xingquan. Instead, he directly conceded control and management rights, supporting the Bao family's takeover of Kowloon Bus, along with the other major shareholders, without selling their held shares. In other words, Lin Gaoyan has been meeting with shareholders of Kowloon Bus over the past few days. Lin Gaoyan has already negotiated with these shareholders on behalf of Bao Yu, indicating that there is no need to purchase their shares, but the Bao family intends to take control of Kowloon Bus and may implement many reforms. Additionally, in order to control Kowloon Bus, Zhao Zhiming is still in the process of further purchasing Kowloon Bus. If we consider the shares currently held by the Bao family combined with the support from shareholders like Deng Xiaoqian, the Bao families, and Deng Xiaoqian's combined holdings exceed 40. Lin Gaoyan has other plans besides Zhao Zhiming continuing to purchase Kowloon Bus shares. Furthermore, he is considering merging Kowloon Bus and China Bus, or having the two companies hold each other's shares. In this case, it would be nearly impossible for other capital to covet the controlling rights of these two listed companies. Currently, if the Bao family successfully increases their purchase of China Bus, they will hold at least 49 of the shares in China Bus, and in Kowloon Bus, they will hold at least 30. With cross-holding, no one else will be able to covet them. Now Bao Yu has gathered them here to discuss these matters. Ladies and gentlemen, the controlling rights of Kowloon Bus have already been secured by Gaoyan. Now, we have several important matters to discuss. First, should we proceed to merge and reorganize Kowloon Bus and China Bus into a single listed company? Bao Yu knows that although the governor's office of Xinjiang intentionally allowed Hong Kong Island and New Territories Kowloon to obtain bus patents separately to prevent monopolistic price increases, it is detrimental to the citizens of Xinjiang. In reality, the profits of both bus companies have long been restricted by the governor's office of Xinjiang. In 1975, both bus groups were further subjected to profit controls by the governor's office of Xinjiang, restricting their annual return rates to no more than 16, causing the stock prices of both bus companies to remain weak thereafter. It was precisely because of this that in his past life Bao Yu knew that Guodisheng's son Hung Kai Properties wanted to swallow Kowloon Bus and China Bus around 1981. In the end, they easily swallowed Kowloon Bus, while the Yin family managed to retain control of China Bus in the face of the capital attacks from Baisher Insurance and Wei Li. In other words, Bao Yu's simultaneous acquisition of these two bus groups and their merger and reorganization poses no issues at all. However, considering the nature of the bus groups, he knows that complete privatization is impossible. This is because the governor's office of Xinjiang stipulates that 20-30 of the shares must belong to ordinary citizens. In other words, Bao Yu can only hold a controlling stake. Complete privatization is not feasible. Now, with a population of over 4 million, even when it later increased to over 7 million, Bao Yu still felt that the population of Xinjiang was too small. Especially after the opening of the first subway line by the Xinjiang Metro Company, some citizens began to take the subway for their commutes, and as more subway lines opened later, both citizens and tourists increasingly opted for this mode of transport. Of course, the buses in Xinjiang have always been profitable primarily due to their monopoly. With such a monopoly, ticket prices remain high, naturally leading to profits. In other words, companies like Zhonghua Bus and Zhulong Bus have relied on this monopoly to generate revenue. In reality, there are also some illegal buses in Xinjiang, which are not regulated by these two bus companies and operate without legal licenses. These illegal buses offer lower fares and routes to more remote areas. If the police in Xinjiang were to conduct inspections, these illegal buses would naturally cease to exist. In Bao Yu's view, acquiring Zhonghua Bus and Zhulong Bus was partly aimed at weakening the Guo family and other capital interests. Secondly, it was to capitalize on the valuable properties held by these two bus companies. As long as these properties are developed year by year, the Bao family would be able to earn a significant amount. Thirdly, Bao Yu's true purpose in acquiring these two bus companies was to target the overseas and upper market. With the opening of the upper market, Bao Yu knew that although most cities there primarily operated state-run buses, his true focus remained on the long-distance buses, which were the most profitable. Bao Yu remembered that in his previous life, during an era when private cars and high-speed rail had yet to explode in popularity, long-distance buses were nearly impossible to book during holidays. This situation arose especially after the 1980s, when many workers had to take long-distance buses to return home during holidays. To Bao Yu, this was the most valuable aspect, besides that there was also the overseas market. The Xiangjiang market is indeed too small. If one only focuses on Xiangjiang, they will never be able to step out of it. Ladies and gentlemen, as I discussed with you earlier, the Xiangjiang market is too small, especially with the opening of the first subway next year, which will inevitably take away some bus passengers. Therefore, Jilong Bus and Zhonghua Bus need to gradually merge, while our focus should primarily be on the upper market and the overseas market. Among those present except for Huang Yaonan, no one was surprised. In fact, Bao Yu had already begun to lay the groundwork for the upper and overseas markets when he acquired the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and Zhonghua Gas Company. This was Huang Yanan's first time attending such a meeting, and he was genuinely shocked. While the Yin family continued to defend their small territory in Xiangjiang, Bao Yu had long set his sights on the upper and overseas markets. Bao Yu did not elaborate on these matters. As for the selection of the general manager for Jilong Bus, Gao Yin, who do you think is suitable? Gao Yin had been responsible for the acquisition of Jilong Bus these days, and had already met with several major shareholders of Jilong Bus. Boss Jilong Bus has actually been managed by Sir Deng all along. The other shareholders are merely nominal and hardly involve themselves in Jilong Bus. If you do not plan to change the executives, you can let Sir Deng continue to manage, but he is getting older and may be losing his strength. It would be advisable to arrange for a deputy general manager to take over his position in the future. Gao Yin, having met with these shareholders, was generally aware of the executive situations. Except for Deng Xiaojian, who was somewhat surprised that the Bao family wanted to acquire Jilong Bus, the other shareholders seemed unresponsive. Originally, the Deng family might have wanted to prevent the Bao family from acquiring Jilong Bus, but the Bao family's speed was too fast, leaving Deng Xiaojian no opportunity. Bao Yu nodded, knowing that Gao Yan's suggestion was sound. As for Zhonghua Bus, Yin Qingquan and his children must stay away from its management, with Huang Yaonan appointed as the new general manager. Yin Qingquan was very diligent, but he was getting older, and like his children, not only was he conservative, but increasingly out of step with the times. In fact, the Xiangjiang governor's office had long held grievances against the Yin family. If it weren't for the Yin family's previous connections, they would have lost the exclusive rights to operate the bus services on Hong Kong Island. Indeed, it was like that in Bao Ye's previous life. When Yin Qingquan passed away, the management rights of Zhonghua Bus fell into the hands of Yin Zheling, whose abilities were severely lacking, leading to the complete loss of Zhonghua Bus exclusive rights on Hong Kong Island by the late 1990s. Thank you for your trust, boss, Huang Yaonan said excitedly. He never expected that previously it was difficult for him to intervene in Zhonghua Bus, but now that he aligned himself with the Bao family, Bao Xiao directly handed over the management rights of Zhonghua Bus to him. Although he lost his stake in Zhonghua Bus, for him the Huang family was not short of money. He actually hoped to focus more on. After the meeting, Bao Yu spoke to Ma Li Si for a few moments. Under the escort of Chen Jihao and his bodyguards, Bao Yu took a car back to the Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. At Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa, it was quiet. Bao Yu thought that his grandfather and parents had already gone to rest. As soon as Chen Zihao's car stopped, Daisy opened the door, and Bao Yu entered to see his grandfather and parents already present. Bob, have you had dinner? Mama had a simple working meal at the company. The three members of the Bao family knew that Bao Yu had been acquiring Zhonghua Bus. From the reports in tonight's newspapers, it was clear that the confrontation between the Bao family and the Yin family was significant. Unfortunately, with the support of the Huang siblings, the Bao family had already won from a public opinion standpoint. Yin Qingquan was indeed the founder of Zhonghua Bus, and he wished to gain the support of the citizens of Xiangjiang and the staff of Zhonghua Bus. However, Zhonghua Bus also had another founding family, the Huang family, and now Huang Yaonan from the Huang family was exposing the Yin family, leading to Yin Qingquan's reputation being tarnished. It can be said that the Yin family lost quite badly this time. Bao Yu sat down and said, Dad, not only Zhonghua Bus, but also Jilong Bus will soon fall into the hands of our Bao family. In other words, the bus groups in Xiangjiang will all be under the Bao family's control. Bao Xiaolong and his wife looked at Bao Yu with admiration. Bao Yu went upstairs and, with Daisy's service, took a comfortable hot bath. Looking out now, the Li family's villa in the distance was silent, with even the lights off. Daisy has the Li family not turned on the lights. Young master, it seems so. Since tonight began, I haven't seen any. Bao Yu guessed that the Li family must be on their way back to their hometown. He returned to his study, read through tonight's newspapers, and lay down to rest. Meanwhile, for Bao Yu, tonight would be a good night's sleep. However, some people would not have that luxury. In Xiangjiang, at the Kennedy Road, in the Yin family's old dilapidated house, one of the rooms still had its lights on. It was Yin Qingquan's study. Yin Qingquan was a very frugal person. Even though the Yin family was not short on money, every penny saved counted. In the Yin family's old house, after decades of wear and tear, they still refused to tear it down or renovate it. Even inside the old house, unless absolutely necessary, he would not turn on the lights. If he saw a maid turn on the lights, he would scold her harshly. Yin Qingquan was already old, and now he walked with a slight stoop. Even though he did not yet require a cane, he could only move quickly up and down stairs with assistance. In the afternoon, Yin Qingquan learned that the Bao family had officially announced their intention to increase their shares in Zhonghua Bus, which made him anxious. The Yin family members took separate actions. Yin Jiqiang held a press conference to strongly counter the Bao family's acquisition, hoping that investors and ordinary shareholders in Shangjiang would not hastily sell their stocks to the Bao family. In fact, to maintain their controlling interest, the Yin family was even willing to entice shareholders with dividends. On the other hand, Yin Jieling and Yin Qingquan went to meet with relevant officials from the Shangjiang Transport Department, hoping to gain support from the Shangjiang governor's office to prevent the Bao family from acquiring Zhonghua Bus. However, the head of the Shangjiang governor's office transport department did not meet with Yin Qingquan at all. In reality, in 1973, the Shangjiang Transport Advisory Committee hoped to bring in British investment through the Y country's United Overseas Transportation Company to cooperate with the Yin family. Ultimately, the British capital was very dominant at that time, and the Shangjiang governor's office hoped to cooperate with them to improve the current situation of Zhonghua Bus. However, it was opposed by the Yin family and ultimately fell through. Now, as the Bao family seeks to acquire Zhonghua Bus, the Shangjiang Transport Department instead hopes to support the Bao family's improvements to Shangjiang Bus. The Yin family's real influence peaked in the 1950s when Yin Qingquan served as a member of the Shangjiang Legislative Council and Executive Council, but now the Yin family is no longer the same. Yin Qingquan did not receive support from the Shangjiang governor's office, so he went to meet with the head of the Shangjiang Securities Commission, hoping they would oppose the Bao family's acquisition of Zhonghua Bus. The attitude of the Shangjiang Securities Commission was the same as that of the Transport Department. As long as the acquisition and merger regulations were met, they could not stop it. Having received no support in this regard, Yin Qingquan went to meet with representatives of the Zhonghua Bus Employees Union. In the past, this would have been impossible. Yin Qingquan hoped to gain their support by improving the employees' benefits and salaries, and even wished to solicit their sympathy as the founder of Zhonghua Bus. The union representatives already knew the situation and said nothing. They understood that after the Bao family acquired Zhonghua Bus, the salaries and benefits of employees and drivers would likely increase even further. Now, the Yin family was forced to take this step, but it was already too late, and the Bao family was no longer giving the Yin family more time to win over those people. After meeting so many people, Yin Qingquan and his daughter ultimately achieved nothing. Initially, they also wanted to meet another friend, hoping for support. In the end, Yin Qingquan and his daughter returned to the Yin family's old residence. Yin Qingquan stood there alone. Yin Jieling went to have dinner first. Reflecting on the years when he co-founded Zhonghua Bus with Huang Wangcai, Yin Qingquan realized that he had finally, after resting for a night, the next morning arrived. It was October 12, 1978, a Thursday early in the morning. After waking up, Bao Yu noticed that the weather was a bit chilly, so he did not go swimming. Instead, he accompanied his grandfather and parents for breakfast before taking a car back to the Global Investment Center building. This morning, major newspapers in Shangjiang reported extensively on the news regarding the Bao family and the Yin family's battle for control of Zhonghua Bus. From start to finish, Bao Yu did not appear in public. It was Wei Li and Huang Yaonan who handled the acquisition of Zhonghua Bus. However, the scandals surrounding the Yin family had long spread throughout Shangjiang. It could be said that this time, Yin Qingquan's reputation was in tatters. He likely not only failed to retain Zhonghua Bus, but also lost the hard-earned reputation he had built up over decades. In the Global Investment Center building on the 21st floor, Bao Yu had just arrived at his office. Zhao Xiuzhen, boss, I heard that last night the shareholders of Zhonghua Bus queued up overnight to sell their stocks. This means that ordinary shareholders or investors of Zhonghua Bus went overnight to the headquarters of Heji Securities Company and Huazhili Company to queue up, preparing to register for the sale of their stocks this morning at these two companies. It seems that the Yin family might sell off their own stocks. At 9 a.m. at Heji Mansion, the headquarters of Heji Securities Company, those holding shares of Zhonghua Bus immediately rushed in to register. At 9:30 a.m., the four major exchanges in Shangjiang were operating normally, while Zhonghua Bus remained suspended from trading. At this time, Chao Zhiming came over and said, "Boss, according to the calls from Heji Securities Company and Huazhili Company, our acquisition task has been completed, and we now hold nearly 53 of Zhonghua Bus shares. I suspect the Yin family has already sold off most of their shares in Zhonghua Bus, leaving only a small portion. This should be inevitable." At 10 a.m., outside the headquarters of Heji Securities Company, crowds were still surging, with many ordinary shareholders who had not had time to sell their Zhonghua Bus shares. The head of Heji Securities Company announced that registration for Zhonghua Bus shares would be halted because this acquisition task had already been overcompleted. Those holding Zhonghua Bus shares could only express their anger and frustration. It was always like this. Once the acquisition ended, it was impossible to continue buying their shares at a high price. They could only sell to others or wait for Zhonghua Bus to resume trading to sell through the stock market. However, many speculated that once the Bao family successfully took control of Zhonghua Bus, there would be no more speculative value left, and the stock price would surely return to the level it was before last Friday. In the Global Investment Center building, Bao Yu, Chao Zhiming, Nancy Zhao Xiuzhen, and Wei Li, who had just arrived, gathered to discuss. As the key player behind this acquisition of Zhonghua Bus, Chao Zhiming did not intend to appear in public or visit the headquarters of Zhonghua Bus. Bao Yu, however, still needed to go there in person. At North Point on King's Road, they arrived at the headquarters of Zhonghua Bus. As they just got out of the car, reporters from major newspapers in Xiangjiang, who had been waiting here, rushed to take photos and interview Bao Yu and the others. Bao Yu smiled. When he looked up at the few-story building that appeared shabby and old, he found it hard to believe that this was the headquarters of Zhonghua Bus. Weili, is this really the headquarters of Zhonghua Bus? Indeed, this is the place. I thought I had come to the wrong location the first time I came here. Inside the building there was a large parking lot filled with what appeared to be somewhat worn buses. If he had not known this was the headquarters of Zhonghua Bus, Bao Yu would have thought it was a parking lot for abandoned second-hand buses. Bao Yu couldn't help but laugh. I thought this was a parking lot for discarded second-hand buses. His words made not only Wei Li and the others laugh, but also amused the other reporters. As they entered, they were greeted by Yin Qingkun's eldest daughter, the 50-year-old Yin Jialing. "Hello, young master Bao, my father is waiting for you in the conference room." Bao Yu nodded and went up to the conference room. Although he had seen Yin Qingkun's name in the newspapers multiple times, this was the first time he actually met him. He did not expect that Yin Qingkun looked even older after just one night. Bao Yu took the initiative to shake hands with Yin Qingkun, who did not refuse. For Yin Qingkun, this was a devastating defeat. He had no opportunity to resist at all. Ultimately, it was due to the speed of the Bao family. Bao Yu sat at the head of the conference table, flanked by Wei, Li Huang, Yaonan, Zhao Xiuzhen, and Nancy. Yin Qingkun, Yin Jieling, Yin Jiaqiang, and Yin Henry sat on the opposite side. Prior to this, Huang Yaonan had also been a major shareholder and director, yet the Yin family had conducted all affairs concerning China Bus Company without informing him, leaving the Huang family with title but no real authority. Huang Qiguang, an independent shareholder, had never interfered in the Yin family's management of China Bus Company. Now, however, the situation was clearly different. Bao Yu surveyed those assembled and declared, "The Bao family acquired 27.5% of China Bus Company's shares yesterday, and following additional purchases this morning now holds 53%, far exceeding the threshold required for a mandatory takeover bid." As for Mr. Huang Qiguang and his associates, their stake remains at approximately 8%, making them the second largest shareholder group. The Yin family's holding has dwindled from its original 20% to roughly 5%, with 15% of their shares already sold to the Bao family. During the meeting, Bao Yu announced the appointment of several new directors. Of the 4 director seats previously held by the Yin family, only 1 would be retained, and both the Yin family and Huang Qiguang voiced no objection. Thus, the new chairman and board of directors were formally confirmed at the shareholders' meeting. Half an hour later, Bao Yu convened the first executive leadership meeting in the same conference room. Over 50 senior executives of China Bus Company now gathered in the room, most of whom had been personally promoted by the Yin family. Among them was Chun Rixin, deputy manager of the General Affairs Department. "Ladies and gentlemen," Bao Yu began, "the board of directors has just concluded its session. I will assume the role of chairman, and Mr. Huang Yaonan will serve as the new general manager of China Bus Company. Regarding the Yin family, aside from retaining a single director seat, all other positions held by its members are hereby terminated effective immediately." In essence, every Yin family member had been stripped of their official roles within China Bus Company. Yin Qingkun had anticipated precisely this outcome, yet he still struggled to hold back tears. Mr. Huang Yaonan is the eldest son of the late Huang Wangcai, one of China Bus Company's founding pioneers. His managerial acumen, I trust, needs no introduction. Bao Yu made no direct comment on the Yin family's leadership capabilities, though his silence spoke volumes. His gaze settled upon one executive in particular, Chun Rixin. In fact, Chun Rixin had already been appointed deputy manager of the General Affairs Department, but until then he had received little recognition or support from the Yin family. Only years later, when China Bus Company found itself bereft of qualified leadership, did the Yin family finally elevate Chun Rixin to the post of general manager. "You are Chun Rixin?" "Yes, Chairman, it is I." "What challenges do you believe China Bus Company currently challenges?" Chun Rixin glanced briefly toward the Yin family, then turned his gaze to Bao Yu and Huang Yao. He rose to his feet and replied, "Chairman, General Manager Huang, the company faces numerous systemic issues, many of which have taken root since the 1960s. First, the conservative management style long practiced by the former chairman Yin and his family has rendered the company resistant to external advice and innovation. For instance, the company's headquarters building is severely dilapidated. As the symbolic heart of the enterprise, it should project strength and modernity. Yet former chairman Yin deemed such renovation unnecessary and unworthy of investment. In my view, the structure ought to be demolished and rebuilt as a landmark tower, not only to house our new headquarters, but also to generate rental income from surplus floors." Yin Qingkun pointed at Chun Rixin as if to protest, then fell silent. "Second, many of our operational buses are outdated. Dissatisfaction runs high, not only among drivers and staff, but also among Hong Kong citizens and passengers alike. I recommend importing advanced, aesthetically refined double and even triple-decker buses from Europe and North America to enhance public perception and reduce complaints. In fact, I have submitted multiple formal proposals along these lines to former Chairman Yin and Miss Yin, but my recommendations were consistently ignored." Third, employee and driver salaries and benefits have remained stagnant for over a decade. This has bred widespread resentment, leading to poor service attitudes, frequent passenger complaints, and diminished morale during daily operations. This condition dates back to the 1960s and persisted for decades thereafter. At its core lies the headquarters' outdated compensation and welfare framework. Chairman General Manager Huang: I firmly believe staff and driver remuneration must be adjusted in accordance with Hong Kong's prevailing income levels and cost of living. Moreover, as a public service enterprise, our conduct toward passengers is paramount. Employees and drivers who repeatedly deliver substandard service must be dismissed as examples, without exception. Additionally, comprehensive training in etiquette and customer service must be instituted immediately. Although the company once arranged customer service training modeled after practices in country, I believe contemporary Japanese standards offer superior benchmarks for service excellence, and thus represent the more appropriate model for our own development. Fourth, China Bus Company itself is a hidden treasure. Decades of land acquisition at low cost have yielded prime real estate assets. We should establish a dedicated property development subsidiary to unlock this latent value and reinvest the proceeds into expanding our bus operations. Bao Yue, Li Huang Yaonan, and even the Yin family members listened intently. Anything else? Chairman General Manager Huang: These are my principal observations for now. Indeed, China Bus Company was not devoid of talent. Chen Rixin possessed genuine managerial ability, yet had been systematically suppressed by the Yin family, denied any opportunity to demonstrate his worth. Mr. Chen's analysis and recommendations are sound. Effective immediately, you will assume the position of Deputy General Manager, assisting General Manager Huang Yaonan in leading China Bus Company. Yes, thank you, Chairman, for your trust. Chen Rixin's voice trembled with emotion. Clearly, he had just become the company's second highest-ranking executive, second only to Bao Yu himself and General Manager Huang Yaonan. The three Yin siblings glared at Chen Rixin with barely concealed fury, while he met their gaze with calm. Bao Yu continued as Mr. Chen just articulated. China Bus Company's deep-rooted problems, accumulating since the 1960s, stem directly from the Yin family's entrenched conservatism and their deliberate marginalization of the Huang family. I fully endorse the diagnostic clarity and pragmatic solutions offered by our new Deputy General Manager. First, obsolete second-hand buses must be retired without delay, whether sold for scrap or exported overseas, and replaced with newly imported fleets. Second, executive promotions will henceforth follow a merit-based elimination system. Only the most capable will remain. Mediocrity will no longer be tolerated. Internal advancement pathways must be rigorously reformed. Third, employee and driver compensation packages require urgent review and upward adjustment. Furthermore, given the inherent risks of driving and frontline operations, comprehensive personal insurance coverage must be provided to every driver and staff member. In addition, all drivers and employees must undergo mandatory annual medical examinations, with those failing to meet health standards placed on immediate leave for treatment and recovery. Fourth, regarding service attitude, Mr. Chen's insights are invaluable. Rigorous training and competency assessments must be implemented, including mandatory instruction in smiling service. Many drivers today appear incapable of even a courteous smile, as though the world owes them a debt, while others drive for extended periods radiating palpable hostility. Such conditions endanger both driver and passenger alike. As for Mr. Chen's proposal to adopt Japanese service training methodologies, I find it eminently viable. Fifth, China Bus Company indeed holds extensive high-value land and property assets, including this very headquarters building. Per Mr. Chen's recommendation, demolition and reconstruction are warranted, not only here, but across our entire portfolio. Long idle properties currently used solely as parking lots must be unlocked for development. Given China Bus Company's lack of in-house property development expertise, I propose a joint venture with Kowloon Canton Group Properties to execute these projects. To Yin Xingkuan and his three siblings, the Bao family's true ambition was now unmistakable: to seize the premium land assets accumulated by the Yin family over decades of stewardship. Bao Yu cast a dismissive glance at the Yin heirs before continuing: Do not mistake my acquisition of China Bus Company as mere land speculation. With my existing holdings, and those of Hutchison Whampoa, I am already Hong Kong's largest landowner. A few parcels of real estate mean nothing to me. Only then did their hostile stares recede. Bao Yu added, Hong Kong is simply too small. Until now, China Bus Company's profitability stemmed less from managerial excellence than from its monopoly over Hong Island routes. Frankly, almost anyone could manage this company more effectively than the Yin family has done. Moreover, the MTR metro system is nearing completion, diverting a significant portion of our ridership. The entire organization must therefore adapt, swiftly and decisively. At that moment, not only the Yin family, but also Huang Qiguang, exchanged grave, sobered glances. They realized at last that this was the Bao Yu they had always imagined: formidable, incisive, and utterly unyielding. Hong Kong has had the Guangzhou-Kowloon Railway for a long time. However, the Hong Kong MTR Corporation was not established until 1975, after which it began constructing a subway line, namely the Kwun Tong Line. Starting from Kwun Tong, it connects to the Admiralty Station and Central Station on Hong Kong Island. Among these, the most impactful last year was the property rights above these two major subway stations, which were acquired by Li Jiaqing. In April this year, Li Jiaqing and the Hong Kong MTR Corporation sold the International Finance Center above Central Station, but the appearance of Baoyu diminished the shock. The Yin family has never paid attention to the emergence of the Hong Kong subway line, procrastinating day by day. Next year, the first segment of Hong Kong's first railway from Kwun Tong to Shek Kip will officially commence operations. Although this is on the Kowloon side, it will affect the Kowloon buses and in fact will also impact Hong Kong Island. Especially 2 years later, when the Tsim Sha Tsui to Central Subway Station opens, the impact will be even greater. Subsequently, Hong Kong will gradually open more subway lines with a more significant impact on buses. The Yin family remained silent. Chen Rixin, Huang Zhiguang, and others were surprised, not expecting Baoyu to directly mention the influence of the subway. The development of the subway in Hong Kong is accelerating, and the Hong Kong MTR and buses are competitors. Therefore, do not think that just holding on to this small piece of land is enough. In my opinion, the bus market in Hong Kong is still too small. If it were not for monopolies and high ticket prices, allowing free competition would likely result in no profits. In my view, the future market for Hong Kong bus companies is not only in Hong Kong, but also above and overseas. Above, overseas. The Yin family did not understand, nor did the senior executives like Huang Zhiguang and Chen Rixin. In 1973, actually, the Y Country United Overseas Transport Company hoped to cooperate with two bus companies in Hong Kong, but was rejected, which was a missed opportunity. Baoyu knew that the Y Country United Overseas Transport Company, apart from the Hong Kong market, was involved in markets including Africa, Central and South America, India, Australia, and other regions. Basically, they were all former colonies of Y Country. Baoyu felt that this company was quite good, and both Zhonghua Bus and Kowloon Bus could use this company to expand beyond Hong Kong. However, Baoyu could not allow this company to hold shares in Hong Kong's buses, but rather let Hong Kong's bus companies hold shares in this company. Mr. Whaley, you can send someone to discuss with the Y Country United Overseas Company about what the situation would be if we merged with them. However, my bottom line is to move the headquarters to Hong Kong. Aside from that, we want to hold shares in the Y Country United Overseas Transport Company. Yes, boss, Whaley said. Baoyu in his previous life knew that supporting Chairman Yalong Wei Li in acquiring Zhonghua Bus was backed by the head of the Y Country United Overseas Transport Company. This time, Baoyu felt it was possible to send Wei Li to talk to the other party. As for the outcome, it was still unknown. At this moment, the Yin family and Huang Zhiguang were both surprised. Apart from overseas, we have more markets, specifically above. Now the above has gradually opened up, which is precisely our opportunity to enter. The outside world already knows that the Bao family participated in the National Day ceremony, which had a significant impact, and the Bao family has already sent executives from Hutchison Whampoa back to the above for inspection. Unexpectedly, now they also want to invest in buses above. Chen Rixin stood up and said, "Boss, to my knowledge, the urban transportation above is very backward, and they do not call it buses, but public transport, all operated by state-owned enterprises. Our company might not be able to enter." Chen Rixin was right. Now the public transport in the cities above is operated by state-owned public transport companies. However, in reality, they are operating at a loss. Not only in Shin City, but also in Yanjing and Yangcheng, it is essentially a situation of losing money to support that group of people. Baoyu smiled and said, "If we can secure the public transport lines above, that would be ideal. If not, I hope for long-distance operations. Currently, there is basically no long-distance bus service above. This is the time for us to take advantage." Baoyu mentioned the significant development above, where more companies and factories are emerging and the working class is starting to appear, leading to the rise of the long-distance bus industry. Clearly, Hong Kong is too small. It is very close to the new territories on Hong Kong Island, and moreover, they are still operating separately, so these people cannot even imagine how big the long-distance bus market above is. Baoyu knew that the best era for long-distance buses above was not only that tickets were hard to come by, but even without a spring festival, it would be equivalent to earning a new car. This means that everything following will be pure profit. Even if long-distance transportation is allowed above, Baoyu knew that the biggest issue there remains public safety. This is also a development direction for Baoyu, as well as the future direction for Zhonghua Bus. In addition, the Bao family has not only acquired and held shares in Zhonghua Bus, but has also acquired Kowloon Bus. According to my plan, Zhonghua Bus and Kowloon Bus will merge into a new bus group. The members of the Yin family present, along with Huang Zhiguang and Chen Rixin, were both surprised, and yet felt it was quite normal. This is equivalent to the Bao family's acquisition of Zhonghua Bus, while quietly also acquiring Kowloon Bus. Perhaps in all of Hong Kong, only Baoyu could achieve this. Yin Chinkuan no longer knew what to say. He could only acknowledge that he had lost completely. The entire meeting lasted for an hour and a half. After the meeting concluded, Baoyu handed the meeting room to Huang Yaonan. "Yaonan, Zhonghua Bus is now your responsibility." "Yes, Chairman," Huang Yaonan replied, genuinely pleased. Bao Yueli, Nancy Zhao Xiuzhen, and others prepared to leave the meeting room. Huang Zhiguang took the initiative to shake hands with Bao Yu. Bao Yu had nothing to say about this independent third. Yan Qingquan knew that with the end of this meeting the Bao family had completely taken control of Zhonghua Bus. He had entirely lost Zhonghua Bus. Even if he still retained 5 of Zhonghua Bus shares in the future, whether merging with Zhonghua Bus or the Y Country United Transport Company, his shares would be diluted to an extremely small amount. If in the future the Bao family does not allow Zhonghua Bus to distribute dividends, then the shares he retains in Zhonghua Bus would have more symbolic significance. In the end, after fighting for so many years, it all amounted to giving everything to the Bao family. Bao Yu and others descended from the conference room of Zhonghua Bus Company's headquarters amidst the flashes of cameras and interviews from reporters before boarding a vehicle to leave. First, they headed back to the International Finance Center. At noon, they had lunch at the International Finance Center. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Gaoyan had already arrived. He knew that the boss had attended a meeting at Zhonghua Bus Company in the morning and was now heading to the headquarters of Kowloon Bus Company for a meeting. Kowloon Bus Company headquarters. At this moment, the chairman of Kowloon Bus, Deng Xiaoqian, along with the descendants of several directors, such as Lei Rui's eldest son Lei Juehua, and senior executives from Kowloon Bus, were already waiting outside the door. A long red carpet was already laid out outside. In the morning, the Bao family successfully increased their stake in Zhonghua Bus and had taken control of it, and were now holding a meeting at Zhonghua Bus. Later in the afternoon, they received notification from Lin Gaoyan that Bao Yu would personally come for a meeting. At that moment, sitting in the luxurious Mercedes-Benz, was Bao Yu, accompanied by Nancy and Zhao Xiuzhen. Bao Yu understood that the situation with Kowloon Bus was quite similar to that of China Bus, otherwise he wouldn't have been so easily acquired by the Guodashing family in his past life. Moreover, the biggest problem lay in the restrictions imposed by the Governor's Office of Hong Kong on the profits of Kowloon Bus, which severely hampered its business operations, leaving Chairman Deng Xiaojian feeling powerless. Additionally, Deng Xiaojian was now older and not as vigorous as he had been in his youth. Lei Ruida had long since passed away, and Lei Juquan, the eldest son of the Lei family, had some capabilities, yet he had not actively involved himself in Kowloon Bus affairs. As for Lei Liang, he was long gone, and the remaining shares were managed by the descendants of the founding family. Bao Yu pondered as the luxurious Mercedes-Benz passed through the Hungham Tunnel. In fact, since the opening of the Hungham Tunnel, the buses of China Bus could operate new routes to Kowloon, while the buses of Kowloon Bus could extend their routes to Hong Kong Island. This meant that the monopoly of the two bus companies had been completely shattered with the opening of the Hungham Tunnel. However, both sides still primarily held their advantages and markets within their original territories. Half an hour later, Chun Jihao parked the car. Young Master Bao, Miss Nancy, Secretary Zhao Weave arrived. Bao Yu got out of the car and saw Lin Gaoyan and several others waiting for him. Among them a tall and somewhat thin elderly man who was Deng Xiaojian, the long-serving chairman of Kowloon Bus. Young Master Bao, welcome to the headquarters of Kowloon Bus Company, Deng Xiaojian said, extending his hand. Mr. Deng was likely of the same generation as his grandfather, having once belonged to the most illustrious group of Chinese people akin to Yan Qingquan and Zhou Xinyan, and was even one of the earliest Chinese recipients of a knighthood from the royal family. However, aside from their main business of Kowloon Bus, the Deng family also held shares in several publicly listed companies. Sir Deng, hello, Bao Yu said as he shook hands with him. He noticed a middle-aged man behind him. This man, in his 50s and dressed in a suit, was Lei Rui's eldest son, Lei Juehua. He was not particularly famous for being a major shareholder of Kowloon Bus, but rather for his relationship with actress Li Qing from Shaw Brothers Studio. Bao Yu looked at Lei Juehua, who was now over 50, but appeared to be well-preserved, and looked only in his 40s. He found it hard to believe that in his past life Lei Juehua would suddenly die of a heart attack in 1979, which seemed quite abnormal. Bao Yu shook hands with the young Master Lei. Young Master Bao, our family greatly admires you, Lei Juehua said. Bao Yu initially wanted to remind him, but thought better of it. Everyone has their own fate, and he wasn't close to Lei Juehua, so he didn't bother with concerns about whether the latter lived or died. Moreover, after Lei Juehua's death, his younger brother Lei Juquan would inherit the shares of Kowloon Bus. The rest were descendants of the original shareholders of Kowloon Bus. Bao Yu exchanged handshakes and introductions with them, and the group proceeded inside. Overall, Kowloon Bus had previously relied on its monopoly of the new territories and Kowloon Bus routes to be quite profitable. However, by 1975, it faced profit controls imposed by the Governor's Office of Hong Kong, restricting the annual return rate to no more than 16, which caused Kowloon Bus stock price to enter a state of weakness afterward. Additionally, after Kowloon Bus was granted an extension of its patent rights by the Governor's Office of Hong Kong in 1960, it split its business in 1961, with the bus operations remaining under Kowloon Bus Company's management, while the original real estate development business was handled by the newly established Kowloon Construction, owned by the Ng and Lei families. Even so, in his past life, the Guidashing family suddenly took notice of Kowloon Bus, mainly because it had accumulated a significant amount of prime land in Kowloon and the new territories, such as the Lichi Corner Bus Factory and others. The group arrived at the conference room. Bao Ye's side included Nanshi Zhao, Xiuzhen Lin Gaoyan, and other representatives of Kowloon Bus shareholders, including Deng Xiaojian. Deng Xiaojian directly invited Bao Yu to sit at the head of the conference room. Bao Yu did not decline. After sitting down, he said the Bao family now holds 45 of Kowloon Bus Company's shares, making us the largest shareholder. In addition to adding a new batch of directors from the Bao family, I will serve as the new chairman of Kowloon Bus. This is only natural. Young Master Bao, we have no objections, Deng Xiaojian and the others quickly expressed. Considering Mr. Deng Xiaojian's management experience with China Bus, I recommend Mr. Deng Xiaojian to take on the role of the new general manager of Kowloon Bus. Originally, he held the position of chairman, but now he would be the general manager. Aside from the change in title, it did not appear to make much difference otherwise. Deng Xiaojian originally thought that due to his age he should let a new executive from global investment company take on the role of general manager. After multiple refusals, Deng Xiaojian was willing to assume the position of the new general manager. Then Bao Yu said regarding the situation of Kowloon Bus, many issues are actually similar to those of China Bus. However, there are also some differences. Here I would like to raise a few issues. Apart from many reform-related issues similar to those on the China Bus side, first, Kowloon Bus will merge with China Bus in the coming years, ending its single operation. Second, the market for Kowloon Bus is too small. In the future, it must expand beyond Hong Kong, primarily targeting overseas markets and the upper-tier market. In fact, in his past life, under the development of the Guo Daxing family, Kowloon Bus did indeed enter the upper-tier market, becoming one of the largest shareholders of Pingqing Public Transport Company. Third, the properties and real estate currently held by Kowloon Bus should be jointly developed with Hysan Development Company. The funds generated will be used to further expand Kowloon Bus scale. As for other issues, I just mentioned that they are quite similar to those of China Bus. Finally, after concluding this meeting, Bao Yu had another half-hour discussion with Deng Xiaojian. In fact, Deng Xiaojian was only a year older than Yin Chengkuan, and now he seemed much younger than Yin Chengkuan, more like a man in his 50s or 60s. Why was there such a huge difference between the two? Aside from the fact that Deng Xiaojian had a peculiar habit, he actually did not manage Kowloon Bus as painstakingly as Yin Chengkuan. Boss, I understand, Deng Xiaojian said. If there are any issues with Kowloon Bus in the future, you can directly find me at the Global Investment Center Tower or at my villa in Deepwater Bay. After their discussion, the two exited. Aside from Lin Gaoyan, Nanshi, and Zhao Xiuzhen waiting outside, Lei Juhua was also waiting. Young Master Bao, I greatly admire you. If I have time, I would like to discuss more with you. Haha, certainly. In fact, Bao Yu did not consider Lei Juhua a playboy. Although he liked Li Qing, he usually focused his energy on managing the family business. If it weren't for Lei Juhua's sudden death, the Lei family's assets in Hong Kong would likely be greater, and as for Lei Jukun's capabilities, he probably could not compare to his elder brother. After shaking hands with Lei Juhua, Bao Yu was unsure whether the latter would survive the next year. He thought he would wait until the next year to see how things unfolded. Bao Yu, along with Nanshi and Zhao Xiuzhen, got back into the car. Lin Gaoyan was also preparing to return to the headquarters of China Gas Company. This time he successfully facilitated Bao Ye's acquisition of Kowloon Bus, which took about a week. Now that it was over, he naturally returned to work at China Gas Company. According to Boss Bao Yu, China Gas also needed to expand beyond the Hong Kong market. On the way back to Global Investment Center Tower, Zhao Xiuzhen asked curiously, Boss, why does Sir Deng, who is roughly the same age as Yin Chengkuan, appear so different in physique? Haha, as far as I know, he has a particular habit. As for whether it's true, I cannot say. A peculiar habit. The two women did not understand. When Bao Yu quietly mentioned it, Nanshi and Zhao Xiuzhen both appeared somewhat embarrassed. However, in Hong Kong, all kinds of people exist, or it might indeed be true. October 13th, 1978. Friday morning. A luxurious flat in the central district of Hong Kong. Zhong Chuhong, dressed in a white dress, was tidying up in the living room when the maid hurried over to stop her. These tasks were originally the maid's responsibility. If Zhong Chuhong were to do them herself, what would be the point of having a maid? Miss Zhong, let me handle this. You can read the newspaper. Zhong Chuhong usually spent her time here learning about design and etiquette while the maid took care of the work. However, having grown up in the ordinary conditions of Chongqing Mansion, Zhong Chuhong was accustomed to helping with housework. Now, with nothing much to do, she saw the maid overwhelmed and proactively offered her assistance, not realizing that this could frighten the maid into thinking she might lose her job. Zhong Chuhong could only sit down on the sofa where a thick stack of today's major newspapers lay. Last time, Bao Yu mentioned that to understand more about the outside world, aside from watching TV news and listening to radio news, the most important thing was to read newspapers. Because of this, Zhong Chuhong had the maid subscribe to many important media outlets in Hong Kong. From those newspapers, Zhong Chuhong learned that Bao Yu and the Bao family had recently returned to Yanjing to attend the National Day ceremony, and were warmly welcomed there. Afterwards, Bao Yu returned to Hong Kong and immediately proceeded to acquire the two major bus groups. From the reports of various newspapers in Hong Kong last night, Zhong Chuhong already knew that her man had officially taken up the position of chairman for both bus groups. This meant that Bao Yu, after returning from Yanjing for a week, had managed to swallow two significant listed companies in Hong Kong. Zheng Chuang was surprised to find that today's major newspapers were still reporting on Bao Yu and the two bus groups. After carefully reading through them, she set them down and went to the balcony, gazing at the tall buildings and the beautiful scenery of Victoria Harbor in the distance. It had been some time since she last saw Bao Xiao, as she wondered when he would come to see her. Zheng Chuang understood that her family background paled in comparison to the Bao family. It was truly a stroke of luck for her that Bao Yu had taken an interest in her. Now, with her parents and two younger sisters and a brother having their needs quietly arranged by Bao Yu, they were living a different kind of life. Zheng Chuang leaned down to smell the gardenia beside her. Its faint fragrance made her feel quite nice. At that moment, the landline phone in the living room rang, and the maid set down her work to answer it. The maid picked up the phone and quickly recognized who was calling. After the other party hung up, the maid came over and said, "Miss Zhong, just now Secretary Zhao from Bao Xiao called. He asked you to be ready in the afternoon. Bao Xiao will come to pick you up then. Bao Xiao is coming to take her out." Zheng Chuang's mood immediately shifted. After all, it had indeed been some time since she last saw Bao Xiao. Global Investment Center Building, 21st floor. Bao Yu looked out the window from his office. The acquisition of China Bus and Kowloon Bus had concluded surprisingly easier than he had anticipated. However, the management of these two companies was just beginning. In addition, Wei Li had already represented him and flown to Australia to meet with the heads of the Y Country Joint Overseas Company to discuss cooperation. Originally, he could have invited them to develop in Hong Kong, but this time Wei Li was taking his family back to Australia to visit their hometown. Wei Li's hometown was in Australia, and he and his wife and children hadn't returned in a long while. At 9:30 a.m., the four major exchanges in Hong Kong officially opened. Among them, China Bus, which had been suspended for 2 days, resumed trading today. Today, as trading resumed, the stock price of China Bus immediately began to fall. Aside from Bao Yu having successfully acquired a controlling stake in this listed company, regarding the new reforms for China Bus, investors saw no possibility for speculation. Moreover, there was no prospect for dividends at this time. Although the Yin family had mentioned dividends at the press conference the day before yesterday, it was because they had no other choice and needed to gain the support of the shareholders. The new chairman Bao Yu and the new general manager Huang Yaonan had not indicated any plans for China Bus to issue dividends. Instead, moving forward, expenses such as purchasing new buses and improving employee and driver benefits would be significant outlays, making it even less likely for investors in China Bus to expect dividends, as the previous profits would likely be reinvested. However, this was beneficial for ordinary passengers and tourists in Hong Kong. As a result, those shareholders of China Bus who had not registered to sell their stocks to the Bao family yesterday were hastily dumping their stocks. Bao Yu had already stopped concerning himself with these matters. He worked in the office normally throughout the morning and afternoon. Approaching the end of the workday, Bao Yu told Zhao Xiuzhen and then left with Chun Zhihao and the others. In the morning, when Zheng Chuang learned that Bao Xiao was coming to take her out, she had been eagerly anticipating it in the flat. By the afternoon, she was trying on dresses in her wardrobe, considering which outfit would be most suitable to wear for Bao Xiao. She had the maid watch as she tried on several dresses of different styles. When she felt satisfied with one, she suddenly thought it didn't look good. In fact, from the maid's perspective, Miss Zheng's figure was excellent. She looked good in anything. Ultimately, Zheng Chuang chose a pleated dress that complemented her current aura perfectly. Now at 18 years old, and having been eating and sleeping well lately, her skin appeared even more delicate and fair, which in the maid's eyes was the most beautiful time for her. Once Zheng Chuang confirmed she would wear this dress, she began to wait. At 5 p.m., she received a call from Bao Ye's office about 15 minutes later. Wearing high heels, Zheng Chuang took the elevator down from upstairs. As she arrived at the entrance of the community, she looked around and saw a familiar luxury Benz parked not far away. "Miss Zheng, hello," Chun Zhihao greeted as he opened the car door. Zheng Chuang bent down to enter the car, her eyes landing on the man she had been longing for, Bao Xiao. "Sir." Chun Zhihao closed the car door, got in, and drove away. Bao Yu looked Zheng Chuang up and down, finding her truly remarkable. It had indeed been some time since he last saw Zheng Chuang. He hadn't expected that seeing her now dressed as she was and wearing high heels would impress him. He remembered that in his past life, Zheng Chuang hadn't known how to wear high heels before participating in the Miss Hong Kong beauty pageant. She must have learned on her own during this time. "Sir, yes, I learned by myself," Zheng Chuang, sitting beside Bao Yu, whispered. "Not bad." It was rush hour now. Chun Zhihao and the other bodyguards drove away in the direction of Queen's Pier. Edinburgh Square in central Hong Kong. Queen's Dock. A black Mercedes-Benz sedan came to a halt, followed by several luxury cars. Chun Zhihao opened the car door. Bao Yu stepped out of the vehicle. It had been a while since Bao Yu last visited Edinburgh Square and Queen's Dock. It was mid-October, and the temperatures had begun to cool in the mornings and evenings. At 5 or 6 in the afternoon, the weather in Hong Kong, at over 20 degrees Celsius, was truly delightful. Zheng Chuang had already come down from the other side wearing a one-piece pleated dress and followed Bao Yu towards the Queen's Dock, where a luxurious private yacht awaited. It was indeed Bao's family's private luxury yacht. "Young master, this is Miss Zheng." "Hello, Miss Zheng." The captain and female attendant of the yacht welcomed Bao Yu and Zheng Chuang aboard. Upon reaching the second deck of the yacht, a refreshing sea breeze blew, making it exceedingly comfortable. The last time Bao Yu was here was on New Year's Eve enjoying drinks with Mr. Shun and his wife, while taking in the stunning night view of Victoria Harbor and making a significant deal. Zhong Chuhong stood close to Bao Yu, gripping the railing on the deck, admiring the scenery of Victoria Harbor and the seagulls flying back and forth. Miss Zhong, these seagulls are quite bold. If you throw out some breadcrumbs, they'll come over to eat, a young female attendant remarked. Zhong Chuhong felt that feeding seagulls with breadcrumbs was somewhat wasteful. She recalled how in the past, when her family's weekly living expenses were limited, breakfast was often a struggle and they could hardly afford to buy bread. Noticing Bao Yu's gaze, Zhong Chuhong softly said, "Sir, I feel this would be very wasteful." Wasteful? Bao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He was well aware of Zhong Chuhong's family background. Bao Yu gestured to the female attendant who brought over some cut breadsticks and showed Zhong Chuhong how to hold them. At that moment, a seagull that had been flying alongside the yacht noticed the breadsticks in the attendant's hand, swooped and snatched one and released a sound that could only be described as either triumphant or joyful. Seeing this scene, Zhong Chuhong was quite surprised. In his past life, Bao Yu, though ordinary, was merely a common food delivery worker in Pengcheng. He often saw other tourists feeding the fish and seagulls in Red Sea Bay with bread or other food. Ultimately, it was Zhong Chuhong's current upbringing that made her feel that using bread to feed the seagulls was extravagant. It was likely the same for Bao Yu in his previous life. For him now, it was hardly a concern. The Bao family's private luxury yacht had slowly departed from Queen's Dock, and the seagulls, excited by the prospect of food, frequently flew overhead. At the signal of the female attendant, and Bao Yu, Zhong Chuhong picked up a breadstick, and a seagull darted in like an arrow, grabbing the breadstick. If it were able to eat, it would surely vocalize its delight. After a while, Bao Yu noticed that Zhong Chuhong slowly began to display a different kind of smile. Half an hour later, more and more seagulls chased after the private luxury yacht. Bao Yu and Zhong Chuhong had stopped feeding the seagulls and returned to their seats on the deck. The female attendant on the luxury yacht first brought a bottle of red wine, opened it, and poured it into 2 wine glasses. Before she met Bao Yu, Zhong Chuhong had heard of red wine, but had never encountered it. After getting to know Bao Yu, she had tried it a few times, but it wasn't something she particularly liked. In Bao Yu's view, drinking red wine was more of a mood, and excessive consumption could lead to feelings of intoxication. He shook the glass and took a sip of the red wine, while waiting for the female attendant to bring out the pan-seared Australian steak. Bao Yu and Zhong Chuhong savored the meal together. The luxury yacht left Queen's Dock and gradually cruised through Victoria Harbor. As night fell, other oil tankers and cargo ships in Victoria Harbor not only sounded their horns loudly, but also turned on their lights, while the skyscrapers on both sides of Victoria Harbor illuminated as well. Under the night sky, Victoria Harbor became enchanting. It was past 8 in the evening. Bao Yu and Zhong Chuhong, having already eaten and drunk their fill on the private luxury yacht, stood together enjoying the sea breeze and experiencing a different kind of beauty from Zhong Chuhong. At 8:45 in the evening, the private luxury yacht returned to Queen's Dock. Bao Yu, Zhong Chuhong, and Chun Zaheo's bodyguards, escorted by the captain and other attendants, disembarked. Bao Yu and Zhong Chuhong got into the car. Chun Zihao drove away, back to Miss Zhong's residence. It took less than half an hour. Chun Zihao parked in front of the upscale residential complex where Zhong Chuhong lived in central Hong Kong. Bao Yu and Zhong Chuhong got out of the car, and Chun Zihao and the bodyguards followed. Upon reaching the entrance, they rang the doorbell. The maid immediately opened the door. Bao Yu and Zhong Chuhong headed directly back to the room. It was past 10 in the evening. Bao Yu prepared to leave. "Sir, are you going back tonight?" "Yes, I generally don't stay out overnight, and I have important business activities tomorrow." Miss Zhong didn't dare to disturb Bao Yu and stood up to help him put on his clothes. Bao Yu was seen off by Zhong Chuhong and the maid. As Bao Yu and Chun Zaheo's bodyguards left, Zhong Chuhong felt very happy. Although she hadn't seen Bao Yu for several days, he had taken the time to accompany her tonight. Remembering the time they fed the seagulls with bread on the luxury yacht, Zhong Chuhong couldn't help but smile. "Miss Zhong, did you have fun going out with young Master Bao tonight?" "It was fun. However, young Master Bao is a busy person." Deepwater Bay's hillside villa, the Bao family. It was past 11 in the evening. Chun Zihao parked the car. Bao Yu entered and saw Daisy and Bao Yugong waiting. "Dad, Mom, are you still awake?" "Bob, we were waiting for you, kid." Young Master Bao sat down and said, "Dad, Mom, tomorrow morning we have a golf game with Mr. Shun and his wife, which has already been arranged in advance." "No problem." Bao Yu discussed with his parents. After going upstairs, he first enjoyed a comfortable hot bath, then returned to the study to finish reading the day's newspapers before going to rest. The next morning, Bao Yu had already formed a habit of waking up early. With Daisy's assistance, he washed up, dressed, and came downstairs to have breakfast with his grandfather and parents. Then he and his parents got into the Rolls-Royce and headed to the nearby Deepwater Bay Golf Course. Deepwater Bay Golf Course. The Bao family were all high-level members here, but rarely came. However, Li Jiaqing often visited. However, in recent days, Li Jiaqing and his wife had quietly left Hong Kong to visit their hometown for family gatherings and ancestral worship. Because of this, Li Jiaqing's presence was not seen at the golf course. The Rolls-Royce came to a stop. The car door opened. Bao Yu and Bao Yugong, along with their spouses, stepped out, and the general manager of the golf course personally welcomed them. "Welcome, Mr. Bao, Mrs. Bao young master Bao to the golf course. Li Jiaqing often enjoyed playing golf here either in the morning or afternoon, sometimes alone or occasionally accompanied by other partners. In the past, he would take the time to accompany Mr. Shun and his wife. After several incidents, the Jiaqing couple and the Shun couple had barely seen each other and had no contact. At 8:30 in the morning, a Rolls-Royce pulled up. Stepping out of the car were Mr. Shun and his wife, whom Bao Yu had not seen for some time. Following that, a Bentley also stopped, from which emerged Bao John and his wife, the current general manager of Huifeng Bank. Bao Yu invited both couples to play golf here. The Bao family greeted each other. Mrs. Shen, Mrs. Bao John and Huang Xiuying did not enjoy playing golf, though instead they went to the club's VIP room for morning tea. Bao Yu accompanied his father Bao Yugong Shunyin and Bao John to play golf. Some time ago, the Bao family had returned to attend the National Day ceremony, which Shunyin and Bao John were aware of, and they knew that the Bao family had made a substantial donation. In addition, what surprised Shunyin and Bao John was that this young master of the Bao family had just returned to Xiangjiang and immediately launched an attack on the two major bus groups in Xiangjiang, swallowing them within a week. In the eyes of Shunyin and Bao John, this young master Bao was indeed becoming increasingly remarkable. Young master Bao, congratulations on successfully acquiring the two bus groups in Xiangjiang. Compared to a few months ago when Bao Yu swallowed the Xiangjiang Electric Group and the China Gas Company, these two bus groups are not as large in scale, yet they are still significant. Apart from being a steady source of income, bringing continuous cash flow to the company, the most important aspect is those properties that are becoming increasingly valuable. Mr. Shen, Mr. Bao John, actually the scale of these two bus groups in Xiangjiang is still too small. Oh, my vision extends far beyond Xiangjiang. Too small in Xiangjiang. Naturally, these two were unaware that Bao Yu had already sent Wei Li back to Australia to negotiate with the leaders of the overseas transport company from Y country. Now when Bao Yu mentioned it, not only was Shun Yin surprised, but Bao John was even more astonished. This meant that Bao Yu was already laying out plans for the overseas market. Of course, both knew that Bao Yu's global gaming company was also very profitable. They did not know the specifics of the profits, only that the arcade game they released was very popular among players worldwide. In addition to these, including the Bao family's investments in gold in the eyes of Mr. Shun and Bao John, the layout of the Bao father and son was indeed unmatched. On this point, Shen Yin was particularly pleased. On New Year's Eve, Bao Yu had given him a gold bar worth 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and now, according to the current international gold price, he could actually make a profit. However, how could Shun Yin possibly sell it? Bao Yugong Shun Yin and Bao John were playing golf together, deepening their relationship. Moreover, this time Bao Yu actively invited Shun Yin and Bao John to play golf, which naturally indicated there was something very important at hand. When Shun Yin entered the first hole with a score of 7, he sighed, feeling old. In the past, he could manage to reach the first hole with a maximum score of 5. Now, as Shun Yin aimed for the second golf hole, he spotted the flag that the caddy had placed in advance, allowing him to make a more accurate shot. Shun Yin got into the golf cart and took 6 strokes to finally reach the second hole. For Bao Yu, he actually preferred swimming much more than playing golf. Now he noticed that his father also needed 6 or 7 strokes to sink a hole. Both had reached the second hole, and the caddies prepared the markers for the third hole. In the absence of anyone else, Shun Yin asked young Master Bao, "I heard that you've already sent senior executives from Hutchison Whampoa to conduct inspections up there." As the chairman of Huifeng Bank, Shen Yin had access to far more information than an ordinary person. However, that was all, as Huifeng Bank's main market was in Xiangjiang and had not yet entered the other regions. However, Huifeng Bank had initially moved its headquarters from Xinjiang to Xiangjiang. Indeed, I not only sent senior executives from Hutchison Whampoa to inspect up there, but I am also preparing to send executives from Kowloon Warehouse, Qingzhou, Ingmi Xiangjiang Electric Group, China Gas Company, and even the 2 bus groups I just acquired to conduct inspections. This surprised both Shun Yin and Bao John. Young Master Bao, are you planning to make large-scale investments up there? As far as I know, the situation up there is still unstable, and investing rashly carries significant risks. Mr. Bao John, any investment comes with risks. However, from what I understand, this opening up is entirely different. The market and population in the upper regions surpass that of many Xiangjiangs. The population in the upper regions has approached 1 billion, and the number of large cities is unimaginable. Shen Yin and Bao John certainly knew that the market up there was vast, but the upper regions had been closed off for many years. Aside from the Canton Fair, there had been virtually no trade with overseas, and foreign capital had not entered. In fact, last year Shun Yin had already received wind that the upper regions might open up. Now he and Huifeng Bank were still observing. Mr. Bao John, I plan to wait until they finish their inspections, and if suitable investment projects arise, I will invest. I hope to receive financial support from Huifeng Bank at that time. Bao Yu himself had a substantial amount of capital. For instance, the acquisition of the 2 bus groups did not utilize Huifeng Bank's funds. Both Bao Yu and Bao Yugong had access to unlimited loans from Huifeng Bank, meaning that as long as the investments were reasonable, they would likely receive support from Huifeng Bank. Huifeng Bank loans funds to the Bao family who use it for investments while the Bao family pays interest back to Huifeng Bank, creating a mutually beneficial situation. However, this time Bao Yu knew that the investment scale in the upper regions was considerable. Even with unlimited financial support from Huifeng Bank, he still hoped to gain the support of Mr. Shen, the chairman of Huifeng Bank. Young Master Bao, if the investment project is sound, we will support you without financial limits, Shen Yin stated directly. From Bao Ye's series of acquisitions and investments, he felt that Bao Ye's business acumen was already on par with Li Jiaqing, whom he had once regarded as the most promising. In this situation, Shen Yin would naturally not refuse. What Bao Yu wanted was precisely this affirmation. The two conversed for a while. At this time, Bao Yugong and Shun Yin continued to play until both had reached the fifth hole, sweating, at which point they decided to stop playing. Australia. Sydney. This is the largest city in Australia, yet its population cannot compare to that of Hong Kong. Australia is located in the southern hemisphere where the temperatures are opposite to those in the northern hemisphere. As the temperatures in the northern hemisphere begin to drop and grow colder, the southern hemisphere enjoys a warm spring. During the day, temperatures in Australia reach over 20 degrees Celsius, while at night they hover around 10 degrees, making it quite pleasant. Dressed in beach sportswear, Wei Li and his wife, wearing a beach skirt, are relaxing under the sun at the beach in Sydney, sporting sunglasses. Wei Li was born in Australia in 1932. Due to family circumstances, he worked as a lumberjack and an apprentice in his early years. At the age of 19, he left Australia to work at the largest car dealership in Malaysia, gradually rising through the ranks. By the age of 32, he left Malaysia, meaning he spent 13 years there before coming to Hong Kong to develop his career, which continues to this day. This time, Wei Li, along with his wife and children, returned to Australia, not only for a vacation, but also to meet with the head of the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company to discuss cooperation. The Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company is a large entity. Its presence can be seen in almost all former Y Country colonies, not only in Australia, but also in South America, India, and even Southeast Asia. Among those colonies, the most important market is Hong Kong, where the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company has long sought to enter through connections with the Hong Kong governor's office. For instance, in 1973, they hoped to enter the Hong Kong market through acquisition or share exchange to participate in the bus business. However, faced with the two major bus groups in Hong Kong, the Y Country Joint Shipping Company met with failure. Now both bus groups have fallen into the hands of the Bao family. Bao Yu has arranged for the head of the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company to meet, indicating that there is potential for cooperation pending how both parties can collaborate. Wei Li, wearing sunglasses, lay comfortably while sipping coconut juice. Australia is indeed a nice place to call home, but he has grown accustomed to the bustling life in Hong Kong. In comparison to the sparsely populated Australia, Wei Li prefers the vibrancy of Hong Kong. He glanced at the time, turned to his wife, and said, "My dear, I have something important to discuss." His wife said nothing. Wei Li returned to the hotel to change into formal attire and took a car to a high-end cafe in downtown Sydney. Arriving at the cafe, Wei Li stepped out of the car and entered the upscale establishment, where he spotted a tall Caucasian man dressed in a suit. This man was David, the head of the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company. David had been closely monitoring the bus and transport market in Hong Kong. In the early 1970s, and even earlier, they were unable to penetrate this market due to British monopolization of most sectors in Hong Kong. Now, with the decline of British capital and the rise of Chinese capital entering this market, has become even more challenging. The two major bus groups in Hong Kong, which had long been the focus of the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping shareholders and executives, were surprisingly swallowed up by the Bao family during this period. This time, the Bao family sent Mr. Wei Li, the executive president of Hutchison Whampoa, specifically to make contact. David felt that this could be a promising opportunity. Wei Li and David shook hands. Sitting down, Wei Li picked up the cup of coffee in front of him and took a sip. With no one else around, he directly stated, "Mr. David, you must have heard about the recent acquisition of the two major bus groups in Hong Kong by the Bao family and Global Investment Company. Indeed, I have noticed that. This time my boss, Mr. Bao, not only gave me a vacation to return to Australia, but also sent me to engage with you. Regarding the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company's attempts to buy into those two bus groups in 1973, I am aware of that. Ultimately, it wasn't that the Hong Kong governor's office truly wished for the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company to acquire those two bus groups. Rather, it was mainly due to the increasingly conservative management of the China Bus and Kowloon Bus under Yan Qingquan and Deng Xiaoqian, who were reluctant to invest in bus groups or improve service attitudes, which prompted the Hong Kong governor's office to seek new capital to change the situation. Mr. Wei Li, does Mr. Bao intend to sell those two bus groups to our Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company?" David immediately inquired. "No, my boss has no such intention. On the contrary, he believes that acquiring the Y Country Joint Shipping Company through share exchange or merger could be a viable option." Wei Li's statement surprised David, who initially thought the Bao family intended to sell the two bus groups they had just acquired. He didn't expect that they now sought to acquire the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company. In reality, the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company's operations span the globe, including not just buses, but also other freight transport services. However, its scale isn't as large as many might imagine. Countries like Australia and New Zealand are developed, yet their transport revenues might not necessarily surpass those of the two bus groups in Hong Kong, and this market is also shared with other third-party companies. In contrast, the two bus groups in Hong Kong directly monopolize the bus industry chain there. As for Southeast Asia, India, and South America, the situation is even worse and poorer. While the volume of business may be significant, whether it truly generates profit remains uncertain. On the other hand, the two major bus groups in Hong Kong earn steady profits based on their revenues. Before the acquisition, the market value of the two bus groups was already close to 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. If we add in the properties owned by these two bus groups, their market value is estimated to exceed 1.5 to 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Calculating it this way, the combined market value of the two bus groups alone is roughly 1 billion. Including property valuations, it could reach 2 to 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. In contrast, the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company is only comparable to the current two bus groups in Hong Kong. It is precisely for this reason that this company covets them. David, the head of the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that while he was eyeing the two bus groups, Mr. Bao was also interested in the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company. Mr. Whaley, are you joking? David asked incredulously. Mr. David, do you think I am joking? Currently, with the strength of the Bao family through the Global Shipping Group and their extensive maritime shipping operations along with their ports operated by Hutchison Whampoa and Kowloon Warehouse, they are well established globally. This time the Bao family is merely expanding into land transportation. In other words, given the current capabilities of the Bao family's maritime shipping empire, not only the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company, but even the Y Country itself likely has few old families that can compete. Mr. Whaley, I apologize for that last statement. It just seems that if the Bao family intends to acquire the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company, it may not be realistic. Mr. David, I find that quite reasonable. After all, with the Bao family's current maritime operations, if they successfully penetrate land transportation, it would be beneficial for both parties. Furthermore, if the Bao family were to gain control of the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company, although you would lose your controlling stake, the shares you hold would become more valuable. Moreover, even if you, the Y Country Joint Overseas Shipping Company, are reluctant to cooperate with the Bao family after acquiring those two major bus groups, we will eventually exit the Hong Kong market.